On the lecture, verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The priest cut threes up, straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb race sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one art, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours, go! It's one art, one shot. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the color, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so go for the go. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Pinnacle Cup. After wrapping up the competition yesterday, 16 teams have begun to get whistled down. And by the end of the day, we'll either be taking a step closer to claiming one of those places at Flashpoint 2 or face elimination themselves. Joining me, of course, to kick off all of the action, the wonderful Dust and Vince. Gentlemen, it is fantastic to be back with you guys today. Vince, are you feeling suitably refreshed after the CS that we saw yesterday?
I am. It was invigorating. I really did enjoy it. It wasn't always the greatest Counter-Strike, but it was damn entertaining. And I think we're going to get more of the same today, Freya. It's some great games coming up.
Yeah, we have indeed. Dust, are you excited to be seeing some more CS going down?
Indeed, as long as I don't have to watch any more Vertigo T-side from, your boys over there with Farlig and whatnot, we'll be good to go.
Yeah, I mean, they can't make any promises. We did hear them yesterday, though, in the post-game interview. They said that, they felt themselves that it was bad. So at least they're being honest with us from the offset. Maybe no picks from Godsend. But of course, if you guys haven't been tuning in yet, we're going to give you a recap of the format for this very competition. Of course, it is a GSL style bracket, double elimination, double bracket tournament, with the winner of each group claiming a spot at Flashpoint 2 in November. And of course, the teams made it here either through the open qualifiers. 8 teams are coming through that open qualifiers that happened earlier last week, and 8 teams were invited, which makes up our 16 teams here. We have had to bid farewell to some of the teams, however, already after day 1 of action. But of course, it is best of 3s as well the entire way through, which is what we were saying yesterday, Vince. It's really been testing the teams from the very beginning.
Absolutely. It's pretty brutal in the sense that only one team progresses, as you just touched on there. But at the same time, the teams have a fair shot. They have best of 3s. There's no one and done. There's no, you didn't show up in the first half of a best of 1, so just unlucky, pack your bags, you're out. There's a low bracket system in place as well, so there's no excuses. These teams have a chance to propel themselves forward and get the job done.
Well, speaking of which, we can take a little recap of our brackets. We're going to be starting off with that Group A bracket. Of course, we were focusing on some of these games yesterday, but let's give ourselves a little bit of an update of what maybe we didn't see yesterday. Of course, Winstrike versus Team Secret, that went to 2-0. Most of those being 2-0s in that quarterfinal. Then we move on to Virtus Pro versus Team Endpoint, which actually happened earlier today, where we saw Virtus Pro managing to get the W, which means, Dust, they will be heading to face Godsend later today, or tomorrow rather, in another best of 3 matchup. That is shaping up to be a pretty good one, right?
Certainly, I mean, kind of the teams you expected, I think, out of Group A to make it to the upper bracket final. There was really no surprises in this group as far as results go. I mean, I know Endpoint and Saw are a little bit close together, but other than that, really, it's kind of what you expected through and through the bracket. I could have seen either Saw or Aves win in the lower bracket round one. So, again, no real shockers on this one. Just kind of, I think, par for the course for what we thought would happen in this group.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Winstrike are taking that loss against Saw, which means that they go into the lower bracket semi-final. But maybe we should give a little bit of a recap of the game that we saw yesterday from this exact group. It was Godsent versus Winstrike. Again, Godsent going up 2-1. And Dust, I'm going to make you talk about it. I know it pains you, but that Vertigo T-half from Godsent was not good.
No, that was maybe one of the worst T-sides I've seen, all year long. So definitely just had a tough time there, but they were able to regroup themselves as we did see them, of course, wind up 2-1 in that series to move on to the bracket final. Taking a look here, actually had a little bit of Nuke, which was the map that they kind of dominated on, if we're honest. Like, it felt like they were always in control of that game, and they were able to clean up things and overpass in a pretty one-sided fashion as well. So all in all, they got the job done. That's what matters most. They're sitting in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, they definitely redeemed themselves indeed. And Vince, we were talking about some of the players on that Godsent squad, but Farlek, the man that we heard from after the game, quite honest in his approach, but he was pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, with the AWP, he was doing a lot of damage and a lot of work, and it was Overpass, the map where we had some doubts. How are they going to bounce back after the very poor Vertigo performance we just touched on? Farlek was one of the key members. He was firing off on the CT side with the AWP, often 2 or 3 kills going his way. He could get counted. The guy played phenomenally well, and I'm really curious to see how he's going to battle up against the likes of Jame when they do go head-to-head in that best of 3 later on.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see. And I believe we can bring up the Group B bracket as well to see exactly how some of those games played out. Of course, there were so many games yesterday that we couldn't feature them all on this stream. We did choose to focus on Team Heretics versus Havu, which definitely wasn't a disappointing game to watch. But before we talk about that, Dust, are there any kind of surprises for you in this bracket in particular? Maybe Fours falling down into that lower bracket?
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that Nexus was able to pull the 2-1 over Fours was quite incredible, in my opinion, just because Nexus, a team, I think they're some Romanian players on the team or something like that. Either way, they're not a team that you normally expect to be able to topple a team like Fours in that region. So to see them go down was pretty rough, but they were able to make quick work of Heretics, who are obviously in kind of like a weird place right now, where apparently Nevera is on his way to Vitality, and it just seemed like they weren't really themselves throughout the tournament. So they, of course, have already been eliminated, as well as the Budapest 5, and we do see Fours moving on, which I think we might see later today, playing the loser of North and Gambit, which is our first match of the day. So should be interesting to see how this bracket plays out.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see what Fours are doing to potentially, redeem themselves, as you said, falling into that lower bracket, living to fight another day after that win against Heretics. But we did see Heretics playing against Havu earlier yesterday, the first game that we kicked off the proceedings with. And it was for good reason, wasn't it, Vince? Because we saw Havu doing the exact same thing last season at Flashpoint 1. They managed to finish 3rd place after starting off in the Pinnacle Cup Open Qualifiers, managing to make it all the way through, taking down some incredible teams at the first season of Flashpoint, themselves $100,000. And I'm saying all this, and we all picked against them, didn't we? We actually went with Heretics in that first game, but Havu definitely proved why they're a force to be contended with here.
Yeah, we went against them, I think, mainly because of the fact that Yampi's came in pretty recently, X7 going out, and we had our doubts, we had our queries as to whether that would come in with a cohesive unit, if they'd be struggling a little bit. And honestly, from watching that game, it seemed like to me that Heretics had just lost a player. They may very well end up doing so, as Dust touched on, but Havu seemed like the real deal, the full package, and I can't wait to see how they go forward. Nexus should be a game on paper they win, if you ask me.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Havu's sides indeed. And I think that's an interesting point to just quickly touch on with you, Dash. Yampi coming into Havu, obviously is still being a stand-in. There's all the complications with the RMR, so X7's obviously gone across to Ent. Yampi is coming across to Havu, and a little bit of a trade there. Were you impressed with how you saw him integrating into the team?
Yeah, I think they did a really good job doing that, right? For one, they made sure they implemented the secondary opping whenever they could to let Yampi kind of put his best foot forward and also be able to have massive impact alongside Zori, who we know is already a really good primary opper. So I think that made them very dangerous and will continue to do so throughout the bracket play. And it was nice to see them make room for Yampi, right? Like Slowy kind of changed up his roles a little bit in some of their defaults to make sure they facilitated Yampi, and Slowy could still be impactful on the edges of the map, being that like aggressive lurker or just taking picks when he felt like he was comfortable to do so. And they definitely have a lot of talent on that team, like a lot of individual skill. So I think that they could definitely do some damage in this group.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be one to watch indeed. And with that, we can take a look at the schedule to see exactly which matches to be focusing in on today. Of course, we're going to be starting off with the game, which is North versus Gambit. Obviously, TBDs on the rest of the best of threes that we're going to be seeing today. We're saying that we do really want to see that Falls game next, but that will depend on who loses this first initial opening matchup of North versus Gambit, won't it, Vince?
Absolutely. And I think this is one of the games that when we saw it come to fruition yesterday, we were enticed. We were looking forward to this one. So it's great that we get to do it first in the best of three. Should be a really close game. Gambit, obviously coming up from the Gambit youngsters. They have some of the hotly anticipated and sort of the upcoming Russian players in Shiro and Exile, but then you have some of the more veteran players like Hobbit joining alongside them. They're a really interesting package. North, a team that, if we're being completely honest, has never really fully reached the potential that people were expecting when they first came onto the scene. They've had a ton of roster changes, a ton of differences, and a ton of very disappointing performances, to be completely honest. And I want to see them come in today and really prove a lot of naysayers wrong.
Yeah, I think that was something that you definitely touched on upon Dust as well when we were talking about North yesterday before the broadcast. You know, you were saying that it seems a little bit unfortunate for the team. It seems like they've had some of the right cogs, but they haven't had them lined up at the exact same time in terms of the players and kind of the roles that they're fitting into.
Yeah, I think it's one of the more poorly run organizations in CSGO, to be honest with you, just because I feel like some of their roster moves have sometimes been questionable. I get sometimes there's things that we can't know that go on behind the scenes, and there's like personality issues maybe, or issues with the culture of the team that don't necessarily reflect on what we see in the server. And so sometimes those decisions have to be made that we can't really know about. But all in all, it just really hurt the first time they removed MSL from the team, you know, a long time ago. Bringing him back, I think, was a good idea because they were really missing that true in-game leader to the team. But now I feel like they lack for consistent star power. I think that's really the big problem that North faces now. I mean, you've lost guys like Config, like Magis, like Valde. You know, all these guys that could have been big pieces to bolster the firepower of this team are now gone. Even Kierby's out the door now over to FaZe. So it's one of those things where I kind of wonder, like, where production's going to come from. I mean, I know that AZ's a capable player, but he's not normally a star. Hasn't been in a very long time. You know, some of the other guys are more of role players, in my opinion. Now they brought on Lekro, who, I mean, let's be honest, he doesn't light the world on fire by any means. I mean, he was an in-game leader himself, you know, before coming over to this team. He's not bad, don't get me wrong. I think he can definitely be productive, but again, he feels like another role player. Like, where's the stars? You know, that's kind of my big question, and we have to see if someone's going to be able to step up and be that person for this team.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions coming into this first initial matchup, and it's going to be a very interesting one indeed. And if you guys want to keep up with everything Flashpoint related, make sure you're heading on over to @Flashpoint on socials, and you can also vote on our community polls for all of the games as well, which is going to be an absolute banger. And make sure you're also heading on over to pinnacle.com, where you can keep up to date for all the odds for the games here and many, many more CS games as well. But I think we can start off by talking a little bit about this North versus Gambit matchup, which is going to be coming up. And we can actually see the community poll already. You guys have been voting very, very fast. 59% rather siding with North, 41 going with Gambit. Is that a bit of a surprise to you, Dust?
I don't know. I think it's like really hard to read, right? Because both these teams have had pretty recent roster changes, right? Like North only just picked up Lekro, I think, a couple of months ago. Obviously, Gambit have been only recently picked up. I know I've only played a couple of online tournaments since he's joined as an in-game leader. So I think that there are a little bit of like weird factors in play where you can't quite know what you're going to get. But for my money, I think Gambit has more skill. Like, I think Axile is the next Electronic. I don't even mean to overhype him, but just watching him play lately has been very reminiscent of watching Electronic come up on Flipside Tactics back in like 2017. They had very similar players, very similar talent, I think. And then you have Shiro, who's an absolutely fantastic opper, who I think is just going to absolutely bully MSL on the server. So I think that Gambit, you know, to me, has more individual talent. But whether or not they're going to have the tactics and the you know, organization, the structure is going to be a whole different story, because you know MSL runs a pretty tight ship, so you know that they're going to have, you know, good team play and good tactics. So I think that's going to be kind of the battle here.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up Shiro there, because just looking at their results so far here at the Pinnacle Cup, yesterday they beat Ago 2-0, pretty convincing 16-5 to start off on Dust 2, which is actually Ago's back pick. And then a little bit of a closer 16-14 win, but as you picked up there, Dust, Shiro was the man really, really stepping up. Is he somebody that you're going to have your eye on in this series?
Yeah, I mean, he is fantastic. I mean, he is the quality of opera that could be on a Na'Vi, could be on one of the best teams in the world. I think that the CIS region actually has a ton of really good operas, and unfortunately, they're all kind of trapped on CIS teams. If we could see some of them go international, I think you would see some of these names really rise up and become household names. And I think Shiro is exactly one of those guys. And he's also quite young. I think he's only like maybe 16 or 17 years old. So he still has a long career ahead of him in this game. And he definitely is one that I think will blow up in this series.
Well, I believe with that, we can start to speculate maybe a little bit on the map vetoes that are going to be coming out here. As always, it is a best of 3, which means we'll potentially full 3 match. So this one I feel like it has the potential to go the full way. But Vince, do you want to kind of start us walking through this one and what you're expecting to be coming out from each side?
Sure, I expect North to ban Mirage. It's a map that they try and avoid alongside Inferno. They don't really play Inferno a great deal. And then on Gambit, their typical insta-ban is Nuke. So I think those 3 maps unlikely to get played in here. Mirage out first, there we go. And then I think it leaves it open to the likes of Overpass. You could get maybe a Train in there, maybe even a Vertigo. This is a map that North aren't completely against playing. So I'd expect to see Overpass at the very least.
Yeah, if I'm Gambit, I'm going for Inferno here right away. That's a map that North have really struggled on online with this core 4 that they have. Their 5-11 record. It's one of their worst next to Train, whereas Gambit are 7-0 actually since Hobbit joined the team on Inferno. So I would like to see that come out if I'm Gambit. The Overpass pick here from North isn't really that surprising, to be honest. It's probably been their best map next to like maybe Vertigo. In this online era that we're in. So I'm sure they're going to want to see maybe Vertigo be the 3rd map in the series. Gambit actually going with the Dust 2 pick. So that's a little bit interesting to me. That means that North's going to get the opportunity to ban Inferno, which I think is kind of a mistake from Gambit. I think they should have really gone for that pick. And yeah, North's like laughing to the cleaners at that one. Like, oh, we get the ban Inferno. Thanks a lot. We appreciate that. So yeah, I think Gambit's a little misfire here in the pick ban, in my opinion. I know that their Dust 2 is quite strong. I know that North's results on Dust 2 have been a mixed bag. So I still favor Gambit on Dust 2, don't get me wrong, but I think they had an even bigger advantage on Inferno, and I think that letting North ban it is kind of hurting them a little bit on how powerful the 3rd map could be for them in the series.
Yeah, definitely a little bit strange there. And then the 3rd map, what do we think? It's actually going to be Vertigo coming out, right?
That's not a surprise,
No.
honestly.
Yeah. They both play it.
Yeah, they both play it quite a fair amount, and they're both similar records on the map overall this year. So in fact, Vertigo has been like a pretty strong map for Gambit throughout the year. Prior to Hobbit joining the team, they were really strong on it in 2020. So yeah, I'm not too surprised to see Vertigo come in as a 3rd. I just think that I would have rather seen Inferno picked by Gambit and like make Dust 2 go to the ban phase.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes more sense. And if we're talking about, the typical playstyle of Gambit, what are we kind of expecting to see out of these guys? Because, we have seen, we were talking about legacies yesterday, and obviously Hobbit is a player with such a huge legacy. He's won a major himself with that Gambit name. So do you think his skill and experience is going to be quite instrumental in terms of, guiding this team with some of the young stars that you were mentioning, Dust?
Yeah, that's really a tough one for me, right? Because Hobbit, like back in the day when he played on Gambit in the past, the one that won the major and all that, I mean, he was a guy that was like a super strong support rifler, like really good at playing the edges of the map, being more of a lurker, kind of just facilitating. He was like the Rock, a super consistent talent. Nowadays, I feel like his skill has diminished. He's still definitely very experienced, but seeing him be an in-game leader to me is kind of odd. But again, expect Shiro to be a fantastic operator, expect Exile to be that really flashy, aggressive rifler. Like those are the 2 names you need to be focused on if you're looking at Gambit. They can definitely play a very explosive playstyle with those 2 guys.
So with that, I think it's time that we lay in our predictions. Vince, I'm going to start off with you. Who do you think is going to be taking this series? And do you think it is going to go to the full 3 maps?
I think it probably will go the 3 maps. Coming into this, I was actually edging with North, but off the basis of this pick ban, I actually will go Gambit. I think, as Dust said, they're better individually skilled. And I feel like they may have let Dust 2 through because Shiro should absolutely dumpster MSL, and that's no disrespect to MSL at all. He's a solid AWPer, but Shiro is just a cut above. So I think when it comes to Dust 2 and AWPer's paradise, I'm expecting Shiro to get the upper hand, and I think Gambit will take this.
I think it's going to be incredibly exciting. Dust, are you going to be siding with the same sentiments there?
I mean, I think the problem with North is they haven't done jack diddly squat other than qualify for DreamHack Open Fall. I mean, you look at all the rest of their online results this year, they've gone out in almost dead last place or at best gotten like top 8 in some of these different qualifiers and like RMR events. So, I mean, the results just not have been there for North. Meanwhile, at least Gambit has been able to win a couple of little small online cups or go deep in some of them, only really losing to like, really top teams. They've been able to beat a lot of the level of teams that they're playing in this particular qualifier. And they looked good so far in the open qualifier and against AGO yesterday. So just based on recent form alone, I think I'd have to go with Gambit.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a sane decision. I do want to touch on though, just really quickly. I know we mentioned Lekro earlier, events of coming in for this North side. How do you see him kind of integrating? Where do you see him and his sort of star power coming from?
That's an interesting question because, as Dust said, like he was typically an IGL. So I wonder if he's going to be that second kind of leader, that guy that the MSL just drops out some information with. But I think he's going to fit in more tactically, and I think that's North's key to success. They're probably not going to out-aim Gambit. They need to play them in terms of tactics, in terms of strategies. So it'll be very curious to see how he steps up and how he fills in with his team.
Well, we've been siding with Gambit on the desk here, but let's see if our pinnacle odds agree. with us. Yesterday, they weren't with us so much, and for good reason, because we were definitely wrong in that first matchup at 1.61 for the side of Gambit, and then North 2.22. So yeah, definitely siding with us a little bit more today. Maybe we'll have a little bit more luck in the predictions department, but I don't think we're going to wait a moment longer to be getting into the action. Let's kick it off with map number 1, gentlemen.
Thank you, Freya. Overpass, our first stop as the ninth round is coming to a conclusion. And I'm very happy to get kicked off on Overpass here, Dust. It's my favorite map to cast. And I think between these two teams, it could be a really close affair.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely like the one chance you feel like North are going to have to do something is going to be on Overpass. It's definitely been their best map throughout the year. They won it a couple of different times throughout the DreamHack Open Fall qualifier to be able to place into that event. And yeah, they've had some really good results on it throughout 2020, in particular since MSL's rejoined the team at the beginning of the year. So yeah, I fully expect that if they are going to win a map, this would probably be the one tactically that they had the best chance to do so. But again, Gambit are no slouches on Overpass. They have Shiro, who's an opera that can dictate the pace of the game, which we know how strong operas can be on this map. So I don't think that they're going to have like a crazy edge by any means.
Well, here we go. Gambit starting on the CT side as Exile, one of the players that we both highlighted as one to watch out for. Has taken a few early shots down to 83 HP, but information gathered, and here's the standard kind of pistol setup that you expect when you come into this map. Like, one player head over to A, look for information, the rest stack on B, and as soon as that bomb starts to pivot towards the site, quick rotations come in. They have enough utility on the retakes, that shouldn't be an issue. The downside, though, is Exile hasn't really got any information. He's down on the banana side, and the player's coming through on long. But enough time has elapsed that Gambit feel like they do need to retreat over a second player, and now Hobbit is spotting multiple T's coming towards him. He gets smoked out. Exile is basically alone, just has to stand his ground and see if he can take some plays before he inevitably goes down. Cajun stops that from being possible, and now they're stuck behind these smokes in a post plant.
Yeah, it's just going to be a tough ask here from Gambit to try to retake a man down while also just kind of being trapped, and they're already getting a run through the blender here. Lekro and AZ have already connected the dots. Enters, though, is making a pretty good little effort to try to get them back into this round, as it is going to be the 2-on-3. Gade, though, still at the Optimus position, holding the Fanny off, leaving Enters all alone, and Gade will be able to pitch in for that one as well. So good to see Gade get rolling early. He's going to be kind of that role-playing entry fragger a lot of the time, trying to create those openings to facilitate maybe AZ and Lekro to be able to get in there and trade, and a couple of big kills from him that round towards the end to seal the deal, and North will take the pistol.
It's looking a little bit awkward for a few moments, but ultimately their aim was true and in position. A solid round from Gade, maybe one of the players to step up skill-wise. We're touching on the fact when it comes to 1v1 duels, you expect Gambit to come out ahead more often than not.
Right. And kind of seeing, North play that slow, calculated default. Exactly what I'd expect. Cajun B is back to playing outside of the B-bomb sites. That's a role that he's played in the past. He was playing connector for a bit there when they had Kirby on the team, because they had Kirby kind of playing like a lurker role. So I feel like Cajun B is now going to be more in a position that he's happy playing. And so maybe that's going to help kind of shape out the roles a bit better on North. I think that they were having somewhat of identity crisis with roles when Kirby was on the team, because they were trying to move him around to get him in a place where he could be comfortable and produce as a star player. So maybe this will kind of help some of the other guys out, having these roles shift again, as we are seeing them just kind of slowly get some control of bathrooms in long A. Cajun B has made his way over to connector, so definitely going to be looking to press on this A bomb site any moment. We'll have to see if these pistols of Gambit can do battle. They have the right positioning, Vince, that's for sure.
No doubt. Have the players in the position you'd want. It's only really half the battle, though. Smoke's being lined up. Execute forthcoming. MSL going in first with the Galil. Should get the upper hand on Shiro, who got flashbanged, and Exile's aim not quite on point. His crosshair off. Gets punished by the IGL. Now Nafani with the Deagle alongside Inters, putting down some pain, but they still trail by a player. Gade tagged, but not taken out of the equation. And with 15 seconds to play with, maybe Hobbit can pull this out of the hat somehow. He denies the bomb plant. That's huge. They need to pick up the bomb. They need to run across to the site. This effectively is two separate 1v1s now. And Hobbit CZ will be trained towards the back boxes. North just about get the plant down, but there's another headshot. And Hobbit now has the advantage in terms of HP. Enough bullets to make a go of this one. Lekro using the smoke as a bit of sanctuary. Hiding in position, knowing that Hobbit has to push into his location, has to push into his crosshair. But is Hobbit Gambit's aim up to the off angle will work beautifully for the Swede, and North take a 2-0. But Dust, that is a round that could have easily gone the way of Gambit at the end.
Yeah, Hobbit showing you a little bit of a flashback to the type of player he could have been a couple of years ago. Almost pulling off that clutch. Arguably known for being that really solid mid to late round player. And did certainly give us a little bit of hope there, but not quite. It made it costly though for North. They had to do maybe a bit more rebound than they were hoping, but they're going to try to farm some extra cash with Mac 10s this round to try to make up for it. Just USPs for Gambit, who are looking to just kind of stack in the connector and hope for the best. You have to gamble on rounds like these. They're going to try to overwhelm Gade, and actually they do trade 1 for 1, so not bad, and they get a Mac 10 on Shiro.
A solid outcome, really, and they've got a second as well. This is where you expect North SMG, the CTs, especially as Cajun spotting the players behind the back with Lekro goes in, but 2 kills with effectively a full eco, not too shabby, and now Gambit can force behind it.
Yeah, Shiro's going to be able to get the AWP right away, so that's going to be good. He's going to be dictating the pace at that A side of the map. I'll be curious to see how MSL, Gate, and company are able to go against him and try to push him back or limit his impact, because again, that's the guy who can make magic happen on this map, in my opinion, for Gambit. That's going to be the one that they're going to have to deal with.
Shiro with the AWP falling back, big frag onto MSL. Stuffed on long. 2 more players there. Shiro not far off, connecting their headshot behind the rock. And he's staying in position. A lot of AWPers would fall back at this point, and that's why. Susceptible to getting flashed and peeked and then sprayed down. But Gambit keeping themselves a player ahead, courtesy of Exile.
Yeah, I feel like he was sticking around because he knew that he was not up against a fellow Opera, so he wanted to try to see if he could get more, but it wound up being very costly. But luckily, Exile is in position, the other star of this team. He's already found a couple of big frags on the site. He's cleaned up and helped things through for Gambit. They'll take their first round, and they did so fairly convincingly. Money is not really there for North to buy back powerfully. They probably will just take a halfway approach this round, you'd imagine, to get the full buy in the next and try to get MSL on the op right away. They actually go for essentially a full save. They get 2 P250s and 2 flashes. That's it. So they're being very conservative, which is going to be nice to set up their economy for the long term.
Only $1,000 invested. Could going for an hit. All 5 players out here with those aforementioned 2 flashbangs. Downside for Gambit is they do not have an AWP because Shiro died, and they traded up to AKs instead, which is worthwhile, of course, and especially in this kind of an outcome when you're against pistols, you'd actually prefer to have the more mobile assault rifles. You can spray into the oncoming tsunami of Ts, and Hobbit will be tasked with damming up the short side. It is a massacre, as anticipated, no huge surprise, and Gambit are successful for a second time.
Yeah, but here comes the full buyout from North, and this is where MSL can get the AWP out, see if maybe he can find some picks. Again, going toe-to-toe with Shiro, though, is probably not going to be ideal, though he doesn't have out this round himself. He's just going to be on the M4. Actually, it will be full rise for North. They want to prioritize utility. No surprise there. MSL is definitely the type of in-game leader who will, you know, definitely fancy having what he wants for strategy rather than having the big green. So they are going to do a pretty heavy lean towards the B side of the map, though they do still have Lekro playing towards the playground. They also do have Gade with some connector presence. A little bit surprised to see Gade there. He's normally kind of the entry fragger, so you'd expect him to kind of be more with the group, but trying to solo connector. He's lost a teammate to Hobbit already in this position. Let's see if he can try to trade it back, perhaps.
A weakened, limping Hobbit tries to scurry away outside a connector. Seems like he might be able to pull this one off. Lekro has spotted him, though. Shuts him down in the retreat. Evens up the manpower on the server. 3 players from Gambit edge over to the B side, leaving just Exile alone. I say just Exile. It is a one-man army, but still, he could get outmaneuvered.
Oh, nice little nade stack there. Absolutely softened up Nafani there towards that monster position. Also control connector. And maybe restrooms here in a moment. Nah, Exile's denied that, but Gates kind of slipped by into the A site already. So Exile is going to have to deal with kind of multiple angles and potentially even a pinch, but he's doing pretty well so far, patrolling the bathrooms and making sure that he's not exposed as he does try to make his way back to the site up long. But does he realize that Gade's already there? No, he doesn't. So Gade doing a great job slipping through, getting it into a 3-on-3. Cajun B has connector control as well for rotation cutoffs, and Gambit, I think, realized that there's really no way back in. They're just going to go ahead and save their rifles towards T-spawn, and that's just the example of North playing smart Counter-Strike, you know, getting really pivotal map control into short B, controlling the connector position when they pushed Hobbit off with Lekro's frag, and just playing out that 4v4 to perfection as far as, you know, manipulating rotations, putting that nade stack on the Fanny, made the B defenders have to hold in place. Gade found a way to slip through off of Axile's frag, and that's just good posturing from North. I mean, that's kind of what you'd expect from an MSL team.
I do wonder if the result of this round will reverberate around Gambit and make them not necessarily go for a one player on B, or one player on A, pardon me, going forward. And it's no slight on Exile, he just got outmaneuvered at the end of the day, but do they stick with one player or do they bolster it up with a second? Because it is a bit unorthodox to basically put all of your chips on one player to watch down A alone.
I think it was just because they knew that the short B control was taken by North, and they felt that nade stack, that they thought the pressure was coming, and so they just kind of made it a little bit of an over rotation to try to cover, and it just didn't quite work. But now Shiro's back on the AWP, he's taking an aggressive stance at Fountain, flashed off, but at least able to get away with his life, so no harm, no foul as Exile slips up long.
Different position, but he is all alone. He needs Shiro to come in, and now Shiro will be joining the party. Has him locked down from the flower bed. This does make them very vulnerable on Banana, and eventually that will be something that they'll have to contend with. Flashbang is out, and a lot of damage to MSL and Lekro, but 0 kills. Shiro's AWP shoots off, doesn't connect either. And so Gambit on the back foot again.
Yeah, that's a great job there by North, just doubling up on long. Shiro missing the op shot allowed them a way to break in and take Exile, who was stuck in awkward space, relying on Shiro's op for backup, essentially. Shiro takes a new angle at APC. No one's giving him a chance to take a shot, though. North just keeping their default, just keeping that discipline you'd expect, controlling the bathrooms area, keeping Cajun B posted outside B for information, continuing to push forward on bathrooms now with utility, looking to get on this A site.
Hobbit's already had a solid performance, but he will fall. Plenty of damage inflicted once again. And North has successfully faked the A site. It was all a ruse. As they now walk into an uncontested bomb site on B. Post plant comes up, and I assume the Gambit will go for another save. They have plenty of weaponry at their disposal. They don't want to throw away the AWP.
No, I mean, that's just the luxury afforded to North, though. Whenever you get the better end of the deal at the trade, like they did, all of a sudden Gambit's the ones that have to take more risk on how they rotate. You know, anytime they feel a bit of pressure because they know they're down in numbers, they have to send reinforcements a little bit earlier than they would have liked to, and North knows that. And MSL is one of those masters of, like, you know, pushing and pulling a defense and creating gaps that he knows he can expose later. That's exactly what happened here on essentially a fake back to the B bomb site. And that's what we talked about pregame, Vince. You know, it's always going to be whether or not MSL's tactics were going to be greater than Gambit's, I think, superior firepower as far as individual skill goes. And so far, they've run a good game plan. They've played smart Counter-Strike, and it's benefiting them greatly. They're up 5-2. You know, they had the 3-0 start. Now they've won a couple of gun rounds. They've, you know, started to really get control of this match, forcing a timeout at Gambit.
Sure, and it's not even like Gambit were, as soon as the rifle rounds come up, were just dominant. They won 2, sure, but it was at the cost of some lives, and now the last 2 rounds have gone to North, both with detonations, both with just mind-gaming Gambit and playing this game of chess and forcing them into mistakes, forcing them out into the open. You could argue, you know, Exile's position on long there, he probably should be getting 1 kill at least. He did a lot of damage to both players, but didn't get either of them, and then that weakened lack of manpower, as you touched on before, came into effect, and it forced Gambit's hand to go for these over-rotations. But
it was like a more aggressive bait and switch setup, right? Like normally the bait and switch is at flowers, not all the way deep on rocks, so it's just a more exposed position to try to play the bait and switch, and it just didn't pan out. And obviously it had really great cost, but at least back onto a full buy for the most part, though MP9 is gonna have to be played by Nafani, so definitely not ideal. As North are changed up a bit, Vince, they are way more heavy-handed towards B. They have no presence connector A side of the map, so it seems like they really want to draw a play here. They have the utility to do so. Definitely can put a really powerful set piece in motion if they so choose.
Interestingly, Gade has the AWP over MSL.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Would not have expected that.
Been the primary for quite a while now. Maybe that's a slight little change up. Maybe based off spawns. Now MSL has it again, so it could have been just off spawn. Which is fair enough. A lot of teams will go for that. North, not a team that have to go for an AWP either. And again, that may be why Gambit decided to go for the Dust 2 over the Inferno, but that's in the future. And they're here and now with 50 seconds to go in round 8. North still yet to pull the trigger fully on that set play. In actual fact, then won't be throwing too many grenades preceding the push in. Good counter flash tossed in from Gambit, but now the Danes spill out onto the site, and it's the Swede that gets the first kill. Berserker mode from Lecro. Easy follows him up with 2 of his own. Good spray transfer from Axile. 2-on-2, but the bomb easily retrievable, and Axile on 5 HP. It doesn't look too good for Gambit again, and the stray grenade shrapnel finishes off what AZ started. Shiro's made moves though. They may not anticipate both players pushing in together through graffiti, so maybe he gets the element of surprise in that first player, but that surprise now goes against Shiro and not in his favor. Picking up the AWP, he looks to save, and North will claim the 6th round.
Yeah, North did a really good job, even though they didn't have presence elsewhere on the map and they were all focused on Monster. They didn't really do anything to alert Gambit to that fact. You know, they didn't throw any utility early. They didn't create too much pressure, and so Gambit never really knew what they were up against. They weren't playing too aggressively at A. Like, yeah, they were playing forward on bathrooms, but they weren't necessarily going into connector or trying to play up on fountain or something along those lines. They were a little bit more withdrawn, so they didn't really have the information. So once North decides to jump on B, they didn't really have to deal with like an over rotation or extra reinforcements being there early. And they're using Retro to great effect as kind of this opener. I mean, he had a couple of big entry frags there on the site, and that pretty much sealed the deal with AZ being able to get a couple of big trades off the sandbag's position. It's what AZ's kind of been known for. At times he can be more supportive and kind of play solo roles, but he can also be that trade fragger. That was what he was doing when he was considered a star player back in the day many years ago. And I feel like that's what North's trying to get out of AZ again. You know, MSL is obviously very comfortable with that guy. He's known him for many years. He knows what he can get out of him. And I think that combination of Lecro and AZ is kind of being more of the like kind of trade fraggers seems to work out pretty well on that execute at least.
The odds unsurprisingly changing in favor of North after a beautiful start to their T side. Their choice of map. 3 rounds in a row. All detonations, all successful site hits. Gambit dropping down to an AWP, and they have Deagles alongside it, so plenty of firepower that North have to respect. But the way that this has been going, you'd expect them to have more success. They're going to be switching up the pace and going more aggressively this time, but they run into the blockade of Nafani and Shiro, who gets 2. His AWP rings out a second time, and maybe this is playing into the advantages and that skill discrepancy that we were talking about before, rather than the tactical masterclass of MSL. And now North need to pull back. They're still in this round, make no mistake. They could still very well win this, but they're up against it.
Yeah, and Axel was able to pick up an AK-47 and all that as well, so that even more bolsters Gambit on top of having the man advantage. Now, Axel does not have armor with this AK, so passing it to Enters might be the play here, but we'll have to see if that comes to fruition a little bit later on as North, as you said, still aren't out of it yet. They still do have 2 players fully healthy. They do have the 1 smoke grenade on Lecro. They have an empty A bomb site in front of them, but they still have to defend against a very potent retake, as the numbers are going to be favoring Gambit. They even have a Molotov and a smoke in their own right that they could put to use if need be. They're still a little bit concerned about B being the intended target, but they have sent Shiro back with the op towards Bank to kind of keep eyes on the A sites. And it's all just going to come down to timing, really, Vince. I mean, we do see the T's are committed pretty much to A, but now we already see Gambit rotating that direction.
They have Axile here with a Molotov, but also Shiro's AWP trained in position with 15 seconds. They need to hold the line, and they do just that. Axile's AK picked up from the T's, now using against them, but Lecro's got 2, and he keeps the dream alive, and Inter's nowhere near close enough to supply the denial on the plant. And now he has to turn into the diffuser. No grenades, no kit on his endeavors. And Lecro could be in so many different angles, so many positions. It's going to waste a lot of time for Inters to check each and every one of them. Timing. Lecro looking at the wrong side, anticipating a flank from Connector, and that could get him cold, that could get him caught off guard, but no, the Swede holds on for a 1v3. There were chances, there were hopes for Gambit to finally get themselves back into this map, but it's been shut down with authority.
Yeah, man, it's kind of wild to see. I mean, Lekro's been in pretty good form lately, though. Even the last few events he played for MIP, who's putting up some pretty big numbers. He's been a pretty solid performer for North so far and some of the different qualifiers and small online clubs he's played in. He's never really been known to be like a crazy star level player, but he's always been really solid and always could be relied upon to do his job, particularly in the online environment. So nice to see him having a hot start here. That's a big clutch.
Incredibly impressive start. North 7-2 lead on their T side. We were discussing before about how Lekro in the past has been the IGL, the brains behind the operation, but now called upon to be the brawn for North, and man, does he deliver.
Yeah. It's important to note, though, that's not like how he started out, right?
Sure.
I mean, he kind of became an in-game leader later on in his career when it was a necessity. But I mean, earlier on, he was playing for other teams like Fnatic and things way back in his past when he first got started. That wasn't really his role. He was more of just like kind of another rifler in the mix. So he's probably happy maybe even to be able to return to that, and I'm sure he'll help out with secondary calling, but you also have Cajun B for that as well on this North team. They have a lot of smart players, and we are going to see if Shiro can get the magic working with the op again, posted up by APC. It's definitely looking like North want to approach the safe side. Shiro is holding that angle. North are safe though. They're not really giving him too much to look at. Fun, they jump off his chance. We'll throw a pop flash try to slow North down, but North are getting some great positioning, and MSL finds Shiro. That's a great pick, leaving Axile to have a lot more responsibility up close.
Here, footsteps, flashbangs overhead, but with 25 seconds, AZ strikes. Nafani, not their primary AWP, will now be called upon to do something special. Good flashbangs tossed in, blinds any trajectory of these bullets, and now Gade goes in for a headshot. And an interesting subplot to that as well for Lekro. I'm really curious, I'd love to ask him this, but when you go from being basically a normal standard player to an IGL and then back again, I wonder if you learn a lot with the IGLing role that helps you actually become a better player afterwards when you then go into your own shell a little bit more and focus more on your own gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it probably does give you a little bit more perspective and makes you think about the game a little bit differently, and maybe it makes you a little bit more patient and cautious in situations where maybe you were a little bit more careless in the past. So yeah, maybe we'll get a chance to chat and ask those questions a little bit later, as we are doing some player interviews here throughout. But honestly, man, it's nuts. Like, MSL is actually kind of having his way with Shiro, but not in the way you would expect. It's not as if he's just like straight out taking aim duels and beating Shiro. They're doing a great job, like causing misdirection, giving him really tough shots to hit by jumping and using pop flashes. So they're I wouldn't necessarily say outsmarting, but they're outmaneuvering him. And that's really, I think, made the world of difference, and why North has been so successful on this T side, is they're not really giving Gambit a chance to flex their skill. The way that they're, you know, pushing and pulling rotations and using utility, they're not giving Gambit those straight up duels.
Shiro never really had a chance, but it was all about Exile. Him swooping into position to get a 1D and back away. The downside for Gambit, not able to pick up any of those fallen rifles. The good point, though, they are a player in the lead, and I don't remember the last time we were in this kind of a situation, Dust. It feels like North have always been in the lead, even in the rounds they ended up losing.
Yeah, I mean, other than the other like eco that Gambit won when they had like the Deagles and Shiro's AWP, that was, and then Lekro had to pull off a crazy 1v3 clutch. Like, that's the only other time that they've been really behind lately. They're doing a good job getting rid of some of the other fallen weapons to make sure Gambit can't reclaim them. They're just trying to kind of settle back into the round. Obviously, they've had a little bit of shock and all up close here on these 8 positions with the Deagles popping off and dispatching of Gade and AZ, but they still do have a full utility set on the 3 remaining players. They're fully healthy. They seem to have their bases covered, but because they're so down in numbers, they have to be responsible for so many more angles with less resources to cover them. But Cajun B, he's found Hobbit lurking through the stairs, so that's allowed them to get 1 back. It's even back to numbers, and it's giving North a huge chance to still deal with this round despite the early shortcomings.
Exile, who pivoted in through middle alongside Shiro, still alive. The Bastions, the safeguards of A, now been contended with. MSL, wide swings. There's another one. Down to Nafani. Had the drop with the 5-7. But whiffs his shots. Position now compromised. At least an AK alongside him to come back into the round with, but no flashes or smokes to supplement it. And without any supporting cast, you feel like it's only a matter of time before he is being dealt with. Convincing tags from both players. Smoke now been picked up and can try and cordon off one of these areas, but keep in mind the bomb has been dwindling away in amongst all of this confrontation. And you feel like it might have the last say. with that howling detonation. Nafani up close. There's Cajun down, jumping up for good measure as well. Goes in for the last frag, but the lack of kit will become an issue. And Nafani's a dead man.
Oh, yeah.
He knows it. He's gone.
Yeah, he's like, maybe I can hide in this corner, and nah, I don't have the health for that. Doesn't quite have the ability to stick around, but at least causes North to do a good bit of rebuying. The problem is they're laughing to the bank right now. They have plenty of cash on pretty much all their players, so our rebuying is not really too big of a deal. And Op is going to be back in the hands of an SL full nade sets as well. They are having their way with Gambit right now on this T side, Vince. They are just playing a very nice, calculated T side. Very structurally sound, exactly what you'd expect from an MSL-led team. I just think it's interesting, Gade. He's like more of a pure entry fragger, but they're kind of using Lekro and AZ more for the 1-2 punch, and Gade's kind of playing a little bit more supportive positions that Kierby used to play for this team. So that's something to take note of on how they're trying to adjust the roles. Gade, unfortunately, has been caught by Hobbit. We've seen that battle kind of break out a couple of different times, and Hobbit has been a little bit tricky in that connector position a couple of different times, but they haven't really been able to build off of it too much, unfortunately.
Sure, this happened earlier on when Axile was playing A alone, and even though Hobbit got one kill and had a bunch of impact, they still ended up losing the round off the back of that, so it's good to see them bolster up with second player, who joins him with the AWP on long, but MSL and the rest of the troops looking to boost over the smoke. Have slightly whiffed that one. That's a bit of noise that I think Axile may very well have heard. And now he uses that smoke. Flashbang through. Doesn't peek the first time. Actually could bait the T's into a false sense of security. The second flash comes out. Axile with one and a second kill. Dropping down the bomb. And finally something for Gambit to get hype about. Surely this is their round.
You would really hope so. I think you covered that perfectly. It was the fake, not really a fake flash, but it was the don't peek on the first one, peek on the second, the false security, all of that. I think that was exactly what the game plan was for Gambit. That was calculated, not just random. And it's worked wonders with Axile getting those 2 kills. Cajun B and company trying to still see if they can't have some hope in this round. They're trying to get on this B site. Enters and Hobbit, though, just never gave them a way in. Really good challenges from Graffiti position will get them their first round in quite a while, Vince. It's been a 6-round drought for Gambit. Finally, though, they're able to step up and deliver. Need to be able to build off of that events. They need to be able to really win out the rest of the half.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to be a 9-6. I love the observing there as well. Definitely deserves a nod. To check Axile, who was just thinking about peeking but didn't, and then switch back to that second flashbang, was really cool to watch in real time. As you say, though, timeout has now been called from North. And it's not a desperation timeout. It's just to think, hold on a second, guys. We could end this half like 12-3 and basically have this map in our back pocket. Like, let's make sure we take our sweet time.
It's kind of like icing the kicker almost in a way, like to make an American football reference. Like if Gambit finally gets something going and you just immediately put it back to a halt again and the momentum flow. And yeah, shout out to Randall. He's kind of a newer observer, I guess, for CSGO. I mean, people don't know. And he's been doing some great work. Kind of filling in the shoes for Sliggy, who's off coaching now in Valorant. So good work from him throughout the days so far.
Plenty of CS action today for Randall and the rest of us to be watching, of course. And Hobbit, wasn't too far off the one tap, but MSL punishes him with the AWP. And again, not for the first time, Gambit in trouble.
Yeah, MSL's not that flashy op that's going to go take like crazy peaks, but he's good at getting set up in an angle and using his utility and teammates to give him, I guess, an easier shot, so to speak, or at least one that's not nearly as contested. And he was able to pick up on Hobbit there, trying to be a little bit aggressive on the sandbag. So good shot there. Shiro trying to really exert himself over at long A. And honestly, he's been really quiet this game, if we're being totally honest about the situation. Just not really taking the server by storm as I would have expected on a map like Overpass, where ops can have so much impact. And Shiro being such a great player, he's really been, I think, directly countered in many ways, Vince. Like, I think some of the things that North have done have really kind of unsettled him and not really give him a chance to deliver like he normally does. And now they just basically bypassed him. Oh, God, dude, Shiro is just... They have that guy's number today so far.
Yeah, it goes back to the stylistic clash that we're talking about. You know, we were building up that if North were to win this, it had to be tactical, it had to be strategical, and I've got to say, they've done all of that and much more. Even in duels, Dust, I feel like in duels they're coming out ahead. Like in 1v1 want 2v2s.
Has absolutely been lighting the server up. I mean, more than I would have expected. I mean, don't get me wrong. The guy has never been a bad player. He's always been a pretty solid rifler, but you would never build him as a star. And I feel like what North has done is they've been letting him be that star. Like, they're basically trying to facilitate him as much as they can. They're giving him kind of the roles you would put a star player in, being that, you know, second or third guy in the site, the trade frag off of someone. They're putting AZ in a similar position as well, kind of entering with Lekro. Again, it's been odd to see Gade kind of more reserved and not used as like that role-playing entry fragger as he had been in the past. So they're definitely making some adjustments on how this team operates, and they look like a well-oiled machine so far today. I mean, the results prior to today have been quite dodgy, you know, for the most part, in some of these different online tournaments and RMR events they've been participating in. But with Lekro on board, they've looked like they're turning the corner at least a little bit. Particularly in this game, they're doing great.
Was a solid grenade though onto AZ, MSL, and Lekro all feeling worse for wear. But yeah, I feel like North are kind of like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde team. Like, you never really know what to expect from these guys. It can be marvelous, but it can also be pretty awful. So today we seem to have got the good side.
Yep. They've been doing good in this qualifier, and they did well in the DreamHack Open Fall qualifier. They actually did make the event with some wins over Tricked and Endpoint and Aves. So there you go.
Cajun also spammed down to 12 HP through the smoke. So in terms of the early wear and tear, Gambit certainly coming out ahead. But whether they can pull the trigger and execute on that is a whole different matter. Good flash out from Shiro. Not sure if he saw that second player, but they will be holding positions. In doing so, they're giving up banana control, and that is being exploited.
At least good counter utility from Shiro, though, to kind of make it a little bit safer. They have a way better and more conservative bait and switch it up at long A. It's not Axile way out there by Rock. He's behind the flower pot, so he's got a little bit more coverage. He can be a little bit more flexible. It's going to come down to a duel with Lekro, though, heads up, and he is going to win that fight. Shiro also able now to focus on middle, finds his first top shot, also gets closed in, but is able to pull off the 5-7 just in time. It's all on Gade now, and he cannot find the mark. All of a sudden here at the end of the half-vents, we're seeing rounds trade back and forth. The last 4 have been tit for tat as Gambit do start to fit a couple more, but you have to wonder if maybe it's come a bit too late. If you're already allowing double digits on T side of overpass, it's not a good look. So they're gonna have to work really hard here to try to close the gap.
Sure, in terms of the final round of the half, though, it will at least be North on a bit of a weakened buy. Deagle for Gade and a Galil on Cajun. So that may be a way forward for Gambit. If they can pick up that second pistol round, then who knows what happens next. But no doubt that North have a huge advantage coming into this. Plenty of Molotovs now. Burning the site, setting it ablaze. Into sprays, good for 2. A flashbang in, actually, from Gade. Doing more harm than good, and it seems like Gambit will end this half in winning ways. Turning the page to a degree, but maybe too little too late.
Yeah, they won 3 of the last 4, so definitely a good little recovery there after really just getting dominated throughout the half, but they still are, as you said. That round, I think, again, just a little bit of a missed flash is going to cost North, but we'll see if they can, you know, reset and continue back to dominating ways after just a short break.
Yeah, I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams.
Welcome back. A bit of a shell-shocking performance from North. They looked great, and Gambit just couldn't really stand and deliver. A lot of their big pieces were somewhat countered by the outmaneuvering of MSL and the rest of North, and even when it came to individual duels, the like of Lekro were setting the map alight. Dust, both of us a little bit surprised, but only halfway through the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think North played an excellent T side. I mean, they called all the right plays at the right time. They did a great job limiting Shira's impact with the op on the A side of the map, and just played good structurally sound Counter-Strike, which is, again, what we knew their win condition was. Wasn't to flex skill or try to play scrappy CS. It was about playing composed and playing smart, manipulating rotations. They did just that. Now they have to see if they can defend against a very fiery Gambit team who have a lot of individual skill, but they haven't really gotten rolling yet, Vince, if we're honest. But maybe this is where they can start that motion. They need to do it quick because North are so far ahead.
Maybe the snowball beginning to roll down the hill, but it very well could be blockaded as well. Gambit starting to push into the site, keeping Shiro away from the rest of the team, though, watching for a flank, and this isn't going to help them at all in their endeavors. They're being shut down so easily. Gade just landing nothing but headshots. 3 kills with the USP, all surgical precision, and MSL just spins around and schools Shiro.
Why has he done that to him, though? Oh, no. You know MSL has that cheesy grin after that.
He's loving it.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, next big player. Yeah. Here's the back of my hand, son. Get slapped.
Calm down, MSL. You've had 1 MVP. in a tournament from 2 years ago. I don't know why I'm talking to MSL as if you're him. I don't know. That was weird.
Similar hairlines, I guess. You know. I don't know why I've wrecked me and him.
Why have you done that to him? The thing is, he's actually so much younger than people think because of that too. I think he's only like in his low to mid 20s or something.
Yeah, and it feels like he's been around forever because he's been at the top end of Danish CS, right? So it's a testament to him as a player, really.
Yep.
Well,
just the eco here from Gambit and the Tech 9. Love a Tech 9.
Yeah, gives you that more mobile approach. It's in the hands of Hobbit. Not a great smoke, honestly. Nafani can just push straight through that. Deagle's not quite on point, but Exiles is. Oh, this is getting awkward. North, good flashbang tossed in. Lekro up close with the MP9, looking to try and shred through all the oncoming Ts. He's put 3 to rest. Couldn't really ask more from Lekro. And now Gade tossing a nade to the backside of the truck, but there's plenty of time left. Gambit can just scurry out. They can go and hit B. Hobbit's already up close. He knows it's clear. And so it looks like we will have a post plant, 2v2.
Indeed, that will be the case. I don't know if there's a... oh, never mind. The AZ did just pick up a kit, so they're good on that. They have a couple of flashes as well. They do have the superior firepower, and Shiro's low on health, so there's still certainly a chance that the retake comes through for North, but now at least Gambit have a lifeline with that bomb planted in Hobbit's position.
Oh, Tech 9, the run and gun style for one, but he does get dinked. 12 HP and AZ from above. Sprays with the MP9, because why not? That's a thing in CS.
If I'm Hobbit, I'm fuming right there. This guy just literally playing Call of Duty on me with an MP9 from the sky. My goodness. Costly round, though, and Gambit got the bomb plant, so I mean, it gives him some options coming into this round, and definitely puts North in a little bit more of a fragile state. While they do have plenty of cushion on the scoreboard, it does give Gambit a chance. If they can win this round, they can really start closing the gap quickly, forcing North to save. But again, their economy is really just a pile of rubbish. So I mean, if they lose this, they're also basically done for. It might be game over pretty much.
Mutually assured destruction side for both of them, really. Even if like North come through or Gambit come through with 3 or 4 players having died, might be a rip. And it's going to obviously favor North in that kind of situation.
Kind of interesting to see MSL playing as like a B bomb site defender with Gade. Normally Gade was playing this with AZ, and now you see AZ kind of more towards A side. But it may just be because MSL's changing up his starting location with the op. But he was even playing there on rifle rounds and like pistol rounds earlier today. So I'm not really sure what that means for like North CT side of Overpass now that they have like Lekro on board and whatnot. Will be interesting to see.
I think Cajun may have just spotted a player on the banana side of bathroom. That's not enough cause for the entire team to rotate. Now he's just been fragged. Exile instantly puts the bullet in his head. They line up for Lekro. He's already played this position though. It's going to get checked. Telegraphed positioning there. And now North have to save. And to go back to a point that we kind of touched on when the roles were reversed and North were just outmaneuvering Gambit, it's much harder to outmaneuver the opposition when you're on the CT side and you have to play statically. So this is maybe where that skill level we were talking about from Gambit, the entry fragging potential, starts to come to the forefront, and maybe they can start to take control of this game.
Yeah, this is where you defeat even more on Exile. Like, this guy is so good at creating openings and trade fragging off of his teammates. Again, I think this guy could be the next Electronic. He's definitely one of the rising stars in the CIS region with rifling. I mean, I know there's definitely still some really good riflers, you know, like over on Spirit, and obviously some of the guys over at VP, like Bustard and Kicker. Like, those are names that you're gonna always be looking towards, but I really do feel like you have to add Exile to that list of CIS riflers that have just so much potential in front of them.
Yeah, it really is a region of the world that has so much brimming youngsters, upcoming talent.
I really wish we could see them go international, man. Like, I'd love to see like Axel or some of these guys like be on a Cloud9 or be on a FaZe or be on an OG. Like, it would be really cool to see some of this talent break out, because it feels like if you're not on Navi and you're not on like VP, who have like the big money, you're just like trapped in contract, and you never really get a chance to break through and be on like a top 10 team in the world. Like, some of these players are skilled enough to be on top 10 teams in the world, no doubt. Maybe that's something for the future though. Either way, in the here and now, you gotta keep an eye on these guys, because they definitely could reel this game back in with their talent, especially if they can, you know, get the economy to stay low on North and they can start, you know, getting a little bit of space. Like, they can definitely be very dangerous.
Yeah, I do wonder if maybe a blockade to some of these sort of Russian and CIS region players going to international is the cultural difference. Simple discussed this a little bit when he went across the Liquid, but as you say, let's focus on the game at hand. Gambit going in slowly, steadily, but they're getting up close and engaged with the FAMAS. Actually coming out ahead, missing a shot that he really should be landing, and you wonder how much impact that will have on the round. Perhaps not too much, as AZ will make sure that Nafani gets silenced and suppressed down. Intiz and Shiro change up their angles, going through connector. But you feel like North are going to have a good read of this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've won like such a huge early battle, and they're already so far ahead, and the economy of Gambit is so dire. It's so hard to really know how Gambit's going to find a way back into this. They need to start with this 2-on-4, as at least they are able to get enters in position over towards Bathroom. Shiro, though, obviously making some noise there at Ski Door, so that will give even more alert to North on what to look out for, as they have 2 to each site right now, trying to put down some counter smokes to slow Gambit down. Mollies are coming in, though, as Gambit are trying to use it to get some space towards this A side. They are making a little bit of forward progress, but have yet to get this bomb planted just yet. And all the while, North are able to start making their rotations. This bomb is finally going to get put down.
Even being a post plant, though, considering how poorly the start of this round went off, is a testament to Gambit. North have given it up for the time being. No grenades to come back onto. One kit at their disposal, but they need to be careful. They need to tread lightly. And they're not really doing too much. Now they're starting to move in. 2-2 formation, 2 dumpster, 2 bank. And Shiro, looking to try and lay down the law with his AK, has already picked up one that could be good enough, and a beautiful headshot to end it. Gambit do clutch the 2v4. North will feel devastated they couldn't convert that.
Yeah, you feel like a 4-on-2 should probably win 9 times out of 10, but you have to understand that even though North had the main advantage by a substantial margin, they lacked utility for the retake. They had a couple of players who had lower firepower. One of them, I think, was very softened up health-wise, so there was a couple of factors still going against them, even though they did have the numbers. It's positionally, not having utility, running out of time, never really being able to find that early opening to kind of kickstart the retake. There definitely was, you know, some added factors there, as we are going to see them now be on the eco. Gates already been sniffed out at barrels. Another 3 by enters in the blink of an eye. Crazy lineup there for him to just milk some extra frags. And Gambit will jump up to 8 rather rapidly. And it looks like they'll do so clean, carrying over 4 AKs and the op on Shiro, as well as not really having to use that much utility, if we're honest. So, I mean, they are sitting pretty when it comes to cash. Meanwhile, North are in this weird buy-save rotation until they can win a couple of rounds in a row. So, the comeback is very much in the cards now all of a sudden, just based on the economic situation and the fact that Gambit's been able to get a little bit of momentum going. That was such a big 2-on-4 to win earlier.
Oh, huge. That would have been a nice boost. MSL has a good spawn to actually peek through Monster with the AWP. He decides not to go for it. Instead, he goes on to short side. He had the best spawn for B, but maybe a bit scared because Gambit in a couple of previous rounds have just hit B quick. And that's where the AWP can struggle a little bit. So he's going to be watching a bit more of a passive angle down short, takes the shot, and he can fall back.
Wow, he's getting so much from this, though. He's actually taken the... And that could be a big problem for Gambit, but they're going to focus all the way through Monster right now, so Gade might get overwhelmed. He's got a nice smoke, though, to be able to angle out a little bit, but the trades are still favoring Gambit.
For the time being, now North stepping up with AZ and Lekro, bullets to faces, leaving Inters 1-on-3, and he stumbles against AZ. 13-8 and North going a big way towards securing this map. We were just discussing before how Gambit were getting back into it. It's a big step backwards.
Yeah, that was a topsy-turvy round. I think with MSL just getting so much space and short with that op really helped North set up to kind of re-aggress onto the site after those initial picks from Gambit, as they were making some pretty good progress, but was good to see that they were able to get at least that first kill on the cross. Just a really smart play from North to kind of get themselves out of a sticky situation by using their own counter utility and just using their own spacing to kind of pry the round back open. So it's going to be a big round to win if you're North. It really slows Gambit down. It puts their money back in disarray. Really, both teams are in kind of a rough spot when it comes to money to spend. So, I mean, this round really could decide the game. If North wins this, it's probably game over. If Gambit can, they're probably really going to close that gap. This is such a really big swaying round.
On the balance, with North more in reserve. Cajun dodging grenades and Molotovs, can hold his position in connector, though. Now deciding he may need to bust out of here, because now when the grenades start to subside, he will be all alone, and he's being encircled by teams. Even to get one, that would be pretty significant, but Axile, spinning on a pivot, takes his head clean off. Connector control goes down with him. And now with 45 seconds, it's Gambit's turn to turn the knife, to outmaneuver North.
They had to slow down, though. That bomb was left way far back over towards Playground, so they're having to wait for Hobbit to go back and scramble to find it. Meantime, they still do have, Axile in position outside of Monster, which leads me to believe that they want to go B. Axile's normally going to be leading the charge, so having him kind of anchor that position, I think they really want to try to pinch this B-bomb site. There is going to be some aggression, though, from Gabe, but unfortunately, it's, not founded. He's going to get taken down by Axile. Now, Easy all alone on the site. He's been eradicated also, and so this is looking like Gambit all day long, and indeed it will be. North really just kind of caught on islands there, overwhelmed by numbers, as Gambit's going to put through another round. They've won 4 of the last 5. The economy of North is suffering because of it, and honestly, we're probably going to see Gambit hit double digits before North can really challenge back. So this is really starting to turn into a nice little slobber knocker of a match, Vince. It seemed like North were just going to roll away with it after they were up like just so much in the first half, but we've really seen things kind of settle down and become quite the contest.
I'm sure North are feeling anything but settled at this point with their money. As you did touch on before, it was a very important round, and North come out on the wrong side of it. Gambit just shy of hitting the 10-round mark, and North really have nothing. They've invested a couple hundred in the Zeus and a few hundred in a P250, and that's basically it.
Yeah, this should be Gambit hitting the easiest 10th round of their lives. Oh, Lekro has a taser, though. I'm up for that. Always up for a good taser, Vince.
He's also on a bit of an off angle, just floating away. It's a kind of cool spot, actually, for the Zeus.
I've never really seen a Zeus play this position, to be honest with you. Come on, Axile, you know you want to creep in there. Come on. Nah, he's not having it, is he? Well, maybe. You never know. I want it too much, Vince. I gotta stop. Need to calm down.
You're being teased, yeah. There's a lot of flirtation, but not too much after that, unfortunately.
He wants to be just friends.
How is MSL just taking Inters down 1v1 and AK versus USB?
You know?
That's outrageous.
It is, but seems like Gambit are going to be able to take care of the issue, no problem there. Taking down Cage and B right away. Now Gage going for something a little bit tricky here over the smoke with a little bit of a boost with the USB, and not going to find the mark though, however. So it seems like Gambit, despite, you know, a little bit of a ruckus at long A, should still be mopping this up. Should being the key word.
I mean, time is starting to get a little bit too close for comfort, so if Gambit do slip into the site and maybe concede another player, this is where things could get pretty interesting. But with the kill on Gade, that will be the round falling into position as anticipated. Lekro now has this use, could use it for an exit frag. Having a look towards long to see if that fallen weapon is still available.
I need it.
There it is.
Never mind. No Zeus required now. He's found an AK. Disappointing. I was really looking forward to when someone got shocked by it, but you know, not gonna happen. How many man can do some voiceovers for this game? Tell me that's not the best Zeus death impression you've ever heard.
It's the only one I've ever heard, so yeah, by proxy
well,
it is.
You know, by default, then yeah, I'm crushing it. You know who else is crushing it? Gambit on their T side. 5 of the last 6, Vince. Oh, he just wasted it. Why has he done that? Oh, triple boost, please. Oh, quad boost. Oh, yes.
And they get the kill.
The thing is, Lekro had an idea. He could tell he was like, oh, no. That's when he knew he had. I don't know if I can say that on our stream. I mean, it's like adult natured, right? I feel like I can say it, but, you know, never know. Don't want to get fired on day 2.
He done goofed. He done goofed. MSL takes the shot, falls back, has an incendiary out. How is he still alive? But misses again. And that's something we may look towards in Dust 2 as being a bit of an issue. But Cajun at least holds it down in connector. AK picked up and he can retreat with his life. But they still trail by a player.
Indeed, they do, and there's a lot of space being held by Gambit right now. North have no idea what's going on. They're basically just scrambling together as a unit of 3, all shuffling over to A. They kind of have to gamble if we're honest. A situation like this, they're just so far down when it comes to economy. They're definitely saving next round if they lose here. Gambit's on their heels. B-bomb site's been left wide open, unfortunately, for North, as Gambit seems to just be looking to plow their way through any moment now. North will, of course, eventually figure this out. Their retaking capabilities are just not high. They have no well, they had some utility, but they don't have a kit, and they're down in numbers. And with the money the way that it is, I imagine they just say, you know what, we gamble stacked A, we were in the wrong place, let's just save our rifles into the next round, which is not a bad approach.
Exactly it. Yeah, we'll stack A. If it's B, we just save. If it's A, hey, we can maybe even win the round. So
right,
they've tapped out. That means Gambit now draw this back to just 2 rounds. The deficit has been cut to shreds.
I'm gonna be real, Vince. I thought our predictions were in the bin, but you know, Gambit, they've brought us new life.
Yeah, and again, to go back to what we talked about, I feel like this has really exacerbated what we were talking about when it comes to North and their strategical prowess on the T side. But now on the CT side, when it comes to these even trades and the duels, they're just falling behind. And especially when Gambit play together as a 5-man stack, if they hit a site, best case scenario, it's like a 5v3. And you're just seeing that crisp aim from Exile, from Shiro, really coming to the forefront. And it doesn't seem like the players like Lekro and Gade are having that same level of impact anymore.
Right. No, I agree. And I think the economy hasn't really allowed them to have the op to dictate the pace that you would normally see on TT sides of Overpass, right? Like normally an op is like floating around the A side of the map majority of the time, sometimes making peeks into sandbags and monster, but really kind of using the long lanes of Overpass to try to get opening picks and slow T sides down, but they really haven't had that luxury. Like MSL's mostly had the rifles, had op maybe once or twice this entire half, so I think that's also been like a really big factor. Now they're trying to go for something a little bit tricky around this smoke on sandbags. AZ gonna get a nice little angle there on the fan. He's like for North, trying to get a little bit more out of it as well. Not quite gonna land the mark, but still they've done their job. They've gotten the air advantage, and they will just start fading back.
A dirty, filthy one-way boost up on the sandbags. And you can see that Nafani never had a clue. He got splattered. Exile, though, does return fire and return the favor. Molotovs, both sides of the pillar, may extend to Gade, may have to play closer to the barrels, or perhaps not. It was more designed towards water. Does tickle him towards the end of its life cycle. And with 55 seconds left, Gambit still yet to fully invest and commit to the site, but they're keeping their options open.
Yeah, they've caused North to be a little bit worried that A is still the intended target here, that maybe that was a bit of a fake, but as we know, Gambit are just looking to reaggress on B. But what they've done a good job of is making sure that no one could really rotate from A to reinforce this side. They have to respect that A is still a threat. Gade, though, with that frag, will start to realize what's going on here. He's going to start calling for help, and Lekra will be there for the assist. And they are shutting this attack down rapidly. No one's finding anything for Gambit. Inter's now all alone, trying to creep around these smokes, but he's running out of time. He's found one, but not much more than that, as MSL will finish the job. It's going to be 14 for North, 1 away from map point, and they've avoided that tough economic situation they might have been put in with the loss there.
And they may have avoided the comeback. Now extending the lead to 3 rounds again. Gambit, of course, can buy. They've had a flurry of rounds, but the pressure mounting again. North calling their last tactical timeout, similar to what we talked about before, just slowing it down. Steps all on the same page. Where do they go from here?
They have the op in MSL's hands again, so he hasn't really taken an A play yet. He's got a really good spawn to maybe even go for a peek into Fountain from Party or something like that. So that could be a nice little change of pace, nice little X factor that maybe Gambit's not accounting for. Depends on where Shiro decides to take his op though as well, of course. So that's going to be kind of the big thing now. We need to watch MSL.
Yeah, play they haven't really gone for yet. Does it get tested? It looks like he will. 3 players coming up. Flicker cross misses. Was a hard shot to land anyway. But now, showing that presence, he will fall back into position. Gambit taking quick control over the fountain and long. Flashing MSL off. Another one in, misses his shot, but still staying in position. Needs to be careful, though, because the up from Shiro is now locking down long. MSL needs desperately not to give his life away for free.
Yeah, now he's going to work to aggress towards the middle. He's got Cajun B, who might even throw a flash for him to let MSL get into a favorable angle. But no, MSL will just hold this one. But no, he's just slowly creeping even more and more. He's getting much more information, covering much more ground, and Gambit are none the wiser about it. So he definitely could still play a huge factor in this round, despite missing his first couple of shots at long.
Oh, he could walk into Hobbit, though. He's not going to check this angle. Ooh, just bypasses him and takes the kill down. Able to retreat, but Hobbit puts a bullet in the back of his head. Goes in for more, but Cajun holds the line. Important passage of play. And Shiro left with 38 seconds to spare. He gets sprayed up through the smoke, and Gambit on the back foot. 4 map points for North.
Yeah, just good adjustment from North. Their initial game plan didn't work with the missile taking the aggressive peaks, but he was able to fade back and find a forward angle and catch that kill onto Party. Hobbit was there for the trade, sure, but North by that point already was well positioned with their other team members to deal with that A push, and they've now won a couple in a row. Now they're on map point. Gambit buying what they can, but as you can see, it's slim pickings. A couple of Galils, limited utility are going to be in play. They make it a lot harder on them to make things work, but they'll have to do the best they can. MSL again playing that forward sandbags angle at the op. He's used this a couple of times to success. The Fanny going for a boost. Try to peek onto the site, perhaps.
Seems to be the play, looking to try and get themselves into position, but they made a bit of noise dropping back down again. In goes Nafani for the second time, and they do get their man of Gade. Hefty grenade damage though onto Nafani, and Hobbit banks off the wall. MSL doesn't react. He was looking towards connector. 2 freebies. Gambit still in this.
I'm surprised he kept holding that angle. There was so many things he had to worry about, whether it be door. He knew that people had boosted, so he knew they had to worry about that. It seems like it was unwise to keep holding that position. So he cost his team dearly here. AZ trying to see if he can reel it back in, but he's only good for 1. And now we see Gambit overwhelming this B site. 4 on 2.
Molly to the back of the site forces Lekro to hold his angle. He's okay with this, though. This is the angle he'd actually prefer to go for, at least to start things off. The flashbang, though, mitigating his vision. He has to think twice of it. Cajun, and standing with the AK, can maybe do some economic damage, or perhaps not. They can buy again, North, but Gambit now closing the gap again.
Yeah, just a good little gimmick there. Nafani getting that boost, finding that kill onto Gade. Again, I think MSL probably should have retreated, but I think he was just hungry to try to get it back even. Unfortunately, it cost him his life and just gave more of an edge to Gambit, which they were able to roll into a pretty swift victory. 3 away from tying this thing up and putting it into overtime. And the problem is, if North lose here, I mean, they almost would concede OT. I mean, they wouldn't have really the money to challenge Gambit on the final round of the half. So this is definitely very much up for grabs all of a sudden. AZ, though, this is a great position that he's been able to find inside short B. He can keep tabs on connector. He can definitely be a thorn in Gambit's side and just get so much information for his team.
The only concerning aspect of AZ's position is there's no secondary player watching connector for him. So if he gets pushed two-pronged from both connector and short pipe at once, he should go down. Maybe he can get a kill beforehand, but that could be an issue for North. So this position is really good for information, as you say, and he may have heard some in connector.
Yeah, he's got a good angle on short pipe as well, and he might not even get checked by the connector players. Oh, never mind. He's been checked and more. He's been eradicated. Hobbit the Exterminator there, finding the precious and putting it away.
The thing is, it looks really dirty, but when you have no control over short, why not? Like, you know that's a possibility that someone could be hiding in that very angle. It makes sense.
Absolutely. MSL, though, has a good little angle on connect, so he might catch a rotation here and fade back and even the numbers back up. And indeed he does. No one's really able to give chase, but he has to now flush into awkward space at long. How has he gotten away? Okay, never mind. Enters does catch him, but I was surprised he even got that far.
I think they're waiting for a flashbang from long before he peaked. They finally got the man. Cajun Molly extends towards him, throwing down the smoke to keep into that position, but ultimately it will be his final resting place. 8 seconds to go. If Cajun had some impact, you never know. Maybe time would have done the rest for North and we'd be moving to a second map. But instead, Gambit will be taking a 13th more than likely. And because of the economic situation that Dust highlighted before, North have to save. And even with that save, there's not going to be much behind it.
No, not at all. Upgraded pistols at best. Maybe an SMG here and there. It's not going to be pretty, put it that way. But at the very least, they'll have money for final round of the half. Like, you know, 15-14 is pretty likely because of the economic situation, but at least they can, you know, get their best foot forward on the final round of the half. So that's probably what they're looking towards, you'd imagine, unless they can pull off a miracle in the next round. Either way, it's going to go the full distance. And you know what, Vince? It's me, it's you. It's overtime, isn't it? Like, just chalk it up. You know? Which I'm fine with, because this game's been probably the best game we've seen so far on this main stream. It's just been really nice, clean Counter-Strike, really cool plays. It's been fun.
Oh, it's been a great map, and it's only our first map of the day. Potentially 2 more coming up after this in this best of 3.
After that. It's going to be a marathon for us, Vince, but it's going to be a fun one. Ooh, triple boost on sandbags.
Yep, they don't decide to force behind these 2 M4s. They decide to just keep the 2 of them and no real investment, actually, on the rest of the team. So with this boost up, can see both the smoke on short, but also looking towards the T side of Monster. No one home on either side. So this is information that's being gathered from North, and there's quite a lot of it as well.
Yeah, they have a little bit of... KGB's just trying to play the most gimmicky angle he can with the P2K, that's all he's got, but it's going to be really tough for the defense to do a whole hell of a lot. And indeed, KGB just kind of gets caught the side of the head there, blindsided. Nafani finds Lekbro. That's going to pretty much stamp it out. Gate will save the M4. You'd have to imagine 14 will tick for Gambit, as we assumed would happen. So really no shocker there, but it all comes down to this final round, Vince. This is where North will be able to purchase around that M4. Should even be able to have an op if they so choose. And that's where they're going to have to see if they can avoid the overtime.
Never really going to work for AZ. Nice try, but ultimately falls on deaf ears. And Exile will be hunting for another. Gade, last man, of course, wants to save this to bolster up his buy into the next round. Even if he were to fall, though, he would be able to afford it, no problems. But if he does survive, he can drop that AWP across to MSL. It means more utility. It means a better buy. With North trying to save this in regulation, Gade takes it out of the equation. Maybe can trade up to the AK. Indeed, he does. Very nice takeout of the round, and now he can drop AWP straight across to MSL.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's been nice here for Gambit is that we're seeing really good production from guys like Inters and Nafani. Like, these are not normally guys that do the heavy lifting for this team, fragging-wise, but they've been able to rise to the occasion when they've needed to, even in moments where Shiro's been a little bit more quiet. Of course, he's really picked it up in this half. But yeah, it all comes down to this.
30 rounds of Counter-Strike, and it could be a few more if Gambit are successful again. So far, there's only been 10 rounds collectively
Ooh.
on the CT side that have been successful. This has been a heavily T-sided map today.
Oh, I wish MSL had held that a little bit longer. It's the first time he's played boosted on flower pots, but right as he retreats is when they take over long with 3 players. Again, Counter-Strike can just be a game of milliseconds sometimes. The timing, unfortunately, didn't favor MSL there, but he might still have a chance at finding a shot if they decide to go for another boost on the flower pot themselves, but that smoke will make it tougher. Look at MSL, though, pushing past it, looking for the shot. The flash, though, will force him back. So a little bit of give and take there at long, but Gambit are going to get the position they wanted. But MSL's not done yet with this fence. He goes for the boost and sees so much and gets a frag.
Yeah, huge. I love that he pushed past the smoke, knowing that it actually worked to his favor. Once the flash comes in, he can just fall back into the shadows. Re-emerges, takes down the kill, and North with the advantage. Some damage across the Exile. In headshot range of these assault rifles now. AZ's also taking a bit of damage, but look at the time. So much completed. Gambit, very little for their troubles. Now have to fully execute over on the B side of the map. 20 seconds to go. Gade hiding in Monster. A bit of an off angle, but Axel through the smoke with a deagle takes him down, and then Hobbit on the drive-by with the AK. Big entry frag, and that should open up business towards the B side for the plant. Now post-plant comes in. All 3 of North are clustered together in graffiti, and they're being sprayed up from Hobbit again. MSL and Lekro 2v4. After taking down the first kill in this round, it's looking like we're headed to overtime. And indeed we are.
I mean, again, was never a doubt in my mind we were going to see some overtime, Vince. It's me and you casting together after all, so extra rounds are just kind of always on the table for us. And it really, I think there, it's just kind of surprising because I felt like Gambit were done for. Like you were noting, they were really low on time. They had lost the opening duel to MSL. It seemed like North had a really good defense set up on Monster. And it's just Gambit, though, illustrating what we had already been discussing, and is that they had the talent to brute force you. You know, it's a game of brains versus brawn, so to speak. Not to say that Gambit have no brains, that North have no brawn, but we know how each team has a little bit of favor on each other in those particular areas, and there Gambit was able just to tear through a bunch of smokes and a well set up defense just using individual skill. Really wild to see it. Just a big haymaker, but it works, and it gets us into our MR3 10K overtime format. So it's a race to 19. 18-18 means another overtime, and 10K is in play, so that means investing in ops, particularly on the CT side, can be risky. Economy does play a factor in this format.
What's really surprising to me is you're seeing accentuated now on the stream itself is Shiro is bottom fragging for Gambit.
Yeah.
And this guy is normally one of the spearheads of the operation. This guy is normally leading the charge with his AWP. He has done very little. That's very surprising to me.
I think it's just because North on their T side did a great job limiting his impact with their utility and how they were, setting up their formations. I think Shiro actually did pick up some steam once they switched sides. I mean, he even had that one really big like triple kill with the AK on a clutch that he had. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he stopped the North retake by himself, basically. So definitely he's woken up a bit since the start.
Oh, MSL has the right idea. Now the smoke clears. His instincts are correct, but there's no way of knowing 100% if a player has crossed, and this may work against him. Goes back in again. Still having the right idea. This has got to be so frustrating if you're a North fan watching this right now. Like, he's so close to getting it. There we go. Justice served. Does get the reward for his instinctual play. But North got the first pick from this man's hand in the last round of regulation, and they were unable to make it work. Exile now making moves alone, should be mentioned, over on B. Trying to force out some rotations, but has he jumped the gun a little bit? Because his team aren't in a position to follow him up.
He was just trying to get a pick and cause a disturbance, but he was not able to do it. Gabe's doing a great job staying alive at the barrels. He's extinguished a Molotov, so he can continue to hold this position as well. Flashing, but they're not really effective. CTs have great positioning. It's going to take brute force again to tear this B-bomb side open.
Another smoke comes down. 18 seconds to play with. Slight gap in the smoke, and Lekro makes the most of it with 2. And a third as well. And with those 3 kills and the fact on 10K, Shiro has to try and pull the plug, but MSL, who kicks off the round, closes it. North take first blood in our overtime.
Yeah, he's the alpha and omega of overtime so far. Big plays from MSL to start and finish a 16th round for North. just good counter utility from North on side of the site. And also Gage is playing so smart at barrels, never giving that kill away, never giving Gambit that opening they needed to spill onto the site. They just got put to a screeching halt. That gives North the edge here to kick off this overtime, as once again Gambit looking to knock on the door of this B-bomb site right away. All their numbers are here already. They have the utility. They want to just take the plunge.
Gate again, not for the first time. Second, he sees someone pushing. That smoke goes instantly down. This time, though, Lecro and Gate will not hold the line. The floodgates open. And out spill the tease. MSL missing the shot, gets punished, leaving Lecro in a 1-on-4. He'd be on for the ace as well if he pulled this one off. Already having taken the Farney down. There's a team kill, but Shiro makes the most of it. No problems.
He's jumped the gun a little bit there, but he still found the result that his team needed, and that's tied things back up. And again, that's just, I mean, the yin and the yang that this match has been, right? Just, you know, the sheer fragging power of Gambit versus the calculated counters of North, and that time around the muscles of Gambit flex through it all. And it comes down to sit up for North for the first time this game. Was wondering if we would see it at some point in regulation, but comes out here in overtime.
Molotov will be extending to Cajun, instantly gets smoked off. Cajun's played in connector a few times alone, this time joined by MSL. A double stack, though, won't yield any fruit in terms of kills.
Yep, and they had to waste some of their limited utility just to get a player out of a tricky situation, so it's going to hurt them a little bit later for stops and maybe even a retake if it comes into play. So good job by Gambit to bait out some of North's utility and create a little bit of presence. MSL will now get boosted up on the flower pots here, trying to take a late peek at long. No one's going to be there, though. A lot of focus from Gambit instead on patrolling through middle and connector. They've left Axile in position at short B to try to see if he can maybe just hold that if they want to transition back over to that side of the map, or at least just keep tabs on rotations.
Keep in mind, only 10 out of 30 rounds went the way of the CTs in regulation. And so you feel like the rounds in overtime will be worth their weight in gold. And North, already having posted up one, will be hungry for a second, and they may very well get it. Time is running low. It is a bait and switch, though, and Axile goes down. They needed him to keep some of these CTs interested, to try and thin the herd as much as possible. And now Gambit look to try and rip onto the site. Rampage through onto it. This setup for North is looking so deadly, though. Long truck players everywhere as far as the eye can see, and Shiro with 3 seconds to go is posting up a valiant attempt, but he will run out of time. And North do lead going through to the second half of OT.
Man, oh man. It comes down to this. An excellent try from Gambit there, but North have just always seemingly been a step ahead. Granted, their big lead is all but gone. That's following extra rounds, but man, just not working. Shiro showing a little bit of a spark, but unfortunately those kills just kind of came at a time where it wasn't going to matter.
They'll need more sparks from him if they are to weather this, somehow pull it back, because North, T side looked pretty damn good. Has been a while since then, though. Maybe Gambit have had some ideas could discuss. Also, a lot of the rounds, as you said, did come off the back of weakened economy. And the good aspect of OT is the CTs start with plenty of funds. So at least they can try and post together some ideas right off the bat. Oh, grenades. Oh, Hobbit nearly from 100 to 0. Instead, he has 20 HP remaining. Triple grenade stack tossed on top of him.
Man, I've seen that come out once in regulation as well to good effect, so definitely is going to soften up that defense in a big way. In the meantime, Gambit still can't really rotate. They still don't really know what they're up against. North have good presence all across the map, controlling middle and bathrooms, as well as having control of short B and presence outside monster, so just kind of keeping that default formation, keeping as much map control as they can before they make a final decision. Enters a spot one there towards monster, and looks like he is going to get pressed, but he's able to get some help from the Fanny. They take Cajun B down. Shiro gets in behind this A push, so this could be interesting, Vince.
This is huge, but he needs Axile to have some impact. There's the first. That will slow down the T's, and this is where Shiro will chomp down. at the bit. North will be post-plant. At a bare minimum, MSL tries to no-scope close range, but instead gets executed, and Hobbit, his opposition IGL, sticks with a double at the end. So Gambit take us to 17-17.
A close call there, but really great work from Axile and Shiro in tandem pinching onto that A press. Even with Hobbit taking that early utility damage, they did a great job picking up on Cage and B. That gave them the freedom to rotate a little bit better towards the A side of the map with their reinforcements. And again, just good timing from Shiro through bathrooms there, getting in behind, tying the game up now, as you said. And so we're still at an even footing as we race to 19 rounds. But again, that 18-18 split in that second overtime is certainly in the cards more than ever now, based on how this has been playing out. Shiro might get caught here trying to fade away, and indeed he does. That is so unfortunate. That's great news for North, as now they can just plow on through this side of the map. It's an easy pickings for them, a quick 5-on-3. So unfortunate for Shiro getting caught potentially. Only now Nafani really stands to defend. Good for one, but can he do more?
Nope. He can't, but he may have bought up enough time for Hobbit and Inters to have impact. Inters is miles away, though. Still anticipating a potential B hit. Hobbit, though, keeps the dream alive. Maybe Gambit can still pull this out the fire yet. A 2v4, now down to a 2-on-2, and MSL just 38 HP. Inters still waiting patiently for a potential flank. And there's still enough time that a retreat may have come into play. He wide swings, the spray is off, and the AK will come out ahead. North have a map point of their own.
Wow, they got really fortunate there. It was looking like they were going to be done for, but as you said, Inters was never really able to get into a position to assist his teammate and really cause a threat to North. I mean, Nafani was certainly trying his damnedest here with Hobbit to make a stand. They even got it back into a 2v2, but the neck-and-neck race, North pulls just a little bit out more in front now. They just need the one more round to get the one map advantage here and move over into map 2. One to the good. Shiro trying to get aggressive with the op at short B, though. He was trying to dictate the pace of this round, see if he can get a pick, and indeed he's found it on the Cajun B. Keeping the series interesting all of a sudden.
A chance for second overtime as it beckons. Exile moving up close, anticipating a push. They line up. Oh, the timing could not have been worse. The barrel actually protruding around the corner gave it away, and Exile just had to hold position and is patient off with 2 more. He's yet to get dropped either, dropped to 20 HP, but still alive, and that grenade is hefty to AZ, drops him to 50. Gade, in the meanwhile, tries to make some inroads. They can work off over on B, but the 2 remaining Ts are polar opposites of the map, and they don't even have control of the bomb. The bomb went down in that double spray from Exile.
Yeah, I mean, this is double overtime written all over it at this point. Only 2 remaining for North here against the full stack defense of Gambit, who are all in perfect position with the bomb in their possession. And the first has already fallen. Gade now left in basically an impossible scenario, trying to isolate this player at long, but he can't do it. Axile through the flash will still find the frag, and we're going even deeper into the rabbit hole of overpass, as now the race will be to 22. 21-21 split means a third overtime. Just great work from Axile and Shiro. Again, the 2 players that we're always discussing that are the stars of this team came up big in that round, combined for 3 kills. The first kills of the round, essentially, and just never really looked back.
Yeah, Shiro rock bottom of the scoreboard before this. He's still down there, but picked up 6 kills in overtime, so he definitely is starting to step things up. He's on 14 kills at the end of regulation. Here comes that boost again. We've seen this before, but the train actually in their way, looking for potential boosts. Nothing forthcoming. And how long do North want to hold this? Because keeping 4 players here gives up map control.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Fortunately for them, Gambit's not really taking that. They obviously don't know what they're up against. And this quad boost doesn't look like it's going to be full. No one is a look here. There is 1 player towards heaven, and right as MSL leaves is when there might have been a chance there. But, I mean, if you're North, you can't hold on to that forever. And look at the positioning that Gambit has, man. Hobbit, such a good spot. And he's got assistance from Inters to watch Connector. This is dangerous for North.
It's the same position AZ got sprayed by Hobbit on. And now Hobbit will show his hand. This setup could not have gone sweeter, as AZ does at least get 2, but Lekro was mollied off on Monster and couldn't help his teammate out. Now needs to try and traipse over the fire and the flames and the corpses of his teammates if he is to clutch this. He hasn't necessarily shown his hand, though. It is going to force the CTs to respect the ability of him pushing to A site alone. He may very well get the bomb plant, but as soon as he goes for it, you expect to have multiple CTs up close and personal. So he wants to try and at least thin this out before he goes for it. May even go for a late flank up through the back through Dumpster. The problem is the time. If he had another 10-15 seconds, he'd go for it, and they are watching it as well. But it feels like Lekro was always living on borrowed time, and he will get collected by Axile.
Yeah, that was just too hot of a start from Gambit. Just, North going for the quad boost. It gave Gambit time to push in the short B. They had a fantastic setup with, Hobbit playing the corner enters at Sandbag. So Hobbit could only just, worry about focusing on short pipe, enters at his back end connector. They had, a stout defense on place by Pillar as well. So really no way in for North. I thought that quad boost didn't pan out. Like you said, it's always risky going for that for too long and giving your opponents time to get good positioning. So it's the 1 round edge for Gambit here in OT number 2. Shiro boosted up on the flower pot. Hasn't really played this position very much, Vince. It might catch North off guard. You always have to worry about it, but if you haven't seen it for a while, sometimes you get that false insecurity. But actually, Shiro decides to give it up after not spotting anything early on.
Yeah, I think to facilitate help on Axile, who is starting to push up close in bathrooms, they want to make sure there's 2 players together.
Right. Double monster push coming in from Gambit now. There is a player waiting for that. It's going to be Cajun B, his normal default location. But he's actually been found out. Hobbit finds a headshot onto him. And that's a big opening kill for Gambit. It gives him a lot more flexibility with the information and the man advantage to put up a stronger defense on this A side of the map, which is the focus for North. As you can see, everyone's here. And they're starting to get to that point in the round where they have to make those final decisions on where they want to take things. And Axile has a dangerous angle. This is going to be so tricky.
That's exactly why Shiro came off long, but Axile whiffs his spray. Now Shiro's in a bit of an awkward position, but does have some help from Nafani. Goes spraying through the smoke. Lekro gets one, but traded out instantly. MSL tries to flick in. Instead, has been repelled. Leaving Gade 1 on 3 with 30 seconds. Does at least have control of the bomb. And rushing straight down to the B side. But similar to Lekro, he doesn't feel like his options are too diverse, too wide available to him. Inters stops him, and Gambit go 2-0 in our second overtime. And remember, it's the CT rounds where both teams have struggled.
Exactly. I mean, North were up 12-5 at one point, Vince. It must be said they had a monster. They started off the second half beautifully. Then even after that, I mean, they were up 13-8. They've been in control of this game for pretty much the whole way through, up until like the last 4 or 5 rounds of the second half of regulation. So to see them now slip is pretty wild. Gambit, I mean, had a slow start, to be fair. Now they've woken up, they've gotten their skill flowing, and now they're really showing you how difficult it can be. A huge B rush is coming into play now, and so far it's making some headway, but a great response from Gambit. They've traded it better. They have the 3-on-2.
3-on-2 with some MAC-10s tossed in for good measure, and now Cajun up close stops Axile from rotating through connector. They have the bomb between the two of them. It's not an awkward position out in the open. Smoke onto Heaven gets countered by an incendiary to short, and Nafani has been fragged by MSL, leaving Shiro in a 1v2. Orp certainly not the perfect weaponry for this. Right idea, just slightly off. Now miss again. Post plant now has the 5-7 to accompany him. Smoke close allows him to trade to the M4 instead. And now he can try and use that smoke and just get around the periphery of it, change up his angles. See if he can play some mind games with North, force them into a peek. He does have a kit, doesn't have any grenades, doesn't have a head any longer, as Cajun's removed it. And North at least make sure we will have no clean sweep in our second overtime.
Still, though, you have to wonder if that's the thing that had to break for Gambit to go ahead and win the game. The fact that they get the better end of the deal from their CT side when North has been so effective on their T side, that really puts them on the back foot. We know that both, like you said, teams have struggled on the defense, and so extra bit of breathing room to work with. And again, now Shiro's online. In regulation on CT side, he had nothing he could do with the op. Now all of a sudden, though, he's right back to where he needed to be. And so this could be Gambit's chance to kind of build off of that now that Shiro's back on the T side where he started to warm up before we got to the extra rounds.
Nothing too intricate about this. A straight up B hits. Flashbang proceeds to push. Here come the incendiaries and smokes on both sides. AZ not able to get any. A lot of damage. It was Lekro that pierced through the smoke for the first kill, and Inter's counteracting. Gade up close using that smoke to his advantage with one, but then traded instantly. And so much blood has been spilled early in this round. Still a minute and 10 to play with, but Inters gets caught with the bomb out. And now MSL comes back in again, a 1v2, and it's Shiro in a 1v2 with the Tech 9 by his side with one, tries to spray him for a second, but the bullet's missing from Lekro. He doesn't get punished at the end though. Shiro is slightly behind in terms of hit points, but now post-plant forces Lekro onto the open, and Shiro sprays him out. I cannot believe he survived that.
Lekro absolutely blew that round, Vince. I hate to do that. I always hate calling out players individually for making mistakes, and I'm not saying that he lost his team the game, because there's been so many rounds played, so many moments have occurred that you can never really give responsibility to one single person for why something's gone a certain way. But the fact that Shiro gets on top of Sidebox with a Tech 9 like that, gets to kill MSL, that's fair enough. There's no way he shouldn't get traded immediately by Lekro there. All of a sudden, that's really looking like this is going to put the overtime to win. They're going to have to fight so hard now to get into a third OT off the back of that. Good start though. KGB's found the opener here towards the short pipe, but now all of a sudden he's been caught on his way out by Hobbit. It's even things up. A is so vulnerable now, and Gambit are taking so much territory with their 4 players here, marching forward on middle and long. No one's even here yet. Finally, AZ make us to Optimus. It's all going to come down to this A push, Vince.
Afforded by Gate's positioning, really, that they can stack this many players. As some aggression comes out, Lekro taking point. Wants to try and puncture into the tees. It's not an angle we've seen used too often, and both players nearly miss out. Lekro caught in the side. It will be Hobbit that neutralizes him. Gambit still behind by a player. Flashes are good, but so is the smoke, and MSL looks to scurry around the side of it. Missed shot from Shiro gets punished by MSL. And now Hobbit, who I'll have no idea about Gade's positioning, has a good instinct that he probably is being flanked, but no idea on the timing of it. And Gade's got him dead to rights, so we could be headed to another overtime if North can execute one more time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Gade was kind of the silent hero in that whole round. He was the insurance policy. He had everything taken care of on the B side of the map. It allowed North, as you said, to feel more comfortable positioning themselves over at A, and knowing that they had, you know, everything covered. MSL, great work with the AWP there against Shiro at long around the smoke. As you said, it gives them that life on that chance after the blown 2-on-1 against Shiro to still put this into another round. MSL looking to get aggressive at Monster with the AWP. He's missed his opportunity, but it's fine. He's remained alive and taken no damage, able to reset. All 5 players at P for North right now. They're trying to scramble to rotate back over to the opposite side of the map, which again, Overpass has so quick rotation, so they'll be able to do it just fine. But it's given a little bit of room for Gambit to kind of start creeping up here. Have a lot of territory now all of a sudden on the safe side of the map.
And even with it, because they have control of the connector and North don't really know what's coming up, they feel compelled to go for these aggressive kind of plays up on long. This can be bypassed by another rotate back to B.
Good bait and switch setup though right now. Oh wow, KGB got caught by it though, and MSL not even able to trade it back. That is devastating.
He got flashed.
He's in a creep forward.
Yeah, he got flashed, which is basically the death sentence to Cajun, and now MSL. He knows this player is coming up behind him. He knows he's not long for this world. Now 2 players pushing out onto B. Gambit need to play together. Cade gets springed down from Exile's AK, cartwheels into his tomb, leaving AZ 1-on-4. And if he's unsuccessful, the first map will be headed to Gambit. He does have Heaven with 20 seconds to spare, but the bomb is now being planted down on B. And down he goes. Gambit get it done. What a strange roller coaster of emotions for both teams. But ultimately, North, they let this one slip through their fingers, Dust. This should have been their map.
Yeah, it's their pick. They were up 12-5. They look like they cruise control to victory and have a very fast result here on the opening map of the series. But instead, Gambit fight tooth and nail. They come alive, and they're able to shut that game down in double overtime and steal a pick away from North, heading into map number 2, their pick. But stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back to break everything down in just a short while.
Overpass would go the whole 9 yards to kick off our first series of the day here at the Pinnacle Cup. Luckily for Gambit, it would fall in their hands after a nail-biting string of overtime rounds, but it's not over just yet. Dust 2 is just around the corner, and for North, one last chance at redemption before they risk tumbling down into that lower bracket. But Dust, it's not like North was starting things off slowly. As you can see with some of these highlights, their first half on the T side was incredibly strong for them. We were very pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, again, it was like a textbook NSLT side, right? I mean, really well-disciplined, really good at pushing and pulling rotations, taking map control. They did a great job using their utility and spacing to limit Shiro's impact with the op. They played such a solid T side, but then whenever they had to switch over sides and we saw the teams get a little bit warmed up, they just didn't have the defense to really put a stop to Gambit. I mean, they just were getting absolutely crushed. They lost a couple of clutches that they probably should have won. So a couple little mishaps here and there also didn't help. And once you got to the OT, I think the moment that you knew that Gambit Black was going to win was the moment that North couldn't get their T side going anymore. They lost out, a couple of big rounds at OT number 2 on their T side, and that seemed like it was the catalyst for Gambit to go ahead and shut the door on the game.
Yeah, and that's something that we were talking about when we Vince just before the game. The pure firepower on the side of Gambit, we were definitely favoring. You look at these two sides and you just look at some of the players on that Gambit side. And even though Shiro had a little bit of a slower start, we might say, on that initial first half in regulation, it seemed like as soon as he got onto his T side, it was a just completely different game for him.
Yeah, he woke up. The longer that game went, the better he got. And I think that puts Gambit in a really good place going across the Dust 2 next. Also, MSL was missing quite a lot of fairly straightforward shots. I've got to be real. I've got to be honest. And when you're missing those shots going into Dust 2 against Shiro, who's now just waking up and starting to warm up a little bit, I don't think it bodes well. Additionally, how well can North kind of dust that one off and just shake that one off? Because, as I said at the end of that game, that was their game to lose. They should be coming through into Dust 2 right now, 1-0 up, and instead, 1-0 down, moving to Gambit's choice. That's got to be brutal for their mentality.
Yeah, brutal indeed. And I love that you pick up on that sort of all versus all duel that we were outlining before the game even begun. And I feel like, Dust, we were pretty impressed with MSL on that T side, just not in terms of, the amount of frags that he could pull in, but, his utility usage and giving Gambit awkward angles, maybe, should we say, to be working with. Was that something you kind of hope we see going across into Dust 2?
You would hope so, right? Because otherwise they're going to be falling out of the bracket here pretty soon. I mean, and the thing is, their Dust 2 results lately have really been begging for more. I think the last like 5 or 6 games they've played, they've only been able to win 2, and those games were like in overtime or really close against weaker opposition. They've gotten crushed by several different teams, particularly from the CIS region lately on this map. So I honestly think that they're really setting themselves up to have a really tough ask of themselves to be able to somehow pull the series back into a potential third map.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one indeed. And speaking of Dust 2, from the perspective of Gambit as well, it's less of a tactical map coming into it. It's Gambit's choice as well. Maybe not the map we were expecting, but again, as you were saying there, Dust, definitely favors in terms of recent match results. Where do you think Gambit's main focus needs to be coming into the second map to close it out 2-0?
I think they just need to, keep the momentum from the previous map. I mean, again, I know that Shiro had a cold start, but he was really able to warm up, towards the end of the first half and throughout the rest of the game, and was able to really match anyone on North just fine. So I think that as long as they keep their, focus, they should be good. They've been performing really well on Dust 2 lately. I mean, throughout this year, yeah, they've lost it a few times, but every loss they've had has been incredibly close, maybe multiple overtimes involved in some of their losses to like Made in Brazil and Godsent. They've had a lot of good wins on the map. It's been one of their best. So I think they just need to stay to their normal game plan. I don't think they need to really change anything too much. It was impressive really to see Inters and Nafani step up, by the way. When Shiro was quiet, those two were there to help Axile out, and those are not normally the guys doing the heavy lifting for this team. So that's good news to get good production out of, your full lineup essentially in that game.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully that momentum is going to be pushing them forwards coming onto their map pick of Dust 2. And hopefully we can check in with are updated on well, because we were talking about it before the game. Obviously we were siding with the side of Gambit. The odds were definitely favoring that as well, and just taking a look, 1.53 for the side of Gambit there, so definitely going to be favoring the CIS score going into it. It's interesting though, because we're starting off our day of predictions pretty well, Vince. It's a bit of a turntables from yesterday.
I wasn't feel confident there, though. I've got to be honest, Freya. The first half, I was thinking, oh, God, here we go again. Like, anyone at home, just go against us. It's completely fine. I won't hold it against you. But, hey, Gambit, they came back. They showed us why we were edging with them. We said it would be close. I don't think anyone was expecting double overtime sort of close. I think Dust 2, though, on paper, should be a little bit more one-sided in favor of Gambit. I feel like, especially momentum-wise, I'm going to heavily favor them to take this 2-0 now. I think that was the best chance for North, was to win overpass, unsuccessful, and now they're in real trouble.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right with that. You know what? We're talking about games going the extra mile. The other game going on simultaneously alongside this, obviously, a Nexus versus Havu, actually went to 5 overtimes, I believe. So everybody's really putting everything into this. Havu did end up winning it 28-24. That was actually Nexus map pick, though. So Nuke's going to be up next for Havu versus Nexus. Are you holding out some hope, Dust, that Havu can maybe make it through?
Listen, Havu, look, you can't be losing the Nexus. Figure it out.
Simple words there.
Yeah,
from
that's
Dust.
all I got.
Hire him as your next coach.
Whatever it takes to get paid, Freya, whatever it takes.
Exactly, dude. I pick up on just quickly before we jump into the next one, Lecro as well. Just looking at the scoreboard as well, he was up. What is it? 32 frags, I think he was ending up on. So pretty impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, he ended on like I think mid-30s or so, and he got a 1.23 rating, with the highest ADR on his team, which is just kind of crazy considering he's not necessarily the guy that you expect to be top of the scoreboard and smashing around some of these players that are on Gambit. I would also like to highlight though, Gambit's top player performance-wise was Hobbit. Like the play you don't expect. The guy that, sure, he's done great things in the past, but you don't think he's going to be top fragger. He was top of the scoreboard, so that's kind of insane if you're looking at Gambit as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point to bring up. And just in terms of how, Dust, we were questioning a little bit beforehand how Lecro is actually going to be integrating into the team. As we were saying, he has taken on some of those in-game leadership roles. He didn't necessarily start off as that as a player, but actually coming into North, have you kind of seen any of the roles shifting up with any of the other players to sort of make room for Lecro?
Yeah, Gade. It feels like Gade has kind of taken a step back from being like a pure entry rifler. You've seen him on defaults taking more like solo positions. Don't get me wrong, he can still be in the mix when they actually go for an execute, but it seems like he's been kind of the one to make room for, Lekro to be kind of paired up with AZ and they're kind of the hit squad along with MSL. And Cajun B, I feel like it's to be in roles he's more familiar with now that KRB's gone. So it seems like that's kind of the route that they've been going from what I've seen, at least on that map.
Yeah, exactly. And then from the Gambit side as well, I know you were talking a little bit about Axel being quite impressive in terms of that second half coming into the overtime rounds. Is he somebody that you're going to be focusing on in this next matchup?
Yeah, again, I think he's like very similar to Electronic in the sense that he's a very aggressive rifler, but sometimes he defaults by himself, like on the edge of the map. So that means you always have to worry about him being a playmaker and doing things by himself. And then when you do go for the execute, you slot him in as the second or third player in the site, and all of a sudden you have a lot of trouble on your hands. And to go back to what Vince was saying, look, you know that Shiro and Axel are good. If Hobbit gets back to old form, this team's cooking with gas all of a sudden. This team all of a sudden gets way more interesting. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye on going forward.
Well, they're up one map already, and they're going into their map pick of Dust 2. Gentlemen, let's find out if they can take it into.
Indeed. Let's find out if Hobbit can have another big performance in Dust. When you look at the kill dispersal, by the way, just before we get into the second map, 31, 30, 29, 29, 27. That was Gambit. So from top to bottom, 4 kills difference. On North, Lekro 36, Cajun 16. Quite the
discrepancy. That's the link to second fragger?
No. He's the bottom fragger. Second is 28
okay.
on MSL, but there's a huge drop-off. 20 kill difference on North, 4 kill difference on Gambit.
Sure. Yeah, that's definitely not a good look. But it's always been the trouble with North, is it's not having the talent. And it certainly came to haunt them in that map, but we'll see if things change here on Dust 2. A map that Gambit has certainly favored the 2 of the series on, though, for being honest, and they'll be on that T side first. Just kind of patrolling through the B tunnels here with the bomb care. They still have Shiro spotting from T-spawn. Aggressive cat setup from North, so that gives them a lot of options. I like this on CT pistols because this means you can very quickly rotate having this cat setup.
Can quickly rotate, but Gambit haven't fully pulled the trigger. Now they will. Now they're looking to rage onto the site. AZ with 1, but Lekro still the last man standing on the site. Gets the insta headshot, and now Gade with that quick rotation, as you touched on, does get 1. It now forced the Lekro, and they've seen him. They know where he is. They know he's B. The downside is the bomb's out in the open, and Lekro has sprung into action with another kill. 2 kills to his name against Shiro, and now with the bomb drop, Shiro needs to just pick that up and run back to the A side. Will he get caught in the triple box? No. So this should be a plant going the way of Gambit. Let's see if Lekro can get up close enough, though, to punish. Now post-plant, Lekro sneaking his way up. Could all come down to timing. Shiro's not spotted him, but Lekro's missed. He's missed and he's been punished. P250 to the skull. And I thought Lekro had that in the bag. Some of the shots he was landing there, Dust, was so nice.
Yeah, I think we know that Shiro uses 4x3 res after watching that, because you could clearly see him on the edge of his screen, but he did not notice it. But luckily for him, Lekro missed a shot, which is kind of wild, because Lekro hit some blinders earlier in the round. Definitely a very crazy roller coaster ride of a pistol, but it does go the way of Gambit in the end. Double scout by here from North, though, so they are forcing up as much as they can. They're trying to put a challenge to Gambit right away. They have not done any damage, though, with him, and in fact, MSL's taken a pretty heavy lift. He's going to try to go peek long now, and immediately eradicated there by Nafani, as all of the forces look at the safe side, Gate all by his lonesome.
Now being joined by Cajun, but brothers in fire. Molotovs all around them. Nafani trying to make the most of that flashbang. Is that a jumping flash?
Yes.
No scope from AZ. All of the icons. Down goes Nafani, but the damage has already been inflicted across to the CTs. The site is still Gambit's, although Cajun with the deagle, keep them honest. Looking for another boost up. Shiro has his teammate covered, and now Hobbit successfully gets the bomb down, but Lekro successfully threads the eye of the needle and threads the eye of Axel with the deagle. Down to Hobbit it falls. Mac 10 at this range, not ideal. Bomb plant in an awkward position for North, but time plentiful. They can take their sweet time, especially with this kit, but now Hobbit on the run with the Mac 10 can only get the 1. AZ nullifies him instantly, and with the kit, they'll have enough time for the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those scrappy rounds that you can never really account for when people are jumping, no-scoping people with the scout at elevator position. That's just one of the like downfalls of Dust 2, unfortunately. Honestly, I hate that that's a thing, but some people find it exciting, so fair enough, I suppose. But to be fair, it wasn't just that kill, right? They also did some great work with their deagles, so it wasn't as if they won the round solely off of that jump no-scope. It certainly helped kind of kickstart things, but really nice place there from North. We'll get them to tie at 1 apiece and force the full save out of Gambit. No force wars here, Vince. No economic game of chicken. Gambit will immediately concede. Look to save and full buy next round.
This is so surprising to me, though, Dust. Like, sure enough, if you don't want to force when you know that North are low, fair. Plenty of money. They could have gone for some pistols. They literally had zero investment into this round. Not a P250, not a flashbang, nothing at all. Now, it does afford them a really solid buy here, and I wonder if Hobbit will drop an AWP. Indeed, he will. So this was all about prioritizing the AWP in the hands of Shiro.
That's his confidence, right? You know, you don't need to take the like economic, you know, game of chicken against North. You can just wait, get your full buy, and know that you're the better team. And I think that's what they were looking to do there.
And it's worked for them. That's why Gade smashed down middle.
Seems odd. Like maybe it was a miscalculation. Maybe they didn't realize they had the money to afford an op. Surprised he took that peek.
No, possibly. Hasn't worked out though. And now Hobbit spraying up through a flashbang and smoke. Once his eyes are cleared, he will realize he has been successful. And with that kill, likely the site follows, likely the round follows. Molotov actually not landing in position, not doing anything to deter Gambit. At least AZ, though, will suppress Exile and keep a couple more weapons alive. But Gambit take the round. That much is for sure.
Indeed, that will be the case. Kind of happened in the blink of an eye, really. I mean, you just get that one op pick from Shiro down middle that softens up the B defense. Gambit pounce, find the entry, and that's GG basically for this round. It'll tie the game up 2 apiece. Again, I do wonder if maybe North just didn't realize that an op would already be in play from Gambit, or maybe they were hoping that his op, you know, went to long A or B or something like that, to where they could, you know, get that information at middle. But unfortunately for them, it just led to their B defense being so vulnerable once Shiro got kicked off. And that's going to tie things right back up, and North will be able to buy back, but if they lose here, they would be saving. That's where Gambit could really start steering this game in their direction. So big round in play coming up to see who will get early control here on Dust 2.
Starting as close as Overpass ended. You'd expect nothing different from these two teams. It's the reason we were so enticed by this prospect yesterday. I'm looking forward to casting this game first. It has delivered on that promise.
Certainly. Gambit taking it pretty default here. Enters patrolling the B tunnels. No surprise there. Exile playing outside of long A. Again, also no real surprise. See, Hobbit used to play those types of positions, but because he's the in-game leader, I feel like he wants to be in that main control group, which means that Exile has to kind of be more of that aggressor on the edges of the map, because obviously Shiro's going to be traveling with the pack as the opper, and I guess Nathaniel just feels more comfortable playing kind of in the pack as well. And again, Exile can still shift in and trade frag when they actually go for execute, so they still get the full effect of his aggression. But look at the CT spawn drop down from Nathaniel. That's fantastic from him.
Flashbang is good, but the follow-up damage isn't there. Finally, AZ strikes on the Iron's Heart alongside Lekro. 2 kills go his way, and a third as well, and that's the bomb that drops with him. And on Nafani's position is known. He's the player that dropped down in CT earlier. Still keeping the dream alive, keeping the bullets connecting to heads, and Lekro again is called upon. He's got 3 kills. He needs to go 1 better. Both players that remain have 3 Ks in this, and Lekro still feels like Nafani's making moves over on window. That is incorrect. Now decides to course correct, and that will be the right call. Does timing look against him? Lekro watching, anticipating, and a perfect crosshair placement alongside it. Can pick up the AWP, picks up the round, and North lead 3-2.
I mean, I have to say, I've been so impressed with Lekro this series. He has had so many multi-frag rounds throughout on both sides of the map as well. He's done his job and more to keep North afloat in this series. I feel like he's actually the main reason why North has been competitive in this series.
I'm right alongside with you, man. Like, I think he's probably the biggest surprise of this series so far, just how well he's been playing.
Again, never been bad player, but I feel like he's taken a step above his normal level. And that's going to be great news for North going forward if he can keep that up.
Gade would do well not to dry peek this angle. He's being watched from Xbox. But he knows that's a distinct possibility. This was a force, including 3 AKs and a Deagle with a P250. Gambit down, but not completely out financially speaking. They will be if they lose this round, though.
Yeah, just kind of chasing after the Dingle and Carrot, perhaps, knowing that they had gotten that into a 1v1 in the previous round and forced a lot of rebuys out of North, and they've only had a couple of rounds in a row prior to that, so trying to abuse it as best they can, but as you said, it could really come back to haunt them. Have to see. The B split. Good pickup.
Patience working out. Flashbang will be good, but the counter flash is in. Lekro having to have a substantial impact again. One player on the server you'd want in this position. It is him right now. And he's bought up enough time for Gade to show his hand with the FAMAS. Picks up a 3K, but again, Lekro having a lot of impact.
Yeah, it's the only 1 kill, sure, but staying alive was really his main job there, and he did it in spades. And I think that's something Gambit's going to have to look at going forward. They're going to have to figure out a way to make Lekro more uncomfortable on that B bomb side. They're going to want to run the splits there. That or they'd have to tear open middle and make sure they have man advantage. Something along those lines. Their trading efficiency on this B side of the map has not really been there yet, but of course it's early days. And they're on a save after all here, so not much to expect from them really at this point.
Just $600 chipped in. They don't check their angles, they get punished. Falling into the position you expect, though, let's be honest.
Yeah, baited by the scope noises, perhaps, hoping that they could just run him down with the pistol, but AZ had his back as the Guardian Angel in the corner, and the round kind of going as we expected, Vince. I mean, I don't think you really have much hope for Gambit in this one, and it's mostly Glocks.
I just find it really hard to get too carried away or hype with North taking leads like this, because we've been burned once already in this best of 3.
Sure.
And this has been, like I said before, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. It's like hot and cold with North. You never really know. Even within the prawn map, they can go from one extreme to the other.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, Gambit's not only had like 1 truly full buy this half so far, so they haven't really been tested just yet on the North side as well. I mean, individually, Lekro has, and he's passed it twice on the B-bomb sites. I mean, that's good news already on that particular question, but I'm really wondering if MSL is actually going to be able to have impact with the op once Gambit can truly challenge him with utility and an op of their own. You know, that's going to be, I think, the big question mark. You know, is he going to be able to patrol that A side of the map and middle and be able to continue to have an impact? Definitely had struggles on CT side on overpass.
Also curious if they elect Lekro as a high-value target and they decide just not to bother going on his side of the map. They're like, look, if he's playing B, let's just not go there. Let's bypass that issue.
Depends on spawns, I imagine. They're trying to run through long right now, and while they got burned to almost a full crisp, they still have a little bit of life left to them and actually do get the entry there at A.
Farney and Hobbit, collectively only 27 HP, but they've got the man they're looking for. Slow peek, MSL misses his shot, gets tanked by the scout and finished off by Hobbit. Those are shots he has to land.
Yep, that's not a good sign. But again, it's early days for him with the op on this map, so not going to put too much on him just yet. But that definitely could come back and be something that we're going to consider if more and more rounds go Gambit's way. As they're trying to back off a little bit here and reaggress towards middle. They've left Hobbit as an anchor with the scout inside pit. Not a bad idea to leave him in there with shot low HP.
Lekro maneuvers off the B site, wants to help his teammates down middle. Good incendiary was tossed in, but I think it may have extinguished over the smoke being put down. HE in as well. 2 low targets, neither of them impacted by that. Their affliction keeps them alive for the time being. 30 seconds, getting into that awkward position now where if Gambit come off the back of a pretty rough trade, that could be enough to seal the deal. But they went for the gamble stack on B. They now realize that A site has been sacked and lost, and now they will try and save these 2 guns. So the round will go the way of Gambit finally. And he did say before, like, let's see what Gambit can do when they put the pressure with some buys. They put the pressure on MSL, and MSL crumbled on long.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Dust 2, right? Is when both teams have a good spawn for a particular area of the map, usually along A, there can be so much variance on who comes out on top because it always comes down to just like really small timing windows, really particular utility placement, and just, fine tuning on spacing. It could really go either way because sometimes you see like a 3-on-3 brawl take place at long A corner. You never really know who's going to come out on top, but whoever does usually has a massive edge. Going forward, and in that particular case, Gambit got the kill despite taking a ton of damage on 2 of their players who are still alive at the end of the round. And obviously MSL, even though he had the superior firepower with the op against the scout and some AKs, he literally just couldn't find the mark. And that's really gonna obviously fuel Gambit here, as they'll be able to carry over all those free op basically, and they're able to put the utility on everyone as well. And money is getting low for North.
3 players on A long looking to flash in to try and take some control. Smoke's being deployed as well. Lekro actually pierces through the smoke and takes off the head of Hobbit. That's a beautiful start for North.
Just leave me alone, guys. Listen, Lekro is on one right now. He is not about to let you get anything to work with over there, it seems. They're going to have to start doing stuff elsewhere to really force respect before Lekro's going to feel uncomfortable, it feels like. That Archer's going to have to try to take an op peek at him with the spawn or something like that. Or just, focus on middle control if you want to go B.
Gambit slowly edging their ways through on Catwalk. MSL is watching it from the lower side of the site on the cross. Smoke's now being deployed. Nafani's already dropped down into CT previously. Grenade damage is good, but a decent Molotov forces MSL on the back foot. He can't afford to peek any longer. MSL now thinking about going in for the peak. The flashbang is good from Gade, and now MSL flashes himself back in one more time. The bomb goes down, but our 2 kills in quick succession bounce back and get Gambit with a slight edge in this round. It's looking like it will be a post plant. Gade can't get up close to deny the plant or deal with any of the straggling Ts. With Nafani low, he has to be careful. Lekro from B now rummaging around the back as Gade drills into the head of Nafani. AZ watching the cross. Axile will be replenishing the smoke to try and help his teammate out, but in doing so he gets caught out and gets taken down. Axile spins around. A kill that you assume that Lekro takes easily, but now puts more pressure on Shiro as his teammates go down. The Tech 9 rips through the first, but not the second. And with the kit, there's enough time for the defuse. I thought Lekro had thrown this round away though, man.
Yeah, and you would have maybe forgiven him just because of how well he's played elsewhere throughout the series and some of these B takes. But yeah, that was definitely a tough one when you have to kind of shake your head at. But luckily the rest of his team was able to clamp down just fine. And I honestly thought Gambit had it sealed, if I'm being real with you. I mean, MSL only got 1 op frag from A ramp when he decided to recommit to the site. So that seemed off. And then they were able to take long A control with Axile. They had the site. It looked like that was going to be a really tough ask for North to retake, but they were able to figure it out in the end. And now they have a double op set up in play. So tip your hat to North. They have so far been doing all the right things here on their CT side. Hell, if they wouldn't have lost pistol, they might have completely shut it out at this point. A couple of close rounds to be fair, but they've managed to stay on top the majority of the time.
Well, we question with Inferno available, knowing that North aren't really a team that play it, and Gambit have a decent record on it, why they'd gone for Dust 2.
They're undefeated.
Yeah. We thought, at the end of the day, that would have made the most sense. They decided to go for Dust 2, and so far, North have done a great job of repelling them.
Yeah. Definitely something to question maybe later, but as of right now, the focus is here on Dust 2 and Gambit. Great control of Catwalk. They still have several players outside long. Only Cage and B is really around to handle that. MSL misses that first pick on Cat away.
Inters breaks the deadlock. MSL. How did that shot miss? I thought that was wrong. It's very unfortunate in this case. Gate, though, takes the initiative, pushing through. 2 massive kills. A 3v5 now in favor of North. And Gate's spree may not come to an end just yet. He wants a 4th kill, and he finds it. So much work from Gate. A player that we were looking towards, and he's 12-5. Shiro, AWP in hand. 15 seconds to spare, has been smoked off. And with that smoke, the round should be following in. North get it done again. That looked like it should be Gambit's round.
Why is he not getting further away to save this op? I'm a little bit concerned that he might not even hold on to it if CTs want to press a little bit more. Seems like they're not going to. So yeah, I guess he's going to be fine in the end.
Maybe with
And we'll-
Lekro alive, he assumed that the rotation had come through from
Sure.
Lekro from the other side.
Certainly possible. It just feels odd. Like these last couple of rounds, I feel like Gambit have done better in the opening and middle stages of the round and put themselves in prime position to win. But somehow, some way, they're just a little bit sloppy on the finishing touches, and a couple of big plays like Gade that particular round obviously had the quad kill. It just seems like if they tidied up their attack a little bit, they should be winning some more of these rounds. Now, granted, North has played good Counter-Strike. I mean, Lekro's anchoring that B-bomb site to perfection. AZ and Gate have had some great rotations, and they're at 12 kills apiece leading the server. So it's not as if it's all Gambit's fault for making mistakes. The North's only played good Counter-Strike. Gambit's left some on the table at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I think there'll be enough breadcrumbs for Gambit to feel like they're not out of this by any stretch.
Sure.
That this could have been so much closer. It could be like a 5-5 scoreline easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
I agree with
ultimately, like CS is one of those games where it doesn't matter. Close means nothing. You've got to get the job done. You've got to fully execute and push past those advantages that Gambit have had. In terms of this round, they had options. They could have gone for a full force.
Yep.
It wouldn't have been great, but with the saved Shiro AWP, they may have thought about it. Instead, they will be getting some Deagles alongside it.
Still, enough to maybe cause a little bit of a threat. Deagles and an op combination certainly can get some things done. This is the lack of utility that's really more the problem. They don't have smokes for crosses or flashes to overwhelm a site. They have to just rely on pure aim alone and hope that they can outposition kind of off of luck more than actual strategy. They're going to go for the run boost, but MSL is licking his chops with that one, finds the quick headshot, needs to back away now, is able to do so.
Farney back with a P250. Gade, the victim. MSL gives it up. He wants to make sure he doesn't die needlessly, then give a chance to cross to Gambit. The T's do decide to go out for a wide swing. Nafani has been splattered as a result, but they have to go for risks here, Gambit. And now Shiro comes back in with an AWP frag, not far off landing the shot, goes back in for seconds, and will pick up from where he left off, leaving Shiro 1v2. AZ's trying to go for the jumping shot, but gets headshot down from Shiro. And Gambit with one AWP and 3 Deagles have made the round.
Indeed they have, and there is Shiro. There is why he's a name that we've been talking about. Just so efficient with that op. He killed MSL, which is the main person they had to worry about on that retake coming up through long. He got him right away and then cleaned up from there. And now North have to go for the full save, even with winning, 5 of the last 7 rounds. There's been a couple of close calls, a lot of rebuying throughout. And so now they have to pay the ultimate price of a save. But somehow they get the first kill on this round at middle. They're trying to swarm off the back of it, but now you're seeing the superior firepower of Gambit kick into gear. Hobbit running them through the blender at middle. He's on for an ace, actually, but Enters will not allow it, so we'll find the final kill in the lower tunnels. So it is going to be the 7-5 score line. 2 in a row for Gambit now. Money's still a little bit fragile for North, but they will be able to get the buy here.
Do they pull the trigger, though? Because they wouldn't be able to afford an AWP on MSL.
Yeah.
They do.
Also, two of the players are kind of low on money as well.
Yeah, this is really
looking
grim.
at Cajun and Lekro. They're going to have to go, like FAMAS if they want to get armor. Especially if they want to have utility on top of it. So yeah, there's the MP9 for Cajun B. There's the FAMAS for Lekro. So yeah, it's not going to be ideal, Vince. Not at all. Especially when you have Shiro out there with an AWP. You're not really giving yourselves a lot of chances to take heads-up duels against them. So we'll see how it pans out, though.
I feel like if this was a reversal and Gambit on the CT side, they probably actually don't buy here because I think they're a little bit more prioritized in terms of AWPing. But whichever way, doesn't really matter. It's a fast hit. It wouldn't have made a difference if they had an AWP or not on this Lekro and AZ have been dismantled. Never stood a chance. The flashbangs were so good. And Nafani will be waiting for the rotation. Because of the fragile economy, it will be a save. And Gambit pull us back to 7-6.
I think Gambit was anticipating a save themselves because they were going for B rush, probably thinking that there's no utility on the field to stop us from doing so. There's going to be no Molotovs or smokes that'll block B tunnels. We can just kind of charge in, flash, trade out. We'll have the superior firepower. Lekro was actually with a chance to maybe, do something there. Does get caught, though. It's the first time he's really been silenced without doing, massive damage on his way out the door. They are coughing up a lot of guns, though, here at the end. It's allowing North to upgrade some of their players to rifles off of some of the, FAMAS and SMGs that they had in play. And it's forcing some rebuying out of Gambit, whose money is not, the prettiest, if we're being honest, but They still certainly will have enough to get the rest of their players on track, and now they've been able to win 3 in a row and close the gap on the scoreboard. So starting to come more alive here on their map pick here towards the end. So we'll have a couple of rounds left to play as well, so they could even take the lead if they could win out.
Cajun just able to trade up from the MP9 to the AK, the dying embers of the round. Detonation of the bomb blast, signifying that Gambit have pulled us back to 1 round deficit. As he said, though, decent work from Gade at the end. Like, not just padding his stats, but additionally keeping his eyes on the prize, and they could even force behind this North. It wouldn't be ideal, and again, it would be without an AWP. So do you feel like it? 3 save guns normally is the green light to go for a force buy. Doesn't look like it's coming in, though.
Nope. Just trying to be conservative there with the money. Trying to think about the long term here of the next round, wanting to be competitive in both in case they take a loss here. Can respect it. Hobbit, though, finding a pick on Gabe, being aggressive on Cat. Nafani, more than ready for these mid peaks that might come into fruition. AZ, though, content just to kind of sit back. He's trying to bait for MSL, who's playing up close on the door. And it could come into play, Vince. I mean, they are toying with it just a little bit, but now you see that full commitment up catwalk. They had the bomb tucked in at long A. Seems like an A split will come into play. And if I had to guess, North are just going to want saving these rifles into the next round.
Yeah, that would make the most sense, wouldn't it? Bolster it up with some AWPs. See if you can end the half in winning ways. MSL tagged. Interestingly, actually is moving in closer to see if maybe he can steal this round away and pivot into a bit of a foundation on a retake. I'm a little bit surprised at this, though. And now that they've lost Lekro, that could be a pushback. AZ's got close with the USP. Any gun other than the USP in that situation, and honestly, Hobbit's likely dead. And that could have been a really interesting end to this round. As it stands, though, it means they have lost a bit too much, but North will concede again.
Yeah, no guns will get saved either. It seems like Cajun B holding on to this AK, and he's been burnt to a crisp. He's been found out, and he's been dispatched of there by Hobbit, so they will spend everything here, which is fine. They had the money to go for that, and I think that's why you saw MSL try. Almost had it too. I mean, he had the first kill and was nearly on the second. I think that really could have kickstarted a nice retake opportunity, but just didn't quite come into play. Well, here we go, final round of the half. Gambit on quite the streak here. Can they finish it off in style and take the lead is the question now. So they want to go for long A, but they're getting contested early by Gade and some utility. And Gade able to line up a double kill. Well done. That probably wins his team the round, honestly, unless Gambit have the recovery of a lifetime. Nah, not going to be it, is it, Vince?
Certainly unlikely. Inters and Hobbits haven't been spotted yet, and Hobbit does pick up the AWP. MSL up close to his right-hand side. We assume that angle will get checked, but there's a timing favor Hobbit or MSL. It will be MSL on the trigger to drop down the bomb. Drop down Gambit once more. And although it will be North leading at halftime, considering that at one stage North were looking pretty dominant with Lekro just wrecking on B, he slowed down and Gambit started to come back. Still incredibly close game. Anybody's.
Yeah, but with it flipping over to the T side, which can sometimes be the favorite side, and North definitely their favorite side as a team, I could really see this being an interesting series all of a sudden, but we'll have to find out for sure after a quick break.
One team progresses further into the upper brackets, one team knocked into the lower brackets. North a map behind after a grueling overpass, but they do slightly lead on Dust 2. Gambit starting on the CT side of things, and North will be pretty aggressive over on Catwalk, where Exile is waiting with a USP.
Yep, T's approaching here on the catwalk position. Smoke on CT spawn. They will drop down. Axile spotting it, but will he be able to get away? The answer does seem to be no, but he's still alive somehow and fighting. Lekro finds the first kill, however, and the bomb will go down.
So scrappy, that encounter. Strange that North actually get out of that relatively free with a post plant, but they have lost a player in the retreat. AZ, in the meanwhile, though, puts them a player ahead one more time. Inters up close, trying to deal with Lekro, who springs into action from the boxes. And now the CT's getting up close with their USPs. This is where the Glock typically will shine, but Axel takes it into MSL. Inters back in for another one. The bomb is ticking away, though. They've got to stick onto the site. And AZ, up close with the Glock, gets taken down. And Inters has the defuse kit and gets the defuse down. That is a bitter pill to swallow if you're North. That had to be their round.
I'm just so surprised how it played out. Like, it was crazy that they never got that kill on Shiro, who was holding the corner. They did such a great job getting the CT drop down play, which was making the angle tough on Shiro. He had to just kind of jump backwards, but yeah, they just couldn't deal with the forces of Gambit. The skill, the aim comes through, and the timing was perfect to get the defuse. Now it's tied up, and North, they'll force buy off the back of that bomb plant. Gambit obviously have bought all that they can as well, so we're gonna have a very scrappy round ahead of us, you'd have to imagine. Looks like a B split is gonna be in the cards, and the defense is not really great for a mid B split for Gambit. It's gonna take some crazy aim to get out of this one.
Crazy aim is what they certainly don't lack. But MSL, grenade lands on top of him. Actually aggressive with the scout, going in via the doors with the scout of all weapons, and he gets punished. Flash is now tossed in, and now becomes one-dimensional. He was the one sweep player they had to pincer into the site. Inter's doing a bit of damage, but softening up the oncoming T's. Player goes in, and our scout's popped into position. MP9's not good enough to yield the kill, but look at the HP bars on North. They're exceptionally low. And Shiro with the overkill shot nearly gets the wall bank onto one of the two crossing players, but Lekro and Gage, 21 HP between the two of them, bring that down to 11. Gambit have weathered those Galils, and they do edge ahead.
Yeah, I'll never understand why the scout is the solo mid player on a B split. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like he needs to be at the backup B tunnels, holding an angle, maybe at platform to help his rifles go forward. You need to have a rifler or two making that pinch through doors and window. It just seemed like misplacement of resources really cost North there on having any hopes at really trying to pry that round open. And now, with the force failing off the back of the bomb plant, they will have to take the full save here. That's where Gambit can steer towards double digits. But the map in hand as well, they're starting to try to set themselves up for a 2-0 opportunity. Obviously still very early days here in the second half, and we haven't seen North full buy yet, so I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but Gambit have been playing really good recovery here lately. You know, getting those 4 rounds at the end of the first half, opening up strong here in the second half. They're making this a close contest again all of a sudden. No longer is North running away with this. A little bit of deja vu from Overpass, perhaps.
As you say, there's still some time to play with, though. And this is pretty much a throwaway round. I'm anticipating a great deal. They don't even have a flash or a smoke to use. It should be fish in a barrel.
Yes.
And Gambit smashed them down. 4 kills for Shiro.
Thought it was an ace, but I forgot Hobbit got one before he died. Still a good one for Shiro. Still some stat pattern going on, though.
As well. He'll definitely take that.
All day.
But North, refusing to buy, now have a very healthy buy of their own. Actually, a better buy. You could argue than their opposition's gone horribly wrong. They get clotheslined to hell on alongside a 2-for-1 trade with very low members left. Cajun still stands, but his teammates fall around him. And now he's gone down the same way, leaving Gade moving through on Catwalk with an AK, no control of the bomb. And the fact that enough time has elapsed, they must realize this is a possibility, Gambit.
Oh, yeah. They're not losing this round. Not a chance. I'm surprised Hollow was able to make the leap on top of Blue Bin with stones that big, pushing through that smoke. Gets the kill as well. great assistance from Maxile and Nafani to reinforce that long A defense. And again, that's what we talk about sometimes. When you have spawn-based plays breaking out on long A on Dust 2, it's going to be crazy at times. It's going to get a little bit wacky, and Gambit were the ones that were able to handle the situation better. And that wins that round. They're now flawless here on the CT side. They're up 11-8. North's economy back to being in the bin, so another round will likely be freely conceded. And the Gambit are starting to build up a pretty nice little lead for themselves. And Nest Egg is also brewing economically for them, so they're getting into prime position, Vince, to keep a 2-0 dream very much in the cards. In fact, you'd bet on it at this point.
Oh, those odds certainly will be favoring them that little bit more now for sure. But they could do a good way of sending a shock down the system if they were to be successful in this half-buy pistol round. They've already taken chunks of damage on their endeavors through on Catwalk. Have yet to really push onto Catwalk, honestly. They've been stuck on the middle side of it. Softened up by grenades and spray. And there's still 2 high ordnance options for Gambit, and that is in Nafani. Incendiary additionally. Smoke tossed down onto CT, one for the cross, so at least this time they have a bit of utility at their disposal. Maybe they can force a plant. That really feels like it's the best case scenario. Great flick from Shiro, but an even match with a 1D tossed in for good measure. Nafani wants to deny the bomb plant, can't do it. Just afterwards, he lands the headshot, so it will be a plant. And North, that's pretty much what they were looking for. However, Gambit 12-8 lead.
And they also get 3 free AKs, and they have an AWP, so they're able to upgrade some of their weapons, keep the op in play. Their economy is still flowing. I mean, Inters and Nafani are, 5 figures already when it comes to cash flow, so they're not going to be saving for a while. North are going to have to win several gun rounds in a row to close the gap on the scoreboard and cause Gambit to break a sweat. This is their first full buy, though, Vince. This is their first chance to really put their best foot forward. This is the first true test Gambit will have in the half. And I think that if Gambit win this, it's probably all she wrote. But if North can use this to kind of leverage a little bit of something, then all of a sudden, they might be able to close that gap. Big round here, Vince.
I just want to see something from North that instills confidence in me on this T side. They've yet to win a single round, and only 2 bomb plants, one of which was the pistol, one of which was basically a half-buy where they just rush Catwalk.
Yeah.
There's not much to build off here, is there?
They're just not getting any production. I mean, Lekro's gone quiet after having a hot start. Cajun B and MSL missing, of course. Like, it's just not looked good at all, unfortunately for them. They've been getting brawled. It's like they're out of their weight class, what it feels like sometimes.
True. And you look who's top of the scoreboard on Gambit. It's that man again, Hobbit. Yep. It's not Exile, it's not Shiro, it's Hobbit.
Dude, I'm telling you, if that keeps up, if Hobbit really can get back to old form, this team gets scary all of a sudden. They really do. They might still be like a roster change away from being like truly something special, but man, they definitely have some really young talent in Exile and Shiro, and if Hobbit can keep this up, then man, I'm interested all of a sudden.
Well, Gambit will be interested on this box side now as a bunch of grenades have alerted them to North's presence. They drop down into CT, but Nafani's waiting. He was the player on the T side that was consistently doing this, so he knows all about this trick and how slippery it can be. And with another kill and 20 seconds to go, it's looking grim for North. They line up, but Nafani's not able to spray them out of commission. Now down to Inters. 1 kill comes out, does a lot of damage to AZ on 3 HP. So even though North will get the bomb plants, it's all about those weakened players now, and it's hard to see how they hold on to this. Now, the good news is Gambit don't have any HEs or incendiaries to flush out AZ. That's definitely one way forward, but he can't afford to really stay out in the open. Cajun now using that car, typically known for his long play. Tries his best on B, won't happen. Gambit with a successful retake again.
Luckily, with the bomb plant, North can still afford into this next round, but honestly, there's not even been a round, other than the pistol, that they've even really looked like they could win the round. Granted, they've only had 1 full buy up until this point, opportunity. But yeah, things do look pretty grim, if we're being honest. But we'll see. Maybe things can change now they're back onto a full buy once more.
Nope.
Too easy for Shiro.
Just a slow peak. It's like, yeah.
MSL,
cheers.
listen. Yeah. I mean, it's been kind of the controversy of North, just everyone debating whether or not MSL should be the primary opposite team or not. I've always felt the answer is a no. But MSL's logic is that he feels in-game leaders have to be able to produce his fraggers these days, and he feels like the op is the best weapon that he can use to do that, which is fair enough, but you're going to be outclassed in a lot of situations with some of the opping talent that exists out there in the world. And it seems like outside of like the first half of Overpass, it really has been the Shiro show, as we were kind of expecting in the pregame segment.
Yeah, this is why I raised it before, why they maybe didn't go for Inferno. They felt like MSL could be countered pretty significantly from Shiro and Dust 2, and that's why they went for this instead. I'm not sure, maybe something we can ask them later on if they are successful, but still need to get that across the line. Hobbit up close, they give up another post-plant scenario. Hobbit goes a bit too aggressive. There's a flashbang in from Shiro, but does more harm than good. And maybe North aren't done just yet. Maybe they can start to pick up the pace and get their first round on their T side. Exile tries his best to take off the head at the catwalk, playing Gade, who does stand his ground for not just one, but two. Transfers into a double spray onto Inters. And barring a miracle from Shiro, when he doesn't have the time to really make anything happen, it will be North taking their first T round, and they bring the deficit to 4.
Yeah, it did feel like, I think you even mentioned this, that they kind of jumped the gun on that retake just a little bit with their first player. That first peek that they took just seemed a little bit off, a little bit just, I don't know, just a little bit reckless. And I feel like if they would have, you know, just kind of taken a second to breathe and work out the retake properly, they could have, you know, been able to get that round. They definitely had some good positioning, and they had the opening pick on the round. And yeah, it just seemed like they got a little bit careless there. And North obviously good enough to be able to take advantage of those situations, and they will get their first round of the half. Looking to try to go something fast towards B, perhaps, but Utility will slow them down just briefly, but they're going to go through it.
Let's go through it into Inters, who has the AUG by his side, and the spray is so good. 3 kills. He drops the bomb down and a smoke, which keeps him alive a little bit longer before Gade neutralizes him. But Inters can rest easy knowing that he's given his team such a huge, vast platform which they can easily dive back into this site with. And it's not as if there's even a post plant coming up into play either. MSL still needs to get that bomb across. Once he goes for the plant, it effectively becomes a momentary 1v4. And they may very well just try and brute force their way in. Incendiary is down, and Gade has been neutralized by Nafani. Gambit steamroll again, but Inters take a bow. That was a beautiful hold.
It was a beautiful haul, but also Gambit literally just kept incendiarying the area around Gade to where that guy never felt comfortable, you know, playing anywhere inside the site. That was great use of utility from Gambit. Good and more disciplined retake approach. Right? They didn't jump the gun this time. They played smart and patient. That's what they lacked in the previous round, and that's why they have, you know, one flaw to their record on this CT side. That was just a very uninspiring attack, though, from North, if I'm honest. I mean, they basically just lost to one guy playing Car, who dropped one smoke and one HE grenade and somehow gets a bunch of kills with the AUG when he probably should have been overwhelmed. So that is definitely a dark mark on Norse. Not going to be able to afford any more mistakes now, Vince. They have to play perfect if they want to win regulation.
Playing perfectly after only winning 1 of 8 rounds on their T side.
Big
it's asking quite a bit. Yep.
Yeah, you know. We can be hopeful, though, I guess. There's always that chance, I suppose. Especially a T side Dust 2, you feel like is one of the sides where it could really happen.
Yeah, they will have to believe, as Gambit did on Overpass. Going back far enough, Gambit were well and truly up against it on North. Whether they can return the favor is yet to be seen, and it has to start right here, right now. As you say, no more room for error. Exile is watching long by himself up close on the double doors. Does have Shiro to help him out if a call comes out. Smokes now beginning to descend onto the side. Exile playing up close. Flashbang is out, but so is the double spray, and he could be going in for 3, and he does.
Lord.
That's the bomb that drops down single-handedly, taking this round and making it Gambit's. Now, we were saying it had to be flawless. They slip on the first banana peel, and they face plant us, and that could...
I'm going to go ahead and say it's it. I feel pretty comfortable with that. Always the famous last words, I guess, of a commentator, but, you know, I'll hedge my bets on this one. That was... I don't even know what that was. Yikes.
that was Exile straight up decapitating 3 players.
Oh, yeah.
6 match points to Gambit. North do have a buy, but it includes Fugalils. No AWP again.
Exile's like, y'all single-handedly just put me back in the green on that round, so I appreciate it. 16 and 13 now is Exile, just behind Nafani and Hobbit. Again, no one on this team's really struggled in this series. We talked about on Overpass how tight the frag distribution was. Wasn't it like 4 kills between top fragger and bottom fragger on Overpass?
Yep, 31 to 27.
Yeah, I mean, now it's not quite the same, but still, you know, pretty tightly compacted there between particularly the top 4 players on the team. So, really good showing here from Gambit.
And again, it's top heavy on North. Gate 23, yep. MSL and Cajun on 8. Huge discrepancy.
Womp womp. Yep.
4 players on long already for North. This time they've been able to take control where they faltered last round. Only half the battle though. Gade gets forced out of position. So well played fight by Gambit. Facilitating that peak. Exile goes in for more. Nearly lines up for a 4K spray down. But he's softened them up. He's weakened them up. And Gambit should be able to convert. They do just that. And who else but Hobbit, who ends on 22 frags. What a performance. Gambit in the end. On Dust 2, they were just too good.
They really were. I mean... It seemed like they just never looked back when they started that little comeback in the first half. I mean, it was a good start from North, but once Gambit got the gears rolling, it just seemed like there was really never a way back in. They were flawless on that team. So they only gave up 1 round in the second half. So, I mean, just the dominant performance from Gambit. Overpass, obviously a different story, but they even made an incredible comeback there to win that one. So I've been really, always hyping Gambit up, and they really delivered here in this particular series. But we'll take a short break before we break everything down with Freya in just a bit. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
It's been a day of marathons here at the Pinnacle Cup, but ultimately the clock would run dry for North as Gambit sealed the deal 16-9. A grueling test as this series was going the extra mile, but with that, Gambit continued their run in the upper bracket and take one step closer to that spot at Flashpoint 2. For North, a final chance at redemption in the lower bracket as another CIS squad awaits them in the form of fours. But before we jump into that, I think it's time that we break this one down a little bit. Vince, we knew it was going to be a tough one for North given the history on this map, but Gambit, that CT side, as soon as they went into that second half, they looked like an almost impassable force.
They were excellent. I kick this off as well by saying Hobbit has played an excellent best of 3 series.
Yes.
Top fragging, top rating, top ADR on his team. The only player that had more ADR actually was Adwell by 1. But this guy had 53 kills in the space of 2 maps with 1.25 rating and was a huge part as to why they were so good on their CT side alongside the likes of Shiro. I think on the other side of the coin though, Freya, we have to touch on North being a little bit lackluster. Their T-half didn't really offer much at all, and Dust and I were kind of scratching our heads as to what they could possibly change up because they just look lost.
Yeah, I want to pick up on that and try and, maybe answer that question of where North could have gone. Did you kind of see any glaring holes from your side, Dust, of what they could have done on the second map?
I mean, it's the same issue that I've been talking about before it started. And I know this is going to sound harsh, but they just don't have enough talent. That's just the pure, honest truth. They do not have the star power they need to compete against some of these more skilled lineups that they're going to go up against. And if they can even handle a team like Gambit, how in the hell are they supposed to handle teams that are like top 10, top 15 in the world on a regular basis? Don't get me wrong. Sometimes, people are going to have off games. You can't be good every single time, but they don't have a consistent player on this team that can deliver time and time again. That doesn't exist for them. They have a bunch of role players and good tactics. They don't have a guy that can carry the game or make a big play when you need to, or at least not on a regular basis. I mean, hell, even Lekro, who was playing on fire most of that series, wound up going a little bit quiet there towards the end of Dust 2 when they were needing a comeback. So it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You're just looking across the scoreboards for both of these matches individually. Lekro was stepping up, and it was kind of difficult for them to sort of, cement consistency. I think that was maybe the issue for them, just having that consistency that they could work off with some of these players.
No, I think that's perfectly fair to say. I just think that going forward, North is going to have to figure out. I think they've done a good job of balancing the roles with who they have, but I still don't think they have the right pieces to make it work. I mean, that's just my opinion for now.
Well, we're going to get a chance to check in with the Gambit side of life as we have Hobbit on the line. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, Hobbit. I really just want to ask you, first of all, we were a little bit confused by the map veto because you guys would normally pick into Inferno. It was left open for you. Why did you go with Dust 2 in this instance?
I don't know. Dust 2 our best map right now. That's why we just picked it. Of course, we can play Inferno, but Dust 2, we just knew it. We're gonna win for sure. And we did practice versus them, and we always were winning. Yeah.
Well, it looked incredibly strong for you guys. I want to ask about that CT side specifically because it was quite close in that first half. But coming on to that second half, what was kind of the key focus for you guys?
We have good staff. We have good coach and an analytic, and they helped us a lot. They just did some work and they just told us they're gonna do this, and this, and we just keep focusing on it.
Following along with the game plan. I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
And yourself as a player, we were talking about you before the game. You have such a legacy within Counter-Strike, but we maybe weren't expecting you to be the player to be, stepping up and top fragging. And can you kind of talk to me about your role within the team and how you're kind of finding your comfort within the team?
It was a long way, to be honest. When I came, it was hard a bit because a lot of structure been here, and to be honest, I don't like to play structured, but at the end, I understand I can play my game and I can add it on practice, and we can talk with each other. And we did a lot of stuff before today, for example. We did really hard work.
Dust, I want to open the floor. Dust or
Yeah.
Vince, do you want any questions?
I have a couple of questions actually for you, Hobbit. The first one being like, yeah, back in like 2017 when you were on Gambit, you were considered like the rock of the team, like a really strong mid to late round player, pretty good at playing spots by yourself. And you were a really good fragger. You were one of the best players in the world at that time. And I know you've kind of been, through a journey, set in a couple of different teams, but now you're back on Gambit. Do you feel like you're going to be able to get back to your old shape as you play more and more with this team?
Of course, of course. I came back already. I'm feeling confident. I have good teammates. I have good team staff. I have good organization behind me, and I have everything to win. Yeah.
So the other question I would ask is, if I'm not mistaken, are you not in-game leading this team now? I believe that was something that was going on when you first joined, right? Or is that still not the case?
Yeah, that's true. I came to the team as a IGL, but the things doesn't work because they have already their game style, and I I did some I don't know broke it, and we understand that Nafani should call, and mostly Nafani calling, of course. And when stress situation, or for example, I have some sick tactics or good calls in middle round, I can do it, of course.
Okay. Also,
Yep.
with that, then I also noticed that in the past you used to be, I wouldn't say like a lurker, but you were usually more by yourself. And it feels like on this team you're kind of more in like the main grouping, and it's other players that are kind of taking like roles for themselves. Like Axel, for instance, is like that aggressor on the edge of the map. Why have you made
Mhm.
this change, and like what role you take on like a default, for instance?
To be honest, I'm a guy who don't care about roles. If we are winning, I can play any role in the team. Doesn't matter what role is it, open fragger or lurker, which I like it. Doesn't matter. If things working, I'm not destroying it. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, you'll be going on to face Havu later to keep your spot in that upper bracket. What is it like kind of facing them as a team? Are you going to have a particularly different game plan from North?
As I know, How is a good team. They played very well at last Flashpoint season, and it's gonna be interesting. And I'm not sure it's gonna be hard for sure. The game gonna be a bit stressed for us because we understand that we can win. Uh, I don't know, like if we are playing like underdogs, it's easier for us. But versus how we are not underdogs for sure. But I don't know. I have nothing to say. That's it.
Well, we'll find out exactly what happens when we see that match go down. Hobbit, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Always lovely to see your beautiful smiling face. And yeah, we'll see you later on in the competition.
Thank you.
Always fantastic to get to hear him from the players, particularly Hobbit. After that series, we saw from him, Vince. We were saying not necessarily the player we'd expect to be stepping up, but totally makes sense when you speak to him and you hear how he's kind of fitting in with the team. He's a very relaxed kind of player.
Absolutely, and it's also great to hear how positive he is and how sort of optimistic he is. Feeling like he's back to his best, that he has the full backing of the org, the players he's really happy to fit in with. Plus, the whole IGLing situation seems to be he's more offering ideas necessarily than actually leading the team itself all the time. So I think that frees up a player of his stature and his caliber to just go ham, and we saw the results. Like, he played so well in this best of three, and I'm really excited to see what the future holds from him and the rest of this team.
Yeah, and speaking of the few, you go ahead, Dust. Go
No,
ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think the great thing is like he did have a drop off in form. When he left Gambit, he was playing on like Windstrike and Hellraiser, some of these other teams. He didn't really seem like the same player. But I think that this is the perfect situation where he could make the comeback because he doesn't have to be the guy of this team. In the past when he was on Gambit, he was like the star of the team. He was very much one of the big contributors to their success. And so the guys like Axel, like Shiro, be kind of the front runners of the team. I think it allows him to maybe not feel as pressured and maybe allows him a little bit more comfort as he tries to work his way back into the form that he's used to being able to play in. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if he can keep it up, because if he can, again, as we've already talked about, he's going to be a dangerous part of this team, and it's going to make the team a lot more interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up about some of the other players on the squad as well, because I feel like we've been really harping on about Hobbit for good reason, because he really was instrumental in that victory. But I know, Dust, you were saying earlier, Axel, maybe not showing up on the scoreboard so much on that second map, but in terms of his actual impact in the game, he was so patient at some points on that CT side. It just goes to show his individual ability when it comes to this team is really instrumental.
Yeah, that guy again is one to keep an eye on for the future. Really, like when I watch him play, like he really reminds me of Electronic in a lot of ways, and the roles that he plays and how flashy he can be, how explosive when needed. He definitely just kind of ticks all the boxes for me as a potential real star talent in this region.
Yeah, and obviously Shiro as well. We were talking about earlier events, just his AWPing ability. You know, we were weighing up the two AWPers in him in that second map.
It did. I mean, he, as I said before, he was also missing some pretty key shots on overpass. And even though Shiro was starting slowly, he just built up ahead of steam. Dust 2, it was never even close. Like, he was just completely outclassed. And it was also cool to see, especially on overpass, Shiro and Exile together in tandem. That is a deadly duo if I've ever seen one. And one that as more time goes on, as these guys get more experience, as they get a bit older, more CS under their belt, man, if they stick together, they're going to be absolute dynamite for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I think with that, we could take a look at our updated brackets to give you guys a recap, because of course, some of these other matches have been going on simultaneously to this one as well. We were talking about the Havu game as well. We're going to be starting off with Group A. I don't believe there have been too many changes in terms of this bracket. Obviously, we can look at the lower bracket games. It's going to be Saw in there, TBD of who's going to be playing them dropping down into it. I don't think there were really too many surprises looking at this group, Dust. It's kind of played out how we expected it to be.
Yeah, no real shockers just hit on this group. I mean, I think that, you know, obviously unfortunate to see that there was a forfeit when they're in the lower bracket with Saw moving on ahead of Windstrike. Like, I think that match could have gone either way. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but I think all in all, you know, it's kind of going the way as planned. It would be crazy to see if Secrets would pull one over on Endpoint. They're already one map up in that series. So that could be kind of an interesting, I don't know if you call it an upset, but I know Endpoint's, you know, done some good things this year. Obviously, Thomas was a huge loss, but they picked up a really good player to replace him and still were looking on pace to do some good things. So yeah, it'll be interesting how that series finishes out. But otherwise, I think that it's been pretty much going just as you would think.
Yeah, and of course, the winner of that will be going on to face Saw in that lower bracket to continue to fight for their tournament life. But this is where we find ourselves. We've been focusing on that Group B action all day long. And I believe we're going to continue with that as well, as we can't let Fours be going out of the competition without featuring them on the stream. I believe we're going to be focusing on North versus Fours coming up next. But you can see, I know we were chatting about it, Dust, earlier. It's almost a little bit of a surprise to see those two caliber of teams, considering some of the other teams in attendance here at the Pinnacle Cup. It's almost a little bit of a surprise to see North and Fours slipping down, one of them being eliminated already only on day 2.
Yeah, Nexus has been, you know, out there making some big things happen. I mean, the fact that they pulled off the upset against Fours in the upper bracket was crazy enough. And they even gave Havu a run for their money, right? I mean, one of those games went into like multiple overtimes, and even Nuke was a 16-13. So, I mean, it's kind of nuts to see Nexus kind of poking and prodding some of these teams that, you know, would be heavy favorites, you know, in most people's minds. But it sets up kind of the upper bracket final that I was expecting to see. You know, Gamut versus Havu is kind of what we thought. And I very much think that one of those two teams will probably be the ones that advance to the actual main league. But we'll see if Fours and North can try to battle their way back.
Yeah, and that's a good point to sort of end on there, that Gambit versus Havu match that will be coming up, I believe, tomorrow. Vince, that is a little bit of a surprise to see Havu actually struggle to get there, though. I believe it was 4 or 5 overtimes in that game against Nexus. Maybe a little bit of a surprise compared to the form that we saw Havu having yesterday.
Exactly. I think, well, we all thought Heretics would beat them. They proved us all wrong. We thought they were going to just have a cakewalk against Nexus, but that's the reason I love tournaments like this. It gives these up-and-coming teams that you don't know a great deal of, this full Romanian roster, a chance to show the world what they're capable of doing. And even though they have lost, they've turned enough heads, they've gained enough attention from us and from people at home. We don't really know what to expect from these guys. So there's a lot of very interesting storylines taking shape.
Yeah, expect the unexpected indeed. And of course, that isn't all the action we have for you guys today. 2 more best of 3s will be coming your way. It's going to be North versus Fours, and it's coming up after this.
was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The priest cut threes up, straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb race sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one art, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one art, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. It's one art, one shot. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars on the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the color, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher, under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so go for the go. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah! It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Our first match of the day has concluded, and with that, sees North falling into that lower bracket here at the Pinnacle Cup. Waiting for them in the Lion's Den, another CIS side, this time in the form of Force. And it being last chance saloon, everything is on the line for both of these teams. Joining me, of course, to find out exactly how it's all going to pan out, the wonderful Vince and Dust. Vince, we've been pretty hyped to see this game, particularly as we didn't expect necessarily to be seeing Fours in this lower bracket position so early on.
Not very true, getting knocked down by Nexus. They're a team that have had their own issues. They just lost against Espada as well recently, I think today or maybe last night. So they're a team that at one point were touted as being like one of those top tenders that were going to like really step up from Russia, and then they kind of dwindled a little way. I feel like this online element of CS hasn't necessarily fared great for them. But you could say the same about North. Like, this is a team that is struggling as well. So I find this game like a very intriguing and interesting match that could be super close, but I could also see Force just steamrolling North as well.
Yeah, particularly as we've just seen North coming off of a lost Dust. It must be pretty hard to, just be resetting mentally to come into another best-of-3 series.
Yeah, it could be interesting. I mean, these teams have been battling each other a lot throughout this year, though. I mean, I think they've gone head-to-head in like 4 different best-of-3s in 2020, and Force has typically been the one on top. I think they've beaten them in 3 out of those 4 best-of-3s, dating back to March to now. They did get a win over them in like a smaller online cup in a 2-1. But yeah, you would certainly favor, Force, I think, a lot of the time in this match. I think they're more skilled, while they might not be as good tactically. I think, again, similar to the Gambit situation, they just have way more firepower. They are really aggressive, really in your face, very chaotic team to deal with. And I think that despite their shortcomings against Nexus early in the tournament and maybe some, little debacles here and there online throughout the last couple of months, I think they're still very much the stronger team.
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison to be drawing just in terms of that firepower element. Yeah, again, because that was, a little bit of a criticism we had of that North side, just going up against Gambit, just a few minutes earlier. Gambit have that more firepower on their side if you look at the pound for pound players. And then we're coming on to Fours again, and, just looking at the roster, Z-Power, players like FaceCrack, Flit, they all have the ability to really be popping off, don't they, Vince? So do you feel like it might be a similar tale for North in this one?
I think so, but I actually think the Force have a stronger foundations when it comes to tactical Counter-Strike as well. So I don't necessarily think that we have the kind of David versus Goliath in terms of skill as opposed to the strategical play. I think Force can stand in the trenches and play strats as well, no problems. Jerry's a guy that has a very good handle over this kind of stuff as the IGL, and I think that ultimately Force will be a different ball game in some aspects, but I feel like the end result may very well play the same way.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to bring up about Jerry. He really is the man of the hour when it comes to the strats within this team. Do you kind of see him as maybe somebody we should be watching, not, in terms of his pure fragging ability, Dust, but the way he allows the team to sort of play around him in terms of the strats that he'll be calling?
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like at times I've seen them play like a really loose and scrappy system where they're just like really fast paced and just looking for duels, but they do so in a way that is still quite organized. Like, it's not as if they're just running loosey goosey by themselves or doing things without purpose. They typically have good spacing and good utility to go behind their aggressive play style. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like old school Virtus Pro in many ways, where it's just kind of like this organized chaos type of style. And they kind of thrive in the trenches when they're just kind of scrapping with people. And I think that they're fairly well rounded. I mean, they have talent in multiple areas. They have some good aggressors like Jerry or like Z-Power with the op, but they also have someone like Flit who can kind of be more of a rock, kind of more passive, and kind of handle some of the mid to late round situations and cleanup duties. So I think that they are a team that honestly impressed me a lot last year in the LAN circuit, and I thought they were well on their way to climbing the rankings, and they were for a bit there, but obviously in online play and all that, I feel like it's kind of maybe taken a little bit of wind out of their sails, but still a team I expect to do well in this qualifier.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, before we jump into the matchup, we've got to check in with our odds as well. I believe we can have a look at the community poll. And if you guys want to get involved in this, make sure you're following at Flashpoint on Twitter, where you can vote in our community poll to see who is going to be taking this matchup. Let's see which side the fans are favoring within our Pinnacle odds poll. Ooh, actually going to be going with North. Bit of a surprise there, maybe, Vince?
Yeah, especially after the last performance. Again, I think that could just come down to a bit of favoritism with the fans. I'd imagine there's not as much Russian fans out there as there are North fans, but like at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, North, have they been disappointing? Yes. They always have that ability to turn it around. and I would never fully count them out, even though I feel like they are the underdogs in this game. That may very well work to their favor. Maybe Force crack under the pressure, knowing that they could be eliminated if they are unsuccessful, as they were against Nexus.
Yeah, and after a string of, what you were saying, Dust, kind of poorer results against some teams that we presume they should be winning against, maybe that mental game will get on top of them. And I do just want to touch upon the North side as well, because we have just literally seen them play in another best-of-3 series. And it was actually Lekro that we were really singing the praises of, weren't we? And maybe we weren't expecting him to be the sort of force coming out in this team.
No, I mean, I think he's been a pleasant surprise. Don't get me wrong. I just wonder if there's going to be enough to go around it. Like, that's the big question, particularly on some of these CT sides. I feel like is where North really lacks. Attacking wise, I think they figured things out just based on, tactics and based on team play and manipulating rotations very effectively. But on defense, when sometimes it comes down to just being able to hold your ground and be able to outduel your opponent, and the game doesn't really come to you in the same way, that's where I feel like they might be in some trouble.
Well, being that we've just seen North play, I think it's only right that we talk about the map veto coming into this one. Again, another best-of-3 series. So Vince, have you got any kind of inklings of where you think this one's going to go?
I feel like ultimately I'm not expecting to see Mirage. As we said before, it's North's Instaban. In terms of the Instaban for fours, it's normally going to be Vertigo. This is also a map that North typically do like to play themselves. So I think we're going to have more of the middle of the pack maps like Nuke, Inferno. I do know that the first map is likely to be Inferno. I have some insider information. Some insider information, so I'm going to be honest. Which I'm going to be honest and turn that into a talking point here.
Mm-hmm.
How has that happened, North? Like, I know the first ban is Mirage, but like you're up against fours on Inferno. This is a map they're really good on.
Yeah, I mean, when they've played against each other in the past, Inferno has been one that's come up multiple times. Same with Train and same with Overpass. So I'd imagine that similar maps could come into play again here. In fact, the last time they did a pick ban, it was North who randomly just feel like they can't play Mirage, so they kind of have to leave Inferno as a float. That gets wound up picked up by fours. And so I'd imagine that North are probably going to go for like Train or Overpass or something, and Train does come out. So as far as the third map goes, it could either be Overpass or Nuke. Not really sure which one. I think teams are pretty happy with either one of those, to be honest, as a third map in the series. But it seems like they've played Overpass quite a lot against each other recently, so maybe they want to kind of set. I think that Force definitely doesn't want to play Overpass, so the ban will come out there. Nuke will definitely be the third map then.
There we go. And as you were saying just earlier, Vince, maybe not favouring North as much as you might have hoped it would have been.
No, I mean, I understand that if they just simply do not want to play Mirage, and it is a map, to be fair, that fours are good on as well. But you have to take into account that fours have played Inferno 30 times in the last 3 months, and they have a 77% win rate. Oppose that to North, they've played it twice. So, I mean, there's a bit of a difference here. I'm just throwing it out there. This could be a bit of a slaughter, but we'll see.
Also, head-to-head, they've beaten North both times they've played Inferno this year. One of those was a landslide, by the way. It was like 16-6 or something like that in the Home Sweet Home Cup just a few months ago. The last time they played against each other on Inferno, though, was a little bit closer affair. But yeah, you would expect this one the first map at least on Inferno, to be a pretty solid one for fours.
Well, with that, I think we can start to lock in our pinnacle predictions here up on the desk. Dust, I'm going to start with you. Who do you think is going to be taking this series?
Fours.
That's it. Hands down. No more to be said. Are you going to be echoing that same feeling, Vince?
Yeah, I mean, I can't see how North win this game after what we just saw. And I think fours effectively start this 1-0. So yeah, I go fours as well.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very tricky. I know I might be playing, I might be grasping at straws here, but maybe, with Lekro coming on board, being that new star that we've kind of seen him be for the North side, definitely not expecting him to be coming out in full force. Potentially, they might have something to shake up on Inferno, but I don't think they are going to be taking this series, unfortunately. But we can see if our pinnacle odds are going to be agreeing with us. We've had a pretty good string of luck with agreeing with the pinnacle side of life, and indeed they are going to be siding with Force. And of course, if you guys want to try your luck, head on over to pinnacle.com/flashpoint to check the latest odds for every game here, and so many more within the world of Counter-Strike. But I think with that, we're not going to make you guys wait any longer. Let's kick it off with our second best of 3 of the day. It's North versus Force.
Second time witnessing North play, and they'll be hoping that their fortunes are quite different to the first time around, but neither of us have a huge amount of faith or belief they can pull this one off, Dust. I mean, as Freya said, Lekro has been playing well. We'll give North their due, but other than him, it was a little bit silent on the old killing front, and that's what worries me about their prospects against fours.
No, I think that's a pretty fair point to make, and Force will be starting out on the CT side here of Inferno. So we'll see how things are going to go. Lecro already here at log position at top banana. Rest are working towards alt mid and getting some apartments control, it seems.
I mean, Forza are a team that have been a bit shaky as of late, so North maybe can make the most of that. Cajun gets gift wrapped a freebie. Nearly misses on Flit, though, which could have been incredibly awkward and put his team in an awkward position additionally. But now Z-Power, one of the main men, the heavy hitters, statistically one of their better players, not going to be going too aggressively, waiting for the rest of his team to arrive. Lecro, though, with the Glock, puts him down a peg, forcing a one-dimensional retake, but Lecro's had his head removed by Almeza, and now the Russians start to make moves up towards the bedroom. Cajun, close range, decapitates Jerry, and face crack try as he may, cannot get this kill, and they're looking to save. They have a reasonable save here as well, Dust. Like Almeza with the Kevlar, couple flashes, and a defuse kit. May as well just hold on to what you have.
No, can't blame you for that. Obviously, no real way back into retaking this round. Very decisive victory, though, from North. That's going to be great news for them. Cajun B find a couple of big kills early. Lecro also is able to pitch in for one. Now Mazer takes care of Gade, so they'll be able to make sure that those guns do get saved, as well as the flashes and kits. Armor on Almazer. North will, of course, buy up what they can here. Pretty much Galil's a plenty for them. The one up for AZ, who wants to get a little bit more utility. Cajun B will go ahead and go straight for the AK. Kind of curious to see how the roles change on North with Lecro on the team now. Looks like they're going to have MSL playing the banana control with Lecro, which Kirby was more of an apartments player, and I feel like Cajun B is just going to take back all of his old roles that Kirby had in the past. It feels like that's kind of the gist of it. Also, Gade taking more supportive positions as well towards apartments, as he was normally a B control player for this team. So it seems like, again, just kind of keeping that same like AZ, you know, Lecro combination for the more important entry positions, at least early on in the rounds.
Oof, Almeza only takes 9 damage and nearly connects the Deagle headshot. That's enough to force North for the time being. They haven't really overextended as of yet. Still 2 smokes and 3 flashes, options available to them.
Right.
Z-Power up close on the alcove, joined by Almeza, who's now made moves back over on A. This is a spot-on call from Force, keeping players on the B side just in case this call is incorrect. But with a 3-player stack on long, this could be a nightmare for the T's. They bait in a Z-Power, but only the 1 kill comes out. They needed Almeza to land the 1 deke. And our face crack, Force with his back against the wall of the site, doing a bit of damage and actually finishing off Cajun, makes it costly. But in terms of winning the round, it is no longer looking like it's a likely prospect. Deagle at range will not be connecting, and Jerry may be pulling the plug with a saved Galil. That would be a really nice takeout of the round, actually, when you consider there's no real hope of them clutching this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he can drop the Deagle to somebody, keep the Galil for himself, or drop the Galil and keep the Deagle. Either way, it gives them a few guns to work with in the next round that they would have normally not have had. They would have to take a full save. So North will jump up to 2-0, but they'll have a little bit of a harder test, I guess you could say, in this 3rd round, having the battle against a Galil and a couple of Deagles instead of just USBs, but still do favor them, of course, to roll towards the 3-0 start. So great little kick off here from North on a map that, as we noted, definitely favors Force if you just look at results and head-to-head history, and just kind of considering what the map pool has been for these 2 teams this year, you would really fancy your chances with Force, but North kind of at least get in a good start.
Sure, and it's good for the confidence as well after just being obliterated by Gambit not too long ago. To come in with some wins and start to get a buffer of rounds behind you will be ideal. Just as you called as well, Jerry does drop the Deagle, keeps the Galil with the armor. So enough to make this sting for North if they tread into traps and do not tread lightly. Already taking a fair chunk of damage on AZ through Banana. Sending over a 3rd player, R4s, will be Z-Power's Deagle that joins alongside Almeza and Jerry. curious as well, Dust, how Fours will opt to play this banana side when they do have more utility and weapons at their disposal. They've pretty much given it up here, understandably, but definitely something to look out for.
Nah, I would really expect them to be fairly assertive. Usually you do see them playing very aggressively on banana, you know, whether it be their opper, you know, taking aggressive peeks, or whether it just be like using utility and, you know, taking swings with rifles. I definitely expect them to be challenging that a lot when we get into the gun rounds.
35 seconds. Now a fourth player coming over to B. Facilitated by Flit's aggression in the apps. They feel comfortable with this stack being successful. Nades being exchanged. Jerry peeks out first with Galil, just the one. Meanwhile, Gade's incendiary, or Molly I should say, finishes him off. And now Elmazer at the back of the site can start to show his hand with the deagle. He needs more 1-deags and he will find another one. Denying the bomb plant a few more seconds, getting Flit into position, but Gade's AK is too good, too slick, and North take a 3-0.
They do, but it's been costly, Vince. They're having to do a lot more rebound than I imagine they were hoping to have to worry about. So that does keep their economy a little bit in check, and it gives Force a quick chance for a comeback if they can win this first gun round. No one above, you know, mid 1K except for Gade. And here's Dita's going to be Z-Power with that op looking to get aggressive on top. Banana nades come pouring in, and Z-Power will strike first. AZ is quick to trade it back, though, so good efficiency from North. But there's still two defenders in position looking to take fights, and Jerry will win his, putting one right between the eyes of AZ. And so you were asking the question, Vince, what's going to happen when guns and utility come out from Force on handling this banana control? I think you got your little bit of an answer there.
Indeed. You said we'd expect some aggression and not to let it given up. Force doing solid work. Lacro dropped down to 31. 2 mollies, smoke, and a flashbang with a minute to play with. Force only have 2 players on A, so actually if North were to push in aggressively, it would effectively be a 2v3. No way of North knowing this, however. And even then, Force clumping together, making sure they have each other's back covered. Decent positions, actually. Kind of an orthodox for face crack.
Yeah, it's just tough because their rotation's so far away. So, like, if this does fail for whatever reason, they could still be in a lot of trouble. But like you said, they do at least have backs covered. They have pretty much all angles accounted for. There's no real way to get crept up on. And face crack will draw first blood here on the side. Flit still standing, but cleaned out by Gade. Very well handled by North there. They get a 2v2 post plant now on the A site. This does at least give some time, though, for Force to rotate before the bomb gets planted as they do make their way up middle. But it's still going to be a tough ask here to retake with Jerry already a little bit low on health. Luckily, Lecro's out there quite vulnerable as well. So we'll have to see if they can work it out.
2v1. Now in favor of North, considering this was a 2v4 at one point. How devastating could this end up being? Almeza pushing through on the app side via balcony. Players up close, player in pit. He did just hear a drop. He's given this round up. I think what he wants to look for now is exit frags. He wants to try and squash the remainder of North. This round goes the way of North, and Lecro puts the bullet in the head. He will survive the bomb blast. North take a 4-0, and that looked like it should have been 4s.
It really should have been. I mean, here's the problem. Even though they did have a 4-on-3, that didn't really matter much anymore when your defense is split that heavily and no one's even towards CT spawn for a quick rotation. It effectively becomes a 3v2 on the site that North just wound up winning. They take like a 2-on-1 trade, and so they get the post plant 2-on-2, and Force's remaining, you know, players are just well out of position. They didn't really work out that retake together. They kind of went for individual duels and lost one in apartments early. That pretty much wrapped it up. So I would have liked to have seen someone be in position to rotate a little bit easier to help. Either way, they're now on the deco, and they have drawn first blood here in the round. Flit connecting the dots there onto Gade, looking for a little bit more, but Cajun B will punish him for looking for extra. So we'll be back to even, which will certainly favor North. So they're already causing a pretty big rotation towards B. So it is just on this stack, basically, on our side middle to try to defend against this A-take that North are looking to set up here any moment. I do see Jerry making his way back through spawn, though, so now this stack will have a little bit more assistance.
North slow and calculated on their aggression for the time being. Now the smokes will start to come into play. Bracket smoked off. ZZ Power and Face Crack boosted up, and Jerry making moves around the side. They've given up the site itself. They may get their reward. MSL walks in, drilled by the Deagle. AK picked up. They will have a buy in the next round with max round loss bonus on the horizon. Whether they want to throw the AK away is yet to be seen. Jerry's head removed from AZ. Pit under T's control. Site still has 2 players situated on there. Cajun and Lekro waiting to be aggressed on. 2 AKs now in the hands of Force. Surprisingly, they are going in for this one, and they may get rewarded for it. Face Crack goes in, living up to his name. Now they know where the remainder of the 2 Ts are, and they've picked both of them off. It's going to be close without a kit, but they should have it done. And with that, Fours finally get on the boards.
Do they?
I think they have it.
Yeah, okay. It was a little close. I wasn't 100% sure, but yeah, they do get it done. I just want to put a little bit of pressure on you, man. So get back up, you know. Great round there from Fours, getting one a little bit earlier than expected. Stack came out huge there, and just finding those fallen AKs really gave them a lot of bite behind the bark, and so they will now try to use that to their advantage as they come out swinging with the op at mid right away. A flash, though, will divert his gaze, and so Z Power will not be able to get the vision he needed to land that shot, but he gets away at least, so no harm, no foul there. Flit aggressive again, Apps, and finds a pick.
Money situation looking a bit grim. North have put all their life savings into this round. The Deagle from Gade now picked up by Cajun. Fours got the opening pick in the last round. It was instantly nullified by North. This time, no player for the T's to sweep onto, to wide swing into frags. Jerry up close on Banana. Information gathered, a Ford's 3-player stack on A for quite a while. And if they hear anything, that 3rd player, or 4th player, pardon me, in the form of Almeza can just dip out of there. If not, this is a deadly stack. And now they're walking into the gauntlet. They're walking into the Liar's Den, and they get devoured whole. Lekro pushing in. Almeza will get punished, but Lekro, the last man alive for North, and a quick rotation as he will just find out firsthand. Z Power smashes him with the AWP, and Force pick up 2 in a row.
Yeah, really great little bait and switch essentially on the half wall and logs that Force had set up at Banana. They're really dictating the pace on that B side of the map now that they've had weapons and utility in their hands. That's something that North's going to have to solve once they get their economy back in order. Otherwise, they're going to be in for a pretty rough time if they're constantly denied basically one half of the map and kind of get funneled to making A plays. And look at this mid aggression coming in on the back of Z Power's op. This is going to be a huge pinch on North.
It's going to be a bloodbath, really. I don't even see them getting more than 1 kill. Cajun with the Glock comes in. Lincoln, you'd have missed it. Really cool setup, though. Taking the shot, fall back, incendiary placed down, so North had to rush through the fire and flames, and it was just easy pickings in the end.
Yeah, and now Z Power has a fantastic mid spawn, so we can go for an aggressive pick there again. Last time North flashed them, they didn't really have a chance to take a shot. We'll see if that changes this time. You can also go and just run across and go for an apartment peek out window. That's something else you'll see operators do sometimes when they have that spawn. So he's got a lot of options open to him. We'll see which one he chooses in just a bit. Full AK buyout from North, which is understandable. It's a little bit harder to have impact with an op on T side of Inferno, especially if you're not a very proficient opper. And so 5-round setups are very viable. Especially if you want to prioritize utility anyway. Again, the big question for me will be, how does North contest this banana control that Force has been putting in?
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see in that last round. Four's also nading down middle and getting aggressive behind North will make them think twice about putting all their chips on the table for banana control. Lekro also gets tagged while a flashed up Z Power shoots off his elbow. That's a rough start again.
Here's the other thing. Like, not only are they controlling banana, but they also have Flit being so it's like they're showing forward positioning on both sides of the map, and North have yet to answer that yet. Now granted, they have only played against it a couple of times, so they still have plenty of room to adjust, but that has been a pain in their side. But AZ alleviates some of that, taking out Almazer at Banana, really softening up that side of the map. It's forcing a big rotation from Face Crack. Jerry is very exposed right now with low HP, cannot get away. This fight has fallen.
Fallen apart from Face Crack. We'll hear the bomb going down. His 2 teammates haven't budged an inch, and that will give you all the information that you need. It's going to be a save. Cajun, though, close enough to try and pry a couple of these weapons out of the hands of fours come the end of this round. Doesn't need to go aggressively just yet. Listening for information to call to his teammates, now moving in through the apps. The key areas you expect to see saves come in around pits, apps itself, which is why he is patrolling the area, the vicinity. If you can take some of these guns away, it would be 2 AK-47s. Obviously, you can't replenish on the CT side, plus an AWP, so it could be very costly, but Cajun decides to back away. It's not like the economy of North is fantastic itself.
Right. It's a very fair point, but at least North have, you know, proven that they can handle some of this aggression from fours. Very efficient stuff there, particularly those really clean banana frags. Won them the round with ease. We'll see how fours want to adjust. They're going to go to a double op. Both of them are B too. That was kind of weird. Okay, now never mind. One slipped over.
Moving through the smoke. Aggression from Flitz. But Lekro keeps AZ's life going forward. Albeit very low HP. Z-Power, some aggression. Force, feeling like they have to take the fight to the T's. Have to try and get some room for maneuver. Missed shot, but Z-Power not fully punished. Dropped down to 9 HP. Face crack goes back in aggressively again. Finds his man of AZ. He's now been finished off, but Lekro returns the favor. Keeping North in the ascendancy. Almaz's AWP could be the difference maker. First shot connects, he backs away, and now forces them into Z-Power's web, where he will look to pounce. The downside is, though, he's about to get flanked from Cajun, and I was going to also mention he's on low HP, so nice try, but ultimately won't matter. Almaza just has to save the AWP. This round's done.
Yeah, North was just playing really good CS there. I mean, they were anticipating pretty much every aggressive move that Force was trying to make there with those ops. And then they handled it really carefully. You know, once they feel Almazer's op at B, you know, they know that the other op is probably somewhere inside our lane. So Cajun B knows that if his attention's at middle, he can kind of slip out apartments. He grabs a free frag that wins the round. So that's just good calculations from North, good mid-round reads, good decision making. Again, that's North's bread and butter. That's their win condition, just playing smart, tactical CS. Making sure that they're not giving, you know, any free duels away or doing anything too sloppy. Just, you know, staying composed as a unit and what's been given to them. And that's exactly what they've done here so far on their T side. And so they will continue to build up this lead. They're going to go up 6-3. Money is still there, though, for fours. They're not going to get a freebie by any means this next time around. Going to have to keep fighting hard here. And in fact, double op will still be in play for fours. But I have to say, North are putting together a pretty good T side. If they can win this one, that would force a save out of fours, and that's whenever they could start building up a pretty big lead. So they're on the cusp of doing something quite special here on this Inferno T side.
And fours realizing it, go aggressively again. The spray's not on point. They lose 2 players right off the bat. And where one player goes aggressive, another may follow. They anticipated correctly. Face crack now changing up his position. Good play with the M4. 3 players fall to his wake as he reaps the souls, reaps the hopes and dreams of North in round 10, and goes in for another one. Beautiful round fight by Face crack.
I honestly can't believe North allowed him to do that much. Like, it makes sense he catches the first player off guard, but the fact that he has 3 kills is pretty wild. There was just enough room between players to where he was constantly able to adjust his crosshair to deal with the next upcoming opponent. And that is a tough pill to swallow if you're North, because you feel like you had Force against the ropes there, but now they've broken free. And now all of a sudden you're the ones feeling the pressure. They still have a couple of rounds of cushion, but releasing Force build up. That's a crazy miss from Z-Power. I can't believe he hasn't gotten the frag there. He's done plenty of damage though, and he was able to get away. 2 players quite low now on North.
I love this aggression on fours, but it is beginning to backfire. Z-Power, hot off the back of not landing the kill, has been put down with authority by Lekro's hands. Grenade damage is good. AZ and Gade alongside Cajun. Wounded. But they do lead by a player. Here comes the rotations. Face crack aggression down Banana facilitates Almaz's rotation through on towards A. Just shy of a minute left on the clock. And now the T's start to make their move via quad, via short. Jerry, close boxes joined by Flit. No flashes affecting either of them. And now the crossfire starts to snap into action. 3, make that 4 kills. And suddenly North in real trouble. They got the first kill, and then Fours just slapped them off the A site.
Yeah, I mean, that was a combination of just good positioning from Force onside the side itself. Both players basically on top of boxes at good angles. Really made it hard for North to find a favorable duel. And Almazer, as you said, was able to get that early rotation with the AWP. Was perfectly in place to find the last 2 kills of the round. Really tough for North to crack open that egg. It was just really well set up by Force.
Oh, just too aggressive. As I said before, Z-Power, he's loving these peaks, but it's actually doing more harm than good at this point to his teammates. Now, sure, it's against an eco, but Gates picked up the AWP. This could get a little bit sketchy. AZ goes aggro, gets punished, and Cage in the meanwhile ants onto Flip. 2v3. Not too far off Cajun. But Gates' positioning is pretty much unknown.
True. Gonna be a tough still, though, trying to get this bomb back in his possession. Now he's been found out as well, so FaceCrack can start creeping his way in to finish this off. Gates smartly gets into the AWP, knowing that the team wants to run a double op.
Yeah, well played, honestly. Playing incognito in middle, but Gade has been found killed, and 6-6 to score. And you have to answer, well, you have to pose the question, I guess, and MSL needs to answer it. What are you going to do about this B control, this banana control? Because Fours keep pushing over and over again, and you're seeing it one more time. This time the flash will work in favor of North, and Jerry is pushed back a peg. FaceCrack going in next. Spray through the smoke, claiming the kill to AZ, and now MSL will raise himself up through banana. 2 players remain up against North. One of the most aggressive CT sides in Inferno I think I've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see why Fours are doing it, right? They want to rattle MSL. They want to rattle North, because North is a team that if you give them their foundation, if you give them that little bit of space early in the round to start setting up their players and kind of opening up the flow charts of all the different type of mid-round options, that's where they thrive. Whenever they don't have to deal with early round chaos, when they can kind of dictate the pace and play out their game plan, you know, milk your utility, force rotation gaps, like that is MSL's strength. So if you're Force and you throw a wrench in all that and you start taking these early duels, you force North to have to play more reactive rather than play to a game plan. You force them to have to scrap with you and hope that they can win duels and hope that they can just like quickly counter you with, you know, just kind of really just like last minute and rapid decision making. And I feel like North has in the past, particularly MSL, has struggled against those types of play styles. Those are the ones that usually get them. Because it's hard to account for everything. You know, if you're a guy who studies the demos and, you know, tries to play, you know, fully disciplined CS, you know, that's like your worst nightmare is being knocked off your comfort zone. And so that's what you've really seen play out here. And North, though, at that round at least, were able to have the people in place to make those snap reactions and be able to get the favorable trades. So if they can keep that up, they should still have a pretty big half here. They're already off to a, you know, really good start. Again, my concern for North coming into this was the CT side, not the T side. Well, that's a little ways away off still.
A lot of interesting mini storylines taking shape. And Z-Power with the early peak, not for the first time. This will work out for him. Missed a couple of those in previous rounds. A lot of confidence shown for Almaz's AWPing prowess, and that's why another notch on the belt. As he sent out of the round momentarily.
Yeah, North have some apartment really about it, and now Gate has to give that up to reform with his team here at the bottom of middle, trying to see if they can't re-aggress onto banana side. They have plenty of utility to kind of flash their way up to top banana, then smoke off CT spawn and coffins and just try to execute the site with Molotovs, but Almaze was able to kind of reset towards CT spawn, so they're not going to get that kind of early pick they may have wanted to try to help out the numbers a little bit, help out their odds. They're going to have to really still just rely upon their utility being very effective. Now, granted, there's no one really rotating yet from 4, so it still is these 2 players, and that smoke on spawn could separate Almaze from his teammate, but he's able to kind of take a shot through it before having to fade back, but misses. It's going to really leave Jerry in a vulnerable position.
Flash is not going to do anything for Jerry. Almeza smoked off. Still, plenty of players to build behind for fours. Face crack goes aggro, missing out. Almeza so aggressive with the AWP, getting up close. If there's a play around triple box or shadow, he's probably a goner, but gets rewarded for just holding W. And now Almeza maybe called upon one more time. Player to his left in pool, another one in the form of Gade in Banana. And Almeza's presence, his pressure, proves to be too hot to handle. Force pick up a 7th, and after a beautiful start for North going 4-0 in the lead and then 6-3, it could even be fours that come out ahead at halftime.
Man, really good. 1 round left to go. North did a great job considering that was a 3 versus 5, using their utility effectively to shut out that B bomb site and get themselves a post plant 3 versus 3. But unfortunately, they just couldn't account for Almeida. Here doing AWP from Coffins, like you said, you know, taking some, you know, risky peaks, so to speak, but he felt comfortable doing so and he delivered when he needed to. So that is going to, as you say, put fours back into a tie position. They won 4 of the last 5. They're really feeling it. I mean, if it wasn't for North winning pistol and getting that 4-0 start, this could have been a much different half. I feel like Forrest has really dictated the pace ever since. That mid-aggression, though, this time has been thwarted. They catch face crack right away. That was a very risky push from him, and he's been punished for it.
I just feel like every round is risky from fours. It's kind of crazy, honestly, and there's so much grenade damage done to North, who now look to try and push straight through, but they walk into Jerry. Almeza smoking the molly just to survive, but it hasn't fully extinguished it, so he can't wide swing as he wants to. Has to stay behind the smoke. Flicking, that's the bomb that's dropped down with him as well. Almeza trying to waste as much time as physically possible, and he's given enough time now for the rest of the teammates to arrive in bulk. Z Power and Flit both coming through on the ruins, and the bomb's just been planted, so there is so much time left for these two to work their magic. They both have so much utility as well. Incendiaries on both players. Toss that towards triple box, force him out into the open, and then try and pick off. Is that a whiffed molly? I'm not sure what quite happened there. Doesn't go to the back area they were anticipating. Another incendiary is now connected. Pool, one of the players will be Lecro, who comes in with 2 kills and a bit of an awkward retake attempt, but ultimately it will be North leading 8-7 come the second half.
Yeah, a little bit of sloppiness there at the end on that retake, and also I feel like maybe they pushed the bounds of their aggression. It felt like how much they could get away with, and they finally hit their limit, and it came right there at the end, which allows North that slight edge when we transition sides. We'll figure out if they can keep it up after a short break. Stay tuned.
Another close end to the sees North just about lead, but we saw this earlier against Gambit and things went pear-shaped for them. So let's see how they do on the CT side. Nothing slow about this one though. Fours straight up into the face, and after what you just saw on the CT side, are you surprised about this aggression? AZ quickly peek from two players. Almays are hopping up from the coffins and putting AZ into one briskly. Face Crack comes in next, and North now in a post plant 3v5. Do not have control over a kit or any grenades at all, and Jerry gets MSL as he tries to run through CT side. It's a massacre. Jerry with 3 kills, and Fours steamroll their second pistol.
Yeah, that is a bit of a rough one if you're North, but they still, you know, with their good performance in the first half, it's not going to harm them too much losing pistol. They'll still be right in striking distance as soon as they get economy, so it's not going to spiral. You know, it's not like it's like a 10-5 half they're having to play back from, so should be all good here. As AKs and MAC-10s aplenty are out for Fours against the Deco of North. You're going to see Z-Power looking to get up mid pretty quickly here. Scott, his teammate, Flit, looking to get some apartments control.
Team is jockeying for position, but it will be Fours. But now assume middle control. Afforded with the flashbang. Now Lekro may have to move position. Molotov down onto him. Smoke comes in straight afterwards. Now grenades behind it. Cage using the smoke bomb box to keep himself alive, but it hasn't really done anything. Not really delayed the push. He still gets corroded away with the rest of North, and another post plant. Four's looking good to lead, and I believe this would be the first lead of this entire map.
I think you're correct there, Vince. Well done. You can do math with single digits. Congratulations. How's it feel?
Thank you. It feels great.
It should. There's nothing more risky than trying to do quick math as a commentator. Really playing with fire when you do that. But luckily, this fun is so great, I never have to.
Good luck to you, AZ.
Okay.
Plenty of T's charging. That's a MAC-10 that I believe dropped down. Down he goes.
Yeah.
No saves today.
Nah. Not much you could really hope for there, for being honest. As North will have to concede another round, essentially. Maybe more deagles, but not going to be able to go for the buy just yet. They get a little bit of utility behind this, though. So maybe they're going to look to do some type of set play with it, or some type of aggression, or maybe they're just using the smokes to try to stall Fours as much as possible to, you know, allow for earlier rotations. They can try to, you know, do a stack later on when they need to, when Fours actually commits to a site. Either way, we're going to see Fours look to get pretty quick apartments control here. They've already cleared out pretty much the entirety of it. And now they're forming up at middle, looking to just pack a punch as soon as possible. No surprise there. Fours is definitely one of those very, you know, scrappy and aggressive teams. So makes sense they would get things done here early in round number 18.
P250, decent damage. Smoke allows MSL to fall back safely. I say that, but Flip actually flanks in. That's the bomb down first. Cajun can't get the second one, Deek. Sprawled out in the smoke. It was really messing with his vision. And although he goes down, there is a weakened face crack that maybe could get finished off. And keep in mind, they will have another buy. AZ looking down. I seem to check which weapon it was to try and pick it up with E. Doesn't really matter. Four's 10-8 leads.
Yep, and now it's going to be the full buy. And again, North is going to get challenged at banana here. Just like Fours was aggressive on B on defense, they will favor it on the attacking side. They're one of the few teams I see that will like send 4 people at B early in the round, almost every single gun round. It's something that's very uncharacteristic of other teams, but something that Fours really thrives in. And here it is. It's the 4-1 opening at banana. It happens like 70% of their T sides. The thing is, though, knowing is half the battle. How do you handle it? Because you always have to respect that they could be going A. You can never really overly stack that B bomb site, knowing that there's probably going to be 4 there early. So it makes it very hard to deal with whenever they run out this play style. And while they've opened that way, they're not, you know, biting the bullet right away. They're taking it pretty calmly, but now they're looking for the duels. They've spot gate at CT spawn. Haven't found the frag just yet, but they're forming up for an attack.
Oof, AZ. I think got dinked through the coffins down to 5 HP. Oh, and then burned alive. Almaze's molly. He maybe assumed it was too deep to affect him. Gade has to contend with another Molotov now. Still taking a tighter angle to do a bit of damage to Z. With 3 weakened targets, there is a way back in for North, but they don't realize it. And because of their finances, they have to save.
Yep.
That's so frustrating for them, but Fours will steam ahead to an 11th round.
Yeah. Again, like, I've been watching Fours play Inferno for a very long time, and again, they run that 4-1 opening on B a really high percentage, and they're very successful with it. It's the thing, and if you're North, you've played against that before, right? They've already played each other on Inferno twice and then lost it both times, and they've also, I assume, seen plenty of demos on Fours and how they like to play. But again, knowing is half the battle, because you never know when they might play a bit more standard and where you can't get away with stacking B. And you never really can know exactly what utility is going to get used and exactly what timings are going to get put into play. So yeah, you might know they open 4-1, but you don't know what they're going to do with it, and when they're going to do it. So it makes it really hard to play against. And again, Fours, while they do on the surface look very scrappy and aggressive, there's organization to it. Like their spacing, their utility usage, their timing. They're definitely well polished in playing that very assertive style. And it's also can be very overwhelming for teams, even if you know it's coming.
Rinse and repeat. It's worked so far. Why not? Jerry, though, does eat another grenade. So decent grenade usage from North. Incendiary behind it stalls the push a little bit longer. More grenades tossed in. HE lined up. Come the end of this, they're going to be so weakened, Will Fours. They will struggle to get onto the site, but they have at least dealt with AZ. Now, MSL, under heavy duress, by face crack, accompanied by a flashbang from Z-Power.
Yeah, MSL could not get away, and he had an op, so that was a pretty big problem for him to be trapped at Sandbag's position under those conditions. Gade, though, has made a quick rotation through Ruins. He's been able to find 2 huge kills. He might be able to reel this one back in, Vince.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when we touched on before, the very weakened players. With all that utility that was tossed down, a great 4K from Gade. But really propped up by the HEs and the incendiaries that we saw used on Banana earlier. Maybe this is where Force's reputation precedes them in a negative way. North know what to expect.
Yeah, they know what to expect, but the thing is, because Force have 4 players there, often they're going to have more utility to wage that banana war. And that's where they can start leveraging advantages over you and do more damage. That round, yeah, they got the worst end of the deal, but more often than not, they're going to be overwhelming. And now look at this. They're going for a new change of pace. They're switching it up. They're running right down arches so fast.
Maybe this is where the reputation that precedes them helps them, because there was a heavy stack from North over on B.
Oh, they missed the
Get up
smoke
in the
library.
smoke. That's so costly and devastating. 2 kills come off the back of that. A good flash tossed in from Lekro. Flit's still waiting in the wings of balcony. Thinks he can't go out alone. He knows there's going to be plenty of crosshairs pointed in his direction. Should he do so? Needs somebody else to cause some interference. Gade has capitalized with the M4. Erodes away one of the remaining 3 players, leaving it to Z-Power and Flit. Heavily in North's favor. That being said, though, Fours will move together up Banana, and there is only one player here, which will be AZ.
Yeah, there's nothing to smoke them off, though, unfortunately. So Fours is going to have to actually take this fight. Now, if they win it, they have a 2v3 post plant with the CTs really out of position to get there quickly. And then they have the op on Z-Power to be able to patrol that. So there is still some hope for them, but they have to be able to win this fight. They might not even get it. AZ doing a great job just staying alive and getting into Ruins and getting the information to call for a rotate.
Oh, even better frag. And there's a second one they line up for him. They get in each other's way. Sending the opener first is always difficult to land the insta flick with that gun. So 11-10, money for Fours. They could get a buy, but it'll be rough.
You're absolutely right. They're going to have to make some tough decisions here on how they want to distribute this money. I mean, Flit and Jerry have quite a bit. They could even do a drop if need be on one of their low money players to get something formed up, or they could just, you know, go middle of the road approach, get some Tech 9s and utility, pose a threat in this round, but really make sure that they're suited for the next one. So North, very good odds to tie this game up here and now, but again, when you have those Tech 9s and Deagles, if they can close the distance, if their utility can be effective, they can still be very dangerous to deal with. I think you're seeing more and more how powerful this Tech 9 is again ever since it kind of got rebuffed a while back. So we'll see what Force has up their sleeve. Maybe they have some type of eco strat that they're considering.
that double whammy where the Tech-9 got slightly buffed and the CZ got nerfed. And it was a worthwhile trade back to the Tech-9 once more. So Fours with all this weaponry. Not ideal, of course, but they know there's plenty more CS to be played. MSL gets the flick, but Almeza 2 to get 1 is crazy, but both 1 deeks? Oh my god, that's absolutely absurd. Flashes are good. Cajun has to use the box as a bit of cover and wait for the T-Sentinel aggress on top of him and insta headshot round the corner. That's why the Tech-9 is so deadly. It gives you that run and gun ability, and North will be absolutely bamboozled by what just happened. A double Deeg opener, Tech-9 frag, and a 2v4, and AZ and Gade can do nothing about it.
That is definitely a tough pill to swallow. This is a round where you feel like you got to tie off the game here and now. Our fours are on low economy. But I have to say, that is an Opper's worst nightmare when you take that decision to play that apartments angle and 2 people jump out at once. You know that you're really only going to be able to get 1 kill, but he couldn't even escape. That is the bigger problem. He needs to get able to get out of there. And Almazer, you have to give that man credit. To hit 2 1-deeks like that is absolutely phenomenal stuff. Again, you expect 1 at best in that scenario, which would have been enough to probably put the real pressure on MSL, but the fact that they get both is just absolutely incredible. That's going to get them 1 a little bit early, and they're going to be laughing all the way to the bank with that one. They didn't even have to put too much money into that, and they get the reward. And they have the economy of North in a play they can buy here, but they lose they're going to have to save. That's going to give Forwards a lot of breathing room. So this is a big round for North. They need to win this to stay into a close contest.
That's it. Not only do they win on Tech-9s and MAC-10, but they also killed all of North. Not a single weapon was saved. So this two-pronged, painful outcome result falls upon North.
I wish we could have seen the replay of the Almazer Deagles, because I have to imagine that second one was just straight dirty.
Absolutely.
We didn't get to see it, but...
It was so quick, it was just bang, bang, you know? Like, there was no downtime in between the 2 shots.
Absolutely. Wild stuff.
So many smokes.
Yeah, pit sneak play perhaps.
It's very possible. Lekro preemptively throwing down that smoke, realizing the push is imminent. This keeps him alive a little bit longer. I say that, but Face Crack with the MAC-10 sprays him down alongside Cajun. The House of Cards, it's coming crumbling down dust. And with an exceptional velocity to it as well. North struggling to just survive.
Yeah, that's a strat you see every now and then. It's the smoke wall that includes poke position, so that pole position, and it basically allows someone to just run through the smokes and jump over the fence and basically backstab the pit player who still has to worry about being attacked from the balcony side, and the smokes essentially block anyone from helping him deal with that. So if you're the pit player, you're isolated, you have to worry about being pushed from balcony, and all the while a player sneaking through the smokes and getting in behind you. So that's just a really nice organized strat there from Fours. It's nothing new, nothing innovative, something you don't see super often, and it can be very effective when called at the right time. And honestly, considering that they were still sitting on like a MAC-10 and Galil, that's the perfect play to get the MAC-10 a guaranteed close range duel. And if he doesn't, he gets pit control for free if there was no one there. So you had so much to gain from running that play at that particular moment. And it winds up obviously just netting a huge benefit from Fours, who will now jump up 13-10. And now the money for North is well and truly gone. They do save 2 weapons, sure, but they can't really afford to go around them too much. And so that gives Fours really a good look at the finish line from this point forward.
A bit of history repeating itself too. North had a great T-half against Gambit earlier today, and then their CT side was just shambolic. And it seems like more of the same. Take nothing away from Force. They've absolutely smashed this half. No 2 ways about it. MSL, with one of the 2 weapons that they saved, put it to good use, and some grenade damage landing on top of Fours as they emerge outside of Banana. Pop flash lined up from AZ. Has Gade to help him out with the Deagle. That M4 up close could be a real huge part of this puzzle.
They're in a lot of trouble, Vince. There's good positioning from the CT side. There's a lot of damage already being dealt. And here it is, AZ with the 2K spray down.
That's the round. I don't really see how Fours get out of this now. Look at where the bombs dropped. They are screwed.
Yeah, you wouldn't really fancy their chances, would you? It would take quite the blunder from North at this point to allow a way back in for Fours.
Z-Power trying to back out of this one alive. Leaving Jerry alone, though. This is kind of rough for the AWPer. Strange to say that Z-Power has not got control of the AWP and it's in Jerry's hands instead, but that's the odd upside-down world that we live in. Now, if they had the bomb, if they had the bomb, you're feeling like, okay, this is doable, but it doesn't really matter.
Nope.
It's still on B.
Yeah. Not much they can really do here. Z-Power is just full sprint ahead, though. He's actually trying to still make something of this, or at least catch another exit frag.
Yeah. I think it's because the economy of North isn't exactly solidified and fours can buy next round regardless. So if they can take some more weapons away, this actually is a huge take.
That was so smart.
You know, as we're saying that, by the way, they nearly won the round. That's actually absurd.
Yeah, I like that move, though. Like, there's no way North expects someone to backstab them. They're expecting them to be saving guns and T-spawn or something like that. So I like the idea of, look, their economy's low. Let me do something a little bit unorthodox and make sure that they don't carry anything over. And yeah, if he would have had a couple of more seconds and somehow connects the third kill, maybe, yeah, he does win. That would have been wild, but I don't think that was ever really the goal there.
Oh yeah, that was economic turmoil that they had in their mind, and it has paid off. Of course, they do need to convert this round. If they end up just getting bested with 4 players left on North, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Right.
And Z-Power for the first struggling. Gade nearly gets 2 alongside Cajun. Z-Power and Flit both struggling. They go back down middle. The only one player here is MSL, and he instantly gets headshots. Now, they're not in close enough proximity to instantly jump on top of B, and AZ will have a chance to spray through the smoke. Keep in mind the low HP. This could force fours into a bit more of a passive approach, knowing that a well-placed spray could pretty much end this round. Almaze's head is intact, but AZ's certainly not. He's just been dispatched with haste. Fours somehow in this round and actually in the lead.
Yeah, they had the 4-on-3 here. The bomb hasn't been quite planted just yet, but I mean, North's intentions are already, you know, very apparent to us as viewers. They're keeping their 2 players at A. They're gambling that it might be a fallback, and if they're wrong, they'll just save their weapons because their economy is an absolute shambles at this point. There does go the plant on B. There is still a player kind of trapped in ruins. It's going to be Gade. He's probably going to try to backpedal and get out of there and save his own rifle if possible. Or may even try to look for an exit or 2 if he feels like he can't really safely get away. He is one of the players on his team, in fact, really the only player besides AZ that has some money left in the bank to spend next round if need be. And oh my god, is he going to try to ninja defuse this? Okay, oh boy. That would have been quite something, wouldn't it? But no, fours are aware of that being a possibility, and they'll make sure that doesn't happen. 14-11 to fours.
I admire the effort, Gade. I really do.
I'll give it to him. It was bold, but, you know, it would have been all worth it if he could have pulled it off somehow.
The thing is, though, if you're on North now, you're thinking we probably could have used that extra weapon because someone has to drop down to like a FAMAS and they're going to have a lack of utility, but it was worth the risk, I guess, the gamble.
Yeah. I wonder what MSL is going to have to use here. You got dropped something. Everyone else is going to have M4. It's pretty good utility, all things considered. Force, though, knocking on the door of Map Point.
I'm pretty sure there's a FAMAS on the ground. I saw, I think it was Gade bought one and dropped it.
There you go.
No up, though, which is pretty significant. Not that MSL's necessarily had a huge amount of impact with the gun, if we're being honest. He's on 9 kills.
Yeah, he's been off today, even by his standards. I know he's not normally lighting the world on fire anyway, but even still, he's usually a little bit better than this. And he's had a really tough first series where he had virtually no impact. And here on Inferno, he's also really struggled.
Where you see the other side of fours. They're not just all about aggression. As you said in the pregame, it's controlled aggression. Sometimes they will slow it down, try and draw the grenades out of the CTs. To be fair to North, they've held on to the bulk of them. They've not given this away, but if Z-Power gets this peak, not far off. Right idea. Not quite working out, though.
No, counter utility coming into play as well, extinguishing the molly, giving the CTs a bit more breathing room to kind of reposition on this B site. In fact, they both both gone for the boost, which is not a bad idea. They haven't done the boost yet. It could catch Force off guard. It also means that someone's not going to get isolated in the site by themselves without any assistance from a fellow teammate, so they can just play for the retake if need be, if the boost doesn't really catch anything. And so I don't mind the decision making here from them. We're still going to have to work really hard at this.
All the flashes, all the grenades. AZ waiting patiently, drops down into the smoke, but he gets killed. There is a team kill in amongst all of that, though, as Gade gets the assist before he is also reeled out of the round and skewered with a headshot by Flit. Big kill from MSL. Grenade lined up, still yet to get planted is the bomb. They need to pick this one up, but nearly a 2-for-1. Cajun gets tagged up through MSL, and Z-Power springing this round alive one more time. Planting amongst all of that, although Z-Power was dinked, he still holds his ground, still lands the frag, and Flit finishes it off. Fours have 4 map points.
Oh, what a comedy of errors in that. Like, the boost from North, just, I can't believe he didn't get at least 1 frag from that, but he kind of paused the team kill, so I guess we'll indirectly give him credit for 1. Either way, Z-Power, look at the timing of this, man. Just catching the flank as well as after he had the 2-for-1 shot that had a kill and a bunch of collateral damage mixed in. And now North are well and truly in hot water. Just 3 MP9s and a FAMAS. They have to win 4 in a row to force overtime. Force's map pick looks all but secure. It was the expected result after all, but you really feel like North had a chance to upset after their first half performance. But they have not had really many answers on this CT side. Only 3 rounds have they been able to fit in. They've been isolated from each other. They haven't really had a good streak. They'd have to have their best streak ever to be able to force those extra rounds. It just doesn't seem possible considering what we've seen thus far in that Molotov. Oh, I thought it was going to actually bank further over and flush those 2 players out, but it didn't quite make it.
Stacking 2 players, though, when you have a lack of utility and weaponry, is a heavy cost on North. They needed to get some success from that. Z-Power now joining the rest of the troops. Cajun B joined up on the balcony. Big 1B looking for another one. Had a few chances, but it's now been capitalized on from Fours, who with 45 seconds left in a 3-on-3, and that hot water starting to boil over a little bit for North. Almeza is tagged down to 41, but it will be post-plant. North in real trouble. MSL taking point with the MP9 through on balcony. If he pushes through alone, he's likely to die. He needs to wait for those 2 players on quad to make a move, to make something happen. Out comes MSL. Flashbang accompanies him. First kill goes his way. They still need to break onto the site where Jerry and Almeza are together. Jerry with 1, looking for a second, but AZ's AWP up close will at least allow North to live a little bit longer.
Yeah, they did a really good job working that retake out together, finding the perfect way to get MSL into pit where he basically would get the backstab, a free frag, an upgraded weapon. We need to give his team that room they needed on that lane side to start coming in. Really good orchestrated retake there from North. It does keep them very much in the race. The thing is, though, there's still plenty of money to spend for Force, so they will have no easy rounds towards overtime. It would take really still quite the Herculean effort to force Force to have to play extra to get this map secured. But at least that's 1 step closer.
A sidestep forward. Fours into aggressive positions again. Face crack already down towards the boiler. North haven't ever really got middle control. Flashbang is good. Face crack will be joined alongside Almeza. Smoke towards the left-hand side. Forces away Gade, who's only on 8 HP. Nearly died there.
Yeah, they're trying to go for that closet stack and hoping that they would like lure Force into some type of false sense of security and bring a trap on them, but Four is able to do a lot of spam damage instead, and Gade walks away whimpering with 8 HP, tail between his legs, but still hanging around hoping that he can have impact. We'll be able to deploy a smoke here shortly to deny access to Fours on that art side. They'll make a rotation here, switch places, get MSL in position with the op and library. They're really biting on A being where the take's going to happen. It's kind of a double fake Forces running. They're looking to put pressure at B with 3 players now. In fact, the bomb is joining suit, so it's actually going to be the full-on B take, I think, but never mind. They're not really making a decision just yet. They're kind of shuffling backwards now. They're causing a lot of misdirection.
They've been aggressive so many rounds that North have bit down on this hard. It's only Cajun that's left, but they don't check the left-hand side. 4 kills, they all line up for him. Cajun reeling this round in favor of North. And the Dane implodes Force. They just had no hope. They wasted so much time. Indecision for once costs Force dearly. Normally, they're very decisive with their games.
Yeah, it seemed to me like it was a design double fake, but then it turned into indecisiveness, as you noted, and it seemed like they didn't really know what they wanted to do, and then, yeah, they just don't even look, and then Cajun B just gets to mop them up. What a crazy multi-kill from Cajun B. Call him Cajun A there, because he certainly held down that side of the map with ease. And now things have gotten very spicy because North are only 2 rounds away from forcing the overtime. Force's money is actually somewhat depleted. They still could afford something here, but if they did, they would be lacking in utility, and Almazer wouldn't really have much of a weapon. And then they wouldn't have a lot of money to spend on what could potentially be the final round of the half if they do wind up losing here. So it seems like they would take more of a halfway approach here, like invest down to maybe like $2,000 each and then still have money for full buy next round. And we know that they've been able to pull off a victory with these Tech 9s and utility. So maybe they'll go for the smoke wall strat again and try to do the pit sneak, or maybe just try to close distance as quickly as possible up lane and just try to, you know, scrap. But either way, they weren't able to go for the full purchase. I think they're thinking pit sneak again, Vince.
Possibly. Well, with Cajun up on the balcony, it's going to make it that much more difficult, though. You can just hold down left click if they do start putting them smokes in play.
It's in the area as well. Going to slow them. Could also just be the pop flash push. They have flashes at middle that they could throw over and try to use that to swarm the balcony.
This is Cajun all day long. Perhaps not. He did enough damage, though, to at least blockade the initial push. Force didn't fully force into this, so even if they do concede, it's not the end of the world for them. But North doing a great job of keeping their hopes on Inferno alive. Last time these teams faced each other, it was 16-14 in favor of Force. Could be going the same way, perhaps. Flip last man. Not for much longer. 15-14. Force will have a bye, but we have gone the full 30 rounds.
Yeah, this is the biggest winning streak North's had, you know, all CT side long. These last 3 rounds in a row, but it's come at just the right time. They need just one more to force overtime. Fours will be able to get onto the full buy final round of the half, but what can they come up with? They have been halted. They've only won 2 of the last 6. Starting to run out of answers. Their initial game plan is starting to fail them. They're going to try to go back to that 4-1 opening towards Banana, but utility kind of slows them down, but now they'll start taking space as they can. Slowly creeping up towards the half wall. Oh my, what a timing there from MSL to spam the op shot.
It's well played as well, though, because they did enough to force the Russians to stay in position on Banana. MSL, those are the kind of flicks that he needs to land, though. They even lined up for a potential collateral shot. With his death, the round may very well follow after a beautiful wallbang earlier on. Called into action to play up close. There's the first kill. He gets tagged down to 47, but stays alive. And there's no over-rotation from North. They're both still stuck on A. They may have assumed this was a fake, but now they've put themselves into a position in a very difficult retake. Z-Power's already perched up on the triple boxes, and that could be all she wrote for this map. It was a heroic effect from North to try and get themselves back in round by round, brick by brick, and build this into a possibility. But it seems that building has been demolished.
Yeah.
And now Lekro checking his angles, doing his due diligence. That's an off angle you do not anticipate, and Flit puts Fours 1-0 up in this best of 3. But I honestly thought that would be so much more one-sided when Fours got that vast lead.
Yeah, I have to applaud the effort there from North at the end. I mean, they were making quite the recovery. They had that 3-round winning streak. They put themselves in position, potentially forcing overtime. So, I mean, there was definitely a couple of high marks there towards the end, but it wasn't quite enough. We'll break it down in more detail after a short break first. Stay tuned.
Inferno was the battleground to kick off our second best of 3 of the day, and Jerry's men looked to stamp their mark in a nail-biting 16-14 victory. Unfortunately for North, now only one map separates them from elimination here at the Pinnacle Cup, as Fours proved the Trailblazers. And although North put in a valiant effort, it was once again that calculated aggression that seemed to pay off for Fours. But as you were in there, Vince, I think everybody was surprised to see North make this so close after such a strong round lead from Fours.
I would even go a step further here, Freya. I think that map was very winnable for North. There were 3 or 4 rounds. The timing was slightly off, some missed shots, some missed plays. North, in my opinion, should be coming out of that map 1-0 up. I honestly feel that was North's map to lose again, which we've seen already a couple of times today.
Yeah, and I would totally agree with that sentiment as well on the CT side, because I know you were talking about it as well, Vince. That's the side that we've seen them be a little bit weaker on, just in terms of their overall games today. I know they've been on totally separate maps, but was there anything that you saw them kind of slipping through the net that we've been seeing throughout the tournament today?
Well, I feel like when North have been at their strongest today, which obviously is a pretty small sample size, but from what we've seen, is when they can outmaneuver and outpivot their opposition. We saw them do it against Gambit on Overpass. We saw them do it in part against Fours as well, which is maybe why Fours are so aggressive on their CT side. When on their CT side, they have to be a lot more static. They're not as dynamic. They didn't go for those aggro plays like we saw Fours do. And when they're in positions where they're in 3v5s and they're being pressed upon, you do start to see some of those weaknesses kind of shone a little bit brighter. So I think it's the fact that they couldn't be as dynamic on their CT side as they could on their T side earlier on.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good vein to start talking about, is that aggression, because Dust, we were talking about it before the game. That is something that Fours will typically display. It's a sort of characteristic they're known for. And do you think that was sort of able to keep North on their toes a little bit more in the first half? Because I know you guys were talking about, you give North the room to be making those executes, to be sort of drawing up those scoreboards, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the perfect counter to a team that's very organized and disciplined, is to throw a wrench in the plans before they can even get them rolling. If you dismantle their foundation and you kind of get in their head and you force them to make like really rapid reactions rather than being able to play like a proactive game plan, I think you force them out of their element, especially if they're trying to incorporate a new fifth and they're trying to like shift roles on several different players. Like Gade's kind of taking on a new role, Lekro's taking on a new role, even Cajun B is getting back to older roles, but still might be a little bit of a rusty period as he tries to get used to playing his old positions. I think when a lot of that stuff is in flux and you're playing a ton of CS lately, and then you get rocked like that, it's really hard to kind of get settled in at that point.
Yeah, it's very difficult indeed. And I think we can take a look at our updated odds brought to you by Pinnacle. Of course, we checked in with them before the game. Let's see how much they've changed as we're going to be going into the second map of the series. Who is it going to be favoring this time? Oh, it's actually the community poll. We're doing this in between maps. That's interesting because we saw a huge amount of the fans going towards the side of North. Vince, that's changed a little bit more even now.
Yeah, I think it was just shy of like 70%, right, towards North when we last checked before the first map. And I think it's just maybe some of those fans now starting to lose a bit of faith. I will say, honestly, that map was a lot closer than I thought it would be. And as I said, I thought North should have won that. So for me, if anything, I would have expected the overall poll to have been roughly the same or maybe even more in favor of North for this specific map. Obviously, they're playing from behind now, so it is obviously going to skew the results a little bit. But I could see North winning Train. I don't think it's out the realms of possibility they pick up their map.
Well, I mean, Pinnacle seems to agree with you there, the odds siding with the North side, because as you said there, Vince, it is going to be North map coming into this. And I know we were talking about the history between these two teams. You were saying, the last time they played on Inferno, it was a 16-14 again. The last time they played on Train, it was 16-14 as well. So I'm interested to hear what you think, Vince, in terms of the performance of these two teams coming into this one again, considering it's only been a matter of a couple of months since they faced each other.
Yeah, that was 9-5, wasn't it? Where North won 16-14. The time before that, they actually lost 16-10. So it has gone back and forth. I think for me, Train is such a incredibly punishing map on the CT side if you don't have your house in order. And if we see another poor CT side from North, they're going to get dismantled. So they need to have a solid CT side. For me, that's the key. I expect their T side to be pretty decent again. I think Train is the kind of map where you can play mind games. You can outmaneuver your opposition. A lot of times now on T side Train, the T side will get 9 or 10 rounds. It's not completely unheard of. So for me, it's the CT side where I need to see what North have.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a valid point, considering that's really been the storyline for North throughout the entire day of competition. It's really been that weakness on their CT side, which, kind of makes sense with you guys saying they're trying to inject a new fifth into their roster. But considering that as well, Lekro has been looking pretty decent, hasn't he, Dust?
Yeah, he definitely has been up to snuff, but then it does go back to what Vince was saying. It comes down to the CT size. When they won that 16-14 game at 9-5 a couple of months ago, they had like a monstrous CT size, like 12 rounds or something like that. But I feel like that was an overperformance. It's not typical of no loss. 16-10 to fours. Prior to that, they didn't have much of a CT side at all. They gave fours 10 rounds on their T side. So
Yeah.
I think it really will come down to just how good North CT side can be, which today it has not been up to snuff. Like they've been absolutely bullied on pretty much all the defenses we've seen them take. So I think that's what really is going to come down to. But if I'm being real, both these teams' results on Train lately have been quite dodgy. It's been quite a mixed bag. Neither team has shown any level of consistency on this map. So for me, it's a little bit more up in the air than Inferno is, especially how close Inferno just was. I wouldn't doubt if we see a third map here, but it definitely could still be the 2-0 for fours.
Yeah, I do want to shine some light onto the forward side as well, just looking at some of the players from the last map of the series, obviously Inferno. Almeza, I think we need to sort of talk about him because his confidence, that could be totally game-changing coming into this one, Vince. It seemed like, we talk about that aggression, and you guys were saying it was a very, very calculated aggression, but that could be such a thorn in North side, if they're setting up for a set execute, and then Almeza just peaks, and that's it.
No, sure. And I think he's not necessarily the first guy that I would go to when I think of the power on fours. I think Z Power is normally one of those guys that you look towards, and especially on a map like Train. It's a big map for AWPers. Additionally, on their CT side, they were so aggressive on Inferno, like overly aggressive at times. It was kind of mind-blowing to me. Almost every single round they were pushing somewhere. Train is a map, you can play aggressive. You can go through box walls, you can go pop dog, you can go A main. Hell, you can even flash yourself out of Ivy. So I'm curious to see if fours will allow North on their T side to get settled before we see those plays like from Almeza as you're highlighting there, Freya, or if Z Power is going to go for these peaks up like box walls or something like that. It's going to be really curious to see like how these two styles mesh again stylistically.
And from your perspective, Dust, is there any particular player that you're going to be looking on from the forward side in particular coming into Train?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be looking to see like how the roles change up again. I mean, right, incorporating Lekro into a new system, having Train be a map that's a lot more technical. I think it's a little bit harder to get away with like freestyling and just plugging and playing players into old roles. Like you have to really make sure everything's together. And honestly, a lot of the T sides for North this year on Train have not been as impressive as some of the other maps in their pool. In fact, of the maps that North play, this has been one of their weakest outside of Inferno, right? Like they're much more comfortable playing maps like Nuke or Overpass or Vertigo. This is one of those maps that, outside of Inferno and their permaban Train, it's been one of their, more shaky maps as far as getting results on a regular basis. So that's like the more concerning factor for me.
Yeah, I think something we were talking about with the North side as well throughout the entire day, because we've been focusing on their matches primarily up until the second best of three, was the consistency of the team. And I know we were touching on it in the pre-game segment, Us. You were saying you feel like they've had some of the right cogs, but they haven't all lined up at the same time. And I'm wondering what you're thinking sort of with this new squad and what we've been able to see. Admittedly, it's only been a game and a half that we've seen of them. But are there any kind of flares of hope that you're thinking, okay, potentially these guys are working towards a better side than we've seen historically from this team?
I mean, look, I think that MSO is a fantastic in-game hopper, right? And I wish you would stop trying to force that, round peg through the square hole, so to speak. Like, it just doesn't seem to work. Like, I think that this team will be much better off making some recruitment opportunities to bring in some of these guys out there. Like, why is Farlig not on this team instead of being on Godsent? Why are some of these, Danish riflers for some reason feel more comfortable being a seventh player for Strauss and being a starter for North? You have to really dig deep and to figure out why in the world your recruiting just sucks so much that you can't get this Danish talent that's coming up. That's something that needs to be addressed, because there's no reason for that. There's no reason you should be letting players be a seventh for Strauss and not a starter for your team. Why is Esatag not on North? Why is, Bubsky not on North? These are questions you need to be asking.
Yeah, it's an interesting question indeed, particularly because, they went for a Swedish player as their fifth. It's interesting when we talk about Denmark as a pool for Counter-Strike talent. There's so many players in the scene, isn't there, Vince? So it's kind of interesting that they go with Lekro. I see why now we're seeing him in the server. No disrespect to him as a player. But it's kind of interesting to see the evolution of North as a team.
They're a team that when they first got announced, when they first came on the scene, there was a lot of hype. You know, you had Astralis, North were going to be that team that many thought would be probably the counter to Astralis, maybe even challenge them for being the best team in the world, or at least up there. Hasn't happened. I think we can categorically say at no point North have had moments like the DreamHack. I think it was Stockholm, where MSL got the MVP. They ended up winning that.
Yes.
Not long after he picked up the AWP, and people were getting hype about it. And then since then, it's just been flat. They struggled. You're absolutely right. The Danish scene is brimming to the fullest with crazy amount of fans. We were just talking about this before, as is the CIS region. So yeah, there's a lot of head-scratching moments. And if North with MSL, he feels like he has to frag out as an IGL, as opposed to picking up somebody like a Farlig, as Dus mentioned, that could have more impact with the AWP. You have to start questioning that if MSL is going to continue to not be on par with some of the AWPers like Z-Power he's going to be facing off against now, okay, well, they need more firepower somewhere else. Where is that coming from? And it's been absent. They haven't had it. Lekros had moments, but that's basically it. They need to somehow substitute that firepower elsewhere, and I don't see it with this lineup.
Yeah, it is a difficult one indeed. I love that you bring up that Stockholm win as well, because like MSL getting one of his first MVPs there, and then they go straight into the Face It Major, and they go out 0-3. And there was so much hype for them, considering they beat Astralis in the grand final at Stockholm. It just seems like there's always that story of, you know, the inconsistencies that come out with the team. I mean, just looking at some of the scoreboards for some of the matches that we've seen of them at this tournament, I mean, Cajun was really, really stepping up in that last matchup. Admittedly, I feel like there was some... I'm thinking of that, I think it was third from last round, where Force just seemed a little bit indecisive when they had only, you know, a few seconds left coming up mid dust, coming onto that A site. KGB was able to clean up 4 of them. So maybe, you know, it's that indecision element from Force that I hope that we don't see coming into Train, particularly as it's not their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a map where, you know, fours are going to be able to, you know, play out their game plan pretty fine. Again, I think it's just a map that both teams have been a little bit dodgy on lately. So if you look at recent, hard to read where this could go, but just kind of chiming in with what Vince said and kind of what, you know, just I guess reemphasizing what, you know, I was also trying to describe earlier, you know, pre-match is that North's a team, a bunch of role players with no stars. You can't win that way. And
well, we've got a lot of questions coming into this one indeed. We're not going to leave it a second longer to jump into the action. Gentlemen, take it away with Train.
Next stop is Train. Could be the final stop in this best of 3 as the knife round is underway. This will be quite interesting to see how this game comes down, Dust, because you highlighted that their T side hasn't exactly been setting the world on fire. Their CT side today certainly hasn't been. So you feel like if they start on the T side and they don't have a good performance, then I don't want to say it's over, but it definitely doesn't bode very well for North.
Yeah, right. It is worth noting that this is an elimination best of 3, right?
Yes.
So, you know, North's life is on the line on this map. If they were to take the loss here, they would not be able to qualify for Flashpoint, which I imagine would be pretty disappointing for an organization like North, who've already had their struggles in various other online qualifiers. You know, they kind of need a win, right? I mean, you look, they weren't able to qualify for Season 12 EPL either. You know, they were only able to qualify for DreamHack Open Fall just recently. That's really been the only success they've had in recent months, is being able to qualify for that event. So adding this to the cabinet and having that to look forward to, I think would be huge for this team. But, you know, they're one map away from not having that chance any longer.
They did win the knife. They elected to go CT. So we'll see how things shape up for them. Fours slowly, steadily making moves in, but they will be forced to be a bit more aggressive. And MSL by himself go through up ramp. Gets punished. They don't pivot in off the back of that fully. Lekro finds Face Crack and deals with him accordingly. At this range, the USPs should be able to bridge the gap. They should be able to get North into a good position. But now Gade is forced backwards. The Glocks, the P250, the CZ at disposal. All 4 should start to make this stick, but it's not happening for them. Gade now shuts down Jerry, leaving Almazer in a 1v4 with just 12 HP to his name. It is the post plant. First kill goes his way, but North successfully get the defuse with the retake and will get that first important round.
That's big for them. Again, we talk about how North CT sides are typically the ones that aren't favored for them, but it was a big CT side that helped them get the win over Forest last time around on Train, that they pulled off 12 or 13 rounds actually in that game on the first half on CT. So they're going to be looking to repeat that performance and give themselves an easier time, because this is a map where I feel like you have to produce on CT side. Opportunities are a lot harder to come by to get T rounds going, so you have to be able to have a strong defense. This is one of those more CT-sided maps usually. So getting off to the right foot right away with the pistol round victory certainly bodes well for the Danes and one sweep. So we'll see if they can keep that up, as we do see Force getting the upgraded pistols. They have Force bought into this pretty heavily.
It's interesting, a lot of teams, after getting the bomb plant and conceding the round, will still go in for Galils. You're still afforded the chance at like 3 or 4 Galils. They decide not to go for that. They hold off a buy because they want to prioritize the AWP again. Goes to show their thought process. Almeza and Z-Power do get deagles, but not much of it. And our 4 is tossing a whole bunch of grenades down towards the B side, opening up for another post-plant Gade. Successfully dodging and darting past the flashbang, but Z-Power and Almeza's deagles will somehow, some way get Force into an advantage. It has been taken away from them. MSL perforates the head of Almeza at range with the MP9, but then now an M4 has traded hands, and Z-Power has that up close. He has been dispatched by Lekro, and now Flit 1v3 looking to bank that grenade off the side. It is a full defusal with no kit in play. Flit can't get it done with the deagle, and North will get it done with the defuse. Force concede again.
Yeah, you know, not too rare to see a bomb plant take place, Nico, like that. You can usually close distance on the bomb train pretty easily if you're coming from box halls. And so really no harm, no foul. I mean, North able to, you know, win the round, losing only 2 players in the process. That's pretty good. Force, though, get the option to basically just force up again after a second bomb plant. So they'll have 3 Galils, an AK, an AWP, and some utility, though it is quite sparse, if we're honest, but enough to go for one quick play. They are trying to put that utility towards outside and split through ladder.
Oh, this is the moment they've been waiting for, the Russians, and they have been significantly dealt a few blows. That being said, though, Flit does counteract alongside Almeza. I believe this is a 3v5 before those 2 kills came in. 2 bomb defusals in a row could become a 3rd if Force play their cards right. Because
So
that happened so quickly, Dust, like they have options still.
Oh yeah, plenty of time. They've recovered nicely. That looked pretty grim at first. The first 2 kills went North's way, but they've been able to recover nicely. All 3 remaining players are pretty healthy. They have good control here. They're having a player come up Ivy. He won't really be contested. They have ladder room as well that Z-Power's working from with the AWP. There is a player boosted in Z connector that can always be a problem, but with Flit taking down Cajun B and Gade now off the board, it's pretty much a done deal for Force unless they commit quite the blunder. Lekro already contested with the Molotov there, is forced to retreat to spawn, and so Force look like they will go ahead and strike a first round here. Lekro does find Flit with the headshot, but his chances of actually completing a retake with no kit and no info on the other 2 players is pretty much impossible, so he will just back off and try to save the rifle here, which it seems like no one's really going to give chase, so he should be able to hold on to this. But Force will strike early, Vince. That is the big problem for North, and their economy not that great, if we're honest. I mean, they had to do a lot of rebuying these last couple of rounds, so can't really put too much around this M4. I mean, MSL's really the only person who can afford.
And that's going to put their economy in rough shape. If they wanted to prioritize AWPs, if they wanted to try and get those AWPs in play as soon as possible, like this doesn't really facilitate that too much. You got $1,400 on Cajun. MSL goes straight in for the sniper. Doesn't leave them much room for error, though, Dust. They concede this. They're pretty much done, economically speaking.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, you're dipping into the cookie jar or piggy bank, whatever you want to call it here and now, and major repercussions if you don't come out on top. Could really just let Force jump up to a quick and early lead. Getting aggressive, though, inside the box halls. They're getting a lot of info and might even be able to find the pick, and indeed they do. Flit is down. MSL, oh, almost had a second, but at least it's defended by his teammate.
Wait, did the railing just block that shot?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so filthy.
All right, shaved off damage at least, but it got cleaned up anyway.
Jerry looking for the plant, successfully gets it, but Gade up close, and MSL's AWP is good for 1. Lekro good for 3. And North good for 3. What a surprise. I honestly, with that buy dust, assumed the worst for them. But fair play, they made it work.
Yeah, just a really nice thought to get aggressive with it, you know, to take control of those box halls, set up the op. It did its job. It got a kill and did heavy damage to another. Lekr able to, you know, bounce off of it very nicely. So really nice, efficient handling of the situation from North. But these bomb plants that Force keep giving them ways to kind of disturb North early and get buys quicker and just keep rolling, you know, with these little, you know, pickups of Mac 10s and Galils and, you know, all that good stuff. But the problem is because they keep chasing after that, they never really give themselves the money to go for the op on Z Power or to get like a full healthy buy. And you have to wonder if it becomes a little bit of the dangling carrot fallacy that they're up against now.
With this kind of a buy, it's tailor-made for an aggressive hit on either side, but it looks like they will be heading towards the B side instead. You want to get that Mac 10 as up close and personal as possible. Yep. Just rip through the armor, or rip through the CTs.
Have plenty of utility to close distance on that pop position and get onto this bomb drain. MSL is having to play back with the AWP, and he has been smoked off, so Lekr is kind of having to hold this by himself, at least initially, but they're trying to force through that sidewalk, and MSL does draw first blood.
It's the Mac 10 that goes down first as well. MSL doing a good job. There's another one. He's been absent today, but now he shows his hand. Shows why he wants to keep wielding that AWP. It's another plant. Each and every round so far has been a bomb plant for Fours.
Yep.
Doesn't look good for them clutching this round in a 2v5 and being smoked off. They wanted a Molotov, instead it's going to be a HE. Bit too early on. Right idea with the Deagle. Nearly takes down AZ. They can't really justify going for this, so it will be a full defusal in amongst all of the chaos. So North again successful, but Fours, they're keeping themselves in each round. Like, they're never being completely shut down.
Nah, they're definitely making North work hard for every single victory. But that was a little bit easier. NSL was able to pretty much sit at the back of inner, never really got challenged, never really got pressured by utility. Hell, there wasn't the money for it from Force, for honest, to really thwart MSL, limit his angles too much. He was able to have pretty much free reign. Allowed his riflers who were up close to, you know, remain kind of hidden until they were required. And so that was really well handled from North once more. And now finally Force have to tap out. They have to take a deco here. They need to go full by next round. So this is a chance for North to build something. But Z-Power with that one AK has been able to get that entry.
Yeah, the AK that from the previous round, an antique of the defusal, now been used against North. A lot of damage to MSL. Needs to be careful on any repeats. AZ on top of the site. Oh, the bomb's in such an awkward position. It's dropped on the site itself. It means that one of these T's will have to jump up to salvage it. MSL, right idea, just wrong positioning. And Lekr goes in for two. Cajun tagged, but frags out against Flitz in the first round, where Fours have been unable to actually get the bomb plant down.
That's very true, but it was, again, them taking the save finally, so there's no real shocker there that they didn't get much accomplished. North happy to, you know, finally get a clean victory that didn't have to work too hard for. But now we do see the full buy from Force. For the first time this game, basically, they finally have the op in Z-Power's hands and AKs on every other player. They have the full utility sets as well, so this is the first real big test for North to see what their defense is really going to be able to do long-term here on Train, where their life is on the line for this qualifier.
Edging their way down the box halls again. Lekr, up until that moment, was 11-1. Another excellent start for the Swede. Z-Power chips in for a second. And this time, North may be unsuccessful on their endeavors towards the defuse. Well played by AZ. That's a fast reaction shot, and it means they can keep on board with that secondary AWP too.
Yeah, I mean, again, what you're seeing here is textbook Force. They are a very aggressive team, but they're very organized and how do they like to take space. You know, they're that team that when they take inner, they're not just going to sit back. They're going to look to aggress. They're going to look to take forward positioning on that red train up close on Z and deny you that breathing room to set up your retake, and they might even attack you in CT spawn itself. So that's something that North's going to have to wrestle with. You know, do you want to keep, you know, playing a solo rifler up close for information? Do you want him to play a bit more passive so he doesn't get overwhelmed, so you make sure you have all 5 players remaining when you're trying to go for the retake? Do you want to, you know, play aggressive yourself in box halls as they did on the eco round a little while back? You know, those are the questions that North will be asking. And now with the double op setup, you may be seeing an op kind of play more back towards Enter to handle those types of moments. But we'll have to see.
For's aggression outside once again. Face crack taking point. Gade runs through the smoke, and he'll never be able to escape it. Down he goes. Face crack, 22 HP. Cost for a kill, certainly worthwhile. Now going aggressive through the Molotov, flashes himself out there. He's all alone, but a flurry of flashes blinding up the CTs. They can't press behind it. Cajun and AZ trade out. There's Lecro from heaven, raining down fire. They will be able to retrieve the bomb momentarily, should they choose to do so, but MSL has the angle covered. Z-Power moving around the shadows. Still a minute to play with.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough here on fours. We're going to have to hope a CT makes a mistake or gives them an opportunity, but seems like it's not really going to happen. There is one CT drifting out towards E-Box that might be an awkward space, and indeed he is found out by Flit. It's all on MSL now at the op. He spots ones towards the line that, but still must face Z-Power head-to-head. The fellow primary opper, the one that has the bigger reputation for using the weapon. MSL will backpedal, realizing that Inner is still a possibility. Z-Power slides towards ladder. Indeed, it seems like his intention is to bring that bomb all the way around. MSL has already switched back over to back halls to watch the outer slides, so this plant will go down, and it will come down to the timing of the 1v1.
Going back to DreamHack Stockholm, what feels like forever ago now. This was the map where MSL shone the brightest. We've already seen him land a bunch of impact frags. He had the right idea initially, second-guessed himself, and now this is a really difficult situation. He has a smoke, so he could put that down on the site, tickle the bomb, and try and draw Z-Power out into the open. But Z-Power should be favored to take this round every single time, and the timing could not have been worse for MSL. Very unfortunate, but a big clutch from Fours.
It just felt weird how North took some of those peaks in the 3-on-2. Like, just how, like, that kill makes sense that this is going to happen, but why is this player easy just sitting out there? That was the one that kind of weirded me out. It felt like you were giving Forrest the chance to get back in the round. You basically had the bomb down and you had them stuck towards Olaf. You had man advantage, and then you kind of just gave it away a little bit, it felt like, there at the end. I don't know if you would agree, but it just seemed really odd, the positions they were taking.
Some questionable moments that have cost them dearly, have cost them financially. They put all their life savings into mustering up an AWP and a couple of assault rifles, but it's the AWP of MSL that's gone down first. AZ using that smoke to his advantage, but there is a player that's bypassed them. That's Flit. He's waiting in the smoke. He may be about to pounce on at least one of them, maybe even two. Knows a second player's in the site. Now Cajun shows his hand before Jerry silences him with the AK-47. Gade and Lecro screaming into the void in this 2v4. Oof. And now Lecro is all that remains. The last man standing.
Yeah, probably not long for this world either. So, able to kind of sneak away into heaven, but you imagine if he gets figured out, and even if he doesn't, winning a 1v4 doesn't really seem like a possibility. Bomb will get planted in a spot where he can't really get the peak off, and now this allows the T's to start settling into good post-plant position. So, short of some type of crazy ninja play, this should be all but done. A fourth for Fours, and the real problem becomes that North's money is in such a bad place that they can't afford utility, and that unlocks the door for Fours to further flex that aggressive play style. They don't have to worry about utility blocking them at T-connector. They can get out into space a little bit easier, so that's going to be a real problem later in the half. But as I say that, Lecro, it looks like he was toying with the idea of trying to get in there and do something, but he doesn't really have a kit.
Yep.
So he will just have to back off and concede the round, but he will save the M4. So that'll be Fours looking to tie this game up here pretty soon, Vince, especially considering that North do not have the money to spend this round.
Yeah, when looking for the ninja, I feel like the kit is pretty much the shuriken. He didn't have anything to really use at that point, so it was tantalizing, but ultimately he knew if he went for that defusal, it was going to end poorly for him. And as you highlighted, the economy in such a bad position, having an M4 over nothing, notable improvement, gives them something to work with. And it's not like the guy's been playing bad. He's on 12-3, has really been the main man. Maybe with this M4 he can turn what should be a round to force, what should be the equalizing round on its head. Doesn't look likely. The M4 has been put down, but Lekko got one kill beforehand alongside AZ's USP. So there are at least some ways back into this. Gade using the smoke to get up close and personal with the USP, doing a bit of damage. Does land a dink. If that's a P250, then Flit is dead. But as it stands, that's 4 rounds in a row, and the Russians have recouped.
Yeah, they're swimming in money at this point. Regular Scrooge McDucks over there. AKs will come out of plenty. Op still in play for Z-Power. Plenty of utility to boot. But North, on the other hand, still, you know, in a tough spot where, yeah, they can buy here with the right bet to saving if they take the L. And that big CT side that they were hoping to get with the 5-1 start, and considering how well they were able to play against Force on the CT side a few months ago on the same very map, they are looking like those chances are fading. But at least they're able to put their best foot forward this round. Big test upcoming, Vince. This is the round I feel like they really need to win to put a halt to Fours. Without it, it feels like Fours might run away with this half, or at least put up a big number.
Absolutely. 2 of their 5 rounds pistol, 4 of their 5 rounds defusals. And a single time have North looked convincing on this CT side.
They've had like 2 really clean round wins, and that's it.
Four split up. The 3-1-1. Player in Ivy is Flit. Meanwhile, Jerry is watching main. The rest of the troops stacking outside of B.
Yep.
No prizes for guessing what site they're going to be pushing on here. North. Oh, face crack was fully flashed and still kills Lekro. How?
I don't mean to laugh, but what else are you supposed to do in reaction to that? The dude's just full blind doing the nothing dance and still able to just pop off the dome of his opponent. If you're Lekro, you're fuming. I mean, again, Lekro's played pretty well throughout, so you can, you know, you're going to have a mishap here and there, but it's just unfortunate at the time it happens. Luckily, Cajun B was able to get an equalizer elsewhere on the map, so it's back to a 4-on-4, but it still stretches the defense thin, Vince. It still causes them to have to take some guesses, play a bit more passive in some areas, and give a little bit more space for Forrest to, you know, work, get that free real estate as they do set up for this pounce on the inner site.
What was at one point a lone gunman has now become an army, pressuring down on B side. 25 seconds, 2v2. A close round for North. Can they get another defusal and add to their 4? Won't look good. And Cajun out of position, nowhere close to avenge AZ's life. AZ goes in alone. And that should be the round. It's hard to see how Cajun clutches from this point. He does have an incendiary and now a kit at the peak, but Jerry too fast with the AK. 5 in a row as Force take the lead.
Yeah, they are starting to really gain momentum here, and it's coming out of the full lineup. I mean, the freight distribution over there is pretty tight here. That is crazy that Crack was able to pull that one off. And now it's just a deco here for North. Probably gonna see Force take a 7th here any moment now, as they do look to take Outer very quickly to stop them. Face Crack draws first blood once more here on the Olaf push.
Yeah, almost an identical copy, deja vu from a few rounds ago. This time he gets 3. It's not like there's too much in terms of an arsenal of weaponry to stand against them. AZ smacks in the head of Almeza, but Flit with a double AK and grenades, and Force take the leads with 2 now.
Yeah. At least they're back to the full buy here. They're going to have double op for the first time on the CT side. Or maybe they had it one other time. I can't really remember. But either way, it'll give them a chance to take advantage of some of these longer lanes and play back and try to, you know, work a pick or 2 here. KGB will be looking towards T-Con with his op. There is one player in the area. And Z-Power actually did get chipped away at there. He's down to 17 HP.
Good initial damage, and Force slowing down the pace. Been very quick and rapid up until this point, but ramping it back down again. And you can see the effect it's had on North's utility. They've already expended so much. 1 incendiary, 2 smokes, and 2 flashes with over a minute to play with.
Yeah. that is going to make things a lot tougher when it comes to a retake situation if it comes down to that. And Face Crack finding an entry onto AZ is certainly going to add to the cause here for Fours as they're starting to really get rolling. At least MSL was able to make the quick response, and we do have Face Crack and Z Power on very low HP, so bleeding targets. And time is starting to run pretty low as well. Both ops are still in play for North. Agent B will have his Ivy, and Almazer absolutely stuns him with that one. That is going to be definitely a tough one for Cajun B as he has to stew in the server now. I hope his teammates can somehow recover from that. Time is dwindling though. That's the one thing on North side.
Real venom behind that AK shot. MSL up close with the AWP. 20 seconds to play with. Fours have got to move into position. MSL still waiting, starting to push through the smoke. This is an integral moment, catching Z Power completely unaware and goes in for another one. Jerry in no position to salvage the round. Solid work by North, but again, it was so close towards the end.
Yeah, very close indeed. It seemed like it just come down to a little bit of hesitation from Fours, running out of time, and MSL just finding the perfect timing around that smoke at Ivy with his op. A very aggressive play to make, especially when you have an op in your hands, you know. Well, it's going to be hot. He did still find 2 kills from that maneuver. So tip your hat to him. He's made a good play. Couple of rounds left to go in this half. Fours, of course, still packing a huge punch here with this buy. Meanwhile, North are in a spot where if they lose here, they'd only be able to force buy in the next round and give a great chance for Fours to jump up to 9-6 despite a 1-5 start. That would be really huge of a comeback.
Fours together one more time, congregating into position. The flashbang slightly too late. MSL have already seen the whites of Face Crack's eyes, and there's a second Z Power flicked onto, not in time to save Lecro's life, but North won't care if they can convert from this point, which they should be favored to do so. MSL with another one. He's picked up 3 already in this round, but Jerry patiently waits for the CTs to bypass it. He wants to secure the guaranteed kills and gets one, and now needs to spring back into action again. The bomb's not planted for him, and as soon as that second part of the puzzle went down, he knew he had to make a move, but North successfully get their 7th.
Yeah, really good job there from MSL. Good decision making. He's starting to really come online with that AWP these last couple of rounds. He was having a tough day, if we're honest, in the earlier series and on the first map of this one, but now it seems like he's starting to hit his stride a little bit here. He's starting to, you know, get some good plays. He's starting to have a couple of multi-frag moments, and it's made the world of difference on North's defense, as he's basically won them 2 rounds to keep this thing close and keep them, you know, with a full buy in the final round of the half instead of Fours rolling up to a 9-6 for 3, essentially. Power though will draw first here.
Cajun straight back, but Almazer, while flashbanged, AZ will wide swing. 3 play 3 with a minute and a half to play with though. Oh, Z Power,
wow.
Did he just come off the shot too early? Did he assume he got the flick? I don't quite know. But now Jerry's position is known. An untenable round, surely. Right idea. Not quite on point with the execution. So North will lead going through into the second half, 8-7. But considering it was 1-5 at one stage, Dust, they're going to be disappointed with that outcome.
Yeah, rare miss from Z Power there. Kind of opens the door for North to close out with 3 in a row at the end to have a bit of a recovery and put a little bit of a halt to Force's momentum. But they still have a bit of work to do to force a third map. Stay tuned and we'll find out after the break to see if they can do just that.
Another 8-7 score at halftime. I feel like we've already had a hat trick of these today. And North lead again. They've already let two of these slip. Earlier today, once against Gambit, once against Fours on Inferno. And now on the T side, which typically has been their better side, but recently on Train has let them down somewhat. 3 players pushing into Ivy. Flip with his back behind a smoke, still dispatching of MSL. And now Z-Power can use that smoke to his advantage, pushing through, missing, but they line up and he takes them both down. That's the bomb that goes with them. I thought he missed his chance there, Dust, but he just about recovered.
Indeed he did, and now Lekro's all alone. He's been top fragging for his team, but he'd have to pull off a miracle here. He does slip in for one on Z-Power, but Almazer had his back there in the lanes and will be able to put forward at a tie position immediately. And again, when North got the victory over Fours last time, they had 12 CT rounds to work with. This time around, much less than that. And their T side has been quite lackluster on Train throughout this year. So definitely going to be battling the odds, but they're going to have to figure something out. They want to stay alive in this tournament. Again, this is do or die for North here on Train. They will have to take the full save here. No bomb plant, no options to go for the force buy early.
Good old XM snaps down alongside Z-Power, whips out the USP, but it's too little too late. Now Jerry pushing through the smoke has actually traded positions with the T's, and the XM is being used against them. Gade keeping this round by the thinnest of margins, still alive, but the bomb's not under his control. Good luck to you getting a kill at that range with the XM, Chief. It's not happening, is it?
That's going to be a big no, I think, is the answer to that question. Vince, was that the answer you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
You got it right, Dust.
Thought so. I don't get many things right, Vince, but you know, that one was kind of handed to me.
North, though, you got to say, effectively a save. They got 3 kills. That's really not bad. That keeps the Forces economy a little bit vulnerable.
Yep. Would agree. Just leaving Cajun to lurk outside Ivy while the rest look to control the box halls, which they are successfully doing. Facecrack hoping that it's going to rain men on him here in ladder room so he can light him up with the MP9, but to no avail.
Flashes aplenty. Almazer with the XM again. Not quite a flurry of frags, but does get one.
Yeah.
T spill out onto the site. Post plant falls upon us. Jerry up close behind the smoke. I'm surprised at how slowly these 2 players on A are rotating in. Maybe anticipating a flank? Maybe already setting up for a save is the other option, I suppose.
They know their money is in a really vulnerable position. I think the only thing they could have hoped for is the MP9 or being able to get some type of flank off and opening up the door for the retake, but North had good utility placement and good positioning. There was really no way in for Fours. So yeah, they will just save their 2-1-4s and op and carry that over to the next round. And they do have money to buy around those 2 weapons on Facecrack and Almazer. So they're being smart with their money, Vince, and I can't fault them for that. It's always a little bit rough to see you like quit going for a retake and a 4-on-4 right away, but not many options for Fours, I think, in that situation. So they will just kind of backpedal, and now they will be able to put together a nice full purchase. So North's first real big test on the T side's coming up now. See if they can win a straight up gun round. No op will be in play for them, though. It's going to be the full AKs.
Bit of a derpy moment as well. Cajun needlessly died with the bombs. That forced a rebite. AZ tag down at 57. I think that was the AWP shot into one of his toes. Oh no. Oh, AZ. You hate to see that. There's a spray from Facecrack for 2, and Z-Power's got another one before the bomb gets dropped down in the hands of Gade and flipped through the smoke. The timing could not have been worse.
No, it really couldn't have. It's one of those things where Facecrack was like must push. Like that's always in his brain, it feels like. And it got, because the op tag happens, right? So there's no chance Facecrack wasn't pushing for that frag, man. Like you couldn't have convinced him, no matter what, that he shouldn't push to try to clean that frag up. And he does, even full blind. He's doing the flashbang dance, but he's still done for anyway. And so that's going to be 10 for Fours. North back onto the full Glocks. And 3 Deagles. No armor, no utility. Hope, for honest.
And Facecrack with no weapon.
You know.
Football
strategy.
To be fair, probably not required. His teammates are doing all the work for him. Oh, maybe it was. That's awkward. He's at a death to a Glock.
I mean, at least he got an equal fight there. You know, that was the best you could really hope for. Unfortunately, still not able to pull it one over, but still, like you said, plenty of teammates for support, and they're doing just fine. It's all on Lekro now at the Deagle. Well out of position of the bomb. And he is going to get rinsed there by Flit. So 11-9 is now the score. Only 1 T rounds come through so far for North, but they are back onto the full buy at least, and MSL will have the AWP. Problem is, if they lose here, money is going to be dwindling. So this is their best chance to keep this game close.
Yeah, real daylight will start to open up if they're unsuccessful. Just the 1 round isolated between 4 for the Russians on their CT side. Z-Power replenishing the Molotov a little bit deeper. That will be in the eyes of AZ, who has to pull the plug. Loses 10 HP for his troubles. Managed to cordon off the right-hand side of Ivy with that smoke. But 4 is not going too aggressively, actually clumping together towards the main side and site. Oh, the dunk grenade and the bullet to the dome.
Good shot. Absolutely required. Keep pressing this issue, and AZ's just loving it. He's just like, well, thanks, guys. I guess I'll just chill out here, get a couple of free kills, and basically ensure the round for my team. Gonna take something ludicrous now for Forge to fight back, but Almazer, he's trying to live up to the task, and Flit's pitched in as well with an op frag, and he's aware that Enter is a threat and actually is able to get away from being flanked. Unfortunately, Almazer has fallen in all of this, and so Flit has a tough 1v3 ahead of him here. Yes, Cajun's low on health, but that's really about the only thing that's helping him out here.
P2000 at this range. Oh,
What?
It's the weakened Cajun. He did highlight it. A couple of bullets away from death. Now the AK gets picked up. He can be more mobile. Can start to spray back into this round. Has a kit. Has no more health. Gade shuts him down on the cross. And they could get their hands on that AWP as well. Oh no, they get wrecked.
Not quite.
Unlucky.
Nah. Ain't no freeze time here, Vince. As, well, that was rather rough. I mean, that was just kind of freebies for North. They didn't have to work for those kills at all. It was just Force trying to be aggressive. No surprise there, but, you know, sometimes, you know, you get bit by the hand that feeds. Live and die by the sword.
Jerry walks into a firing squad. Z-Power cannot pull back. He has to stand his ground. He has to fight. Back out again, gets 2. It's almost like Lekro, the call didn't come through. He's like, I'm helping, guys, and just tanks the bullet for his teammates. Unfortunately on Fours, however, mate, if he got that kill out. But unfortunately for Fours, they have no more weapons behind that AWP, so losing that is a huge, devastating blow.
They do have Deegs, though, and AZ's low on health, so I mean,
true.
There are a couple of win conditions out there. Not many, don't get me wrong, but...
That's one of them.
Yep.
That's the bomb as well.
Surely not. Good call from MSL there to throw that Molotov. Ensures he can get the bomb back and not going to get pushed from upper side. And even could scrape the op back if he wanted to. Problem is, he's also low on health again. So again, he's so vulnerable to these Deagles. It's just going to take one body shot, basically, to take him off the board.
They're taking their sweet time as well, North. So they're faking as if they've picked the bomb up and they've headed back towards A to try and draw these rotations out. But do they mind game themselves? They're going back to A as well, Dust.
And both CTs have drifted that direction as well. It is so unfortunate for North. I like the idea. You're slowing down the force of defense to reconsider, maybe even split up. But instead they stick together, and they're in good positions, Vince. Like, this might go against them.
20 seconds as well, so there's going to be some angles that don't get covered, don't get checked. The molly tossed towards, but out comes Almeida. That smoke. That's the Guardian Angel. That affords them the safe plan and also to retreat. So this round could still go the way of North yet. Even though it looked dicey, even though there were moments where it got sketchy, Almeida dashes MSL against the rocks. And now he's seen Cajun. He knows where Cajun is. Tickle the bomb, force Cajun out into the open. Oh, the headshot from Almeida. Fours will get across the line to a 12-10. One of the worst buys they've had in this entire best of 3. And they make it.
Oh, someone will Grandpa home, Vince. I just can't believe it. I'm just mind blown, really. That's a sick shot, though. I'm gonna give him some credit for that. I mean, those are some bold under one deeks
So
that
that.
Almazer was
Jeez.
ripping at the end.
It was Almazer
So-
that got the 2 kills in apps on Inferno as well, right, with the Deke?
Yep. I mean, the guy is just one with the Deagle today. That's mind-blowing and also just devastating to North. You'd have to imagine, especially if they lose this round and they have no money left. It might be a done deal at that point. I mean, this is a must-win, I feel like, for North.
Pretty standard default defense on 4s. Almazer looking up onto the catwalk. Here come the nades. Proceeding to push, gives this one away. Good smoke.
Good counter nades, though.
Yep. The team's effectively nullifying each other's push, but now the T's start to get into position. MSL gets the first. Light gap in the smoke, and Z-Power makes the most of it. Although Gate actually pushed out into the open, so it wasn't required anyway. Post-plant comes into effect. Z-Power still alive, but his teammates fall all around him, dropping like flies. And the will needs to be solved. But instead, Facecrack just gets riddled with bullets, and it's AZ with the AK that drills into his forehead, and that's the round done. You said it was a must-win round. North have passed it with flying colors.
Indeed, they did. It just felt like Force got caught off guard by North, who were put in lock position. It felt like they thought they had a little bit more breathing room to work with than what they actually had. And it allowed North to kind of get a free kill or two there up close. And at that point, there was really no way back in. So Force basically fumbled an opportunity to shut out the series. If they would have won this round, they're up 13-10. North have no money, so probably going to be 14-10. And then you just got to win one more real gun round, and that's GG. Series over. But now, all of a sudden, North have won. They're one away from tying it. And now Force are the ones in the back foot with very little money to spend. You're seeing an MP9 have to be dropped here. They do a 4 double op, which is going to be real risky, because if it doesn't work, they're going to be the ones that might be losing a couple of rounds in a row here. North might be taking the lead back, so big moment here.
Big grenades too. Facecrack taking the brunt of them. Another HE gets tossed in. Only does 1 damage to AZ. Sound like
He's
it
fine with that.
exploded
I'll take
over
that.
his head. Oh yeah, he's happy with that outcome. He's got a forward position as well.
It's like the grenade exploded and like a pebble hit him from the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
No biggie.
We know pebble to the windshield may not do the damage early on, but eventually those cracks begin to form, and maybe that's a way forward for Fours. Oh, that shot from Z-Power. That's a sledgehammer to the windshield. Nothing pleb or pebble about that. Just
Gage's been
straight
absolutely
up.
bang there.
Oh yeah, he's not happy about that
Oh,
outcome.
MSL saw
Excuse
CT
me?
down there. He's like, I'm getting out of there. I won't be going down. AZ trying to creep
What?
through. Good for 1, but Flit responds immediately. So 4 on 3 are so split up right now. They're trying to collapse together on this outer bomb site, though. They're trying to reform. They're trying to somehow pull this one back. They do have control of the outer site. They could get a plant here. Indeed they will, but they are without numbers, and MSL is going to have to go for like a crazy flank. He's so out of position. He's got to hope that he can pull this flank off.
His teammates have done a really good job, though, of keeping the rest of the CTs busy, so this flank should start to come into play now. He's wrapping around the back of Flit and has now shown his hand. So Connector, alongside the rest of the site, now an issue the CTs have to deal with. Cajun takes the head off of Almazer. Jerry and Z-Power left, and Jerry's missed his chance, missed his window of opportunity. Now caught between two ideas and goes down without too much of a fight. Z-Power flicks onto MSL, will do nothing in terms of winning this round, only to salvage his own life and keep himself alive a little bit longer. But Force concede again, and their money now in trouble.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to have to save here. So North are probably going to take a lead right now. They're going to go up to 13-12, I'd have to imagine, unless they're somehow able to make a play with the op. Yeah, MSL's flank wound up coming in. I was a little bit concerned that it wouldn't get there in time. But, you know, as you said, his teammates are able to buy a little bit of extra time to allow him to slide into place. And even though Flit had an idea that it was coming and was actually trying to set up for it, he was a little bit too late to the party. MSL able to be effective there. He's had a big game. I mean, he's been quiet most of the day, but now he's up to 17 kills on the server right now. So he's definitely putting in his due diligence at this point. Big rounds have come in lately here for North. It was looking like Fours might run away with the game there for a bit, but now we're seeing North really put up a good contest. Could be looking to force that map 3. Odds are close. No doubt about that.
Seems like there may be a tech issue coming up here. I think Four's called the timeout, so hopefully nothing too serious.
You do hate to see that.
To be fair, we've been pretty lucky with tech issues. There's not really been any at all that I could remember.
Yeah, so many factors to account for, and you have so many matches going on at the same time, and players playing remotely, and always that chance that something's going to go wrong. And as you said, it seems like it's a ping issue, so maybe just waiting for a player to kind of settle down a little bit, or maybe have to reconnect. Someone's doing a download, Vince, at the family home.
The classic. Looks like it has been resolved, though, because we have the timeout coming out.
Can we go back to that? What is a barbecue pit and some lawn chairs doing up there, bro? Well, that seems... What? Who barbecues up there? What? How do you even get to it? Is there a window there?
Must be.
No, that's terrible. Come on now, map designers. I've never noticed that.
Literally unplayable.
It is.
Oh, that's a missed shot. Could cost them dearly. Flip at least gets one. To be fair, plenty of damage was landed, and you could get your dream after all. They both miss. It's the doubles, dude.
No. Oh my God, Vince, you have no idea how excited I was about to be. You really don't. You'll never know. Oh, man.
Dodging the electric spider webs. Oh.
Yeah, how do you access that? The windows are boarded. You have to jump out that window up there above the AC unit. That's... Nah, that doesn't fly.
So we're in agreement to remove train from the active pool?
Yeah. Alright, that needs to be patched.
Four is now actually trail.
Yep.
After seemingly like starting this half off in such good form. AZ pulling a face crack. This is what face crack did time after time after time, and it's face crack that's on the receiving end. Justice has been served, but Jerry, aggression, that's a play you don't anticipate if you're Gade. You have no idea at all.
They have so much control information because of that now as well. They won't hold on to it, though. They actually all backpedal through the sidewalk, trying to reinforce outer. They don't feel comfortable going down ladder or pushing further through box halls. But they're still going to be able to get into position, at least, as this take comes through. No bomb planted just yet, but they're not able to really take too many duels. But Z-Power finds one with the op there, so that's good news. And oh, the bomb gets spammed. This might tie up the game, Vince.
Yeah, it's looking like it will be the case, and indeed it shall. Jerry keeps 4 players alive on 4s, which is excellent news towards them build of an economy, and 3 AKs get saved.
Big round coming up here. Tie game, money fragile for both teams. North tournament life on the line. It doesn't get much better than this as far as intensity. What do North want to do here? What do they feel is their best chance to keep alive? They're going to split the map up. Trying to set MSL's op up perhaps somewhere for a pick. Indeed. That's going to be the case, but smoke's going to block his vision. Trying to look for something over there towards Avi. We'll now just have to shift back over to the opposite side.
P250 on AZ, which is pretty grim, especially considering that Cajun and MSL would have had enough to drop him a Tech 9 or a Deagle. I mean, to be fair, P250 is pretty damn good in the right hands. But you don't have that same one-tap ability as a Deagle. First kill the way of 4s, and one of the AKs been used against the oncoming Ts. As you say, that's a huge moment in the round.
Yeah, because they were looking to set up an outer execute with the remaining utility, and they needed Cajun B to kind of be that player that takes a third route into the site to kind of keep the defense guessing on what angles they needed to worry about most. And with that basically plugged up, now Force can shift their focus fully on just playing up close on T-Con and ladder, and now North are going to get suffocated. And they're also running out of time, and they have to really think about things because their money is very low.
Easy trying some but nothing connects. 25 seconds. Freebie for face crack. Goes back in for a second. Does miss out, but Flip using the angle. Face crack saw 2. making the most. That's the bomb that's been dropped down. Additionally, Gate is making moves round the back of the site. But is there even enough time now?
No.
The bomb's down and MSL's in main. He has to save the AWP.
Yeah. You could tell that MSL was never fully committing there with the op either, which was kind of to his team's detriment, but also the good long-term decision, because if his rifles can't get to space, then he knows he needs to save that op for the next round because their money is so low. So I like that he kind of only half committed to that. The problem is you kind of have to force buy the rest of this game now. You know, you can't really give Forest map and series point for free, so they're going to have to buy all that they can around this op that MSL is able to carry over, but it's going to be, no, they don't. They're going to play for overtime. Okay. They're going to just rely on MSL solely to try to make something happen. And if they can't, they're going to try to full buy and play for OT in the next round, which, to be fair, their T side lately has been on point. So maybe they can have faith in winning a couple of rounds. And MSL actually gets an optic to open up this one. So maybe they can even make this happen.
That faith in MSL has been rewarded, but Jerry with the AK shutting down 2. MSL with a second entry before he gets obliterated by Z Power. However, the 2 picks that he has pulled off does give North a few opportunities to push out onto the site. That 5-man defense has been brought down to 3, and they've had to isolate themselves as a result. Cajun pushing around the corner. I thought his deagle may be on point. How the hell's the bomb dropped up onto the top of the site from there? Doing? Has he been paid off? Why is the traitor throwing the bomb on the top of the site in his dying moments? That's ridiculous.
You hate to see that.
Sort this out, Valve.
How do you get that back? He has to like jump up there and grab it.
Mate, that is actually absurd.
I don't think I've ever seen the bomb fly up there before. That's actually wild.
So you're telling me with his dying breath, he's like, do you know what? Screw it. If I can't live, none of you can. I'll just throw the bomb on top of the site. What an absolute rat. Why would you do that?
I feel like you're unjustly smash talking a player in the server. It's not his fault, man. Stop doing that. I'm triggered by that barbecue pit. I can't look at it anymore. Why have you done this? Stop. He's gonna do it again, isn't he? Let's be honest about it. Yep. This bothers me. It's unreasonable that it bothers me, but it does.
I hope someone's dropped a gun for Jerry. Okay, there's an AK on the floor. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, why does he have a CZ when his teammates have $6,000? But there we go.
Well, to be fair, North might be in the position of lose 2 on barbecue here in just a second. They might be the ones chilling up there because they won't be having to play the tournament any longer. They can't figure things out in these next couple of rounds. They need to win out the Force OT for a chance at a 3rd map. At least they're able to put together a pretty solid buy, though it's still lacking in some areas. They do get a couple of entries, though. That's going to help. Gage just going off by himself, absolutely wreaking havoc on the Force defense. He will take enter by himself. The bomb will slowly but surely make its way that direction. And now all Force can hope to do is save these 2 guns because their own are pretty ravaged, if we're honest. But if they can save this op and M4, they do have money on Z Power to afford. And they could still challenge pretty well in the final round of the half, but they have to keep these 2 guns.
Not in a position where they probably just give these up. Like their economy's in no shape to lose 2 or 3 guns here either. Yeah. Even with the post plant, like you can't afford to lose this. Flit's going in slowly. I was gonna say, like, you have to be careful of your angles there because Cajun just goes in for a dry peek, so now Face Crack's all alone. Yep. So last round of the half in regulation, like this isn't going to be a fantastic buy on some of these players. Like sure, Z Power has more than enough funds to get an AWP, but the rest of them are struggling.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Almazer's able to get like a FAMAS armor. Jerry might be able to do like SMG or pistol armor utility. So yeah, it's going to be pretty slim pickings. I think overtime is pretty damn likely, if we're being honest. I can't believe Gabe's done this.
It just reminded me of that meme. I can't believe you've done this.
I mean, he just blew up a stack by himself with 1 Molotov and just some good timing with the AK. I mean, that's unforgivable if you're Force, in my opinion. It's actually a better buy than I thought from Force, by the way. I thought they would be way worse off than this, but they do have something to work with.
Lecro straight out. Ooh, no early bath for Lecro or North. It seems like they're keeping themselves in this. Jerry finishes off the weakened Lecro, switches up to the AK. Away still back into this. There's a second frag and minimal damage inflicted as he can use that smoke to escape.
Okay, Houdini. Getting the heck out of there.
It's
a rat a hat for those 2 kills. My goodness.
They've taken B, so they can try and transfer the bomb across there. Now it's up to Fours on their retake, and it's not as if they have a ton of utility in which to do it. Z-Power, you just saw the corner of his shoulder. Okay, there we go. Okay, 2 kills for Cajun. And now Jerry, 1 on 2. Can't get the spray. We head to overtime.
Of course we do. Of course we do, Vince. Because we're the overtime casters. Someone make a graphic.
Z-Power, 27 kills. Nearest player on his team's on 19, which is Flit. Like, that's a hell of a performance.
And indeed it is. You can see North pick up the pace here at the end. I mean, they were definitely catching North off guard. But it was also some mishaps from Force. Like, there's no way they should be allowing Gate 3 kills in box halls a couple of rounds ago. So there are some mistakes from the Force sides, but North are also, you know, piecing together a really solid T side. And they're getting good production out of their whole lineup this particular game. Like, NSL's really stepped up. You're seeing some fantastic play out of North in their own rights. So very tight game, that's for sure. MR 310K is the rule set here, so economy will matter in this race to 19 rounds.
That prevalent threats still on the table on both teams. Again, elimination looming. Loads of grenades down on Ivy. I think that was 4 grenades in total. Actually 3, pardon me. And Flit took the damage on each and every one of them, but still alive just about.
Ooh, yeah, Flit, like you said, taking serious injuries, but still standing at the very least. Trying to spam his way into ladder. He's taking some heat, but he's still alive and has the intel that there's 4 position being taken by the CTs here in this outer side. The rest of his team is actually going to start falling back towards T-Con. They might want to try to trap this player in ladder and make something happen off the back of it. Or maybe even just pivot into some type of inner take and have Cajun B come lurk up the back halls late. Still plenty of time to make those decisions. We do see them forming up in the back hall, so indeed it looks like they want to either throw a fake and enter and still split outer, or indeed let Cajun be that late lurk. I'm not really sure which just yet. Seems like a bit of a fake towards inner.
25 seconds. If they are going to fake, it needs to come right now. Jerry making moves, and they've all bit down on this.
Hard.
The over-rotation is real. They've finally realized on their way out, hold on a second, A is completely vulnerable. 14 seconds. Jerry may only need to get 1 kill to win this round. There will be not enough time to retrieve the bomb and go back in for seconds, but Cajun, his wide swing is good, and it affords the luxury of the post-plant. Additionally, Fours are hemorrhaging players by MSL's AWP, shutting down Flit and Almeza, and this is where the 10K catches up with Fours. They cannot afford to fully go for this. They have to save.
Yeah, I feel like they bit way too hard on that fake, especially because they had a player sitting at Cloud. He was able to get a kill and have a pretty good read on how many numbers were towards inner. The fact that a couple players still held on for so long at Red Train is kind of shocking to me. It seemed like they should have at least had 1 more person towards back halls to help Jerry out, to make sure that outer still had some coverage. So I think just a little bit of a mistake there on the over-rotation. And you're starting to see the cracks kind of forming for us, right? It's been a lot more sloppy in these last rounds in comparison to what we saw throughout the bulk of the game and the bulk of the series, really. So I'm hoping they can keep their composure. I'd like to see them, you know, at least keep a close contest here. But you also have to give credit to North. They are finding opportunities and running away with them as best they can. You know, using their nade stacks, using their positioning, pushing and pulling with your utility. So, you know, they're doing everything that they can.
Of course, no strangers to overtime on North. They did go up against Gambit earlier in a double overtime. They did concede that time around, and Z-Power, we'll see if he can spring Fours into action and at least make sure this is not a clean sweep overtime. That being said, though, still 4 players from North, and they are making moves over on box halls.
Indeed, they are. Almazer, though, trying to slow them down as best he can. Puts a smoke down the lower ramp. Deep enough as well to where he can still peek them as they come out with the op, and indeed he's able to draw onto Lecro.
Beautiful AWPing, but MSL up to the task. This has by far been his best performance today, and any of the maps that we've seen. But Z-Power, with his 3rd in the round, may be called upon one more time. Cajun trying to tap himself into a victory. Had the right idea. Z-Power was last seen in that position, but Flit makes the most of it, and Fours tie us back one more time.
Indeed, and they're also able to recycle that second op to keep the double op play in position. Of course, North having no trouble buying back up since they won the first round of the OT, so they'll have everything that they could want and more. HB will again default over towards Ivy. Standard opening here from North, nothing too crazy. They're not going for a quick Olaf push. For's keeping tabs on that anyway. And now they'll kind of settle into a more of a backline defense here. No real 2-4 positioning from them. Flip finds a pick at Ivy in the meantime onto Cajun B. So now North are going to have to bite the bullet on an inner push, it seems, with their RCTs in place as well as counter utility in motion.
Ooh, nearly a 2-for-1. A great flashbang was tossed in from Z-Power. And with Flitz opening pick, it does maintain the player advantage on the side of fours. Jerry spots Lekro, too aggressive behind the smoke. MSL called upon one more time, but can only get the one frag on top of the trains. And Gate now 1v3's had some huge moments in this match. This would propel them towards a lead come the second half of overtime, but he will be dropped. Fours 17, North 16.
Yeah, we do see North a little bit behind as we transition sides. Again, they need to win out to win it here and now, or at least find that 18th round to force a second overtime. Otherwise, they will be out of this qualifier with no hopes of qualifying for Flashpoint 2, which I think would be a real bitter pill to swallow, seeing as they weren't able to qualify for EPL either this last go around, and they've struggled in some of the RMR events as well. It's really only DreamHack Open Fall they had to look forward to right now, so getting into Flashpoint would be huge for them, but they're moments away from being out pretty early on. Let's see what they can do to die. Let's see if they can fight.
AZ attempted to fight, but gave that one up quickly before he sustained too much damage. So an information play doesn't backfire, but doesn't really yield anything in return. Cajun thinking about peeking into A main.
Yeah, they went double up first round of the half, so I mean that's a big investment. If it doesn't work out, it could really harm them when Forrest goes for the victory if they're able to jump to 18 here. So you got to think about that going forward. But we shall see.
No, not by one, Forrest.
Yeah, just
what
too
is
easy.
that?
That is uninspiring. I get they were trying to go for the fake flash with the grenade, but they really need to do the head stack peek where they could trade 1-for-1. Instead, they just mess it all up and give 82 free kills.
An odd moment, that's for sure, Dust. And I like the idea of the HE as well, not just a fake flash, but also once it explodes, it kind of like almost acts like a mini smoke for a second.
Sure.
So it can skew the vision, but I completely agree. Surely you go for the tower after that rather than just one by one.
Yeah, especially because that hasn't been used yet this game. Like, I haven't seen a tower stack against a ladder player all game long, so that could have maybe caught North off guard even. Or, you know, it doesn't catch you off guard if you haven't had to do it yet. Like, the most memory might not be quite as sharp to handle it the first time around. So either way, it's a pretty big blunder from Forrest. It gives North the 17th round with ease, and Forrest will have to just look to save these two weapons, and we're tied right back up once more.
CTs will charge it down, of course. Lekro holds position, and so they do have a gentleman's agreement. Come the end of the round, they will hold onto their guns. 17 apiece.
Yeah, that's poopy. That's a no-go. Basically lost in the round.
Oh, those odds. They've been going back and forth, heavily in favor of fours now. That was pretty much my reaction watching that ladder play, to be honest.
There is an uncanny resemblance there as well, Vince.
Yeah, me and Lennon were bros.
Really? And maybe you want to claim that one. Maybe you want to walk that one back.
No, Lennon wasn't as unreasonable as someone that followed him.
Again, if I were, I would walk it back. Just trying to help you out. All right. Heard it here first. All right, I'm not gonna do that to you.
So 19, the number both teams are jostling for. He's set up to go to a second overtime. North have already been in that grounds earlier today. Grenades being exchanged. Not going to really bother either of the teams. Triple stack. Interesting. North playing 3 on ramp. Not something you see.
Nope. But if it works, what it does, it allows you to get this space, and then you can fade those other two players back. And now you have MSL controlling Inner by himself, and they can make that, A defense just be that much more potent. And so it's going to work out in the end, it does seem like, unless they miss their chances. Cajun B, though, up to the task, finds the first one there onto Face Crack. MSL creeping forward is going to be able to find one of his own, is still alive somehow. Cajun B fits in another as well. This is pretty much all she wrote for this round. You'd have to imagine that Bomb trying to creep into Inner Shore. He's going to get the kill onto MSL, but he can't get all the way in the sight just yet. Finally crossing, but there's ops everywhere, but Cajun B misses, and Flick can defuse, or plant rather, and XE Power on the flank.
Flit tries to stay alive. That's all he can do, is stay alive and let Z-Power get into close enough proximity to get the flank in effect. Gade is still watching it, but still gets put down. And now more pressure upon Flit. Still in the smoke, still alive, still biding his time like a coiled viper ready to strike. But they have the anti-venom. Z-Power now needs to quickly wrap around. There's not enough time. The bomb can get defused. The molly will do nothing. North take the round. It was so close, and they nearly had a massive catastrophic failure, but they just about held on.
Oh my goodness, bro. I thought they almost threw that one away. I think chat had some particular emotes ready to go if North didn't figure that one out. Flit got away with so much there, but as you said, the Molotov just didn't get in place quite in time. So North will breathe a sigh, because instead of to come ahead, they will take the lead in their own right, and now they're one step closer to a map 3 with that play. These aggressive little individual ladder moments for fours have not been fruitful. In fact, they have been their worst enemy in this particular half of overtime. And now they might be saying sayonara to the 2-0 unless they can somehow recover with the remaining 4 players.
Well, they did more with less last round.
Fair.
So I'm not going to write them off just yet, but absolutely, they're certainly second favorites.
Triple out, by the way.
Especially if we do get into post plants, that could be a determining factor.
There's a rifle somewhere else.
Sure. But in the hot and heavy moments, it could be an issue. The 2 of the AWPs are perched at the back of the side. Almeza goes in for the first frag in this encounter. Flick across from Lecro misses. Perhaps why he's not AWPing more often for North. And there's another one. Fours will hold on for dear life. Gade and Cajun still have an opportunity to bounce back and win this round and this map outright, but it's not going to happen more than likely. Gade gets the drop, but he is significantly sprayed down from Almeza. And we go to second OT for the second time today.
Bro, North is lucky that Molotov a couple of rounds ago didn't land about 4 seconds earlier, because they would be out the tournament. I mean, they really let it slip there those last couple of rounds, but, hung on for one of them and keep the game tied. So now we're racing to 22 with the MR310K. This will be the second time today, Vince, that we've covered a game that's gone to double overtime. We also had one game, I think, that won 16-14, if I'm not mistaken. And guess what? We have a whole other best of 3 after this, Vince. So, we're rolling. Keep it coming.
Yeah, spare a thought for North as well, who've already been in this ground.
Yeah.
They've got to be mentally drained. MSL, though, not drained enough to miss the shot. Z-Power up down with authority. 34 kills and 16 deaths, by the way. The Russian AWPer is living up to that star status.
Yeah, sure is. And MSL has a new angle now that they have to worry about. Flit's basically locked in the corner for now, but eventually MSL will back off as Face's putting that pressure on the inner sight. Cannot land fast enough to get the shot off onto Lecro. Gade will pitch in as well. Inner has been absolutely completely shut down. And so now it's just these 2 members left in fours, and I can't help but feel like the attacks of fours are disjointed, and they're kind of just getting away with rounds here and there by the skin of their teeth. They need to settle down and be a little bit more composed, otherwise they are going to lose this map. It just feels off. Something doesn't seem the way it used to be. I don't know if it's the mental fatigue or if it's being rattled by things that have happened in game or what, but it just doesn't seem like they have that same organization to them anymore.
Agreed. I would almost advocate for just going back to what's worked so many times in the past. Just group up as 5 and rush. I know it sounds really basic, but that's where fours seem to be at some of their strongest moments. You saw this earlier on Train T side when you had Face Crack rushing out of main, getting entries time after time. Like, this is where these guys excelled. When they started to slow it down and overthink matters, I think that actually plays into the wheelhouse of MSL more. You're actually playing into the other opposition strengths.
I think something about HB has a second op at Ivy is kind of deterring them from wanting to go for the Olaf push, but that can simply be taken care of by one smoke at the back of Green Train, and then you can still make that work. Or at the very least, I thought they need to give up on going for the individual peaks, and they also just need to figure out if they want to go for ladder control, they have to do it better. Those are the two things I feel like Force need to be looking at going forward. Meanwhile, if you're not, just keep doing what you're doing. You're playing good Counter-Strike. You had a couple of blunders in the last OT that almost cost you, but they didn't, so just keep your focus and you should be fine. You know, they're doing everything right.
Switching up the pace, this time it is Flitz. They do go aggressively, but he's by himself. The rest of the team starting to filter out towards Main and Ivy simultaneously. That is putting a bit more pressure on Flit to just stay alive. He can't go too aggressive.
And MSL has so much information about being this aggressive into box halls. It allows this 4-man defense at A to feel pretty confident they're in the right place.
Oh, the timing worked against Cajun. He would have had one of these players pretty easily down, dead and buried. Flit's done nothing with his early aggression, but now he shows his hand. Him alongside Almeza to jump into the fray, leaping into the action. And Flit and Z-Power now face off against Cajun B and MSL. 3 of the 4 players have AWPs. Make that 2 of 3.
Oh no. MSL, though, is in crazy position, Vince. They might not expect this. He might still pull this off.
Yeah. Especially as the player that he may get down first is the bomb carrier. And that changes the entire dynamic, and down goes the bomb. 40 seconds, so at least Flit doesn't have to make a beeline rush straight towards Main. Doesn't have to give his position away just yet. But as you highlighted, it is so winnable for MSL. Flash primed up. Doesn't affect MSL at all. Flit now making moves. Has a Molotov. Still at his disposal. 20 seconds. All down to the timing. He's guessed wrong where MSL is. And still needs to find MSL. Still needs to go get that bomb. He's almost playing for the kill at this point, and it puts him in such an awkward position. Molotov down. I don't think he even has enough time at this stage. And MSL shows his hand, but now comes Flit. And MSL is sent packing. Force take the round.
Ooh, how? I'm absolutely dumbfounded. I don't know how Flit wins that. I gotta see. Was MSL concerned that he had gotten the bomb? Is that why he ran forward? He could have just hid in the corner. Oh, man. I don't know what was happening there. Maybe, I don't know.
What we do know is it's all even one more time. And although they got the first pick, they've now conceded the last 2. 4s. They go for that aggression we were talking about. They clench together as a fist and punch straight through A main. Lekro with the M4 sprays down onto one, and Gate still standing. Flit gets one before he's traded out. And for the second consecutive round, it's a 1v1. And for the second consecutive round, it's 4s that come out ahead.
These rounds are getting real wild, Vince. They are all over the place. Very hard to put your finger on. Very difficult to read for us, and so must be even more so for the players that have less information to work with. As 4s are going to have the slight edge as we transition sides. Again, it's the race to 22. Double op coming into play immediately for 4s. No surprise there. It's been something that they've been relying upon throughout this match. North need to win out, or at least get to 21 to keep the game going and keep the series afloat. Otherwise, 4s will be knocking them out of the qualifier. Triple Ivy opening here for the Danes, and 1 Swede.
The Swede occupying over above Pop Dog.
Ooh, big nade.
And Gate shooting down, giving their position away, but Jerry doesn't hold the angle from directly below. Instead, he's playing a slight off angle. Now, this leaves him susceptible to those grenades. How that only did 16 damage, I have no idea. Flash comes through, and now Lekro takes him out of the equation. That's huge. Cajun may be able to get the drop, but he gets baited in to a false sense of security. And it turned out the safety net had a huge hole in it.
Yeah.
And he splats across the ground.
And are a bit vulnerable, though, right now. And you do see North able to make that quick transition over. It's really only the op of Almazer who's spotting towards Heaven that might be able to get a pick here, as the smokes and other utility are being set up now. With that said, we do see a rotation take place here. 1 into Z and now 2 in inner sight. So now the defense is a little bit better set up for this take, and Z-Power will strike first.
Oh, instantly wide swinging as well. I love this play from Z-Power. You never anticipate that relocation. So Fours now have 2 match points, 2 elimination points that North have got to salvage.
Yeah, it's North up against the ropes. Must win out now to force the second or third overtime, rather. All that they can hope for now. They've had their chances to win at different points in time throughout this game, but could never quite shut the door on Fours, and now they find themselves on the losing end. Electro trying to charge forward on Olaf, does find the entry there. MSL pitching in also, so a quick little flurry here is favoring North.
Another one. Fours 2v5 with Z-Power low and fragged, as will Jerry. The most one-sided T round I think North may have had this entire match comes in the 41st round.
So confusing. I don't even really know what happened there. It just seemed like everyone from Force got shut down on all fronts. It was just kind of a blink an eye and you kind of miss it, but in the weirdest of ways. And now it all comes down to this. Either Force win 22-20 or North force a third overtime. They're going for inner right away. They are wasting no time. Flash is coming through, looking to charge forward. They don't get by, though, without a casualty being suffered.
Z-Power needed to flick across a good distance and can't get it done. MSL, in the meanwhile, perched up on top of the trains, is keeping this alive for the Danes. They've already saved 1 match point, 1 elimination point, and they may go 1 better. Face crack at least brings this back to a 3-on-3, and now gets another one. In a good position, but Lekro pounces with the AK. Headshot delivered. Maybe going in for a second. An even trade out. Cajun faces off against Z-Power. It's the AWP versus the AK. And in the meanwhile, they will be pushing onto the site with Cajun throwing down the Molotov. He misses the molly, misses a couple bullets, but will not miss the kill. We go to another OT.
What a roller coaster ride this game has been. Just at this point, it's just total carnage. There's really no rhyme or reason to a lot of these situations. It's just 2 teams scrapping, and whoever comes out on top has yet to be decided. A couple of those rounds were just mind-boggling, really hard to follow some of these situations, but what we do know for sure is that we're not done yet. It's 21 apiece. The new goal now is 25 rounds. 4 is already a match to the good after crushing on Inferno. North looking to try to see if they can't maneuver themselves into a third map, which would be Vertigo. Never mind, it would not be Vertigo.
I think it's Nuke.
Yes, that is correct.
I feel like North wish it was Vertigo. But yeah, indeed, it would be Nuke. They have to get there first, but you got to give them credit for saving 2 match points already in this. I feel like they've saved a lot more than that, actually, going back into regulation and the other overtimes.
Yep.
I think we have another tech issue, unfortunately. Not ideal.
Might be a bio break issue, Vince.
True.
We've hit that stage.
Yeah, the teams have played a ton of CS today, so understandably, if they need a little bit of a reprieve, can't fault them for that. They're only human after all. There we go. Double AWPs on CT. North have MSL with an AWP. 33 kills to his name, by the way. Joint top with Lekro. Meanwhile, Z-Power, 39 kills and 19 deaths, and Flit on 36. So plenty of players hitting that 30-plus mark.
Yeah.
AZ flashed a couple times, still pushes straight out in main. Can act as a catalyst if they want to explode onto the A site later on. Z-Power, aggression. We've seen this a couple of times, but not for a while. Nearly 2 will line up for Z-Power, but his tag team partner in crime, Jerry, was found just beforehand and may have given his position away. With the 2 of them falling down, MSL now puts the final nail in the coffin for face crack. And Flit, alongside Almeza, have got to make this somehow work with so little going in their way. AZ, flank in effect, taps Flit execution style. That's the round done. North should be picking up a 22nd. The only question remains whether Almeza can save his AWP or not. Don't think it's likely.
Nah, no chance for him to get out of there. And again, invested into double. They have to be really careful with how they buy here, especially if they wind up losing this round. They would potentially suffer to 3-0 just off of economy alone. So they may not spring for a double op again, would be kind of what I imagine, as we do take another pause here, I guess. Not real sure.
Yep, another technical.
Gotcha. Unfortunate. Hopefully resolve soon, just like the last one. Can't be teasing us like this, man. We're right here at the end. And there we go. We're right back into it. So was quickly resolved, which is great news.
Here we go. Double ups again. Oh, no. AZ, why? Why have you done that? Right click to the back of his teammate. Gade drops down to 39 before even leaving spawn. Brutal. So here we go. A third map looms. North take the first of our third overtime. And Lekro dipping down into Pop Dog. Already 2 players are in here.
It's a little party hanging on over there, man. Maybe they're trying to get to the barbecue pit. Either way, they need to make something happen here, as they are getting lit up right now. Jerry being the big catalyst in that. 3 kills already. He had a little bit of help as well from a teammate on that third, getting some damage in. And it's back and forth, leaving Cajun all by his lonesome. Bomb far out of his possession, well behind towards E-Box. He's trying to get in behind Hall's player. It's going to be Flit with that AWP, who might not be expecting this, but indeed he is actually. He is going to scope in for the frag and tie things right back up. 22 all into the final round of this first half of OT number 3. Got to get a replay of that backstab, I guess.
Yeah, when you soften up a teammate into the insta headshot from M4s or just a HE on a map like Train, like that is actually a massive disadvantage. Completely unnecessary. But now Flit opens his account in the 45th round with a brisk headshot and finishes off AZ, who has been one of the most aggressive players on North. He's consistently been pushing out of Vayne main.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, he's definitely been that player slipping through Olaf and wreaking havoc on the outer bomb side at times throughout this game. So that is a big, you know, piece off the board for North in this chess game that is no longer traditional chess. It's more of like speed slap chess. I don't know if you've ever played that.
I can't say I have. It does sound intriguing though.
You get so many seconds per move, and if you don't move in time, you get slapped.
That'd be pretty apt for how this game has gone, I'd say.
Yeah.
So Fours with the advantage, and now North about to pull the trigger on an all-out attack onto B. Full execution. Scorched earth policy with Molotovs preceding the push. Almeza doing well to mitigate through that flashbang. Gade gets 2 before he gets suppressed by Z-Power's AWP. And now Z Initiative pushing up close one more time. MSL, though, has read the situation perfectly. Jerry and Flit up against Cajun and MSL. Cajun pushing up aggressively towards the CT side. And Flit in position to get domed instantly by Cajun. Oh, that one tap from MSL spinning around. And Jerry is sent out of this half of overtime. North lead.
That's so wild. I thought Fours were going to snag that. I mean, they were doing pretty well on the side itself during the planning situation. They had a flank coming in through inner halls. I think the big kill was when Z-Power tried to go for a bit extra on that 3 versus 2, and he tried to swing out with the op, and MSL caught him. It put it back onto equal footing, and it gave North the breathing room to kind of check for that flank. So maybe a little bit of a misfire there from Z-Power. It's going to give North the edge heading into the second half of this third overtime. Just 2 away as North from forcing that third map on Nuke.
Oh, Z-Power. One of the easiest shots he's had available to him this entire best of 3. Does not miss. Facecrack, who quickly got down into Pop Dog early on at the cost of minimal health, has got himself one, but instantly the Danes spring back into action with the Swede accompanying them with an M4 frag. The Russians start to push towards the site. 3 different angles of aggression. The pursuit begins. And speaking of pursuit, Cajun going straight straight round the back of the gate, getting up close. He knows a player's on E-Box. He can see the shadow round the corner, gets the kill alongside a flashbang, and draws back. But Z-Power will silence him. However, this is where Cajun's long con is so vital, so detrimental to the T's. He narrowly misses his chance against Z-Power. The timing should favor him. Can call the information to his teammates, aims in and shuts Z-Power down. Flit now caught between two different angles. He knows where Cajun is, but no idea as to where Lekro resides. And look at Cajun, straight back again. This is wasting so much time. Flit's being cognizant of this angle, having no idea where Cajun's pushing back into again. These mind games have been beautiful. Flit gets dinked down to 7 HP. And it's not like he has time to rotate to the other side of the map either, and it doesn't matter, even if he did, because Cajun has him dead. And now it's North's turn. They have 2 map points.
It's looking like this might be the beginning of the end for this map. North have a couple of great opportunities to shut this thing down and move us over to Nuke. It was a great opening to the round from Force, but they just not count for Gade slipping through by E-Box, and Cajun B playing that flank to perfection, something they hadn't had to really face before. So it all comes down to this. Force must win out to force another overtime, 2 rounds behind.
Not too sure what's... Okay, both have just dipped out. I'm not sure what that means, if they're coming back or not. I hope so.
Yeah, I'm not sure
regardless,
either.
once we find out, we'll let you guys know, because obviously you can see that Fours are there waiting, ready and able to get into this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is here. I know that they were having some tech issues and were having some pauses, so I'm not sure if maybe it's an issue with like internet connection. I know they all play at the same facility, so it could be an issue with like the network at the stadium or whatever that they play from. So who really knows, man? All we can do is just kind of sit back and wait. And man, I mean, what we've been watching here lately has been absolutely crazy, if we're being 100% honest. I mean, and that tends to happen in these games, right? When you kind of run through all the pages of your playbook, you've played through almost every possible scenario, you've been trying, you know, new gimmicks and just doing kind of wacky plays. It just kind of breaks down and the whole game turns into just a slugfest with no real, you know, rhyme or reason behind it. The organization begins to kind of crack, right? And I think that it comes down at that point to just keeping your composure, trying to make less mistakes than your opponent, and then kind of rolling from there. And North now are in prime position to, you know, close this thing out and force a third map. I mean, they're 2 rounds up, they're 1 away. It's going to take a pretty crazy effort from the folks over at Old Forest to hang around and keep the 2-0 dream alive.
Yeah, I feel like there's a very high likelihood, especially with some of these technical issues. I don't know how much of an impact that's had on Fours, to effectively hold on for these next 2 rounds. It was 24-22. Obviously, 25 is the number they're both aiming for in this third overtime. You can see, unfortunately, we've had some technical issues. So once we find out what's going on and how long it'll take, we'll let you guys know. It's kind of hard to break it down as well, Dust. We've had so many rounds that it's hard to like pinpoint exact moments or exact like ideas as to what's been going wrong. It's become a bit of a cauldron of just chaos.
No, I think that's exactly right. I mean, you'd have a hard time trying to figure everything out. It feels like now it's just coming down to like small mental mishaps and who's going to make less of them. Because I mean, there were different moments in time where each of the teams could close out the game if they would have tidied up their post-plant situation or their retake just a little bit more. Like there was that one round where Z-Power and company had like a 3-on-2 retake on the inner bomb site, and Z-Power overextends, gives MSL a frag, and then they had a flank in motion that they couldn't use anymore. And it's like little things like that. You know, it's just one example. There's been plenty of that throughout these overtimes where it's like small little decisions in the world of difference. It has that ripple effect. And, you know, that's why we're still here without a victor. You know, each team has struggled to put a close to this, but North right now have the best position to do so that we've seen in a while. To, you know, having that 2-round lead with 1 round to go definitely seems like they are in prime position to do so. But you never know, we could see another overtime fairly easily if they just happen to make a couple of blunders. All of a sudden, you know, there's definitely enough talent and enough chaos and enough aggression from the boys over at Fours to, you know, keep this one along, right? I mean, both teams, we talked about it before the game even started, very shaky on train lately. The results for both these teams on trains over the last couple of months have been a mixed bag. And you're kind of seeing some of the effects of that. You know, no team feels too comfortable here, and that's why it's so hard for each of them to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair representation of how the game has gone. I mean, once it's got into this chaotic round, I've got to be honest, I thought that once it got chaotic, fours would just escalate things and it would be over. I thought that when North didn't have that disciplined approach that MSL is notorious for bringing to the table, they would struggle. But to be fair, if anything, it's been the opposite. I think fours have struggled more so. And we even discussed this a couple of overtimes ago, where it's like they feel disjointed. They feel like they're lacking cohesion. They're lacking a bit of decision-making process and being forthright with that. And if they just went back to the simplistic kind of rushes and the simplistic aggressive plays, you feel like their superior aim at the end of the day should probably prevail. But we haven't really seen that so far. And I don't want to write off North at all. Like, these guys today, especially Lecro and MSL on Train, like, MSL's been pretty rough today, honestly, by his own standards. Train, he's been great. He's been landing so many shots. And Lecro's consistently been on point.
Yeah, I feel like that's what's kind of like helping them out, is that Z-Power was used to being able to peek into MSL and win those duels on, you know, the other map, but now that's not the case anymore. Now I feel like fours are going to have to be a little bit more reserved, and some of the duels they're looking to take, as far as, you know, making sure that it's followed up by some kind of utility, or making sure that, you know, you coordinate your retakes a little bit better when you have man advantage in particular, which is something that they slipped on a couple of times on Train here thus far. So I think that comes into it. And I think that another big thing that halts fours here is that now that economy is reset, you can't go for the faster plays without taking utility damage or potentially getting stalled and having players broken apart. So they have to be a little bit more methodical at how they're taking some of these map control scenarios, and that's where North thrives whenever they calculate its CS. So that's another factor that you have to, you know, kind of throw into things. But all it takes is like one key moment in an overtime situation that changes everything. We just haven't had that moment just yet. You know, that round may be it, the one where MSL is able to flick the Deeg onto the flanker and win around in the 2v2 post plant. You know, that could be the key moment that might shut us down, but we don't know that for sure yet. But we've definitely just seen a little bit of everything, I think, so far on this Train match, right? You've seen some, you know, standard set pieces, you've seen some slow play, you've seen some crazy chaotic stuff. I mean, it's really giving you everything you could have wanted. And to be fair, that's exactly what you want in a match like this, right? Especially with what's on the line. Elimination here for North, if they take the L here. You know, fours, you know, already having suffered a crazy loss to Nexus early in the bracket, you know, being in the lower bracket much earlier than expected in this group. So there's a lot of storylines in play here, but unfortunately we're having to kind of fill a little bit of time before we finally get to see the conclusion of this story. So just trying to get everyone shifted over to a new server, and I think we should be doing so now. I'm getting some word that the servers have been switched up, and we do have everyone back in, and everything is good to go. So here we have it. Perhaps the beginnings of the ends of Train here. North just need to find one. Fours need 2 in a row to keep this going, to keep the madness brewing. And just kidding. You do hate to see it. We thought we were ready to go, but then another pause came on in. So not sure what's up this time, but we'll keep you updated as best we can. Don't shoot us. We're just the messengers, me and Vince.
Yes.
Hot game.
Apparently, it's a pretty easily fixable issue, so it has been resolved now, and we should finally be able to get back into this. As you said, it could be short-lived. It could just be a one and done. It could just be the one round, and then we head to a third map of Nuke, or maybe it's Fours' turn to save 2 in a row. North have done it already today, and now it's Fours that have that opportunity given across to them. Oh, it's aggression. Flit straight out onto A main. A really good idea, actually, after a bit of downtime. When some players may be taking their eyes off the ball and losing a bit of concentration just to get all up in their face. And MSL actually gets the burn kill to Flip. I assume he got hit by a grenade additionally on top of that, because he was pretty healthy beforehand. Z-Power straight out on the ramp with the entry onto Lecro. And with the kill, the bomb plant should follow. And North actually pulling back. Look like they want to save.
Yeah, they want to keep that double op in play as best as they can, so they will concede this one. So it all comes down to this, Vince. All down to this one final round. Will we see a 4th overtime, or will North force a 3rd map? That is what's up for grabs. A change of pace from Fours, a crazy push from Flit with a quick follow-up towards Inner. Nets Fours around here.
So the save
like these,
will be a success.
Yep. Does seem that way. There's one player nearby that was face cracked, but he will get taken out by MSL. So that was kind of the one option they had to bring a gun down. It didn't quite work out.
So we go again. Maybe there is another overtime looming overhead. Nearly 50 rounds played on Train. A lot of the strategy and the strat kind of book go out the window.
Yep.
It gets a little bit chaotic. It gets a little bit messy.
Now you're just throwing haymakers. Nothing but haymakers.
Yeah, I feel like this is where mental fortitude really comes to the forefront. Which team wants it more?
Yeah. Quick into ladder was forced there, but some utility from Northwold kind of forced them back again. AZ has a nice little angle there, kind of popping some shots with the AUG through. As fours are gathering up towards these inner halls. They do have the utility for a pretty potent set piece, but Lekro could counter as he is up close with Incendiary of his own. He does have MSL in the back line with AWP for assistance. But he doesn't hit the shot. All of a sudden, Lekro's called upon to handle this all by his lonesome, but he's up to the task. He sprays down 2. 3 in total for Lekro. He might get finished now, but no, he doesn't. He finds a 4th. How is this happening?
Not too sure, but Z-Power in an awkward position to try and fend off against the ace. Will be up close against Lekro. Lekro with the deagle now gets the ace and gets North across the finish line to a 3rd map. Nuke will be our final resting place of our second best of 3, and this marathon day, this marathon best of 3 continues.
Yeah, we got one more map to go on this series now to decide who will be going home, figuratively, of course. Everyone's are literally there, and who will be moving on in the bracket, as well as on the best of 3 coming up later today. So lots of kind of fights to go, but not for a short break. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
Tournament life was on the line here at the Pinnacle Cup, and North weren't going to be going down without a fight as they managed to cement Train 25-23 at one map apiece. It is all down to the third and final match, which will of course be Nuke, and it seems a fitting end to a series which has gone the whole 9 yards. We knew it would be close, Vince, but I don't think anybody could really have estimated how tight this one would be.
No, absolutely not. And, you know, coming into Train, I think I said that I felt like it was very likely going to be all the way to fours. And when they got those 2 match points, I don't even remember which overtime it was, I thought, okay, this is it. Well, this is where it's done. There's 2 sides of it. 1, 4 seemed to crumble. But 2, I would also like to say fair play to North. Like, to have the mental fortitude, the mental capacity, the tenacity and the grit to actually pull that off and win to Nuke, like, fair enough. That's really impressive.
No, I have to agree. And I think the big story was MSL. I mean, this guy has really come alive on Train in comparison to the level that we saw earlier today against Gambit and what we saw even in the first map of this series. It seems like he's finally got that confidence, that swagger about him. He was, you know, taking some really nice duels. He was putting up some big numbers. And I feel like that's what the team needed. They needed to have an opping presence on a map that is very dictated by opping. And he was able to fulfill that. So, tip your hat to him. He definitely not only led the team well tactically for the bulk of the game, but he also found ways to frag and have impact in that regard as well.
Yeah, I love that you bring up MSL there. That really was a sort of key storyline of this map in particular, because I know Vince was saying he kind of needed to step up a little bit more in some of the series previously, and some of the maps previously in this same series. Where did you see him kind of adapting and evolving throughout this map?
I think he was just a little bit more willing to go for plays. I felt like he was just a little bit more in sync and a little bit just more fine-tuned with the aim, right? And he also didn't overextend. You know, he took what battles he was comfortable with. So I think it was a combination of those things. Like, he was willing to be the aggressor, like when he was, you know, pushing into box halls and getting information and denying space. You know, he was going for plays that top oppers would go for, rather than just relying on playing more passive and all that stuff. So yeah, of course you have to have the form to have that confidence, and he did have that. So that certainly helps.
I also want to flip over to the side of fours there, because I know you were saying, Vince, there were so many small mistakes that they were making. It seemed like, I don't know, their mentality just seems to be crumbling as we went further into those OTs. Did you see kind of any key mistakes they were making? Was it those kind of individual flares of aggression when you were saying, you know, you should just be going as a unit, you should just be going back to what originally was working for you?
You know, there's one particular moment, because it's hard with that many rounds to like pinpoint too many like rounds, but there was one moment I could remember where they basically faced twice in a row, one player going into pop dog, one after the other. No flashes, a HU was before it, they both just died. And for me, that just epitomized that T-half at times. It was so disjointed. It felt like they were throwing ideas out there, but without any like real forethought or any idea of what to do if it works out. Like, just ideas were being thrown at a wall and seeing what's stuck, and it's not going to work against North.
Yeah, the other example was when they had a 3-on-2 potential on a retake in overtime, and instead of waiting for the flank that no one knew about to set in, you know, Z-Power goes for a peek and dies to MSL, and all of a sudden you've given up your flank. You now are back into a 2-on-2, and you've lost every advantage you had to win the round. So it was little mental mishaps like that where it just felt like when you get to that many overtimes, it's all about who makes less of those mistakes. And North were the ones that were a little bit more composed.
Yeah, which is incredible considering that they've had so many games already today, and managing to push through that mental fortitude, like, massive props to the North side. And I'm really excited to see where the community are lying on this one. We've heard from them before every single map, so let's see where their votes are lying for this one. I believe they were still siding with North just ahead of that matchup we just saw on Train. But for Nuke, I'm wondering whether it's going to be any different. Hopefully we can get them up on the screen very shortly. But maybe we should talk about that. Maybe we should talk about Nuke as the third and final deciding map, Vince. I don't really know where we can stylize this one. Where are you coming into it from your perspective?
Oh, I think if you asked me this before that Train performance, I'd say like I probably fancy fours, but I don't know, especially with some of the technical issues they were having with ping and then losing in such a horrific manner in like a quad overtime. I've got to expect it's going to have some impact on them mentally. Like, I feel like this is now maybe in favor of North. I think they may even take this 2-1.
Yeah, it seems like the community are agreeing with you there. 78% of you guys in the chat siding with the Danish slash Swedish little mix there. And of course, we could check in with the Pinnacle Esports odds as well. Again, siding with North. But there's really not too much in it. And I mean, if you guys want to go and give us a shot, make sure you're heading on over to pinnacle.com/flashpoint. You can try your luck and keep up to date with the latest odds as well, because we do have in-round plays, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, from your perspective, Dust, as well, coming into this third and final deciding map, it's almost even. Again, we were talking about this yesterday. When you're coming into a third map of a best of 3 series, it's elimination on the line. You've almost just got to reset all of your expectations for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one because I feel like if you're just looking at recent results, I feel like Force have been in better form overall on Nuke. Like they have a better overall record lately, but it's not been anything that would knock your socks off by any means. It's not like they're like crazy win rate or something like that. Meanwhile, you've had North who have really had their struggles on Nuke throughout the last few months and throughout the bulk of this year, but they are right now in the midst of like a 3-game winning streak on the map. But a lot of those maps are really close victories. They're against like really low caliber teams, like teams that you might even heard of. So it's really put your thumb on it. But MSL historically has felt pretty comfortable calling on the map. So that is one thing I can maybe tick in North's favor. And, you know, they're riding the high of having won a crazy marathon match on Train. Maybe Force is a bit more upset about how that went. You never can know about the mental game. But for me, it's still very much up in the air.
Yeah, I think that's a nice vein to sort of pick up on in terms of MSL, his comfort calling on this map, and maybe coupled with that performance that we just saw, Vince. You know, it's not super like fragging at the top of the scoreboard, but for MSL, I mean, you know, he was pretty instrumental in the team's success there in terms of his AWPing ability compared to some of the previous maps that we've seen.
Absolutely. I do wonder, though, can he have repeat performance on Nuke? It's a very different kind of map for AWPers.
Yes.
I think on the T side in particular, I wouldn't be surprised if we barely ever saw him AWP. I think it's the kind of setup where they could just run with 5 AKs and they'd be pretty okay. So can he have the same impact? Maybe not. But as you touched on, he's very comfortable, very confident when it comes to Nuke. This is a map that they've embraced for quite a while. They've only played it 3 times recently, but they have a 100% win rate. So you know that they're not exactly, you know, scrubs when it comes to this map. And I would expect to see a fairly interesting affair here. I'll be looking at Lekro again. I want to see if this guy can continue to just churn out the performances. No performance has necessarily been like world class today, but he's always been a high level and consistently putting in the 20, 30 kills. So let's see if he can do it again.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. He's been consistently, you know, top fragging or almost top fragging for his team throughout the entire day here at the Pinnacle Cup. Is he a player that you're going to be keeping an eye on as well, Dust, or is there anybody else you're kind of hoping might come out of the wood, just considering their previous performances on Nuke in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm kind of echoing Vince here. Like, you need to see repeat performances out of some of these North players because the big stick with some of these people has been consistency. It has been the big issue, right? Like, you know, when I look over at, you know, a team like Forest, I know what I'm going to get from Z-Power pretty much every single game. I know I'm going to get from Flip pretty much every single game. Same could be said for like Jerry. Almazer is usually always pretty good as well. So that they have more consistency and more overall talent. And I think that they have overall better form on Nuke lately. So with that all said, and they don't have to deal with the roster change recently. They've kept pretty much the same team for quite a long time. I think that the only thing really battling against them right now is maybe mental fatigue after what just happened on Train. I think if you look at almost every other facet of the game, you would tick it in favor of Force. So that's kind of what I'm riding with.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a valid point regarding the mental fatigue because, you know, they were so close. We were just talking about it, Dust. They were so close in some of those, well, I can't even remember which overtime was. Was it the third overtime where they had 2 map points that North needed to come back and take it? And then North managed to do that. So, you know, if you're a player, if you're preparing, coming into sort of an elimination game, something that really has a lot on the line, where do you think it should be focusing on from the Force sides in particular, knowing how they play, knowing their tendencies, especially on this map?
I think for them, it's just about keeping up with the same game plan they've always been known for. Don't shy away from being assertive. Don't shy away from the faster paced plays. You know, that's your strength. Just make sure you do so in an organized fashion. Don't get caught, you know, with players stranded by themselves or, you know, going for individual duels with no potential follow up. Like they need to be just a little pose. You know, I think that's what happened to them in the overtime on Train was they started to kind of break apart, get a bit sloppy, go for too many individual plays, and just not be on the same page, really, it felt like at times. And so hopefully they can kind of put that to the side and get back to playing the CS they're used to playing.
Well, it seems like the players are ready to be diving into this game. It's all on the line in the third map of this best of 3 series. One of these 2 teams will be going home, and it's time to find out as we jump into Nuke.
This is it. Sink or swim for both North and Fours. No more lifelines for Fours. After winning the first map, they did crash out on Train. And now North on the CT side, after winning the knife rounds, will be trying to repel this push. The Russians looking to rush their way in towards A. Facecrack taking the bomb in first through Hut. Is the first player to spill out. Good flashbang tossed in. Forces MSL to retreat back in towards the CT side. They will be playing together on this rotation. Interestingly, post-plan, all 10 players alive with not a single point of damage inflicted across the board.
Maybe they're calling the truce, Vince. Maybe they're all pacifists now. They've done plenty of bloodshed in the previous round, but as I say that now, the bullets begin to fly, and the retake is looking pretty darn good for North here. They are cleaning the board right now. Only Z-Power left, and he is quickly thwarted. That was wild. It was a 5-on-5, and in the blink of an eye, it was all over. 4 players remaining for North at the end of it.
North just shutting down Fours. I mean, it was never really in contention, and this isn't all a lot of teams would go for Galils. Fours had the opportunity previously in this best of 3, decided against it. This time they go for 2 of them, and it's Facecrack and Flit that will be utilizing these 2 rifles. Meanwhile, 3 pistols for Jerry, Z-Power, Almeza. Jerry nearly caught with a smoke out. Gade runs in and closes the door in his face, both metaphorically and literally trying to stop that rush in its tracks. AZ with the AUG at range has a golden opportunity to shut down Facecrack, and it was never up for debate. Facecrack had no idea he was residing there. MSL flicks to the head of Almeza and are going back in for more, having multiple opportunities to strike twice. Gade with the MP9 closing it down elsewhere, and Z-Power limping into the garage. Tagged down to 32. Flit not much better off at 45. And it's looking like Fours, with their full purchase, will be coming up short and not able to really muster up too much in return towards the North squad.
We'll see here. Z-Power trying to see if he can't maybe make something magical happen. He does have the AUG in his hands. Flit still has that Galil. Both are severely weakened, though. Same could be said for MSL and Gade. So there's a couple of little things floating out there that could make the round a bit more interesting, but the clock is the one big factor that's working against Fours, as well as the man deficit. They're kind of separated as well, if we're 100% honest, so it looks like it is just going to kind of fade to black with guns maybe being saved. Or no, looks like they're actually going to try to pinch the upper bomb side here. They do have a player coming up, Vince, Z-Power from Heaven. There's actually no one here to defend. That Cajun B slides right into position just in time, and that's going to pretty much stamp this round out.
Well, we're curious how Fours would occupy back into the server after losing that incredibly long and drawn-out map. So far, right, North have looked a step ahead of them at every given turn and twist.
And now this should be the rewards of winning these 2 more labored rounds. Is a little bit of a freebie coming up, it seems. Just couple of Glocks, a couple of Deagles, the 1 Galil. No utility, no armor except for Almazer and Flit, so this should be easy pickings for North, at least you'd hope. Hard to say that now after what we've seen so far throughout the series, though.
Yeah, I feel like all expectations need to be left at the door at this stage. No round is a guarantee. Looking more and more likely with each MSL shot that does connect onto the outside players, but Facecrack making sure that First Blood is the way of the Force players, and that actually they get the second kill as well. 3 players tagged up on the T's, but still holding their ground and actually making this a costly round on North. Only Flit and Almaze remain between the 2 of them. They have under 100 HP. But it is a 2-on-2, and they both have weapons that could quickly suppress and finalize this round. And therefore, North have to be careful and wary, cognizant of this push. Almeza looking like he went towards the main side. Cajun alone has multiple angles he needs to cover all at once. So he decides to narrow the angles of aggression and go into Hut. They may very well give up this bomb plant. But as long as Cajun can thin the herd to just the 1 player, there's a good chance that North still get this done.
How has this gotten to this point is the question I keep asking myself. I'm so shocked that Forge have been able to get onto a site in a 2-on-2 with some weapons, and both these players do still have armor as well. This is wild, and Flit's going to get a pretty powerful post-plant position on top of all of that. And one of the retaking weapons is a scout, and it's in the hands of the only guy who has a kit. Like, this is looking dire for North.
It's a pretty awful smoke, though. They tried to toss it up in heaven. It bounced off heaven, went back towards the sites. They have to now watch out for heaven alongside all the other angles. Flit's still looking up there. Cajun, Molly to the back vents. Now goes in for the peak and comes out second best in that trade, as will MSL. Fours stealing this round away from North.
Unbelievable. 2 Deagles and a Galil. That was basically it. And somehow they piece it together. And they'll be able to buy immediately off the back of it as well. And everyone else keep the funds flowing. Meanwhile, North, they do force buy as best they can here. Op, M4, and FAMAS, their main tools to put to use. They're getting aggressive as well with the Deagle outside.
Incursion looking good for Fours for the time being. It wasn't without casualties, and Face Crack's got himself 4. Denied the ace by Z Power's AWP. Not that he'll give a damn about that. North's Force Buy is being crushed.
Oh, and definitely has been. That was one of those rounds as well that just seemed like really odd. Like, you know, the first kill goes the way of North. They're getting some things going. Then, you know, Face Crack gets a couple, and you're kind of wondering what's going to happen next. But Face Crack winds up with 4 kills on the round before it's all said and done. And now they finally have North having to... Actually, they're going to go for it again, Vince. They went for the full deco here. They're not done buying just yet. They're not ready to concede the save.
I can admire the aggression. I can admire the confidence in yourself, and why the hell not after that train performance, but it may be misplaced. It may be misguided.
Sure.
And that's why Face Crack, he's having none of this. Jerry chips in with a Mac-10, and now Lecro is the only CT, the only North player that has struck successfully. And now he is the last man alive. 41 HP. A reason to potentially save this Deagle and armor. It's not like they're going to have anything else to play with in the next round.
Mine as well, man. Mine as well. This has already been a pretty wild start to Nuka Faranis here, Vince. Very scrappy, very all over the place. Teams winning ecos. Teams force buying relentlessly. Wacky multi-frags and tight angles. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised if they're trained Vince, but I was wondering if people would kind of use the break between Matt Shillpill and kind of reset, but it just seems like everyone's, you know, pedal to the metal right away here on Nuke.
Seems like Lecro will be able to hold on to his Deagle, and indeed his army's got a flashbang, so they could try and go for an aggressive play, maybe through ramp or outside. But 4 is stacking up the cash now. You can see that Z-Power, even with an AWP, with full grenades, still over $10,000.
Oh yeah, dude. He's loving it. It is really looking nice for 4, especially now that North finally have to concede and take the save. This should be a free 4th round for 4. It should be in the keyword, but I feel pretty confident in this one, Vince. I don't really see North putting up resistance here, but they are all stacked at upper, which is where T's are headed. Surely not, though. Surely not. Any thoughts, Vince?
I think they're about to get Shrek'd, if I'm being honest. North.
Okay. We're on the same page.
There will be no men standing come the end of this round for North, I'm sure of it.
No, I think they're going to the cheese grater.
Definitely seems that way. Jerry going in first, potentially, but decides against it. They don't really have too much information, but they are gathering some intel outside.
That's the big thing. Like, they're getting outside, completely controlled. It looks like they're also prodding into ramp room. So it feels like they know that it's a site stack. They don't know whether it's upper or lower, but they know that there's no presence anywhere else, you know, towards outside or towards ramp room. So it's allowing them to kind of avoid this stack for quite some time.
The noose tightening around the collective necks of North. Try as they may, there is no survivors forthcoming, no prisoners taken, no mercy shown. Fours take a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, that was kind of an easy one. I mean, there was that like small sliver of hope for North that if Forge ran into the stack kind of carelessly, that maybe they could pull off some magic with the pistols, but As soon as Forrest kind of slowed down, took some outside control, controlled ramp, Jerry was playing patient. There was really no hope for North at that point. But here is their chance to put their best foot forward.
The Flames slightly and partially subduing the aim of Z-Power, but it has now cleared away. Z-Power has a smoke that replenishes his impaired vision. North not going aggressive behind this buy. Understandably, just playing standard chill Counter-Strike, which, fair play, like, this many rounds deep into the best of 3, you wouldn't mind if they had a bit of a frazzled outlook and did some kind of crazy plays, but they're holding in. Disciplined approach. Gade using that smoke to subside the aggression from Jerry, using it to allow the T's to move by, but that has baited Cajun B. And Gade's not really jumped on top of this, not really capitalized. You feel like he needs to have a lot of impact in this round if they're going to manage to pull this one out the fire, and he'll do just that, but trade out straight afterwards. Lekro and MSL clumped together in heaven, and AZ showing his hand, he gets traded out as well. But now both
down.
the CTs in an awkward position. Sure, the bomb is down, but there is enough time for Force to maybe get some control over that.
Yeah, they had to give up so much for Flip to come back and grab it. You know, now they don't really know what's going on towards outside and mini, and so now Flip has to throw a flash that direction. Hope that's enough to let him cross into the site, and Sack decides to jump through the vent instead. Not a bad shout. Jerry now just kind of by himself towards upper. He's going to try to rejoin his teammate. Flit actually hasn't committed to crossing just yet. He wants to kind of watch around, and now he's actually going to transition back up through the vents to the upper side. He's done a great job pulling rotations here, and that is a great little move from him all of a sudden. The bomb will go down upper, and they're going to have a nice, favorable 2v2 post plant that came in just in time.
Jeez, they're cutting that thin, though.
Yeah,
if they misread that rotation and he gets shut down in transition, that's the round over. Fair play, they've made it work. Flip now with the AWP, flicking into Lekro before MSL neutralizes him. AWP on AWP crying. And now Jerry with the wide swing. Well played, Fours. It was close, but at the end of the day, they've picked up 5 in a row.
Yeah, I just like how they played that out at the end, right? You know, they were a little bit concerned, you know, having left the bomb behind, trading going even, Flit having to come back and grab the bomb. He's a little bit worried that if he tries to cross into the site that he might get shot from mini and lose the bomb and put his teammate in himself 1 versus 2. So he goes through the vents, forces a rotation, comes back up. That way Jerry can just kind of keep hold of the upper site, and they play that out really well. And now it's the deco for North, but AZ playing up close here outside. Around the smoke, has a chance to shock and all, but Face Crack having none of it. Lives up to the name. Cracking the skull of AZ with his AK-47, and Z-Power's quick to join him on the kill count. So full towards 6 it seems.
Nice 1D. Won't be able to connect into a second one. And, well, there's not really much to discuss about this round. It's basically done. Like, Lekro with Eagle, nice effort, but ultimately should just be a drop in the bucket. Can't really see him winning from this point.
What if he did, though?
It would be one of the sickest plays of the year, but no, won't be happening.
Yeah. Trying to give it some hope then, trying to pump some energy into this, but yeah, I mean, there really was no hope there, as you said. But what is hopeful is that at least North are back onto the full buy, including the out for MSL, who, again, had a fantastic performance on Train with the AWP, but need to see if he can carry that over here onto Nuke. His op will be very important on, you know, keeping presence towards outside, perhaps taking shots even at ramp room, and definitely can do a lot with it. They're going to try to play aggressive again towards outside. They had that smoke up, and they're putting AZ up close yet again. This time he fades back pretty quickly after not really spotting an opportunity.
Still plenty of grenades to pick from for North. They don't have to go out too audaciously outside. AZ's actually playing the close box, and very passively at that. Not really keeping too much attention towards that area. Gade, in the meanwhile, using a bit of an off angle towards Squeaky. We've seen in the past Fours have no issue with flashing over and molotoving into position, but that's a good smoke and well timed onto Squeaky. Forces back the T's.
Towards the mid-round here, and while we do see that Almazer has some presence towards outside, there's not much else Force have to work with just yet. They're kind of relying on just using utility perhaps to smash this upper bomb site. Putting smokes down on Mini, getting their flashes rolling. Molly in the back vent as well. Any moment now, they need to strike. They are running low on time. They haven't really found the opening just yet.
30 seconds. Damage to 3 of the 5 remaining Force players. 25 seconds. Lekro doing a ton more. Now joined by the Orpa of MSL, who misses the flick, putting more pressure on Lekro. But this is where time itself could just do the rest. North know that some of these angles will go unchecked. Some stones left unturned, but Lekro and Gade both get sprayed out, and Fours just have enough time. With 6 seconds left on the clock, they successfully get the bomb planted.
And I have to save. North can't even really contend this retake. While they do have kits, they have no utility and they have no money. So they had to just fade back. And honestly, I thought Fours were in a lot of trouble there. They took so much time. I thought North was doing a great job with their counter utility. I mean, you could see Fours were maybe like 40 seconds left on the clock or so. They wanted to go for an upper take, but the counter smokes at Squeaky kind of deterred them. Then they wanted to take Grant, but another counter smoke was in place. They had to keep waiting. They had to keep, you know, hoping that the perfect window of opportunity would open for them, and it never really did. So they finally had to bite the bullet and just go. And they were able to trade efficiently enough to actually win the round. So if you're North, you're probably kicking yourself because you felt like you were playing it out so well as far as timing and rotating effectively, but at the end of the day, sometimes it comes down to just, you know, gunfights, and they weren't able to win those battles. And so Fours, in my opinion, kind of sneak one through. That wasn't very convincing, but it still worked. They still won 7 rounds in a row. They're flowing in money. In the meantime, North are buying what they can around these saved weapons, but it leaves them very low on funds for the future. They are looking in pretty dire straits at this point.
I found myself being reminded of that train performance, though, where I felt the same way. And North still battled back. It's 7 in a row. MSL silencing Facecrack early on with the AWP, atoning for some of the missed shots and some of the sins of the previous rounds, perhaps. With Facecrack's death, a big part of the entry fragging power goes with him. He's had a lot of entries today. 10 kills already on this side of the map, averaging just under, or just over 1 per round. But Flip, that is a spicy one tap onto AZ, and Jerry goes in for another one as well.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're seeing the dominoes begin to fall on the North defense, despite a nice little start from MSL's AWP. And he's just going to get absolutely clotheslines. He tries to take a peek in from heaven, leaving Lekro all by his lonesome. It's so crazy how the tides of these rounds can turn. There's been so many moments throughout this half where I felt North had it right. They had good positions. They were using their utility effectively. They were, you know, keeping tabs on, you know, all the areas that they needed to be. And then all of a sudden, Force just snapped and find some key frags to win rounds. And this will now be their 8th in a row. Short of North winning pistol and the follow-up, they have found no success here. Again, this is an elimination map right now. Loser is out of the tournament. And honestly, these were some of the names you thought would make it maybe to the finals of the group. So this is going to be a real tough pill to swallow for one of these teams, whoever winds up taking the L here on Nuke. Fours making a great argument it's not going to be them. They've been playing a pretty fantastic T side here. I mean, you look across, and they have 3 players right now that are absolutely destroying the server. I mean, in 10 rounds played, you know, their 3 top fraggers have only died 5 or so times. So I mean, they're coming through these rounds pretty convincingly. Yeah. No one's really come alive for North yet.
Every player over $8,500 as well. So I mean, it's not like, oh, if we just win 1 round, we force Fours into nope. You have to win 3 or 4.
Yep.
Like there is no easy way back into this half for North. That is the issue.
And you're decoing yourself right now. Look at this, 3 players with 5 stacks. I mean, they're just rolling in cash. They could pay off my student debt right now. That's quite a lot.
Oof, big deke on AZ. The other issue as well is, you know, you're looking at consecutive rounds, and old Facecrack could get a knife. These are the kind of moments. Right. Oh, Facecrack. This is why I kind of a part of me wanted justice to be served, and AZ just won the game.
Yep. Yeah. Not gonna happen though, is it?
I was gonna say, when you need consecutive rounds, and North have yet to really win a rifle, yet to win more than 2 in a row, both of which have been from the pistol, it's not boding too well.
No, it's really not. And I mean, I imagine they're drained by this point, right? I mean, we did see him play a best of 3 earlier today against Gambit, where, you know, while it was a 2-0, there was a lot of extra rounds involved in it. I think the first map was single or double overtime, and then the other map was 16-14 or something like that.
Double.
So I mean,
yeah.
So I mean, they've played a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike today already. Meanwhile, this is Forza's first match of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Winner of this will play again after this best of 3 against Nexus, who are waiting in the wings. Which I believe we'll
Nexus
be covering
has
as
been
well.
on a crazy run, but it might be coming to an end here soon. They're gonna have a tough opponent no matter who it is coming next.
Yeah, if it is Forza, it'll be a grudge match. Chance of revenge on the Russians against the Romanian counterparts. Already losing AZ. And the round stacking against North. He will be struggling and submerged a little bit longer. Lekro, though, alleviating some of the pressure, gets up and gasps for a lungful of oxygen. Could keep them going forward. Cajun now making sure that that is not in vain. He keeps them ticking in the right direction. Lekro is low, and he has been finalized. It's Jerry through the smoke. And Flitz making moves outside. He wants to get up into heaven or wrap around and ramp, because it's down towards the B side of the map, and now Flick can try and pounce in. They've got time at their disposal, but they're running out of lives. Jerry next to get culled by MSL's AWP, and now Flitz's position will become known. He wants to get close and see if he can maybe find a second player. Do you go for the knife? No, he's looking for a frag. Yeah. No chance he goes for the knife there. He wanted to see if a second player lined up so he could spray them both down together simultaneously. Post plant, the bomb is open. So many angles you could be covering that bomb from if you're Force, and that will be an issue when North get downstairs and realize it. And although Gade and Cajun have both had their moments today, collectively they have 10 frags, and Flit has 13 by himself. Goes to show discrepancy of how this game has been going. Gade opening the door, Flit comes down at a 14th notch on the belt. Cajun missing his chance. Here's the AWP rattle out and decides, screw this, I'm backing away, but not before picking up the AWP. Fords, though, will hit 10 first.
It's starting to feel like North couldn't bio in. Like if it was on the menu, it would be $16,001. You just wouldn't be able to get to it because they've had their chances. That round was one of them where it felt like they had a little bit of an edge going into the mid round, and then it's just one stone left unturned. Flit being able to creep in him from behind wins them the round essentially. 14 kills to his name, as you said. Face crack with them. Jerry not too far behind with 13. They are massacring North right now. And I know that we've seen some crazy comebacks already today, Vince, but I think this is a bridge too far at this point. We'll see, though. At least op on MSL's hands. They have some FAMAS. They have the M4 on Cajun B. They have the opening pick here. They have outside presence. But they need this. They absolutely must win this round, in my opinion, or it's over.
A bridge too far, and it's made of twigs. It's basically there is no way forward for North. It feels like that at the moment, at least. But I thought the same on Train. Sure, Train was never this one-sided, though.
Yeah, this has been the most one-sided we've seen probably all tournament long, at least directly on our main stream.
Yeah. I think the most one-sided score we've had is 16-8. So this is going above and beyond that mark. Could very well end the slaughter. As Jerry pushes out, the flashbangs are on point. He saw Lekro can call to his teammates, and Alneza finishes him off. Spray is good onto Lekro, and that opens up avenues towards the side. It is a 2-on-2, however, and MSL making moves via ramp. Ooh, that's a missed shot. That's the sniper of Z-Power, I was going to say, that also controls the bomb. And I thought for a moment, if MSL can take down that frag, that's the bomb that spills out in a 1v1, maybe a chance for North, but instead it's 11 for Force.
Yeah, they are steamrolling to victory at this point. This doesn't seem like anything's going to stop them. Again, we've seen North be able to get some opening picks and have some, you know, mid-round, like 4-on-3 type situations on multiple occasions, but they just cannot close. There always seems to be like one last effort that Force have left up their sleeve that works for them, whether it's a flank or whether it's just some brute force trading, whatever the case may be. They're able to, you know, snap back into the round and hold North off. It's happened 11 times in a row.
Could be a 12th. Should be a 12th. AZ doing what he can to avoid that record. Oh dear. Well, they were short-lived. AZ's now gone down. Flip, the assailant, North the victims. They have been, time and time again, dispatched across the board. Cajun with the FAMAS. Oh, no, he bites off more than he can chew. Finish the first player before you go for the second. Oh, no. That is a moment that pretty much summarizes this map for North. A real chance to win the round, let's be honest. Instead, Fours will move to 12-2.
Oh, man. If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding, Vince.
It's very true. Very true indeed.
I know you got that one.
I did. This has been the dark side of the moon for North, let's be honest.
All these supers are like, what's that?
Do the Nickelback references again.
Look at this photo. Calm down. That's all you get. I mean, even Nickelback's probably more of a boomer thing at this point. Either way, this half has been atrocious.
Yeah, it really has. And I feel like North fans would rather listen to Nickelback than watch the rest of this play out, to be fair. MSL spray, maybe, just maybe they can end with a win. They started the half with 2 wins. Maybe they can post up another one to sign this one off. It feels like even if they were to do so, though, there's such a vast gulf in how this map has gone that it may not end up mattering that much. And FaZe has so much time left to still retrieve this bomb. I mean, this round's not done. I'm almost speaking like it's over. It's not.
He's in a tough spot now, though, but all right. Do I even need to say it? Do I even need to add any commentary to that? I don't think I do. You know what? Let's just go to a break. Be back in a minute.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Do not adjust your screens. We didn't give North a pity round. Unfortunately, we missed the second pistol, and they did end up winning it. So it is 13-3, and that is why Fours go in for the Force buy, and North now have full rifles. Now, if we want to go into the keys to success and start to believe and all that kind of good stuff, I mean, that had to be done. North had to win the pistol. Now they need to make sure they navigate through these anti-eco rounds as much as they possibly can. They need W's, and they need them now.
Oh, yeah. There is no room for mistakes at this point for North if they don't want to be eliminated from this tournament here and now. As we are going to see that they have full control of outside. They're parked by the red bin. They do have plenty of space now as they're going to start creeping towards back calls. No smoke wall, but not really required. No one's really taking a peek there, so they're going to be able to get by. Jerry trying to flank in behind them, has been spotted from Silo, and Gate, I mean, it was a UMP. It's fair that was a labored battle, but he doesn't win it nonetheless, and looks like North are just kind of wrapping this one up, taking care of business every step of the way, not having too much struggle in the fourth round, it seems. Though, as I say, that face crack is going to be able to pick up this scout, and UMP collected by face crack, so they're just going to save him, though, I'd imagine, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Distribute the deeks. Can have 4 players with a little bit of ability. Understandable, but Cajun is actually going after him. I think he's read correctly that he's back at the T-spawn. So face crack may not survive this to live to tell a tale.
It's holding a good angle, though. So as long as he's focused, should be able to get this kill on Cajun B.
Sure. And dead. Curse of the commentator, dead.
You know.
It was a UMP versus UMP as well, so I really did fancy his chances to win that one, but at least they do hold on to the scout and the deagle on Almeza.
Sure. Gives them a little bit of something to work with here. They can, like you said, pass that deagle around to someone else, maybe buy a couple of upgraded pistols elsewhere, and yeah, you'll have a little bit of something to work with here, but more than likely North should find a 5th round here. Shouldn't be too much trouble. A couple SMGs still in play as well to farm some extra cash for later.
Oh, big dig. Chance for Almeza to get a second. He threw a nade down additionally. AZ actually flashing Gades into a death. But they have already made up enough room and enough ground down on B to likely get this plant and to go in a little bit further. Jerry gets mollied out of position, rushes into MSL, and he is dispatched pretty comfortably in the end. Post-plant falls upon us. Four's in another position where they've got enough weapons to feasibly try and make this one sting, and they will have a buy in the next round regardless, so they can definitely put down some pain.
Yeah, might as well. I like how these two guys can just stare each other through a hole in the door. I'm not going to take that any further.
Fill in the blanks.
Yeah. That's usually the best way to go. As we are going to see Force back off here. Can't really find a way back in. Can't blame them. I mean, even if they are able to buy next round, having some like free upgrade secondary weapons is not too bad of a shout. As well as having an armor on Flit and a flashbang on Almeister. It just saves that little bit of extra money. Facecraft does go down with the ship, however.
Pretty unbelievable that the last, what, 16 rounds have all gone the way of the T side.
Yeah.
We had 2 rounds at the beginning of the match, which was CT. Every single round after that T-sided.
Defense wins championships, Vince.
There you go. Weird, because if you went back a few years, we've been the polar opposite of how this map used to be played.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, this is still even an outlier at that. I mean, yeah, T-side opportunities are more prevalent, but not this much. This is pretty wacky. But we'll see if it holds up now that guns are in the hands of Fours, including the AWP on Z-Power, so his trusty sniper will be there. And, okay, Jerry. Just choosing the right time to spam the smoke and actually takes Lekor down to 31 HP. So some free damage being dealt there. In the meantime, T's are trying to maybe try to come through Squeaky Hall, maybe drop through vents, try to split this lower bomb site as Lekor already has some positioning towards the back halls. Unless he decides to come up the vent and they try to still attack this upper bomb site. Could go either way, really. Flecker's trying to put that pressure in the back hall, so maybe create some rotations. So he will even push all the way over to window side of the lower bomb site. But yeah, he can come up the vents.
Blocking grenades. Some damage being done across, and now Face Crack shows up. Not quite in time to distribute a few kills, but at least one is put down. 30 seconds left. Bomb starting to get planted. Jerry not checking his close angle. Doesn't get punished with his life, but knocked down to 12 HP. And now North, with the superior health, superior firepower, will be feeling pretty good about their chances of getting yet another round. Fours actually pull the plug, back away, tap out, and will save.
Not a bad idea, right? I mean, money is pretty low. While they do have a lot of cushion, you don't want to be forcing the issue, you know, too often. You don't want to give North that chance to creep back into the game. So picking your battles, I like it. You know, chances of retaking here are pretty much 0, even with it being 3-on-3. Especially with Jerry being low on health and Z-Power having the op. Now Flip, though, getting some maxes here, making this expensive, forcing a lot of rebuying out of North, which is not great news for them. They would like to build up their funds, you know, for as long as possible, but they're going to have to tap into those wallets a little bit earlier than they expected. And there's still a pretty potent buy coming up from Fours. I mean, they're still going to have a pretty good bit to work with, so it could be a real problem for North if they do wind up taking a loss in this next round.
17 rounds in a row on the T side between these the two teams, I should say. And Z-Power wasn't too far off getting the opportunity to fire off his AWP. Hasn't had a huge amount of impact in this game. Hasn't really been allowed that many opportunities. Instead, he just steamrolled the first half, of course.
Yep.
Flashbang over, doesn't affect Jerry too much. Now able to post into position. Gaiden, meanwhile, taking the opportunity to come straight up heaven. Our 2 players in here without the CTs knowing about it. And Lekro goes in for a third. This round falling so flat for Fours.
All I can think of is there was no one ramp. Because, I mean, they had outside covered. They had a CT up close, and they had the op in the back. So I do not know how they were able to get up heaven other than if they had crept through ramp room. Of course, we didn't see it from our perspective, so I'm not 100%, but I imagine it's the only way it's really possible. And that really cracked the round open in a big way. Now Flip's left all alone in a 1v2, and he will just have to concede and try to save this rifle. It's already been spotted by Gate inside heaven, so he might even get chased here. He's trying to pick up that op and get away, but again, it's going to be a little bit tough here with T's closing in. It's been flashed, it's going to be pushed as well, and indeed he will fall. So North all of a sudden have won the first 5 rounds in a row this game and are up to 7. And this is getting interesting all of a sudden, Vince. I mean, we're not quite at that threshold yet. Fours are going to worry a lot, but if they lose a couple of more rounds, or especially if North can hit like 10, then you obviously have to give some credence to the comeback.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think it's more the nature in which this CT side seems to have buckled and just crumbled that's giving me maybe a little bit more faith that actually this is doable for North. Normally, I'd agree like 13-10 is the threshold moment, but Fours have, like the fact that they pushed 2 players into heaven that last round and Fours had no idea and they had full rifles, like that is a real red flag that is being raised high above the CT side.
I can't even think of a CT setup that would allow that to happen. I mean, they had one up close outside, they had an op in the back. I guess the other 3 players were like aggressive lobby or upper site only. Like, I don't really know. I know there was at least 2 on the upper site because of the 2 that got sprayed down by the heaven push, but that's wild.
Full-on smokes deployed outside, just checking their angles to make sure there's no CTs up close. They probably have a good read of the economy, and these are the kind of rounds where CTs will try and play aggressive outside or on the red container. 3 players down here. Flicked using the smoke, but the timing does not pay off for him. You see what he was going for.
Right.
Kind of stranded in the end, though, and now Gade steps up, anticipating that push. Shuts down Jerry from above. The only kill that's gone the way of Fours is a D from Almeza. Face Crack comes up and does dispatch of Cajun. Now can turn his attention towards the side. He goes in, and AZ has no No idea about that potential. Electro now makes the most of it, but he's the last man standing. And the North about to concede against an MP9 and Deagles. It's looking likely there's only 10 seconds to go, and Electro likely has to go out with frags. He knows if he holds on to this bomb, he's going to get charged down. He's going to get to the plant. He's going to be a goner. Unbelievable. That's the worst buy that Fours have been able to muster.
You know, Vincent, normally I'd be surprised when things like that happen, but considering how things have been playing out throughout nukes thus far and what we saw on Train throughout multiple overtimes, it just seems par for the course for this game. It's just the wild antics that have somehow pulled through time and time again just blows my mind. I mean, look at this. Like, North have complete control of the situation, but somehow FaceCrack is allowed to just slip up through the vents, grab an AK. I don't know how he gets that second kill without anyone looking his direction. That is just miscommunication or something along those lines for North. I mean, that is unforgivable to drop around like that when you're so close to making the full-on comeback effort. That's going to set you back in a big, big way, especially because they don't really have that much money, Vince. Like, yeah, they bought everything they can because they have to, but if they lose this, I mean, how do you challenge Force when they go for game? And now the bomb's already down.
Bomb down, FaceCrack gets flashbanged, Daisy gets 2, spinning around after dispatching of Jerry. Molly put up, Almeza dropped down. So, the alarm bells begin to dull in the distance. They were 100% volume before, now they've been put back down to about 30% because North are back into winning ways, it would seem. Only 3 rounds have gone the way of the CTs, and we are moving into the second round completed.
Yeah,
that's pretty ridiculous.
Going on. Yeah, it's just a lot of carelessness is taking place here with people peeking certain ways that they normally probably wouldn't. I think a lot of it comes down to probably fatigue. You're just kind of seeing things you wouldn't normally see. But AZ was able to kind of save the day there. Big swing into the upper site. Able to get 2 big entries, and that pretty much sealed the deal. But prior to that, it was looking kind of grim. You know, the first kill goes the way of Force to get the bomb down Squeaky Door hallway. It forces North to have to commit to upper side to get the bomb back at the very least. It seemed like Forbes would be in good positions to kind of handle the rest of that round, but AZ was able to sweep through and turn that one around. So big round victory for North after a tough loss in the previous round to an Eco, essentially. And now they're right back on pace to try to make the comeback complete. But a full buy for Fours is in store for them.
Especially surprising when FaceCrack gets the first kill in Squeaky and drops the bomb down, and then has a bunch of damage that he inflicts across to AZ before AZ gets 2. It's like, okay, well, it seems like this is falling into place nicely for the Russians, and everything turned on its head, and here we go again. First pick again. Let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, they're going to try to go for the smoke wall outside now with the remaining 4 members here. Usually a pretty safe way. It's kind of the default way of playing T-side nuke, similar to mid-control and other maps, where you just kind of use this to at least pose a threat that you might take back calls, or just go ahead and clear it. And then you can use that to take the lower site. You can use that to split. I mean, there's a lot of options there. But FaceCrack is going to spot it, and he swings wide, but he does have help from Flit, and they trade even, which they were already a man ahead. So that keeps them up. They're going to be in a 3-on-2 with AZ low on HP. Oh! That was nasty.
North only with AZ left with 34 HP, 40 seconds to play with, and doesn't have the bomb. Chance is looking pretty bleak, and it goes from bleak to all over. 7 match points again for Fours. We didn't have this many on Train. We had 2, and they let it slip. Yeah. Let's see if they can convert one of the next 7.
That was such a well-timed drop from Z-Power with the op, and there was no bomb plant there. So North, I mean, they'll afford a few of their players, but a couple are going to be a little bit lacking, particularly MSL that's going to have the Deagle. Lekro will be able to obviously buy AK armor, no problem. Same with Cajun B, unless they want an op for some reason, then, you know, Cajun could afford it, but he's going to go for the AK armor instead. And so it's really MSL that's lacking, to be fair. Still a pretty good buy all in all. But they have a long road ahead to try to force an overtime here. Would need 7 in a row. They were able to start off the half with 5 in a row, but obviously, you know, economy and pistol round is factored into that, so it's a little bit different than trying to do it now with guns out. Last 4 have been back and forth.
Smokes and Molly's exchange, but Jerry with the first of what could be the last round. FaceCrack, M4 spray onto MSL. AZ, Gates, and Lekro, all that remain, and Facecrack aggressively through the lobby. Putting it in, it came too late. Force should have had it in 2, but better late than never. And Facecrack puts an end to this marathon best of 3. North's tournament life is over. Force move to the next match.
Well, I feel like that last round kind of epitomizes the whole game, really. Just wild antics that somehow work, and fours are indeed going to be the victors. But if you wanted more of an explanation, you'll have to wait a little bit longer. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll break down that series and prepare you for the last of the day. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
A one-sided affair sees things go north. Falls turn complete 180, and with that, secure the series 2-1. Heartbreak for the Scandinavians as they are down and out of the Pinnacle Cup and no longer in contention for that spot at Flashpoint 2. But if you weren't tuned in for the 2 previous maps, you may be surprised to hear that one of them went to 3 overtimes and the other one was a 16-14 no less. Because Vince, it looked like an almost completely different match on Nuke.
It did, much to my surprise, honestly, because I thought that if anything, North would be the favorites to take this game because mentally they'd be in a better place. But again, credit to Force, like they came out the block so well. That first half, I said it a few times, I was really trying to nail just how one-sided it was in terms of the T half. Their first half was outrageous, considering that the only 2 rounds that North picked up were the pistol and the second round. And then it was 13 rounds in a row where Force just obliterated North. The outside control in particular North couldn't seem to do anything about it. They even tried to post up 2 or 3 players out there, and they're still getting destroyed.
It is absolutely ungodly to see. We saw from some of those highlights, it was just all the Force players, really. Can you talk to me a little bit about that first half from your perspective, Dust? What were Force doing so well? Why were North finding it just so difficult to get through anywhere?
It's really hard to say. I mean, I feel like Force just did a really good job, like just being assertive, like kind of what they normally do. You know, they were able to take outside control whenever they wanted to. They were able to, you know, cause a lot of misdirection. You had a couple of rounds where they were able to like sneak players in the back halls. You know, they had really kind of the full run of the mill, and then almost like on top of, you know, just getting pummeled on CT side with low economy and that just kind of being able to spiral out of control. I think a lot of it also came down to North, I think, just being kind of mentally checked out at that point. I can't know for sure, obviously, but you surely there was something there, right, where they just weren't really locked into the game. I think that comes into it as well. Just the fatigue probably set in after playing such a long first best of 3, where they had a game go like 2 overtimes and you know, getting 0-2 by Gambit. They've had a tough run lately online, so I'm sure tensions are already kind of high in that environment, just based on the recent results. I think maybe that just all kind of mashed together in the end.
Yeah, and you got to talk about it as well. Obviously, trying to integrate that new 5th of Lecro into the mix when we're in this online era, it's got to be very difficult, especially when you're playing against a team like Force, which could just be so chaotic and so crazy. That kind of famed CIS style. And
Right.
I think just looking a bit more into North, Vince, you know, where did you kind of see some of these holes coming into it? You were saying, you know, you were kind of favoring them coming into this 3rd and final map after winning that incredible overtime victory on Train. Were there any players that you feel like just weren't stepping up as much as we've seen in some of the previous maps today?
Honestly, I think the only player that I can come out of today feeling good about on North is their newest player, is Lecro. MSL had moments on Train. The other 2 maps he was absent. Gade had a very lackluster performance in this best of 3. Looking at his rating, he's 0.8, 54 kills, 74 deaths, 60 ADR. That's rough. I'm not sure if maybe they're trying to facilitate too much to get Lecro into the game, and that's at the cost of other players. I'm not too sure. I know Dust was touching on this before, that Gade seems like he's changed roles, or that he's not as prevalent when it comes to some of the like entrying. So I'm not sure what's happened here, but North, at the end of the day, they've been inconsistent for a while. They've been struggling for a while. I thought they'd have a much better performance on Nuke, but additionally, there's always 2 sides of the story. Fours were just a force to be reckoned with, and they played so damn well on Nuke that they blew me out the water. I thought that's how they'd play on Train. I thought it would be a quick 2-0, anything but. But yeah, Lecro is the only player that I come out of this feeling good about on North.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive stuff from him coming up into this series. A little bit disappointing that we don't then see him again, top fragging on the server. But, you know, we say it time and time again, we can't just look to one player to be pulling in all the work for the team. And I do want to switch over onto the Force side, though. I do want to end this on a high note. Because a face crack, a player that we haven't actually mentioned too much in this series, of course, putting in the legwork when it's needed, manages to top frag on the server. He was looking really, really solid in this game, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, Face Crack, again, is not like one of the names you look at on the team and you think to yourself, oh, this is like, you know, a star player, a guy who's going to do a lot of heavy lifting. But I think he plays a pivotal role in this team, creating space for other players. And if he can get rolling, just like many other entry fraggers, you know, all of a sudden you're just going to have a much easier time having the game come to you. So I think the fact that he was able to really tee off was kind of just making it easier on other players to not have to commit as much. So definitely huge shout out to Face Crack, you know, playing his entry role effectively today. Not only creating space, but also just fragging in a big way. So definitely a good shout for him.
Well, of course, we'll have a lot more to talk about as Fours will be stepping up to the plate in our final best of 3 matchup of the day. It's going to be Nexus versus Fours, both of them fighting for that tournament life, and it's coming up after this.
I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The priest cut threes up, straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb race sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one art, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go. Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's one art, one shot. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the color, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so go for the goal. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle Cup. It's time for our third and final game of the day. Another elimination match, no less, and it's shaping up to be an absolute banger. Force will be returning with a vengeance. They've already survived one elimination match today, and now it's time to see if they can change their fate a little bit against Nexus. Of course, joining me to break this all down, the wonderful Dust and Vince. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute rollercoaster of a ride today. Vince, are you ready to be getting into our final game of the day in another elimination match?
I'm so ready, but I come into this completely honest, and I think I speak for all three of us. We don't know a huge amount about Nexus. There is a Cinderella story potentially in the making here. They have already taken out Force multiple times. There is definitely an element of uncertainty about them. We know that they have some carry players, but I'm actually really anticipating and looking forward to seeing how these guys play, because stylistically, I have no idea. Are they chaotic players at Rush? Are they like strategical masterminds? I have no clue. And so I come into this, Freya. Actually, it doesn't happen too often in these events where we actually have a complete unknown quantity, and that's how I feel about Nexus.
Yeah, and I think what's super cool about this one as well is that it is a rematch of actually how Fours were booted down into the lower bracket, Dust. These are the guys that put Fours into this position that we were actually surprised that they were in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I really, it's kind of crazy. Like when you look at Nexus, I mean, because you guys don't know anything about them, but I'm obviously an expert on the team. I've really been following them very closely over the last couple of years. But no, seriously, I also don't know much about them either. But I mean, they come from Romania. Pretty much their whole roster is Romania, I think, and it's not really a country that you really see represented very often in international CS:GO events. But yeah, they've actually been able to beat this Force team multiple times over this year. Beat them not only in this qualifier, but also beat them in Mountain Dew League not that long ago in a best of one on like a crazy Dust 2 game that went multiple overtimes. So when you look at it that way, I mean, it's kind of weird that they're able to somehow get one over on Force multiple times, despite them being what most would consider the heavy underdog as far as like name value, international ranking, things of that nature. So I'm kind of just, like Vince, I'm kind of curious just to see what they're up to. I've heard about a couple of their players being quite skilled, but outside of that, I don't really have much to go on.
Yeah, I think that's what's really cool about this one as well, that we're coming into this. When that bracket was revealed to us earlier yesterday, and we saw that Force had been knocked down, all of us were like, how on earth did that just happen? So potentially we'll be able to see exactly how that played out if Nexus is going to return with that same fiery form that we saw earlier. But with that, we can take a little recap of our brackets. Of course, this is Group A. Taking a look at this one, we see it'd be Team Secret versus Saw. I believe that is the current matchup going on right now. Of course, in that upper bracket, Godsent versus Virtus Pro. They will be duking it out to see who will be making it straight to that grand final. Of course, that is all going to be going down tomorrow. But from your side, Vince, I don't feel like there are any huge surprises looking at this bracket and the teams that are sort of making it through.
No massive surprises. I think there's a couple of results that could have gone either way. I think Endpoint could have potentially took down VP. In that game, they actually led in the second map after winning the first, and they kind of choked it a little bit. I think they'll be bitterly disappointed with that. But other than that, no, nothing's really stepping out to me as a massive upset.
And of course, we can take a look at Group B as well, which is where some of the surprises perhaps may have gone down. Obviously, this is one of the biggest ones. If you're looking down to your bottom left, seeing fours being knocked straight down into that lower bracket by none other than Nexus, then of course you can follow it along and see exactly where we are right now in that third column. This is a game that we're going to be focusing all our energy into. But just looking at some of these scores from your perspective, Dust, potentially a little bit of a surprise just off of the game that we came off of, that Fours versus North game. A little bit of a surprise to see North kind of giving up in that third and final map of Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, considering how the rest of the series played out, it was kind of weird to see that last map be so one-sided. But of course, we had different moments throughout that series. Looked like one team was way out in front. So I think North just ran out of steam at the end of the day. Obviously, had a long day, and unfortunately, weren't able to keep up any longer. And so Forest do move on. So despite the fact that they got knocked down to the lower bracket way earlier than expected, that was like the one surprising result from the initial matches. They have a chance now to get some revenge here in the lower bracket against Nexus and kind of stay in the race and face the loser of Gambit and Havu in the lower bracket finals at a later time. So that's really kind of the focus at the point.
Yeah, eager-eyed folks out there, you can see that Gambit versus Havu match is going on as well right now. That is currently 1-1. So, of course, the winner of that will be progressing on to the grand final. The loser dropping down to see the winner of this one. I know it sounds complicated, but once you look at the bracket, it's not that complicated. But this is going to be a really, really exciting one indeed. I think we should start off maybe to talk a little bit about Fours, because we have just seen them coming really, really hot off of that win against North. Vince, again, Dust was just touching upon it there, but wasn't necessarily our favorite, let's just say, coming into that third map after such a disappointing loss on that 4 overtimes on Train.
Yeah, I think for me it was predicated on how disappointing, how brutal losing that Train would have been. But on the other side, you have to give them even more props and credit for the fact that they did come out and have such an excellent performance on Nuke, that these guys won't barrel over, they won't give in, they won't let the previous maps affect them. And coming in against Nexus, sure, there is this little caveat that looms overhead like a dark cloud. They have lost Nexus multiple times. But have they gone to those demos? Have they watched through their mistakes? Have they learned from those mistakes? And have they corrected them? Because now they have a chance. They have a chance to get revenge.
Yeah, and we can check in with our community predictions for this one as well. I saw a lot of Nexus fans in Twitch chat earlier when I did dip in. So let's see where they're siding for this one. I absolutely love getting to check in on these ones as well, because it's great to hear from the fans. And of course, if you want to be participating in these polls, make sure you're following at Flashpoint on Twitter. But man, 59% siding with Fours. Dust, I think that might be a fair analogy coming into this. Not too one-sided.
I think it all comes into, like, do you think that Nexus's upset earlier in the bracket, as well as their best of 1 victory in Mountain Dew League, was a fluke, or do you think that there's something to this matchup where Nexus seems to have some type of, mental edge or some type of hard counter to the Forest play style? I mean, certainly there's some guys on Nexus that have shown some, individual talent. Like Zello, I know, is a name that a lot of people have been kind of floating around as like a pretty, solid carry level type player on this team, and seems like the IM player also has had some good stuff, but they've also been through some roster changes. They just picked up Raga, I think like last month or something like that. They also picked up a new coach last month, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So they're definitely going through a lot of transitions right now. And while they did get the 2-1 earlier in this bracket, part of me just kind of feels like, is that really repeatable? When we know what Forest is made of, like, we know what they're capable of, we know that they have a lot of talent and a pretty hard play style to play against. So I would obviously lean more towards Forest. Like, they seem like the safer bet, but obviously Nexus have done some interesting things, so maybe there is some hope for them to upset once again.
Well, now is exactly your chance to tell us, Dust, exactly where you're going to be siding. It's time for the pinnacle predictions up here on the desk. I'm going to start with you, Dust. Do you think Nexus can repeat that same form, or do you think it was a fluke? Do you think Fours will be taking this one?
You know what? Yeah, I'll go for it. Take Nexus.
Ooh, spicy. I know Twitch chat will be a fan of you for that one. Vince, are you going to be siding on that same side?
Listen, I'm not playing to the crowd here, Freya. Four's got this in the bag.
I like this. We finally got a bit of a split desk. That is absolutely fantastic. And that actually, our Pinnacle odds are going to be lying for this one as well. It's been a bit of a mixed bag in terms of whether we're agreeing with our experts over at Pinnacle, but let's take a check-in of those odds and see exactly where they are laying for this matchup. And of course, if you guys want to get involved in the action, make sure you're heading on over to pinnacle.com. But yeah, siding with fours there. Maybe a little bit nervous there, Dust. I don't know, but I like an underdog story. I think this is what is so cool about this one, is that we have seen them. You know, you were literally just saying that, Dust. They've already beaten fours multiple occasions. And just looking at some of the things that they've experienced in this particular qualifier, it was a Nuke, it was Train, it was Mirage. What are you expecting from the map veto for this one?
Well, here's the deal, you know, like just like in the show Whose Line Is It Anyway, the points don't matter. And well, my prediction doesn't matter. I'm just having a little bit of fun. You know, the reality is that fours come in a pretty heavy favorite, but there's a couple of maps out there that fours has shown some vulnerability on, right? Like we know that they've been a mixed bag on Train, to be honest. I mean, that match they just had was kind of a reflection of that. You know, it's not necessarily something that they're always going to be able to get. And, you know, they've had their struggles on Overpass. They don't play Vertigo. Like, you know, there's definitely some maps out there that perhaps Nexus can look to. I mean, the last time they played against each other, they were able to, you know, use maps such as Mirage and Nuke to pull off that victory. So there's a couple different directions they could go.
Yeah, let's see. Let's bring up our map veto and see exactly where this one is going to be playing out. I know, Vince, it's a little bit of a question mark in terms of what we're going to be coming into, but are there any sort of inklings just in terms of what you've seen with fours recently they might be going to for a comfort pick?
Well, I think, again, Vertigo will be their Instaban. Having a look at them, Overpass probably will be an Instaban from Nexus. They've played it 4 times, 0% win rate. Not too great. I could see like a Mirage or something like that coming up here. It's a map that both of them do like to play, and they both have a decent-ish win rate on it. Other than that, yeah, I'd agree with Dust. I think you're looking at like a Nuke Train maybe again. There's definitely a shared map pool. Then again, Nexus seemingly play all the maps other than Overpass, so it's kind of hard to tell with these guys.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I was looking at as well. It seems like they kind of skip around quite a lot on far as what maps they'll play. They have like a pretty similar like dispersion of maps that they actually do tackle. So yeah, outside of like, you know, not really doing well on Overpass and, you know, having their struggles on Train, I would say Nuke's also a map that they don't play as much. So I think they would lean more towards D2, Mirage, Inferno. Like those are the maps that seem like they would make the most sense to me. And indeed, Mirage does come out from Nexus. I'm sure fours aren't too worried about that. I mean, that's a map that's certainly in their wheelhouse also. So they're probably mostly going to be fine with that decision coming out of their opposition. And for them, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you go at Nuke again.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that was a map that Nexus actually did manage to beat them on last time. It was a 16-6. But again, we've seen a lot of success, definitely coming off hot after that last series that we just saw against North. So any expectations for this one, Vince, coming into the third and final one?
I would imagine it'll be Train. If I had to guess, I would say Train is the most likely when you look at how many times both these teams have played it. It's just whether fours feel comfortable enough to go back on it after the heartbreak they just sustained. That for me is the only question mark. I think under North, or they don't pick it, but they let it go through. They don't ban it out. Inferno is not a huge surprise to me overall, but yeah, I would imagine Train if a gun to my head.
Yeah, and you're certainly correct indeed. Very similar, well, the exact same maps that we saw in the last series, but a little bit of a different order. So they are mixing them up a little bit. But just before we jump straight into this one, Dust, is there anybody you're going to be particularly looking at from the fours side, considering we've seen them just play an entire best of 3, a full 3-mapper? Is there anyone you're going to be particularly focused on in this series?
I don't know that there's anyone in particular. I mean, I think it's kind of the same names that we always kind of look towards, you know, Z-Power obviously being that Opera. This is a map where Operas can be very dynamic, particularly on the CT side, changing their starting locations, you know, within a round or at the beginning of each round. And so that's always going to be something that you're going to want to see. And, you know, again, it's just going to be about, you know, Almazer and company with their really hectic, aggressive play style. You know, that's going to be something that I'm going to be looking forward to watching throughout the game as well. You know, they're heavy mid pressures. They're very scrappy, you know, 1-4 split plays. Like, you know, I'm just kind of looking to see if they can keep up the pace and how Nexus reacts.
Let's see exactly how they're going to be keeping up that pace. I'm not going to keep you gentlemen waiting any longer. It's our final game of the day, a best of 3 and an elimination game, no less. Let's jump straight into map number 1.
So here we have it, Dust. We have reached the promised land of our third and final best of 3. Another team will be eliminated come the end of this. Fours have battled against multiple elimination matches, thanks in part to Nexus, who they now fight off against. And our first Battlefield will be. There's so many questions that I have about Nexus, man. Like, I'm really curious to see how these guys play.
Yep, I'm definitely flying blind with you there, buddy. Not really a team that I've ever had a chance to work with before, so never really watched them play. So yeah, that combined with the roster changes that they've recently had and a coaching change they recently had, and maybe some of the adjustments that go in suit with that, it's really hard to put your finger on exactly what to expect. But we know they were able to pull off the upset yesterday in a 2-1 series, and they had the firepower apparently at that point in time to be able to come out and pull off the upset. So I guess with that in mind, there's always a chance they could have a repeat performance. It seemed like whenever they did play that last series, Nexus was able to really heavily win Nuke, just based on the fact that Fours didn't really have a T-side rolling on that particular game. So that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on when Nuke comes into play a little bit later on. And then Nexus also won Mirage in the third map of the series there, and they were pretty even as far as where they found their rounds. They were getting 8 rounds on both sides of the map, so like they had a good dispersion. It seemed like Zello was indeed the big carry player throughout that game. He had like 89 ADR, 1.4 rating, plus 22 KD ratio. So it seemed like he was really the one doing the heavy lifting through most of it. But it seemed like I'm and Cemente also, put in some pretty decent performances. So we'll have to see if that keeps up.
I mean, we have the exact same 3 maps as last time. Mirage, Train, and Nuke were played last
Just
time.
different order. Yeah.
Yep. So Mirage 16-11 went the way of Nexus. 16-11 then on Train to Fours. And then as Freya and yourself both touched on, Nuke went 16-6. So a slightly different order. But in terms of the best of 3, it's one that both teams have a relatively good idea of what the other one's going to bring. Not sure how much Force have been able to really crack into those demos and have a look through them. If there's any potential little obvious tells that they've been able to read on. But another thing as well, and we mentioned this on Inferno earlier against North, where it became very apparent and very obvious to us, is sometimes Force's aggression works against them. And I'm wondering if Nexus have this, I don't want to say scrim or pug-centric style, but if they're a little bit looser with their tactics, if that can be something that actually could prove to be a detriment towards Force because of the fact that there is an element of uncertainty and they're hard to predict.
Yeah, again, Fours, as you noted, can sometimes, live and die by the sword, so to speak. Like, aggression can be their ultimate weapon, but sometimes it can haunt them when they get a little bit too crazy with it. So you are seeing the teams knife for sides, figure out who is going to be able to get their choice. I know it's gotta be getting pretty late out there for Eastern Europe, so definitely going to be a long night for some of these guys.
Pretty sure this is a 12 p.m. well, 12 a.m. start for both teams, like midnight start, so definitely a late start to this one. Already, obviously, Fours having been through overtimes. I'm not sure. I think Nexus got knocked down 2-0 by Havu, so it's pretty straightforward.
It was just like one close map in that series, I think, but yeah, it's 2-0 for Havu.
There we go. Nexus on the T side will be maneuvering their way over on the B side of the map, where Flit and Almeza are waiting for them. 2000s instantly smashed. And the fact that he was boosted up there, they know a second player is in close proximity. They know that Almeza is still around in the periphery of the map. And B10 able to at least neutralize him with the Glock. Meanwhile, Nexus go in for the plant and more pressure applied to Fours. There will be no easy start to Mirage, no easy start to this, the final best of 3 of today's proceedings. They go in for the peaks. Im needs to be careful. If he does go down without too much of a fight, things could get a little bit pear-shaped for both him and Cementi coming with kills. And Im will get Nexus across the finish line for the first round.
Yeah, just a really good catch there very early on. Zello finding that pick on the boost, getting that information as you noted, and then just trading efficiently from that point forward. Really good job there from Nexus to kick things off. The Romanians able to establish themselves right away, and they will be able to get the rifles out to MAC-10 for Betten. Zello's already found the first shot here at middle, even before the smoke ballooned on the window. So that is going to be great work by him, as he's now taking a little bit of a fight here at the catwalk position. Getting some damage in here onto Flit, taking some in return, but he's definitely been doing the bulk of the work in this fight. That will eventually force Flit to back off here, as they did go for the deco, as well as they have a scout in play.
Already on the back foot, Nexus looking good with that aggression. Betten with his MAC-10, getting up close. was the firebox, hasn't shown his hand just yet, and this position is so very deadly for the T's, even though Excello is doing solid work. Now Facecrack shows his hand, and Jerry snaps in for the kill. Nexus concede, and Four is able to take away some of the T's weapons and use them against them now.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, it seems like they were reeling that one back in. They were doing all the right things to try to recover, but couldn't account for a player hiding firebox in a situation like that. You have to kind of, you know, give up some corners, and you can't always afford to check everything. And it did come back to haunt them, though, in that situation. Still able to get a pretty decent buy going here, but Z-Power with that op being mobile finds one from connector, betting at least on the player immediately. He's looking to try to jump up and catch anyone that might be on the catwalk, but instead he's receiving bullets and finished off by a grenade. And so fours are starting to strut their stuff, so to speak, in this round, as they will now have the 4-on-2. And make that pretty much a done deal, Vince. Only Cemente left.
Not for much longer. Z-Power puts an end to that. And Nexus put an end to their win streak abruptly with their economy in tatters, just shattered on the floor.
Another pause has come in here. So it looks like it would need to be a full save for Nexus, by the way, as they don't really have the money to go forward with much of anything here. So should be forward jumping up to 3-2 once this does get on pause, but again, not sure what's happened.
We just had a real marathon of a best of 3. I feel like it lasted about 7 hours. That second one. I think we started at like 2 p.m. and ended about 9. So
yeah, I think in total we're 8 hours in on the broadcast. So,
which also means in total these guys have been playing for a very long time.
Yes.
So definitely spare a thought for the teams and the players involved here. As we said, it's starting pretty late for these guys. So credit to them, respect that they are putting out some good CS. But Nexus, as you said, they have to tap out of this. They will not be investing a single cent, a single penny into round 5.
Not too often. Usually you see at least someone grab a pistol, maybe a couple of grenades. But yeah, this is the full-on rock out with your Glocks out, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, and you feel like the typewriter has been thrown out the window afterwards, because Nexus, realistically, if they get a kill, I would be surprised, let alone a bomb plant. And the fact that XLO and Betten have been tagged down to around 40 HP each. Jerry is pretty low on 13, but you'd imagine that they position him in a spot where he can be covered from multiple angles. He's hiding in the shadow. Oh, that grenade, best timing they could have asked for. Betten just takes it straight away. And now we have it. It's a clean sweep. And had it not been for Facecrack spraying down Aim, it could have been a knife kill. He was being flanked.
I mean, maybe it's for the best. Don't want to embarrass the man. We're back onto the full buy for Nexus, though. AK's aplenty. No op is going to be in play, however, but they do have, you know, decent utility, so they'll be able to, you know, run most plays fairly normally. But we do see Al Mazer getting very aggressive out middle right now, mauling out the back box, using that to force Tees to stay back towards their spawn and give Al Mazer that room to creep up towards the top of the catwalk. In the meantime, we're seeing Nexus gather up in B. Z-Power spotted a little bit of it here, puts an incendiary down.
In come the T's. Cemente with the first. Z-Power sprawled out into the open. Will be a post plant. Flit close proximity on the catwalk. Smoked off onto kitchen. So a rough ask for the Russians to try and push through and deal with the Romanian threat. 4-play-4. Raga is low. 18 HP. Yet to get any kills. Will not add a single one. 0-6 he falls. Dinks onto Facecrack. But still standing tall, the Romanians. And now Flit 1-on-2. Knows at least one of these players is on the bench side. He doesn't have time. He's probably just hiding in and letting the bomb do the work for him and see if he can take down these T's with it. But XLO shows up in the nick of time. Takes off the head. 3-3.
big round, especially considering how that was playing out. Like, they did good to get the initial take on the Z Power and get the bomb down, but that retake was forming up quite nicely for Force. I think they even had a mana advantage for a moment in time in the midst of all that, but couldn't roll it into a victory. Nexus were able to hold on. They now have the AWP in Zelo's hands that they had picked up from the previous rounds. Force, of course, still fully bought up as well. They had a good bit of money still stored up from the 3-round winning streak. As you see Flit trying to get aggressive, and it's going to come to haunt him there. Zelo was perfectly ready for that. So a quick pick for Nexus to kick things off.
Good effort from Nexus again. And the only pick from XLO, he was the player that we looked towards. Stats-wise, it didn't lie. It painted him as a real threat. Over 1.3 rating for impact in recent times. A talisman for their previous victory against Fours. It did go 16-11 last time to Nexus. And they've taken middle control pretty easily. By and large, because of that pick onto Flit.
Yeah, and they're going heavy-handed up the connector as well with Betten and I'm and Zelo. They did have one player kind of waiting back in T-spawn for pushes, and indeed Jerry did slip into Palace, and that is kind of one of the downfalls of having your A player on the default play so far back in spawn. You give up so much room for CTs to play forward, and Jerry might find the perfect timing to backstab these remaining Ts coming up the A ramp. Z-Power's done well to get his frag as well, settle it back in the CT spawn.
20 seconds. Z-Power not giving his position away. Excellent flashbang. Betten makes the most of that. Good spray from Face Crack. They'll need his entering ability to get back onto the site. And instead, he's on the receiving end of an XLO's AWP shot. Jerry, just double checking Shadow. Rewarded with the kill. Has a kit. Has enough time. Betten needs to turn away and run into the corner. He may get charged down, but he's doing a lot of work for his teammate, wasting so much time. And our XLO, who's still pushed in the connector, will be able to just pop off the head of Jerry the second he goes in for the defusal. 2 in a row.
Wow.
Nexus looking good.
Yeah, I thought when Z-Power got that initial kill and Jerry was on the flank that it was going to shape up quite nicely for Fours, but Z-Power eventually got ran down. And Jerry was only able to get 1 kill off of that flank maneuver. His teammate was too early for him to really make the most of that, and now it's going to be the deco for Fours. So Nexus able to go just straight back into their normal default map control. Again, they seem like a very, well-composed team. They seem to have, pretty good discipline. They know how to play a default properly. So, learning little bits and pieces about them as we go.
Early casualty as I'm has been sent sprawling. Ragger's woes do continue. 007 falls upon the man.
You do hate to see it.
At least, though, it's not a 007 and his team are getting battered 7-0 or something. They're still winning.
Yeah.
So as long as XLO and the rest of his teammates can really pull ahead, it may not end up matching, but at some point you feel like Ragger needs to step up.
Yeah, that definitely could be factored in a little bit later if things, start squeezing tighter. But this round should be pretty much a breeze, and so far it's been just that as Betten finds a couple of quick kills up. Cat Z-Power tries to respond with the deagle, and he does find the 1 headshot. Impressive for sure, but will it really have any impacts? The big question. He's actually finding time for Jerry to rotate as well, so they're trying to still put an effort here, and the deagles are actually ringing true. It's all on Cemente at the back of the bench. He's trapped. He has no way forward. He's trying to pick some one-on-one battles, but the angles are so tough, and he actually goes down. And how has Force done that?
The good old deagles. Z-Power, excellent shots onto Catwalk, and there was no retaliation. Nexus were a little bit too slow. They weren't anticipating that play to come in. And that's why we were saying before against North that we expected Fours when it came to like those individual trades to just come out well and truly ahead, because these guys have crazy aim. definitely be a collective shock to the system on Nexus, though, because you felt like that was their chance to start to shift through the gears and start to get a little bit of daylight. Instead, though, they've been brung back to earth with a bang.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, Z-Power with that Deagle just doing such great work. Had a great rotation from his teammate Jerry as well. Jerry up to 11 kills already in these 8 rounds played, so he's having a good time. Smoke up on window. So Nexus still, you know, kind of sticking with their normal formation of, you know, smoking up mid, kind of conditioning their opponents. But we can tell that it's going to be a big splurge onto that B bomb site. But there's definitely a defense in place. Flip playing over here in that get right corner. Almazer boosted up in the site.
In come the T's, 45 seconds left allocated to them. Plenty of flashbang, supplying some aggressive angles, but Flip with the M4A1S spraying down 3. Good counter utility as well, by the way. It kept the T's stuck in the B-apps. Big frag from XLO. Takes the M4 from his first victim, and then range 14 and 5, by the way. He's top fragging on both teams by a considerable margin, and he's gone in for another one. This was a 2 versus 5. Z-Power back in for one more before the incendiary tossed out, tries to mess with his vision. Such a nice effort from XLO with a 3K, but still Nexus fall.
He's out there trying. Obviously, that was a round they really had no business winning anyhow. So the fact that he got any work done is impressive in itself. You saw Flip there pretty much mop up the majority of the round by his lonesome with the M4 there at B. Nexus still not really able to spring forward with any cash, so they do have to take yet another save. They're trying to just charge up middle. Z-Power spotting all of this right now, and he's getting some good assistance through connector from Flit and company. And so they will be able to deal with that pretty quickly. A quick quad kill there for Flit, farming some extra cash. He's basically got, what, 7 kills in the last 2 rounds, basically off of eco spray down. So he's loving that stat pattern. There you go. Get your head in the game.
You know, before I was giving Raga a break, right? I was like 0-7, it's fine. Your team winning, everything is great. Okay, at this stage, dude, you're 0-10. Like, come on, you need to help XLO out. This is getting outrageous.
Anyone needs to help him out. Just give him something. Oh no. Okay. At least they traded even there. That could have been real dangerous. And yeah, Raga's involved in it.
There we go.
Yeah.
And what you know it, they start getting some more kills alongside it, but now he is the last man. The last Romanian that stands. And look at how much time there is left. That just goes to show you how that play from Fours was. Taking the fight to Nexus. Raga looking nice. Flick across to Jerry.
Okay.
And in doing so, he can now have the choice between either side. It's not like he has 10 seconds to go. He has over a minute to play with. And he's headed towards the A side of the map.
Vince, he could go from 0 to hero. From
Truly.
Yet to frag to 1v3 clutch.
Oh, but he's coming through Palace. This doesn't really afford him too much chances. If he misses the shot, he likely will go down. Face Crack also playing this really passively. He's guessed correctly. It will be an A-side hit. Waiting for the bomb to get tickled. Once he hears that, he can come out and peek. Even if it's a post plant, he doesn't care as long as he takes down Raga. He's checking all of his angles. Oh, he's going to come around the corner. It comes down to the timing. It comes down to the reactions, and he no-scopes him. Raga, literally from 0 kills to hero. Nexus get a 5th round.
My goodness. Z-Power is the one who kicked it all off and had some great support, but Raga in the 1v2. 3 million sensitivity and 3 kills. I mean, he was darting all over the place, man. Guy can move.
I'm pretty sure Woxic has very high sense as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, look similar to that. Like how he was moving his mouse around.
So we
But
know
hey, it worked,
some
so
players make it
teach their
work,
own.
man.
Yeah. That was a good play. Way to come alive right when your team needs you most in a big clutch moment. He finally gets his kills, and now he's right there next to Cemente and I'm as far as kill count goes. And maybe that's the spark he needed to, you know, start producing on a regular basis for the rest of the map. So that could be the fire that Nexus need to put this comeback from Fours to a halt. And they were up 4-3 at one point, and now we've seen Fours really, take the lead back, and this is Nexus' chance to tie it right back up, considering Fours have very little to work with.
Keep in mind that XLO has 17 kills. The rest of his team combined also have 17 kills.
That's pretty crazy.
So without that 1v3, that 3k, he would have had more than the rest of his team combined. So goes to show that he's been a little bit of a carry bag. Mac probably is aching a little bit after all the CS today.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a consistent theme for him, it seems like. Like most tournaments, he's been way up there compared to the rest of his team.
Uh-oh. Oh no, and XLO doesn't have enough time to quickly peek in. Now he's given the chance, but face crack straight through with his second kill. Trading across to the AWP, he is low. He is struggling on 19 HP, and Jerry has gone down. Imes picked up 3 of his own. There is Cementi as well. So finally, it seems like Nexus are pulling together as a united force.
Yeah, it was a little bit dodgy because the bomb was actually down there at the back of the B apartments. I don't think Fours ever realized that. I was concerned with, but it seems like they were able to snuff it out, and so now Almazer with just the USP, he's already been discovered. You might want that back. He's picked it back up. I guess he was hoping to pick up something else, but there was nothing there in return, and now he finally gets the eagle in his hands, but only to drop it immediately at the hands of Cemente. He's giving him a little bit of extra attention there on the wall. And we're going to be all squared up now, Vince. Just a couple of rounds left to go in this first half, so they have the closest margin you could ask for. Back to bare bones as Fours here, just the Eagles and the P250. Both these economies are just so wrecked that it's just been back-to-back eco rounds, basically.
This really has been the summary and the story of the day. Like, I feel every single map has been super close. Like, we haven't had really any blowouts, and even the 16-8s could have easily been way closer.
Sure.
So I'm not too surprised to see this, especially when you look at the previous results as well. It's not as if coming into this, I think if you looked purely in terms of the brands and purely in terms of the teams, you're like, all right, Fours just walk this. It's like a 2-0. Nexus probably don't get more than 5 rounds. Yeah, but that's not really how things have gone lately. Like, Nexus are a legitimately pretty solid team, and it's been really cool to watch them. That making sure that his AK doesn't fall down and go into the hands of Jerry. It's looking good for Nexus to take the lead again. They did get the pistol, which supplied them with a few early rounds. But Fours and their weakened economy, as Dust touched on before, can't really mount up too much of an encounter back. And AK does get picked up. There was a grenade that fired in as well. Face crack with a big headshot. He had a bit of a slow start in his previous best of 3, but he stepped up on train and he kept it going. And now he's giving something across to his teammates to work from, but he has dropped. Z-Power picks up the AK. I definitely saw that. And make sure he secures a 3K and Nexus secure a 7th.
I mean, I have to say, Fours is making every single round close, even when they're well behind in firepower. They have really been making Nexus work hard for every single round they found. Face crack and nearly the spoiler of that one with the picked up AK, but was not quite up to the task. And now we will see Fours be able to buy back up, though. Double op's going to be in play also for the first time in this half. So we'll see if they're able to make any use of it here. Standard mid control once again from Nexus, but I'm as quick to get through window and backstab Jerry. That is a huge opener. They have so much map control now.
Map control is looking good. Still, though, Force have enough to make a go of this. 2 orbs still in play, 2 M4s, and plenty of utility. But as Nexus have taken connector and jungle control, and the life of Face Crack, who's been the best performing member on Fours, the only player close is Jerry, and they're both dead. It doesn't bode well for the Russians. Post plant coming up. Z-Power joined alongside Flit on CT boxes, and Al make moves through on the jungle side of the map. Z-Power at least nullifies Raga. But I think Fours realize that the chances of clutching this are so slim. Hold on to the 2 AWPs and try and at least win the last round of the half.
Yeah. Especially with the money the way that it is. Saving these guns is everything to make sure they have something to work with in the final round of the half. And I like that from Nexus, Vince. It was just like a slight pacing change. It's the same mid control, but they were so quick to get I'm boosted up into window and through jungle, and there was no one from Force keeping tabs on that. They hadn't had to really deal with window room pressure yet throughout this half, and they felt comfortable just kind of leaving it open, at least at the beginning of the round. And I'm just happened to find that gap at just the right moment, was able to really expose it. It's a free kill on the player on the balcony, as you see here, and that basically seals the deal at that point. It forces Force into a really difficult retake situation, which they eventually had to pull the plug on. So
Romanians have been rampant as they ravage fours over and over again. Grenades not really doing anything. Only 3 damage to Betten. He'll be okay to just rummage together a retreat, join the rest of his teammates towards the T-spawn. I'm sticking on B-Apps alone. We saw this play earlier on when they did drop an AK and it made things a little bit awkward, a little bit dicey. We can see that presence being shown has kept 3 of the 5 interested over on B side, and this leaves a very vulnerable, susceptible A side. They've also just traded out Jerry. This leaves it all on face crack for the time, coming back through on the CT side, and they haven't executed just yet. So they will have 2 players on A, but this effectively turns into a 2v4 if Nexus pull the trigger and go right here, right now, as they're about to do so. However, the CTs have started to make a move. Facecrack still hiding behind a firebox, instantly gets entried, but Jerry returns fire. Now the T is looking to try and rampage their way back onto the site again. Betten is good for 1, on towards Flipped, and the rest of the chips starting to fall into place. 3v3 retake, bomb planted out in the open. Jerry misses his chance, but his information will go through that Rago was last seen in shadow. The shot missing from Exi Power, and Almeza makes the most. It's 3 AWPs in a 2-on-2, and 4s only have AWPs. It makes them a little bit more static, a little bit more stationary as they both push by. The drive-by AWP shot is good, and they're going for the full-on defusal. XLO has to try a peek, and the full defusal right underneath his nose will get the round going the way of the Russians.
Gonna be 8-7 at the end there, the closest score you could get in that half. And honestly, at the end, that was the first time we saw them run a true set piece. And I was hoping that maybe that change of pace would net them a good result. It was a nice try, but not quite enough. Still, though, they will have the lead as we transition sides, but not without a break first. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back.
We have reached the hallowed ground of 8-7 once again. We've hit this mark so many times today. Just goes to show how close this Counter-Strike has been. And Nexus doing themselves proud, showing they're not a one-hit wonder. It wasn't luck before that saw them take down fours. And straight away, they've got the first kill in the pistol, but Jerry instantly repels with 2 of his own and opens up some underground. Is going to make this round a little bit sketchy for Nexus, and they may go to desperation information, but Cementi gets his second. He drills Z-Power instantly.
That's huge, because if he wouldn't have gotten that kill, Fours would have been able to split the A bomb site 3 directions essentially, and probably would have overwhelmed the defense. But that kill kind of caused Fours to kind of backpedal a bit, but they'd still have Jerry in a very dangerous position inside jungle. They also have Flit with ladder room control, so they still have a lot of options open to them. They are a bit spread thin, though, if we're honest. I mean, that, especially with Jerry having such low HP, that could be a problem. Now Flit gets blindsided, so it's piling on at this point. Fours are starting to lose their grip of this round despite Jerry's efforts. It's going to be the advantage now for Nexus with 44 seconds left on the clock. Bomb still with Fours. They will get into A, but there is a CT right here, Vince. It's going to be betting by the ticket booth.
Yeah, by a ticket booth, he's playing up close on the left-hand side. Jerry sees him, but Betten holds his nerve. USP to the forehead. Now Almeza stuck between CT boxes and the site itself. He knows there's going to be more players out towards connector. Only 3 HP. HE did connect earlier, but didn't quite finish him off. 14 seconds. This would be a ridiculous clutch if he were to pull it off. But Raga, the man that started 0 and 10, makes sure that Nexus get their second pistol.
Yeah, that started with them and ended with them. Cemente, obviously a big part of that as well, his 2 kills, but Raga, tip your hat to him. He's had a tough time overall this game, but he's had a couple of key moments, and it's the moments that actually have Nexus ahead by 2. As Fours are gonna just go for the P250s, and Glocks here trying to run through mid, and oh my goodness, Cello, his brain's absolutely creating a painting there in the back. Jackson Pollock, I believe, is the style.
Ooh, Jerry. There's another one. Raga. He's almost spoiled for choice. He's trying to take all the kills. He's getting greedy, but greed is good. Business is good for Raga's MP9 and money in the bank. Face crack. 1v3 has the bomb, can just rush straight across to the B side. Should be able to get this finalized. At least there are options for the Russians, but what a beautiful play by Raga. Proving he may be a slow starter, but he will pick up the pace. And there's another one. 3 kills, so much money, 2,500 before the end of the round, and Nexus moved to 10.
Indeed, they're starting to build up a little bit of a lead now all of a sudden, though with it being an 8-7 half, and with Fours having yet to purchase, still not really sure what the momentum of this half is going to look like. Fours will have the option to buy here because they didn't really invest anything into that round, and they got a bomb plant, so it's definitely going to bode well for them to be able to, you know, muster up a buy right away, including an AWP in Zhauer's hands immediately. AKs aplenty for everyone else. We're seeing still 2 FAMAS and an SMG in play for Nexus, so a bit of a bonus round for them, so to speak, and that might be the little bit of room that Fours need to flex a little bit of a firepower advantage, but we'll have to see themselves are taking a little bit of a, you know, just standard mid-control approach to open up this round. Jerry playing outside A as he normally does, so no surprise there. Al Mazer, the one playing inside the apartments. He's normally the mid player, but every now and then himself and Flit will kind of trade positions on who's doing what in the default, so it's not too shocking.
A worrying statistic, perhaps, for Fours fans out there watching this, is that last time we went to 3 maps, we had the same maps in a different order, but the one map, the Fours 1 train, is our 3rd. So if it goes the same way and history repeats itself, that does set up for Nexus 2-0ing this. And so far on Mirage, it has gone relatively similarly. I'm onto Z-Power. The aggression with the open ladder, not typically a position you'd expect, and he does get punished. Sminty in sandwich, waiting for the push. Face crack, another big headshot. He continues to be one of the main men for Fours. 39 seconds left. I don't know if you do, because there's so many angles you have to watch out for if you're Jerry, right?
It's way less commonly played than all the other angles on the side, essentially. Usually this might get mollied out in a set piece, but the only mod that's in play is already gone. That was Facecrack, who's already tossed his elsewhere on the map. So yeah, I think Cemente is feeling pretty good about this spot.
Facecrack still alive. Last man alive. 13 seconds. Going in, just double checking that Tetris and Sandwich are clear. He has no idea. This is the position that he was playing in on the seat. And now he's on the receiving end, and the frustration will mount. 11-7.
I'm surprised he thought he would get away with the plant when Cemente had already sealed 2 frags on the site. I mean, I guess at that point he had to just hope for the best because time was ticked too far, but it was really being optimistic, thinking that he was going to be able to get that down. And now it's just upgraded pistols once more for fours, bunch of deagles, the Tech 9 for Jerry. That's going to be about it. I have to say, it's not just been the Zello show this time around. He's been getting really good help from Im and Cemente, so Betton's even not too far behind. Even Raga's had quite the recovery from 0-10 to now 9-15. So it's been nice to see all the Romanians out kicking and screaming here, looking to find that 12th round any moment now.
Well, do you remember me saying, Dust, at one point, XLO had 17, the rest of his team had 17 combined? He's not added any extra kills since that mark, whereas the rest of his team, look at them, they've blossomed.
Yeah, that's very true. Double smoke execute here at the B-bomb site, so that's going to isolate Im a bit, and Flip just beats him through it all. Insane, but Benton is up to the task of holding the site by his lonesome. He's got Raga for support now as well. It's all on Z-Power in the 1v3.
Already taken one down. Looking to try and see what he can get done, and well, the answer's forthright. Raga, M4, or pardon me, FAMAS, I should say. And Nexus with 4 rounds in a row on their CT side, and fours have only mustered up 1 plant in amongst all of that.
Nexus on the CT side, they've won all the rounds, and most of them have been within their control the entire way through. But now we're seeing Nexus changing up some aggression at middle. Jerry's going to catch it, though. A big one for fours.
Facecrack, AK in hand. He typically does come alive on the T side.
Uh-oh.
Well, this should be Iron getting a pretty straightforward kill. Raga spraying out Almeza. Knocked against the wall unconscious. Round 20. Looking good for fours, that maybe they can get their first T round on the board. Raga keeping the dream alive, though, for Nexus to go as well as possible and to continue to go undefeated on the CTs. Fours had a chance, man. They really did. Didn't they get the first 2 or 3 kills in this round? And they still conceded.
Yeah, they got both entries. And they even also had an awkward moment happen where they had a CT that was in the corner, but a player boosted past him and got the kill on Zella, who was trying to rotate through the burger hole. So yeah. They were well behind in this round the bulk of the way through. Even this was a little bit dodgy here from Raga, but he did pull it off in the end. And so it's going to be 13 for Nexus, and fours will be able to buy here, but a loss would mean probably a free map point for Nexus, and they have to save for last, or they'd have to force buy the rest of the game from this point forward if they do not get victory here. So, yeah. As you said, Zella has still yet to frag in quite some time, but the rest of his team, as you have noted, has really come through. The frag distribution actually really close now between all the players. They seem to really just have four, just like they did earlier on in the bracket. It's shaping up to be a very similar result here on Mirage thus far. And what a story it would be for fours to get knocked out so early in this qualifier, both times in upset losses to Nexus of Romania.
Here's an interesting bit of maths, if I'm correct. It is getting late. Only maths is pretty decent.
Can't wait for this risk.
Since Zello hit 17, his teammates collectively have landed 40 frags.
Did you just like kills. Add all their stuff up and subtract 17?
Correct. So 40 kills in the space of like 7 or so rounds. Goes to show just how much the rest of Nexus have stood up. Pretty insane, honestly. And now they may be called upon one more time. XLO looking down connector towards underpass. There is a player just below window. But the main threats are looming in ramp and palace. Betton, bit of an off angle. typically playing in the deep side of Shadow, but it does bypass this Molotov. There's another one. 2 mollies go down. Flashbang alongside it. Betten doesn't need to move. Aim is still there. And this Palace push has been completely squashed. Betten can just stay here forever. He will not go contested. Easy kill into Almeza. And Force forced backwards. A team that is normally so good, so decisive with their aggression, is being schooled by Nexus. The Romanians will clean sweep round 21, and they're making things look easy.
They really are. I mean, these rounds have been decisive. I mean, there's only been 2 bomb plants. They haven't lost a single round in this half yet. Most of these rounds, they survive with 3 or more members, and that round is just a little bit of a misplacement of utility. It allows Betten to just kind of feel comfortable under the balcony when normally a Molotov would push him out into open space and give Force a great chance at an entry. Instead, he just anchors away, and now Force are once again on upgraded pistols only. They're trying to jump in and get this backstab through jungle, but it's been absolutely thwarted. Almazer has found 1, but still a huge edge for Nexus in this round as they hold on to the superior weaponry, and now they have double the numbers.
What a surprise this has been from me. I mean, you have to put the caveat in that we didn't know much about Nexus coming into this. But I genuinely thought that as a result of losing to them just yesterday, Force would have learned so much. And yet they are being taken apart, honestly, by Nexus. Now, this is a winnable round. It's a 2v2, which just kind of came out of nowhere. And they are pushing onto the site where only XLO remains. He's had a bit of a hot and cold start to this best of 3. But he would have heard the footsteps. The information's called. You can see that Betten is now making moves in. Excello lands the first and the second with the Deagle. And Nexus now have 8 map points.
Yeah, it's looking like they're about to coast to a map 2 with a 1 map under their belt. And yeah, as you noted, we didn't really know a whole lot about this Romanian team here. I mean, I know that they've been able to, play through the ESEA system. They were able to the advanced league to move on up to Mountain Dew League, and so that's kind of where they resided mostly. They played in a couple of other little small online cups throughout the year. Nothing substantial, but here they are popping off against Force in another very chaotic round where it's back and forth, but Nexus a man up and what could be the final round of Mirage.
That's the bomb. Betten puts the bomb down, and now it's Aim in the same position that Betten just smashed them earlier on, just a couple rounds prior, leaving Z-Power. They're shell-shocked, despairing Z-Power in a 1-on-3 with the AWP, and he's just not really going to have much of a chance. Look at where the bomb is. Look at where Nexus are. He's missed his opportunity.
Yeah, I think that this is having the final I's dotted and final T's crossed, Vince. I think this map belongs to Nexus. They'll add this chapter to the book of their story here in this qualifier. Not sure whether the Cinderella story or not just yet, but they are one step closer at least to having that be a reality. Going to be 16-7, a very dominant second half performance there, not allowing a single T round from a Force squad that is normally known for being this assertive, dominant force that can be hard to handle, but it seems like easy work for Nexus, at least for now. We'll talk more about it in just a moment, but first, a quick break.
An elimination match as the final game of the day here at the Pinnacle Cup. And Nexus Cupgates fighting as they secure their own map pick of Mirage. 16-7 to the Romanian underdogs, repeating history yet again versus Force with another clean start, and proving that they are a force to be reckoned with here. We were looking forward to this one, Vince. For many of us, it was the first time that we've really seen Nexus under the microscope, and a hugely impressive CT side for them. In fact, flawless, even to say. How were they able to kind of continue that momentum in the second half and able to close it out?
I mean, really, the biggest compliment I could give Nexus, because I was kind of alluding to it in the build-up, is, are they going to be this gimmicky team? Are they just going to be really chaotic? Are they going to be like Puckstars? Are they going to just be really scrimmy? And that's how they beat Force last time. The biggest compliment I can give you is, no, they play rock-solid Counter-Strike. There's nothing gimmicky about these guys. They're the real deal. I was really impressed with them. On the other side, I will say, I don't want to give any excuses to Force, but I do wonder how much that marathon game they just played that lasted like 6 or 7 hours has on them, especially with starting quite late in the day, if they're mentally fatigued, and that's why they just got basically dismantled. But these Romanians, man, like, their aim is crisp. They look so good.
They really do, and I love that you picked up on it earlier, Dash. You know, we were coming into this game, a few question marks surrounding some of the players, but you were saying Excello, before the series, you were saying he was, you know, the star player we were watching out for. Definitely was the story in the first half, but then coming into that second half, everybody else was stepping up when they needed to.
No, absolutely. I mean, I know that Raga had a rough time to kick things off. He was 0-10 at one point, but I think it's even more credit to him that he kept his composure and wound up coming in and putting together KD ratio from that point forward. Even had like a really big, I think like 1v2 clutch or something in the first half. That seemed to what got him rolling. And just to kind of add on to what Vince was saying, yeah, they played straight up disciplined Counter-Strike. Like they had like a standard default on their T side that worked really well for them. Their roles were very clear on who was doing what and when. They had, you know, just good fundamentals, it seemed like, throughout the game there. And yeah, they had the fragging to be able to handle a team like Force. I mean, Zello in particular, very impressive. I'm the other guy for the team that's usually kind of like a trade fragger and kind of a guy that you could rely on for production. Also lived up to his billing. And the other guys, the supporting cast, you know, really came through when they needed to, particularly Raga's recovery. So yeah, I mean, all in all, I was impressed. I didn't know what to expect. And after watching them play, they looked like a professional Counter-Strike team. I mean, as far as how they operated.
Yeah, they really did. And I think that was what was so surprising coming into this. I love how you were saying that earlier, Vince. You know, you were worried there'd potentially be gimmicks with this squad. But yeah, totally good fundamental Counter-Strike. Every player kind of stepping up when we needed them to, particularly on that CT side. We were also saying before this, you know, we were looking forward to learning a lot about Nexus as a squad. So did you have any particular key takeaways from that matchup, considering that we are going to be seeing them in best of 3, so potentially 2 more maps from them?
I think they have some real cerebral players on their team. Like that Betten guy, honestly, he played some really nice maneuvers when it came to holding down on the CT side. The fact is that Force got 0 CT rounds and they only planted the bomb twice out of, I think it was 7 or 8 rounds. So they got completely shut down. Betten, not only was he playing really intelligently with his positioning, he also landed 40R. He had a 1.46 rating. That's nothing to sniff at. Like, this guy performed really, really well. Yeah. And he started slow, as we said before. XL at 1.17 kills, the rest of his team 17 kills. He actually ended joint second. I'm got to 20. Betten got to 22. So you've got to look at this team and think that there's no glaring obvious weaknesses. But then again, the sample size is tiny. We've only seen one map. I need to see more before I come to any like definitive judgments on them.
Right.
Yeah. That is definitely a valid thing to put forward, especially with, you know, this being their map pick as well. And then we're going to be coming into, what is it, Nuke for the second one of this series? Yep. Yeah, it's going to be Nuke. And as you were saying, Vince, that was actually a map that Nexus beat Force on earlier in the tournament. It was actually only yesterday. God, there have been so many games. It was actually yesterday that I put them down into that lower bracket. But now we're seeing the same maps, but they're going to be completely shifted up in the order that they're coming into. So I don't know, potentially favoring Nexus again coming into the second map.
But I mean, if you look at the score of yesterday, it was 16-6. It was even more one-sided than Mirage, which was 16-11 last time around. So if you go off previous results, it doesn't bode well for Force. After that performance, even less so. But who knows? Like it's hard to say like what adjustments they've potentially made since yesterday. Really curious to see how Nexus will adapt onto Nuke.
Yeah, exactly. Indeed. We're going to be checking in with our community poll as well to see exactly where the fans are standing for this one. I love that there have been so many Nexus fans coming into the chat. You're definitely giving your energy to them, and I'm so excited to see where exactly these are going to be lying for our next map series. Hopefully we can bring them up in just a second. Here we go. Wow. Okay, 72% going with fours. Maybe those Nexus fans, they need to start spamming chat a little bit more, Dust.
That's right. You know, raise your dongers or what have you. I'm not really sure what the kids are doing these days with the chat spam. So that's like an older chat spam, I guess. But yeah, coming into Nuke, it's a map that they've been able to win in the past. They had a pretty close game against Havu as well, I believe, in the upper bracket. I think it was like a 13-16 loss on Nuke. So they were able to give the Finns a pretty good run for their money. But it is worth noting that aside from Overpass, which, you know, is definitely their worst map, it seems like Nuke is their least played outside of that. So they might not be as comfortable on Nuke as they are on some of the other maps in the pool, but they don't necessarily have, you know, a terrible win rate by any means. It's still above 50%. So we'll have to see if history can repeat itself or not. But, you know, I'm all in. You know, I predicted Nexus to win. I've had faith in them the entire time. Never a moment of doubt. You know, all those fans that are out there for Nexus, just, you know, remember who it was that gave the prediction to your team. Give me a shout on Twitter. And yeah, you know, let's keep it going. Keep it rolling.
I love that you don't even have to lie about this. The fact that you did predict them in the beginning, you know what? Big brain dust over here. We need to be bowing down to you. We're going to see who the experts over at Pinnacle have been predicting for this one. Hopefully we can get the odds up, the updated odds rather, for this next map of this best of three
Easy
series.
money.
Again, siding with fours. I mean, you kind of can't blame them. It is their map pick. So there's a lot going into this. Of course, you guys can get involved with the action over at pinnacle.com/flashpoint. Make sure you're checking in on those odds as they're updated as the series progresses. But just to shine a little bit of light onto Force into this next map, I'm wondering from your perspective, Vince, what should they be doing coming into this, considering they've just come off that first loss in this best of three series? They've already lost this map pick to Nexus just yesterday in the tournament. In short, where are you saying their main focuses should be?
I think they need to stick to their strengths: aggression, aggression, aggression. This is where Force thrive. This is where I think that they're at their best. I want to see Furious style kind of plays come out of it. I want to see aggression.
Yes.
I want to see madness. I want to see craziness. It's getting late. It's getting a bit hectic. Play to your strengths, Force, please.
Exactly. Indeed. I absolutely love that. I'm a massive fan of the Furious style playing, holding W for the win. So hopefully they'll be able to take the win in this next map of this best of three and maybe push it to a third, but we won't have to wait a moment longer to find out. Let's head straight into Nuke as map number 2.
Map 2, and what could be our final map of this evening, Dust, and the final map for Force. It's a strange thing to say that not only they're going to get knocked down once by Nexus, they're going to potentially get knocked out by Nexus. Who would have guessed that coming into this?
Me.
Really? Yeah. All right, Chief.
All right, I think I've really pushed the limits of that, you know, like, you know, but yeah, we'll see. They are going to knife for sides here outside. Little Rochambeau, little rankety shank. I just made that up. Sounds good though.
I'm going to be real. I didn't think you did make that up. I thought it was the actual saying in America. So good job.
Maybe it is. I have no idea, but hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's not like a controversial thing that I don't even, you know, going over just random words I decided to put together. But yeah.
Crazy things have happened, Dust. Crazy things have happened. Nexus do win the knife.
Yeah.
They have decided to stick on CT, which is fair. Not too surprising.
Big shocker. If I remember correctly, Fours didn't get any T rounds against Nexus on Nuke earlier in the bracket. And so, we'll have to see if they can do better here.
They didn't get any T rounds on Mirage either. So I suppose that would definitely fit with the sequence. They have got the first kill though in Facecrack. Out first, the entry, living up to that mantle once again. XLO, target rich environment, needs to start landing some USP headshots. Missing out Facecrack with both the opening picks trading across the USP. Almeza and Facecrack again. It's only Betten left standing. 2 kills fall by the wayside on the T's. But this is really where things get a little bit sketchier. The other 2 players have basically ran at him. Now that things subside and slow down, is he able to pick it back up again? Surely this isn't doable. He has to switch across to the Glock because he runs out of ammunition, and Facecrack gets his 4th. Fours take the first round, and hey, they finally get a T round. Congrats.
You've done it. Progress. full steam ahead now is going to be the hope for fours, I would imagine. There's a Zeus on the field, Vince. You know how I feel about Zeus's.
I hear you're a bit of a fan.
Ah! That was terrible. That was my worst one yet.
Rip headphone users. It's been fun.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like
Come
he's
on.
going to get any action, though. It seems like
Come
the T's are
on.
bypassing him.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? That's okay. Maybe later.
Yeah, I don't think we've had any Zeus kills so far that we've casted in the storm, have we?
Sadly not.
A couple of close calls. We had a double Zeus pick from fours earlier on. They both missed.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a kill. Sminty with one before he is traded out.
Wait, there's still some hope. There's still Jerry. Oh, please. You're so close. Touch it. Ride the lightning. Come on. It's not going to happen, is it, Vince?
Jerry chooses Squeaky. I'm desperate, clambering on for the opportunity. His life flashing before his eyes.
Deflated.
Here we go.
yes.
Here we go. It's happened.
Yep. Stats leader for Zeus kills in this qualifier. Guess I can't know that for sure, actually. Plenty of matches we didn't commentate that took place. So. That's all I needed. Thank you.
So late buy from fours, actually. Almeza back at spawn, dropping a weapon to his teammate. 2 Mac 10s. They could have upgraded. They decide.
Ooh. It's a little bit of a chunky nade. A little bit of damage to the face crack. About halfway down, but does still make it into the back halls area. Jerry's still trying to put a little bit of pressure here towards the upper side, trying to get into that vent, which he will indeed be able to do. Zello is here with the op outside, but his opposition has already long passed by as they are creeping onto this lower side, but Cemente is in good position.
Ooh, nearly with 2. Almeza gets dinked down to 16. Still yet to get the bomb plant, but that Molotov on both sides of ramp affords him the luxury of now dipping back. Almeza knows that if a HE finds his way, he's screwed, but there aren't actually any HEs across the board on Nexus. The Romanians have to come out with bullets as opposed to explosives. And Flit in amongst the smoke is going to wait for this to clear before he shows his hand. Plenty of noise all around him. Aim goes in. Flit gets traded out. There's Raga that steps up to the plate and delivers. Z-Power now really fighting against that spray control. Finally gets it under wraps and it's a full defusal. There's no kit in amongst the smoke. Ben, good luck to you, Chief. Like, if you somehow pull this off, I'll be amazed. No, surely not. Oh my God, he's actually done it. 10-second defuse in smoke with 2 players alive. Force, what are you doing?
There's never been more of a squeaky butthole moment than that one. Holy cow. Bro, I'm kind of that.
You just know this tactical timeout's been called because Nexus jumped up out of glee and someone knocked their PC over.
Yes. Yeah, this is like a
100%,
tech pause of tech pauses for sure. Yeah. That or you just want Forrest to sit on that for a second. Think about it. So maybe a little bit of both there. That's wild.
The real combo breaker on Nexus. Just as fours was starting to get ahead, you know?
Yeah.
Making amends for their 16-6 loss yesterday, and then that happens.
Haven't heard a Killer Instinct reference in a while, so shout out to you.
It's a classic.
What was that one guy that was just like made out of fire?
Oh, I don't remember his name. Was it Igneous?
I remember he had an attack that he would just like fly forward and like headbutt people in the chest. I just chained that forever.
I will admit I was always more of a Mortal Kombat player personally.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ragged with the FAMAS. Not 2, but Cemente from the side makes sure that Almeza does not escape. Z-Power returns the favor, and fours do maintain the player advantage. Excello, who had such a brilliant start on Mirage, is yet to get a kill, and it could continue to be the case. The FAMAS comes out worse for her against Z-Power. And now Betton's M4, who was the player that went for that full defusal, will not be getting that happen again, down.
Yeah, Four's not even planting the bomb. They don't want a chance, you know? Just gonna go hunting for the frag instead, and they'll pull out the victory. And yeah, sure, that Ninja Defuse, Nexus have not really found much hope in this half, and now they're not gonna find many dollars to spend either. Economy has been well and truly reset, so it's just gonna be the USPs and a couple of P250s at best against the fully decked out and squatted up Fours who are looking to keep the good times rolling. They didn't have any success on the T side on Mirage or against Nexus on Nuke yesterday, but they're off to a blazing start here thus far. They've lost a couple of members along the way in this particular round, but still the results shall ring the same as the bulk of the rounds we've seen so far, which will be Fours being victorious. Cemente, last man up, but not much to do.
I wanted to see aggression on Fours, and so far they have delivered that in spades.
Yep.
They've been successful, they've been triumphant, and they have broken down the economy multiple times. Nexus, though, will get a bye going through into the 6th round.
No op this time for Zello, and he hasn't yet to find a frag on this map. Normally the carry for this team, or at least one of their top performers, and he has not been there just yet. They have Rag actually on the AWP this time, so interesting to see that. Might be why they brought him onto the team, to free up Zello to be more of a hybrid. Don't really know much about Raga's history before this team, so not really sure what role he's meant to play, but didn't really see him hopping in the first map, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have no idea if this guy is a pro or not, honestly. I think it was that round that he ended up actually clutching out when he picked up the AWP. In part, or at least he did a lot of damage with it, so that high sensitivity.
That's right, he had that no scope.
Right.
QT spawn. Yeah.
No utility with over a minute to play with. That was going to be a bit of a concern. Excello down, but so is Face Crack. Gets one before he is put out of his misery. These are really trying times, though. When Nexus have 50 seconds to try and stall out, and you have 0 grenades to fend off any of these positions, like you are just crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. And they may get that answered. Cemente with one, traded out with Jerry. Betton now lumbering his way up on the vents, gets shut down before Im puts out Jerry. Bomb drops alongside him, 30 seconds on the clock. The T's are segregated from one another. And Z-Power changes up with his angles up close, still comes out ahead against Im. And Ragger's AWP, another no-scope, 15 seconds to go, changing up his position. But he's going to have to contend with a B-side plant.
Yeah, never going to be easy, is it? Especially trying to retake with the AWP. He is able to swap over to the M4, though when he gets here very fast, maybe faster than Z-Power was anticipating. Jumping around, but Z-Power with the door open, able to give him a little bit extra swinging with the knife there at the end, as it will be a 5th round for Fours in a row. Again, short of a miracle ninja defuse, there's really been not much from Nexus. I mean, some of the rounds have been close, don't get me wrong, but they have yet to get a legitimate win, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's absolutely a fair point to raise. You know, that's a, let's be honest, that's a defusal that 99 out of 100 times falls flat. You just get shanked through the smoke, or a stray bullet hits you in the face.
Yeah.
So it's not something that you can really rest on. Betton's down first, and I mean, Fours nearly will be equalizing their sum total rounds they picked up yesterday, and only at the one retort from Nexus. So
yeah, I mean, compared to what we saw in Mirage, this looks so uninspiring. You know, obviously they've had a lot of rounds where they haven't had money. Obviously that reset on the 4th round is something that's always going to hurt you, and on the CT side in particular. So, I mean, there's been a couple of things that have really made it hard for them to put their best foot forward more often than not in this half, but they still need to figure something out here soon. Otherwise, you know, you could be seeing a 3rd map roll out pretty quickly here. They're running out of chances to fight on this CT side of Nuke.
Excello still yet to get on the scoreboard. 0 and 6. Everyone else on his team 4 or 5. It's his turn to fall behind. Oh no! Face crack. Showed his head for a brief second, then backed away, and Excello drops to 0-7.
Well, that's that then, I suppose. 6-1. Now the score. At least Nexus able to buy back, and Zillow will be on the op this time. So we'll be taking it over towards Heaven side.
The Romanians need a reprieve. They need to regroup. And that grenade will not help Raga's chances of having impact. 45 HP remains. Excello watching outside eagle-eyed, but will not be pressured. The T's playing this one more passively. Fours changing up their aggression yet again. It's an element that you touched on in the previous best of 3, that
Sure.
they can be an incredibly aggressive team, but it's controlled. It never feels like they fully unleash themselves.
Yeah, except for Train where they went really wacky against North. But yeah, other than that, they have been usually on the same page. Obviously, they didn't get much going on Mirage, but this is more like the footage you're used to seeing as they're now starting to look to collapse on this upper bomb site. Even Trade so far through the squeaky door. I'm not able to really find Almazer on the edge of that smoke as he was hoping for. Instead, received bullets, and it's going to be the 4-on-3.
Almazer with his thirds on for the ace. Excello desperate to just get a kill. But that desperation into an awkward position. He's just been shanked, but Seminti now has a chance to maybe clutch it out. He's got 3 of his own, tickling the bomb, drawing out the remainder, which is Flit. And Lo Seminti is down on HP in a poor position. With the kit, maybe he can force this out. Will not be faking, and Flit goes to peek in, but it's too late. Both the wins that Nexus have been defusals under the nose of Fours.
Bruh.
I'm just kind of sitting with you know, head and palm. What I think is really the only real reaction you could really have. It's kind of mind-blowing that that's their 2 wins. That was absolute domination from Fours, and Semente somehow pulls off what I believe was a 1 versus 4 clutch, at least a 1v3. Either way, this round they just sweep through. I mean, just absolutely tearing Fours up in this one. Barely have lost any health in this skirmish, and only Flit remains. And he's done for. Semente keeping that momentum from the previous round. Gets 2 on it. Who was the other person that got the ninja defuse? Semente got that one. Was it both?
Betson got the last one.
That's
yeah.
right. Well, you know, Zello meantime like, bruh, can I just get a frag? Help me out, guys. Maybe this is his moment. He's got the op outside. There's T's in the area, but he's been flashed.
How only do 11? That landed on face crack.
Counter-Strike things.
Valve, please. I thought you fixed nades.
Does Valve fix anything? That was mean. They fixed a couple of things.
Just not E. That just seems to forever be broken, doesn't it?
Still get stuck on grenades as an observer as well.
Yep.
Demo player, CD player from 1990.
Omega lol. What demo player?
Anyway, Face Crack is going to get first blood into this one, so Fours are looking to get right back to winning ways after dropping the ball in a couple ninja diffuses and losing a straight up just slap Oscar in the last round. I mean, they didn't even really have any hope into that one. Now Mazer onto the right track with his team here, able to get a couple of big kills. They have the 4-on-2. They're starting to bring that bomb back towards lower side. That is in position, but he might be overwhelmed here soon by numbers. But he's finding a way to slide around and find a bunch of one-on-one duels, and he's won a couple of them. Now Mazer finally stamps him out, but at a pretty big cost. It gives I'm maybe some hope at winning a 1v2 against 2 weakened targets.
Weakened, but still alive. Still posting up a significant threat with 2 Molotovs and 2 flashbangs. Iron, meanwhile, doesn't have a kit. And just the one flashbang by his side. Does at least have an AK, so if he can rip through a couple of heads, then maybe he can get on the site in enough time, but that is depleting. Yeah, without a smoke, I think this is asking quite a bit, but he will tickle onto it. Out comes the T! And it's full. But he has time, and now he realizes he wanted to pick up a kit, but it's too far around the side. That's so unfortunate. Does the bomb actually finish him off? It's going to be close, but he should be okay. And, well,
I feel like
concede.
that's like just some type of cosmic justice for fours, you know? Like the world decided to give them one back after some of those ninja defeats. But Betten, great effort from him. Big kills. Got the kills he needed, just didn't have the time. Good effort from Nexus. I mean, no matter what this score turns out to be, they've definitely tried to dig deep and make a comeback in this half. I mean, they've really had, only one true round victory in my opinion, but they have still been trying to fight tooth and nail each and every round, and they've definitely had a couple of close calls.
It just feels that fours have really made themselves comfortable. They've settled into this best of three. They've calmed down somewhat.
Yeah.
And Jerry have a chance to cool off on the bench momentarily as he's the first player to fall. Betten behind the smokes, listening for any kind of information that he can try and pick off. And if he does decide to push through the smoke, there's another player just behind him, which is Z-Power. They staggered the push downstairs, and it's worked out nicely, but at least information will be relayed to the rest of his team. Sminty doesn't trip over just yet. Raga is in close proximity. They're swoopers that are mounting together. Bomb brought down first. Raga shows his hand, but spins around a little bit too late. Zello and I'm in real trouble, and a real chance for fours to be leading regardless of what happens from here on out in the half if they can convert in the next 22 seconds. But the bomb is still yet to be planted. I'm hiding in the smoke, waiting for a chance. And Exello with the kill. Pretty huge moment in this round. 10 seconds to go. Facecrack still needs to go in and pick that bomb up and go for the full plant. He won't get any opportunities to go for the frag, and now he goes in for the plant. I'm not sure if this is a fake, and he may have just lost his opportunity, lost his chance to take this round, because in terms of HP, he is well and truly behind against Facecrack. One bullet will finalize his life. He needs to land a headshot, and he needs it quick, but Facecrack does not allow it to take shape. 8-3.
Yeah, a bit of a buzzer beater. If Facecrack gets the kills he needs, and was, kind of ballsy and trying to reposition the way that he did there, but it worked out. He got on top of those Raptors, caught his opponent way off guard, and now they're trying to get there a couple more rounds in a row after a bit of a slight drought, and now Nexus are back onto pistols only. It's going to be the Deco in the CZ for Raga. So fours looking like they're sprinting towards the third map of Piranha's Fence. I mean, they are really controlling this half, and this is going to be a full sweep of the upper bomb site with little resistance being met. Betten trying his best to see if he can at least pose somewhat of a challenge with this Deagle, but only good for one. As fours are marching towards round number 9 for themselves. A couple of kills are going against them, but still well and truly in control as fours here. And so that will be 9-3.
Excello can hear the footsteps to his left-hand side. He's eagerly anticipating the peak, but doesn't get it done. Jerry just gets him out with the AK, and it's seemingly like we are mounting pretty quickly towards that third decisive map here, Dust. This has been pretty brutal to watch in parts.
Yeah. It's been kind of like the reverse of the second half of the previous map. Just kind of straight domination from one team with the opposition not really having much of a response. And it's kind of disheartening because, after seeing Nexus be able to pull the upset over fours yesterday and how well they played Mirage just moments ago, you kind of had your hopes that the underdog story would continue. But at least on this map, they have not been able to have a repeat performance. But as I say that, Zello, he's fit a couple of op frags in. Betten's pitched in as well at the M4. And they're not done yet. They're still keeping their will about them. They're still staying focused. And now they very likely have a 4th round on the board. It was very quick to happen, but Flit is all by his lonesome when it's all said and done. Nice job, though, to get those two, and he actually has himself a winnable 1v2 clutch opportunity, but low health.
Low HP on Flit with the bomb under control. 50 seconds. AK and Philly at his disposal. There are ways back in, avenues that he can explore. Down towards potentially B. It seems like he wants to go downstairs via secret. And judging from the positions of Nexus, this doesn't seem untenable, at least to get onto the site. But at some point, he will need to shake up his aggression, because if he keeps just walking there, he's leaving himself no room for error. So at some point, he will pick up the pace. Now, the downside here for Nexus is their economy's in no shape to lose either of these two guns, and if a post plant does come into effect, you're expecting at least a 1-1 trade between the three of them. Flit planting in amongst the smoke successfully. Now comes off, closing the doors. That's a safety net now. He'll know where one of these players are. Maybe both of them, but Zello, to be fair, smacks him in the head with the USP instantly. I thought he might get a 1-for-1 trade, which would actually be pretty huge in terms of the economy situation for Nexus, but instead they do pick up a 4th round.
Yeah, they're not giving up just yet, Vince. They're still, you know, keeping their focus and finding ways to win where they can. As we have a couple of rounds left in the half, they actually have an opportunity to, you know, build up a decent little CT side here. I mean, money is quite low for Force. They're force buying up what they can here, but it's not a whole lot. And if they take the loss here, then they really wouldn't have anything to work with in the next round. So definitely could see Nexus jump up to 6 rounds before we transition sides if they can take the victory here. The problem is they could also get reset and have no money to spend in the final round if they take a loss, and that's where it could very easily be 11-4-4s. So could either be a very dominant half from Force, or it could be Nexus making a little bit of a recovery and keeping the gap, you know, fairly close considering how cool of a start they had. The time will tell as the smoke wall is out here, and the T's are looking to use it to position themselves in these back halls and maybe even threaten the big garage. But no, all 5 will eventually go down. Cemente will be the one spotting this from the stairwell. Benton might go for a flank at some point as he is in big garage.
Cemente, how is your aim? How is your nerve? How is your resolve? It's good for 2. Maybe Nexus can get 6 rounds after all, and it gives them something to play with, but Almeza and his Galil say no. Locking it down, 45 seconds left. Almeza with more spray, spotting players on decon. Jerry holds his nerve for another one, and now Excello, a rough start. Last Romanian standing with the AWP. Double peak from both sides, and it's Jerry's M4 that sings last. 10-4 score to the Russians.
Yeah, it seemed like there were some chances there for Nex, especially with, you know, them having good rotations and Cemente getting those first 2 kills, but Zello was never really able to find anything with that op. And then put himself in a tricky position when he decided to push forward in the 1v2 and got split around the silo. And so now it's, you know, Nexus scraping the bottom of the barrel, but they've already lost a player. That's a second one down as well now from Flit. They try to aggress that radio room. It's backfired. Raga able to aggress Dookie and find one. Tries to extend for more, but it becomes the bar. And it looks like Force will indeed put the finishing touches on an 11th round, as Im is the only one left. He does have the M4 and armor, but he's up against 4 angry T's and a bomb plant.
Not favoring his chances whatsoever. Wants to trade up to the AK. Down vents, he will fall. There is a player down there. Flash proceeding to peak, but there's Almeza's AK. And that will spell the end of the half. Fours lead 11-4. Quite the turnaround of fortunes compared to Mirage, where they got battered.
Yep, it's been kind of a weird, just like, I wouldn't say back and forth, because obviously we've seen kind of dominance between the 2 maps, but it's kind of odd to see like 2 different versions of each team in a very, you know, small space of time. We'll see how things finish up here on Nuke after a brief pause. Stay tuned.
Welcome back for what could be the final time of the day, but it wouldn't necessarily seem the case, as Fours lead 11-4 after going down on Mirage 16-7. It's looking like we could be headed to a 3-mapper, but Nexus will have a few aces up the sleeve. Last time these teams met each other, they had an exceptionally good performance on Nuke, and this time they have to play from behind. The T's now, Nexus, the Romanians, looking to play aggressively, but actually slowing down the pace. 4 players just outside of A.
I've lost my feed, Vince, so yeah.
Oh, I'll just take over the time being then. Almeza able to get the one, but the T's are coming out ahead in these Endeavor. Z-Power spinning across for 2 one-taps of the USP, and now I'm is left standing. Last spotted in the ramp, finished off by the dual Berettas of Fours. And that will be 12-4. How is the feed looking for you, Dust? Is it back up?
Nope.
Rip.
You do hate to see it.
So 12-4 with Nexus into a force. They have Desert Eagles across the board with Kevlar and a few grenades thrown in for good measure. Raga up on the silo, seeing if he can perhaps find and execute the one deke. Jerry has made a little bit of noise outside, doing a bit of damage, and finally landing some headshots. With the headshot onto Betten, additionally, very nice aim from Jerry. Begs the question, where was this on Mirage from Fours? It seems like they were asleep at the wheel. They finally woken up, as has I'm, perhaps. 2 Deagles have landed back-to-back. Excello looking for one of his own and does connect. Nexus, after being 3v5 with just pistols by their side, now have the player advantage. And it could go from bad to worse for the Russians if they're not careful. Nexus could take this round. Bare minimum, it's a post-plant. Excello at range, still trying to tap onto Z-Power, who's now showing himself outside. Missed shot. Could be so costly and devastating to Nexus. Ein just spots the head of Flit protruding over the floor of heaven. And now Flit comes in with 1 and a second. 4 successful on their retake. Can wipe away the embarrassment for the time being. 13-4. Nexus with a plant have some options, but considering that they're all around the $3,000 to $3,500 mark, if they were to buy, it's not going to be ideal. They do go in. Galils and AKs picked up with a scout. So, Fours with a golden opportunity to put this map to rest pretty comfortably in the end. Perhaps even a 16-4 if they were to get successful in this round. Fours, no early casualties on either side, although Betten is struggling and gasping for air. Now that the damage and the shrapnel has subsided, he can try and come out swinging. Z-Power locking down ramp. There is a smoke behind that, which can maybe force over a rotation from Fours and get a couple of vulnerabilities and weaknesses elsewhere, which Betten is trying to make the most of into Garage. Z-Power has struck gold again. 2 massive kills to the AWPA. 14 kills on the board. Everybody above the 14 kill mark on Fours. Meanwhile, it's the highest fragger they have is I'm on 14. Smoke and a HE between the 3 remaining Romanians. It's looking good for Fours to extend their lead to 10 rounds total and put them too shy of taking us to train. They did have a mammoth Herculean performance earlier where they did come out second best against North on train. It went to quadruple overtime. Flashbang out from Betten. He dodges the bullet. XLO takes it instead, but then Z-Power puts the final nail in the coffin and gets the ace through the smoke. Beautiful round from Z-Power, and fours do indeed land the 14th. What a time for an ace. Maybe a bit of overkill. It's not like there seemed to be much life left in Nexus regardless. And I suppose at this point, it may even be a case of like energy conservation. You know, you're getting through to like 1, 2 a.m. in the morning. If you're getting battered this hard, how much time do you realistically put in to an almost lost cause? Do you maybe focus your attention on the third map at this point? Wouldn't be surprised if the answer was yes. Almaze's AK cleans up onto the kill of Ein. Ooh. Axella wasn't far off, but actually eats a dink for his troubles. As does Betten. Jerry is so good outside in this position with the M4. Typically, you want your AWP to be played. He just keeps double tapping into headshots and pretty free frags and fours. 15-4 lead, 11 map points. We thought maybe Nexus could strike again and prove that it wasn't a fluke. But judging from this performance, it seems like fours will not go down and potentially even take this series yet.
You're doing great, Vince. I love you.
My voice is just about holding up, dude.
Yeah, you're crushing it, dude. I'm just out here chilling with no feed. You know, I'm trying. I wish I could help, but at this point, I would just be guessing.
It feels like Nexus are guessing, honestly. At every given turn, they are being outplayed, outmaneuvered, and outfragged. But hold the phone for a second, because it seems like maybe this is their round. This is their moment, and indeed it will be. So Nexus have picked up a 5th. It's their first round on the T side. Because these rounds have been pretty straightforward and fairly convincing, they've got plenty of money to fall back on. They don't have to worry about ecos. However, if they did lose this round, that could start to become a bit of an issue. Only 1 defusal required in 4 rounds on the Russians. So it goes to show that this has been every bit as one-sided as the scoreline would suggest.
You're doing great, Vince. Keep it going. All I can do at this point is moral support. So, you know, I figured I'd try that because I can't co-cast right now, you know?
Ooh, mate, XLO had such a poor start, but to be fair, he's went from like 0-8 to 10-17. He's kind of had that same story as Raga had on
Nice.
Mirage, where you're feeling like maybe just maybe the situation had got the better of him. Maybe the mental fatigue had started to set in, but fair enough. There's another one. 3 kills for XLO. Has been silenced by Almaze, but he's already done his job. Couldn't ask any more from the AWPer. Flip with the M4 from heaven. Spraying down onto Ein. 2v3. Fours still have a chance to outright win the map. Right here, Almaze spots Betten crossing into the main side on the left side, but that smoke is put down to facilitate him to actually escape. And he doesn't need to escape. Perhaps he just outright frags it. Almaze puts him down before he can deal any further blows, but it feels like fours will be feeling the economic sting, and they back out. So it will be Nexus taking another one. Almaze holding on to the AWP. Seminti and Raga left alive. For a moment, I thought maybe Almaze was going back in, but it seems like he's just going to be looking to save on red containers. And to be fair with the AWP, it's one of the best positions you could probably save because it's more longer range. So if you do see somebody or hear some footsteps, you can take your shot, you can back in as he's just done now. And if Cementi wants to come out, he'll have to make sure he connects. If he doesn't, will be full rebuys for Nexus. Oh, that shot from Almaze is disgusting. In mid-air, no scopes him. That was actually such a sick shot to hold on to the AWP.
Yeah, man. Really well done. It almost sounded legitimate, didn't it?
So Nexus have clawed back 2 map points. Only another 9 to go. It's pistols, and they did have a choice here for us to go for a full-on buy, but to be fair, when you have such a round buffer, like, why risk it? Why potentially just throw it against the wall? They line up for Almeza, and to be honest there, he was so close to landing another headshot. 3-on-3. Force may be getting this done with pistols after all. Almeza turns his attention back to Decon, but there's too many threats to deal with. Z-Power picks up the AWP from the corpse of Excello, and now getting close with that. Oh, he's missed his sitter, and it's going to cost him. That was a chance at a one-on-one. I cannot believe he's actually missed that.
Yeah, what a blunder.
If you saw that, Dust, like, legit, that could have been a 1v1 clutch, and he's just missed probably the easiest shot of the night.
Yeah, I saw it with my imagination, so I was able to pitch in some afterthoughts there. But carry on, Vince. You're doing wonderfully.
Let me put it one way, Dust. Even I
Okay.
would have landed that shot, you know? Even I would have landed it, so...
What about me?
That's a stretch.
Okay.
No, even you would have landed it, mate. Even
Oh,
you.
thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You'd have smashed it. You'd have crushed it.
Yeah, mate. Should I duel him on your stream?
Definitely should. Definitely should.
Okay.
But this could be Force taking the map after all. They've got the first pick. It feels like the first time in a while. 3 rounds unanswered. But the vast lead that Force had accrued gives them so much. They've waited for this moment to get a goodbye in effect. They haven't forced in with FAMASs or MP9s or any of that nonsense. They've waited for M4s. They don't have much utility left with a minute to play with, but because they've got the first pick, all of the pressure is on Nexus. They're getting a stranglehold over varying parts of the map.
Oh? Your boy has to feed, Vince. He's
Nice.
back. Looks like we got ourselves a little 4-on-5 action here. I might have come at just the end here. Unless the remaining members of Nexus can figure something out. Benton making a pretty good little pressure towards Mini, but has been caught by Face Crack. The rest of his teammates will try to spill into this upper bomb site here, led by Raga, who is certainly finding the entries he needs, as this bomb will indeed find a resting place on the upper site. Still a chance though for Force to retake in this 3-on-3, and it's starting to go beautifully for them as Flit and Face Crack connect the dots for a couple of big kills, leaving Cemente all by his lonesome. And indeed, I've strolled in just as the curtain falls, as Force will force a third map. A dominant performance after getting absolutely bashed on Mirage. They've been able to recover and get a bit of revenge, and once again it'll take 3 maps to decide who is the victor between these two teams and who will be being eliminated from the qualifier. I'm Dust. With me has been Vince all day long. It's been quite the marathon, and we're not done yet. We still have one more stretch to go, so we will be taking a short break before we break that down and carry over to a third match. So stay tuned, folks. We will be right back.
Although it was Nexus to take map 1 of Mirage, Force returned with a vengeance to claim Nuke and ultimately even up the scoreline. 16-7 for the Russian squad, and now sitting at one map apiece. It's football as we ride on into train with the loser of this map being eliminators. But of course, before we delve into that one, we've got to break down exactly what went down just moments ago on Force's pick. And I think it's safe to say, Vince, Force were looking way more comfortable here than they were on Mirage. We witnessed a very dominant T side yet again, and I feel like we're seeing the Force we maybe would more typically expect.
Absolutely. You know, that for me was probably the biggest turnaround in performance, maybe the entire tournament. I can't really think, unless actually maybe Force earlier against when they lost the quintuple or quadruple overtime, when they came back on the nuke and performed fantastically. But honestly, like I thought this was 2-0. I thought mentally they were too fatigued, like they were done, they were broken. When Betten got that full 10-second defuse in the smoke, I'm like, okay, this is it, it's over. Like, you know, wrap it up, bag him and tag him. But hey, Force again proving to the world, proving to me that these are guys you can never count out. You can never fully assume are just going to get wrecked. Like, these guys are the real deal. And coming into the third map, like, honestly, I think it's like a 50-50. It's really hard for me to predict how this is going to come down.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how it's going to be playing out. And I love how you bring up the sort of comeback and changing ability that actually Force have been showing on both series, both of that being on Nuke Dust. Do we see some of the similar strengths that we saw against North earlier? Obviously, again, a really, really dominant T side from the likes of Force. Where were the main kind of strengths that you could pick up from this side?
I mean, I think they just kind of plan they always have. Again, kind of that shock and all play style, get in your face, you know, always decisive. Like when they decide to bunch up together and take an area of the map, they just go for it. They don't really hesitate too much or linger around or second guess, you know, whether or not they should back up and try to go for something else. They just kind of collapse on players and overwhelm them. And I mean, it's pretty damning that of the 4 rounds that Nexus got, 2 of them were like ninja diffuses that normally don't happen. So I mean, they really only had like 2 true victories in my opinion that entire half. So they just didn't look anything like the team that I saw on Mirage. You know, again, I don't have much to go on for Nexus. All I really have seen them play is the map we watched previous, where they looked, you know, well composed, disciplined, seemed to have a lot of capable players. But in that game, they just looked completely lost. You know, it looked like a completely different team. And I know that Nuke is a map that they don't play nearly as much as the rest of the maps in the pool, so it might just be down to map familiarity. But yeah, they didn't show up for that one. But hopefully we get a nice close game in this third map. Hopefully we get like 10 overtimes. You know, really, this, you know, bring it on. Is what I say.
I mean, you said yourself and Vince are the OT duo. So you know what? You've just wished to the OT gods, and you're going to get them. You're going to get the most OTs that we've had throughout this whole entire
day. And if my feed were to break in the midst of that, and Vince had the solo cast 10 overtimes, I mean, I think that would be all the better for it, you know?
Yeah, so. I mean, Vince seemed to enjoy that last one when that happened there. But I do like that we were picking up on Nuke as well. And you were saying, you know, maybe they weren't too familiar with it. Nexus in this moment, but we did see them actually beating Force earlier in the tournament. They actually won 16. Again, just a completely different scoreline there. I'm wondering, you know, whether Force had a lot to go on. That was what we were saying in the pre-game analysis, Vince. Actually, because these 2 teams have played each other so much, so frequently, so recently, and on these same 3 maps, I'm wondering whether you saw kind of any holes in Nexus's game plan at all. Were there any areas that you feel like they could have been exploiting a little bit more, or was it just that Force were playing that solidified, confident style and it was too difficult to break?
Yeah, I think it's more a case of just Force playing really well necessarily than Nexus playing poorly. I mean, there's a quote that I always remember Natu. I was having a conversation with him back when obviously he was still playing, and he said that you learn far more from a loss than you do a win. And I feel like we saw that in motion there on Nuke. Like last time they met each other 16-6, almost a complete turnaround. That was 16-7. And when you look at the two scores in terms of the overall match stats between the two teams, both maps ended 16-7, but you look at the difference in kills and deaths, it is vast in favor of Fours, which shows you that even when they lost 16-7 on Mirage, the rounds were by and large much closer and going down to one-on-one 2v2s than Nuke, which was basically a bloodbath. Like when you look at some of the positive kill to death ratio, Jerry's actually top fragging on either side, which is kind of impressive and not really what you'd expect. Plus 13. Everyone is plus apart from Flit, who's -1. Meanwhile on Nexus, everyone is minus. Not a single one of the positive. So it suggests that in terms of the kills and in terms of the kill distribution, it will favor Fours coming through into the final map.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to pick up on. And I know, Dust, we were speaking about it earlier. You know, we weren't too familiar with some of the players, but Zello was the man of the hour that we were going to be watching in on. But a bit of a slower start on this Nuke map. Do you feel like that might have been one of the reasons why Nexus fell behind so quickly?
Certainly could be, but I mean, I think the big issue is that they're coming into Train, which is another map that they don't have the greatest win rate on. I mean, when you look at 2020 and kind of the core for this team before Raga joined just last month, you know, they come into this with like a 6-10 record. I mean, they even had earlier this year like a 7 or 8 game losing streak or something like that before they finally started getting some wins in Mountain Dew League. So Train is a map that has been a struggle for them, but at the same time, it's also been a struggle for Fours. They have had very mixed results over the last few months, and we obviously just saw them against North, where they looked completely absent at times on their T sides. Like they seem very disjointed, particularly in the overtimes. And I kind of have to wonder if they can, kind of settle back in, because they're a team that can be very dangerous, but only if they're on the same page. And obviously on Nuke, they were up to the task. They were totally fine, but on Train, they showed a lot of scary signs in that North match, and I'm hoping that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, definitely a good point to be going in with there. And of course, we can check in with our community poll brought to you by Pinnacle. Let's see exactly where the fans are siding for this matchup. Again, Fours still going to be the solid favourites here. I feel like that might not be too much of a surprise, Vince, just seeing how they just totally wrecked Nexus on that previous map.
Yeah, I think they were already the favorites, right? And I feel like off that performance, you probably have to fade them a little bit more. That being said, though, I feel like every time I've given some kind of like slight prediction, I've been entirely wrong. So if you are out there and you're thinking of going in on this, you'll probably win. So as I said, it's like a 50-50. I'm just happy enough to watch Nexus, and I want to see how these guys evolve and what they can bring to the table on Train.
Nexus
well, maybe go the
Let's
opposite. Yeah, that's the thing as well. I love that we have a split desk for this one as well. But we might be going the opposite of how you're saying, Vince. If our Pinnacle polls have got anything to say about this, rather the Pinnacle odds, I should say. Let's see how they are stacking up. We've been checking in on them after every single map, before every single map. And of course, Fours are still going to be siding as the favourites for this one. But I do like that you really brought up that point, Dust, about the fact that we've just seen Fours on Train. They got absolutely dismantled within that overtime, managing to go to 4 overtimes. They couldn't close it out. So I'm thinking mentally, if your Fours coming into this, surely that must be playing a slight factor in this game.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it also is playing a slight factor. I would imagine that it's probably like 1 a.m. or something like that for them right now. Maybe even drawing near the 2 in the morning. So definitely late hours. Already played a lot of Counter-Strike. So I'm sure there's a lot going through their heads. And Train's definitely one of those maps where you have to be very technically sound. It's not a map that you can get away with like pugging or freestyling. Like, it's a map that takes a little bit more thought, and hopefully we don't see them making those same mental errors as they did against North, where they were sending players one by one down ladder, or overextending and situations where they had man advantage and giving it away. Those are the types of things where Nexus have proven that they are a capable enough team to punish you if you make those errors. So I think it'll really come down to, as long as Fours can play smart CS and not make any mistakes, then they should be fine. But the moment that you start raiding space, that I think Nexus are good enough to take advantage.
Dust, I don't know what you're talking about. 1 a.m., 2 a.m.? peak gamer hours. You know, you got to get in that gamer mindset. These guys will be focused. This is what I'm thinking. You've wished to the OT gods that we'll be getting overtimes in this, and I feel like these two teams are going to be on peak form.
It's only 6 p.m. for me, so you know, keep the good times rolling. In my opinion, you know, y'all on the other hand, different story. You know.
Well, you know what? We're not going to wait a moment longer to get into the action. Train is going to be our final map of the day. Let's see if Force can take this one over the line, or whether Nexus are going to be our underdogs for this matchup. Gentlemen, take it away.
Whatever happens, this is it, Dust. Our final destination. Train has been pulled up on. The teams are now doing the knife as we speak. You're still riding the Nexus train pretty hard, I gather.
So confident. Just, you know, diehard fan, been there since day one.
Sure.
I mean,
yeah.
I just want a little bit of parity, Vince. I want something to fight for. You know, I wanted to make this a little bit interesting. And you know what? Nexus did pull out the map in the Mirage at the beginning of the series. So, you know, there is still some fight in them. What's
and
up?
then they got banged on Nuke. You're just going to skip over that one, are you, Chief?
Do you want to bet a boot on it?
Definitely not. I've learned my mistake. Okay,
well, you know, until you're ready to bring out the boot bet, you need to calm on down and let me have my my confidence in Nexus.
Well, the last time it was against a CIS region team. This time I'm actually going for a CIS region team, so maybe that would work out for me. Maybe not. Nexus T-side, though. And it was the T-sides that were the most interesting, I think it's safe to say, on Force. You have already touched on that before in the pregame. So see if they have fixed them issues.
My feed doesn't work, so have fun solo. Just kidding.
Ha XLO tapping through the smoke. They just go straight through it. There's a flashbang in, but it does more harm than good. That was Almazer getting 2 assisted flashes on his teammates. But Z-Power with the Glock is going to do his best to mitigate all of that nuisance and mistake messes that were put down from his teammates. Raga joined by Betten. And Z-Power's on for the ace, and he's picked up his second ace in 2 maps.
Bruh, the guy just sat in open space by Z Connector and somehow got 5 one-on-one duels and won them all. How in the world has that happened? Nexus, my dudes, let's not do that again. I believe in you. I've been there from the beginning. Your most loyal fan. This is Stan. That's an old school reference.
Jesus Christ.
That's Marshall Mathers LP1. Let's go.
Nexus, with their 2 scouts, have already lost Aim to the Void, have now lost Raga to Z-Power. What a time for him to show up. He got an ace towards the end of Nuke. He's already picked up 1. And he's feeling it. It's a head start. And now they're catching up and they're overtaking them. Face crack with the Mac-10. And XLO, who started very slowly on Nuke, has already picked up 3.
Yeah. Trying to see if he can't hold on to this scout here at Ivy, but obviously the SMGs are going to give chase, and Face crack indeed will find something there with the Mac-10, getting that extra Munty printed over to his team. They're up 2-0 here. Money's still not there, of course, for the CT side. That force buy didn't pan out. They weren't able to really carry anything over, so it will just be USPs and that juicy Zeus from Zello. Where is he going to take it? Looks like he's trying to maybe get up close on ladder. Won't ever be able to get there, though, Vince. He's been basically stuck at the E-box and no real chance, but he does pull out the USP for a frag, or maybe just the assist. Frag is really, truly the one that got that final blow in, but still being cleaned up by 4s, it seems. Though it is a little bit closer than I would have thought.
Yep. This is where, though, the guillotine comes down and the execution is forthcoming. 4s 3-0. It's been pretty fast rounds.
Certainly. But now we have the first full buy coming out here from Nexus. It includes an AWP on Zello, as well as a second op coming out from Raga. So not too surprising. This is a map where double op is very viable. Even back in the day, you'd see some triple sniper setups. So to see him and Zello go in for it right away is going to make sense, as 4s will hold on to the 1 Galil on Almazer, but everyone else is at full weapons. Raga getting aggressive. Might be able to catch 4s off guard, perhaps. not actually going to be able to find anything, though, and actually is going to fall back before able to take a shot.
Smoke down onto ramp. Designated to try and keep fours stalled and stagnated a little bit longer. With all 5 of fours being together, that may force them into a execution now because they don't know about flanks. They don't know about a CT suddenly showing up behind them. They all get stuck on catwalk. Flashbang is good, but Jerry just about holds on. Counter frags, a lot of missed bullets, costing lives on fours, but the post plant is coming in. Jerry, 1 on 3. Has picked up a kill already, but he's been dropped down to 22 HP, looking for another one, and does get it. The bomb's not planted for him, however, and Exelo shuts him down from behind. So Nexus do get themselves around. It's at the cost of 3 players, though.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a tight race. Almost a team ace there from Nexus. Betting with the extra frag. I'm without 1. Double op will also be able to get carried over. So they'll be able to keep that in play on Raga and Zello going into this next round. Good to see Zello already off to a good start here on Strain. Obviously, he was, you know, a guy that normally is the star of this team. He obviously had a great performance on Mirage. On Nuke, he was certainly a lot more quiet. Really didn't get going. So he's able to at least shake that off here and establish himself early on Train with 4 kills and keeps the odds shifting to get aggressive at TCon. Not spotting anything, however, as we see 4s are destined to hit that inner bomb site. It seems they have plenty of utility as well to lay into this bomb site, so it's going to be a tough ask of Cemente unless he can get some help soon to be able to hold this push off. No one's even really in place to rotate just yet. Now finally getting I'm in place in the Z connector.
Here we go. The time for talk is over. Now action will spring in. Oh, wow. That's a tasty little jump from Facecrack. Actually forced out a bit of the spray, and it did miss. The MAC-10 sticks for the kill. And Facecrack's death is equalized by Imes. Down to just the 1 kill for Ime. Betten reeled out with a headshot delivered by Almeza, who takes a bit of damage on the fall down. Exelo with 1. But his teammates dropping around him, boosting up more and more pressure with each passing second. Raga at least gets 1 in return. Both the AWPers now in play, but both of them tagged up, making plenty of noises. Raga and Almaze are up close. Just shoulder barges him out of the way and uses that newfound freedom to perch behind the train, and XLO gets nothing for his troubles. He pieces out of there and force pick up a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, it's always tough whenever your 2 remaining members in a 2-on-2 retake are the 2 oppers, because it makes it impossible for you to really be able to close distance where you need to and give yourself a fighting chance. What you're really relying upon is your riflers to kind of be able to get that forward position while you kind of steps and cover, but wasn't really an option anymore. Really great work there from 4s. A very clean take on the inner bomb site. Limited the defense in a big way. That first spray that missed, I think, was the most damning part of it. It really allowed 4s to get that breathing room into the site, and now it's going to be the deco for Nexus and the 1 op on Zello.
The power play has been elected and selected, but they have lost the first player. It will be Raga. At least it's not the AWP. Exelo puts that to use, as does Imes Deagle. Jerry on the receiving end of the 1 Deeg. Plenty of time left on the clock, and Facecrack out with the entry. How many times have we said that today? He has been so dependable when they've needed a big player to step up. He is the man to deliver. And it's first-class frags across the board. Z-Power dodging the bullet, spins around, and Betten has been absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, there's been a couple of scary moments here and there, but for the most part, 4s have had some type of safety net in place, whether it be Facecrack popping off or Z-Power there just with the quick flick, quick to react. And 4s are rapidly ahead now, 5-1. Nexus back onto a full buy. This time, no second op for Raga, and also the utility is a bit more limited, which is going to make holding off quick pushes a little bit more difficult, as well as making retakes be a little bit more reliant upon aim alone. As 4s are once again gathering on inner halls, but doing a great job at not telegraphing it. You know, they're not really, you know, showing their utility too much until they're ready to hit, and Nexus aren't playing aggressive enough to pick up on information like this, so it's really making it harder for them to pivot when they need to, but at least they have Zealous Op already in position to help Cemente out on this inner bomb site.
I believe they just went for a run boost as well, just to check down Catwalk.
Oh, now there's a push in T-Con as well, Vince. So this is good news for Nexus. I feel like they're in better position to be able to rotate more freely now because of this kind of aggression towards T-Con. Mazer, they're doing a good job kind of keeping them busy with that pressure from ladder room. So still really up for grabs in my opinion. It still might be difficult Nexus to get a read on what's happening.
All of this will be for naught if the B defenders die without really any confrontation. They can't escalate and match the aggression that Fords show. All of this toing and throwing is for nothing. The flirtation will fall on deaf ears, but the bomb has gone down, and Cemente comes in with 2. Now they can use that flanking effect, but face crack and Jerry spring into action with 3 kills in a second. Jerry's position is known though. He's already shown his hand. 17 seconds to go. No chance of getting the bomb. The round is done.
Yeah, Cemente just did a great job being patient there inside that coils position. Kind of was the stone left unturned. They had one T that had really pushed deep through sidewalk towards D connector, was clearing out, you know, the bomb train and pop dog and, you know, getting tabs on the bulk of the site. But that one spot he didn't check was the one that was the foil. Big kills from Cement on the round for Nexus. They're only second of the half. They still have a long road to go. They still did lose a good amount of players on that round despite the victory, so a lot of rebuying is having to take place, which means their economy is going to be quite low. That's something that Fords could still very much punish if they can find the victory right away here and now. As once again, you know, really looking to put the bulk of their forces towards these inner halls. Already been spotted here. Cemente will drop the smoke.
Yep, that smoke down early, though, will do nothing to remedy the situation later on in the round. They need to get a kill behind it, you feel, to just take the pressure and the sting out of this round for Fords. Sure, they don't have too much in terms of investment. But Jerry, with the AK, still will be a threat. Yeah. And keep in mind that he is the guy that's actually has the best statistics on either side. Zeep!
Oh,
how does he get 2?
That is absolutely devastating. That really just unlocks the door of this outer bomb site now. An MP9 even collected. The AK is still in play for Jerry as well. Zello and Cemente, though, they're fighting back, and they're doing so in style as they're picking up easy frags right now. No one from Force seems to have a response to this recovery of Nexus within the round, as Benton will put on the finishing touches. And that, you know, was dodgy, we'll be honest. Got a little bit, you know, worrisome when Z-Power pops off like that. But at least Nexus were rapid in stopping the rock and not allowing it to spiral out of control. So, gotta give them credit at least for keeping their composure.
I'm just mind blown that Z-Power got 2 kills that quickly just by wide swinging with the deal. Like, actually insane. At least Nexus made sure the 2 kills didn't hemorrhage into a 6th round. But still, they do have to rebuy those weapons. It puts a couple players down to below $1,000, I should say. And now Fords go straight back into aiming. This is a play they did a lot against North. They had a lot of success with it. It was normally face crack, but now Flit fills in the gaps, and Z powers up, sings out for the opening pick. Excello, who did some beautiful work in the last round with his AWP from Connector, has moved on to 9 kills. With just 5 deaths alongside, and he could be hitting 10 momentarily. Incendiary to the back of E-Box, forcing out the T, who is very low. Flit knocked down to 20, and Cemente does finish off Almazer, and then Flit, who's weakened by Aim. So they've turned this round on its head. Now 4 is a player behind.
Yeah, they are. Z-Power, though, at least reels it back in with that one. Now it's back even 2-on-2. Time is still available as well. They're not really stretched thin when it comes to the clock, at least not yet, as Jerry creeps in behind towards Ivy. He's got the bomb in his possession, but he gets caught right as he's about to turn the corner by Cemente. It puts all the weight now on Z-Power, who is really now running out of time. He's trying to sneak back over to Ivy with that AWP, but the bomb is well and truly out, and the CTs are well positioned to handle this, but it doesn't seem like they expect Z Power to have pulled this off. Cemente is going to be a free and easy target, but it's time going to be there. It's going to come down to the duel, not the bomb, and Betten will be the victor. That's going to be a 4th for Nexus. That's 3 in a row. And Vince, all of a sudden, we got ourselves a little bit of a close contest. It's not Force running away with it any longer. We're seeing well and true resistance from the Romanians on this CT side all of a sudden.
The last 3 rounds have gone their way, as you said, and that has been their economy building up. They're still taking quite a few casualties, so you're seeing a lot of these money marks pretty low still.
Right.
But just the Eagles. I say just the Eagles. Z-Power's had crazy success with this. 14-5, by the way.
That is true, but I think this is the round where Nexus can finally look to build a little bit of money back. As I say that, of course, Almazer gets a headshot over the smoke onto Raga. But this was a round I was hoping Nexus could win clean, because until they can take a clean victory, that economic threat's always going to be in the back of their minds, where the moment they drop around, they're bite to saving, and that's what they need to try to avoid. And all they can do to do that is just win comfortably. But it's already a 4-on-4 in this particular round, and there's already space for Force to likely get a bomb plant. I don't see Cemente killing them all. I think that they should be able to flood in and ensure the bomb plant at the very least, as he's playing very passive with only an M4 in his hand, so he can't take those ranged duels that an op would afford him. And here comes Tease going out into inner, and he's been taken out by another Deagle.
From Fellow, there's another one. As you said, though, they're not able to repel all the players that come out, so it will be post-plant and 3 kills. See if FaceCrack can get another one. He can. He could even clutch this. 23 HP, plays 100. The Betten now knows FaceCrack's location, does deal with him, but that is an excellent round for Force. They will have a buy coming up, especially with that bomb plant. They'd had one anyway, and Nexus, they fall into that rabbit hole that you talked about. Now they're looking over their shoulder for any potential lost rounds.
Yeah, they've been circling the drain economically every step of the way, even in the 4-round win streak that they've gotten. But there is still money there to buy. You know, that's just the one good thing. It seems they can keep replenishing, but again, there's just no economic safety net. The moment they take a loss is the moment that they have to save, and that's where Force can build their lead right back up. But so far, Nexus holding on for dear life. They've been really impressing me, you know, recovering after a very heavy loss on Nuke. You're starting to see some good production out of Zello again. He's been looking really flashy with that op. He's getting some assists. It's the only person that hasn't really shown up yet that I was expecting is I'm. He's like usually the other guy for this team next to Zello that is a big producer, and he has yet to come online this map.
That is a fair point. We'll see. I mean, we have had in both maps now, one player was Raga, then it was Excello, start very slow and then gradually just build up into a nice position later on in the map. Maybe this is Eim's turn. They have lost the first player, though. It is Betten in Pop Dog. That forces a smoke to be tossed in just to stop the push. And, well, there's only one smoke left. Nexus have depleted Moti already.
Yeah, that is definitely a troublesome sign. Already being a man down as well, it's going to make a retaking almost impossible, and they can't really stall any longer to buy time for rotations. Raga, though, gets aggressive at Ivy, does spot a player, knows that they're setting up utility for an outer hit, so he can call for that rotation from Zello, who's got the AWP with the smoke, is going to block his vision around the bomb train lane, and it's going to allow Force to collapse in on this outer bomb site and put the bomb down. Zello, though, might have a chance at a frag here to kick off the retake. He's seeing a T kind of toy with him on top that T-Con train, but they never show enough. And now it seems like Nexus may just have to bite the bullet and save. I mean, that's really the only other way besides winning rounds in a row is to just, you know, take the save. Carry these weapons over.
They do indeed take the save. It is the safe choice. It is the choice that was really only available to them if they wanted to continue to rummage together some decent-ish buys and have a chance at taking more rounds out of this half. But Fours do start to stamp their authority down. It was 4 unanswered rounds, but now the answer comes in, and it's loud and it's clear.
Yeah, Fours are still hanging around, and they're finally going to maybe start benefiting from Nexus's poor economy here soon. Not much they can buy around these 3 saved weapons. It's going to be a CZ for Raga and MP9 for Betten. Also, those 2 players aren't going to have much utility.
pace. Different area of aggression. The spray nowhere near where Almeza was hoping. I'm with one, but Betten's gone down and I'm on 19 HP. Now finished off by Flitz. Raga with the CZ up close, trying to make this personal. 2 players low. Face crack and Flit both feeling it. Their wounds hemorrhaging. Need medical attention or maybe need to be finished off. Exalo in the smoke is using it with the AWP. And now the barrel protruding around there gives his position away. And Fours regain a 2-round lead. And the economy again from the Romanians could not be worse.
Yeah, it's finally run out as well. No guns were saved. No round was won. Now they do have to finally sit back and give one up for free. And with the money being the way it is, it also means low utility for pretty much the rest of the half, which means Fours can add that extra option to their flow chart where they can just rush outer without any fear of being mollied or smoked out. And that's indeed exactly what they're going to do in this round as they steamroll through, playing to their most favored style, asserting dominance all across the outer sites. Big entries come through with little resistance met. But that was to be expected in this round, obviously. Nexus did not have the money to spend here. Trying to see if they can't maybe get Z-Power down and try to grab this op and save it into the next round, but doesn't seem like Fours are going to allow that to happen as Betten is now just kind of trapped in the showers. And he will indeed go down a flawless victory for Fours. They wait after a bit of a drought. They've now won 3 more in a row, and thanks to their 3-0 starts, they're actually piecing together quite a solid attacking side here on Train. Looking to stay alive in this tournament and instead put Nexus out, get some revenge from the upper bracket.
Maybe not been as one-sided revenge as they were hoping for, but they're not too far off. At least making it work. Fours, 8 rounds to 5 with double AWPs on the T side. Didn't see this too much previously when they played North in quadruple overtime, but hey, it's worked out. Flitz gets the first pick onto Im. His woes continue, 4 and 13. Nexus only with a smoke and 2 flashbangs. That's all they have left. Exelo will be forced out of position as a Molotov is there to greet him. Into Jerry's embracing arms, and with his AK he goes in. Face crack splits the wig of Cementi, and Raga's been AWP'd down from Z-Power. Betten shows his hand, but is ripped clean off by Flitz AWP, and Fours now could even have 10 rounds come the second half.
As you said, wigs are being split, cheeks are being busted. It's the full Big Herc special here from the Russians as they have won 4 in a row, and they are well and truly on the brink of finding double digits here on this team side. There was a bit of a response from Nexus in the midst of the half that made you believe that this was going to be a close contest, but it's been all but that here recently as the bank of Nexus has really suffered throughout the piece when it's becoming to haunt them now. But Zello, with only a scout to his name, is actually piecing together a little bit of something here at the end. He's getting some assistance, and actually they may well and truly find a 6th round despite the slim pickings they were working with. It's only Almazer and Z-Power left and a pretty difficult 2 versus 4. The only thing going their way is that they still have bomb in their possession. They have a good amount of clock still left, but outside of that, there's really not much to do. They've lost an AK over to Betten. MP9s are still in play as well. Everyone's pretty healthy for Nexus, so I'm not liking their chances, Vince.
No, nor am I. I feel like this should be Nexus taking a 6th, as you said, and it does give them a way forward that second pistol round.
Right.
Almeza looking to try and spearhead the operation out with the bomb. He is the healthy of the 2 remainders. Z-Power down to a 1/4 HP. Definitely not a 1/4 of the firepower, though. Almeza taking the head off of Raga gives them a way forward. And considering that 2 of these remaining 3 players were on B, they need to make a bit of a move around towards the A side of the map. And in doing so, they give up their side. Almeza and Z-Power both come in the space of a second and take it down to Cementi. 1v2 and an MP9 at this kind of a range, it basically will be like throwing bubbles at the opposition. It's not going to do anything to them at all. But if you close the gap, this is where he can shine. There's one, but Almeza spins around on a swivel and shovels away the oncoming CTs. Fours 10-5 lead. It was close in part, thus, but it seems like the Russians are making a beeline for the best of 3.
Yeah, it does feel like that round where they had a favorable 4-on-2 and still lost to give Force double digits might well and truly be one of the final nails in the coffin. We'll find out for sure after a short break first. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with Flashpoint 2 Qualifiers.
Welcome back. It's sink or swim, do or die, fight or flight. Insert cliche here. Whatever it is, they need to make it work. It's elimination map. Fours with a 10-5 lead in the lower brackets. One team progresses, one team is KO'd. And Nexus will be moving together with 4 players strong through box halls. The last is just waiting for a fast wrap. That's Raga. Has the right idea, and it looks like they're about to explode onto B.
Indeed, the tip of the spear has been sharp, and they're looking to charge forward here. What resistance will they meet is going to be the question. Seems like none, at least initially. They're able to get pretty deep into the site, but before they can actually start punching in the digits, it's now the guns firing off from both sides, and so far it's favoring fours. They found 2 pretty quick kills, and it continues to pile on. Only Zello has been able to respond thus far. Now Cemente is left all by us lonesome with plenty of bodies on the floor around him. None of the ones that he wants to be seeing. He'll try to create some now, though, on his way out the door, and he's found a couple of big ones. It's now a 1v1 against Almazer, and man, oh man, did that quickly look like it was going to see a Midnight Shyamalan plot twist. But unfortunately, it was instead Avatar: The Last Airbender from him, which was absolutely a pile of crap. And so it didn't really pan out, did it? It's going to be around for fours anyhow.
Yeah, not quite the Sixth Sense, was it?
No. Or The Village.
Although, ironically, Nexus seeing plenty of dead people because they're constantly getting wrecked.
You can tell the level of tired Vince is
Yep.
when he's actually popping off like that. Like, that's... Now all we need is the true Geordie accent, and we know that we've really hit gold.
It might slip out. Getting to that stage.
Hopefully you don't go... Never mind.
Oh, oh God. I know that was going as well.
Hopefully you don't go true Geordie.
Right. I get 1D flit, and Almazen down to 33 HP. Trying to bypass any oncoming Nexus players. But, I mean, to be fair, even though Nexus did concede the bomb plant, we run into that very similar situation again where they have an AK in play, and that's pretty much all you need. Like, it's actually kind of insane.
Yeah. But fours, quick to fight back with Jerry's M4 there, even it right back up. All of Nexus are now gathering back up for inner halls. Almazer, though, does have an incendiary that could prove to be a real problem for Nexus. They do have a smoke on Cemente that could extinguish if they so choose, but instead they will just ride out dry. Coming in with the AK is Cemente, good for one. Almazer quick to trade up the max 7. At least Benton keeps it efficient for his team, but only for just a moment. Jerry, quick to pitch in. Face crack now on the flank also. He gets the bomb down. It's all on I'm with 27 HP and the M4.
And Face Crack's not faring any better. He's on 5 with the MP9. Really strange game of cat and mouse. I'm now has the bomb. No idea as to where Face Crack lies. Oh no. Oh no, you walking into the mousetrap. You're walking into Face Crack. One bullet seals the deal, and fours take a 12-5, and that could have been the last hope for Nexus.
And that's that episode where Wile E. Coyote actually catches the Roadrunner. It was many episodes, but it did happen finally there. As fours will jump up to 12. Ever closer to map and series point, but Nexus able to muster up the full buy. This is maybe their real true last act of resistance, unless they can make it work, Vince. Not many full buys are coming up after this one if they are unable to be successful.
Yeah, I misread the situation completely with Nexus's economy. I thought they'd be into a really bad buy here. So to be fair, this is another pretty solid opportunity. As you say, the economy is not great on fours. Oh, Jerry, okay. Caught with a grenade out, just tosses it and hopes for the best and doesn't really do anything. And now Benton, 25 HP. On the side of Nexus, you do have the player advantage. Last seen one player on box halls, but that is not really ideal information. With each passing second, it loses its value that little bit more. Fours can't really stack off the back of that, and you can see that they haven't put too much credence in that information. They only have one player over on B still. Although Z-Power goes in with the M4, and he's actually now making moves through A main.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot of intel with that, and he can also cut off if they decide to transition back over towards ladder, so it allows the defense to start making their rotations through Z and feel pretty comfortable that they know exactly what they're up against. Unfortunately for them, though, Zillow is still teeing off with that AWP. He's already found one, but that's all he'll find. Luckily, his teammates are looking to support him just fine, as it is going to be a 3-on-2 favoring the Romanians here in the post plant towards inner. And with the money being the way that it is, fours not wanting to stretch the issue. They know that they have a pretty good amount of cushion here as far as rounds go, so they will just back off. They'll save that M4 on Z-Power. Flit will be maybe looking for weapons elsewhere across. And not sure if he's found one. Indeed, he will find the AK towards T-spawn, so that'll be a couple of guns they can carry over. Won't really be able to buy around them so much, but at least it gives them a couple of threats that they can pose as they save up for the following round. So it will be 6-12 and very likely a 7th for Nexus, unless these two rifles can carry over and do some work. And well, they'll do work right now. And an op will even be afforded to Z-Power. That's nice. He's happy with that trade.
May got a special delivery. An AWP delivered straight to him. He's happy with that one.
Yep, he's been shopping the bins at Dirt Jeep, and he's found the gem. Don't know if you'll get that one. That's probably not a store that exists in Europe.
That one's lost on me, Chief.
Yeah, it's like a thing where there's certain store. I'm sure this exists in Europe under a different name, where it's like stores where companies will either have like overstock or they'll have items with like really slight defects, and so they'll like sell them to these like warehouse type stores that essentially just sell stuff for like dirt cheap. Like imagine Nike makes a pair of tennis shoes that happens to have like a little bit of a mishap on the logo or something. You know, then they can't sell it brand new, so they give it to this warehouse store that sells it for like a really reduced price. Anyway, there's your lesson in American capitalism. Vince's mic died in a convenient time. I'm sure he's just trying to get some revenge on my feed dying earlier, so I'll take over for a bit solo as we do see the triple Ivy setup as the opening here for Nexus. We do see some aggression towards T-Con from Z-Power's op. Betten kind of sitting back, waiting for this actual potential play, and he would be right about it, but with only a Galil in his hands, he might have a little bit of trouble winning the straight-up fight. Z-Power, though, hasn't overextended. He's just held for information, and now he'll backpedal a bit. He's got Face Crack on the corner as well nearby to make a trade if need be, as he'll slowly slide more and more forward. He will find the mark, and indeed, he still has that support system behind him to help him get away, but he's not quite able to get the hell out of Dodge. He still has found out. I'm and company are starting to swarm that site. I'm with 3. He's really starting to wake up. He's been quiet throughout the bulk of this map, but no longer, as he finds some help from Cemente to continue to capitalize on this outer bomb site. It's left Almazer all by his lonesome with just the deagle in hand in the back halls. While he's done some damage, he's yet to be able to find a frag, and actually does have to just drop back and save. And so Nexus, they will indeed find that 7th round, but the money is still very low for Force. They forced around that op from Z-Power. It hasn't worked out, and so they're in a bit of a pickle. I'm not sure if anyone out there are fans of pickles. Not me personally.
Pickles are great, man. Awesome.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
big fan. It's is that what you basically call it, right? That's not even a euphemism. Like gherkins, you get the one burgers like from McDonald's and stuff.
Bro, never. Can I say, Reese, how adult oriented can I get here, producer? Because the only time I've ever heard the word gherkin used was in an expression that means something else. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I've been told not to go there, so I will not. I value my job. But yeah, that's the only time I've ever heard that word. But it makes sense now. I didn't know what it
Jerry on the site. Will be a 1-for-1. Face Crack's gone down to the hands of Fragger, and now Fours, who are trying their best to make sure this doesn't slip away. This would be a huge choke if they let this one go, by the way. Like, this was such a vast lead they had going through into the last map of the best of 3. And Ragger puts them down. 4-round lead still stands for Fours, but it's not as if they're going to have an amazing buy here either. They will be lacking grenades.
So yeah, I don't like them by themselves. I don't mind them like on a burger or a sandwich or something like that, but I wouldn't just eat one by itself. Put it that way.
That's fair.
Yeah. You know what else is fair? My next prediction starting to build up. Starting to come back into play, Vince. Starting to creep back into this game. Like the RKO. Randy Orton.
Let's just calm down a second. They're still 4 rounds behind us.
Yeah. But he shouldn't be up there. Watch out. Okay, I'm done.
Like
Dude,
a snake. Slithering.
Yeah, he's slithering. Dude, there used to be like a whole subreddit dedicated just to like RKO
I love
memes, like
them.
over movie trailers.
Yep. Then you
Oh
had the
my God,
pedigree
those are
and the
so
Stone
good.
Cold Stunner as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
good,
yeah.
man.
Professional wrestling's about to die now, of course, but
That's a solid rip. 50 seconds. Force. Oh, Flit, he's in such an open position. He needs someone to help him out. And although Face Crack gets the spray under control, it's not good enough to get 2. Ragger with the AK will live a little bit longer. And with 35 seconds, the bomb now going down. Jerry, big headshot onto Cementi. But it is still a post plant with 2 players low. And Jerry unsure as to exactly the location of the tees. Now we'll find it out. Almazer pushing through the smoke. I think Jerry was starting to funnel back as if to save, but now that's lured them back in again. Could it be a bait, though? Could Force have just played themselves out of this round and their economy? Or perhaps not. Betten last man standing. The bomb planted on his side of the bomb, but there's no kit in between the 3 of them. They need to take him down. They've done just that, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough time. This is going to be exceptionally close, down to the last few milliseconds, and Force get the defuse.
one of the worst part about that, there's a down kit right there.
dust.
Yeah. Looking out for all of our hearts. As they will indeed turn that one upside down. As you noted, it looked like they were well and truly out of that one and just saving, but somehow they found a way back in, and now they're on the verge of ending this thing because Nexus has spent pretty much every penny to buy up into this round to stop Force from finding 14. They would be in a 4 spot to survive for the rest of the game if they can't make this work, and they're trying to jump across for an op pick there. Zello, though, got tickled by the fire, and the Oppa flit. It was disciplined enough to look out for the other angle, and so he will find his man. So will Z-Power. It's now a 5-on-3. Samite, a solo effort down the ladder, somehow pulls off the headshot while still on the steps. Not
Excuse
something
me?
you're going to see every day. I think that's what his opponent's also saying, Vince. But we'll see how it pans out. There's still a man down.
That's an outrageous shot. I'd be fuming if I'm that guy on the receiving end. He's still on the rung on the ladder. Bends the bullet wanted style. And now Fours. Up a player. Up significant HP over Zello. He's now moving in 50 seconds. Just a deagle by the side of Betten. And 11 kills to his name. Smoke deploy. Jerry sitting behind the site joined alongside Flitz. They have 2 rotational players that could be called upon. One of which is Almeza. The other is Z-Power. They can hear the plant going down and nobody is watching. Betten's back. He does get the plant down eventually, but now Jello 1-on-4. Somehow Flip survives on 1 HP and Jerry finishes it off. Fours 14-8 leads.
At least that bomb plant comes through to give Nexus a little bit more of an option to buy up in this next round. I mean, they're still going to be force buying regardless of the rest of the game, but at least this adds a little bit more to what they can pick up from the gun shop. It won't just be upgraded pistols and armor and grenades. It'll actually be a shot at maybe getting a few rifles in play. But they are running out of rounds. That's the bigger problem. It's a small victory to get the plant to afford yourself some options, but it's a whole different story to actually pose a threat to your opponent. Something they have not really been able to do really since the middle of the first half. Like, they had that 1 4-round stretch where they made the comeback and came close to a tie. But from that point forward, Force has never really looked back.
And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to see Nexus. So much distance is between the two of them. That's a kill you've got to land, and Flit survives with 4.
That's so wild he got away with that. Raga is going to be fuming, but hopefully he can put it away for now and just kind of focus back up because he's still done a lot of damage and bought a little bit of space. Almazer, though, catching the first T, peeking over at inner. Raga does eventually find his man Flit. A little bit labored, but he got there. Face crack, though, was very quick to trade. And so the options are dwindling for Nexus here on this deco.
Dwindling, dampens, and soon Smetty lets the first one go past. He knows the bomb isn't too far away from double checking once that defuse comes in. Oh, if he lands the 1v on Jerry, I feel like he gets the second kill after that. Yeah, I really do respect that play. In a 1v4, you have to go for like a crazy play like that, for
I also
sure.
respect the confidence Nexus have in themselves. They didn't actually full-on force buy there. They actually kept money in the bank. And with that bomb plant, they're going to be able to have a really healthy full buy to just try to play for overtime. Really risky. You're asking a lot of yourselves to win 7 rounds in a row when the best streak you've had so far on your T side is 3. But granted, you know, that was like the first 3 gun rounds essentially, right? I mean, they lost pistol. That's how come Force was able to get that early start. So we'll see if they're up to the task. They have a long road to travel, but we'll see if they can at least take those first steps in this round here. Say, well, at least have the full AKs.
They have everything they could ask for going through into the last round other than an AWP, and they've lost Betten very quickly, and let's be honest, very easily. Face crack getting another one. 2 kills to his name. Naked and third, the bombs drop down, and unfortunately Nexus, they go down with a bit of a whimper in the end. After winning the first map, Fours bounce back to back and knock out Nexus. They get their revenge.
Indeed, they do. They will be moving on. And we'll take a look at the bigger picture of how these qualifiers are playing out after a short break. Oh, never mind. No, well, there is no break. We're bringing Freya in right now, Vince. We're doing it live. Come on, Freya.
Thank you very much, Dash. You know what? We don't want to throw to a break in this last segment, before we're talking about a valiant effort from Nexus to try and take it in this final map of the series. But ultimately, Falls, man, they managed to claim their revenge from day one, as you were saying there, Vince. And it's really, really cool to see them with a total turnaround. We saw them struggling against North earlier in the day, cooling down to here to try and get that last chance to lose against Nexus. But Jerry's men kept their eyes firmly focused on the prize. And of course, tomorrow, we're going to see how the rest of their tail will be faring as they face Habu in that consolidation final. But Dust, from your perspective, you know, if you're Nexus, sure, you're going to be a little bit heartbroken with this loss. But I think they can be proud of their showing against one of the higher ranked teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just kind of got caught in a couple of maps that maybe they weren't as well prepared for. Again, they just playing a new fifth, a new coach. They played a couple of maps that they aren't, you know, playing as often as some of the other in the pool. So I think that comes into, I think that obviously, you know, Force is a more seasoned team. They have more proven talent. They have bigger results under their belts. They've been through some of these situations a little bit more often at this level of play. So yeah, I mean, I think Nexus definitely showed us a little bit of something. I think Zello is definitely a talent to keep an eye on going forward. So definitely learn about him throughout this. And even as a team, they operate correctly, in my opinion. They don't rely on gimmicks or you know, something along those lines to get over on teams. They actually play like welcome post CS. They seem to keep their eye on the meta. It seems to be studious, and definitely showed us a little bit of something throughout the series.
Yeah, and that's something that I love about these style of tournaments in particular. You know, teams coming through those open qualifiers across hundreds of teams in the region. Coming into this, we get to see some of the grassroots players, some of the players, you know, we're being highlighting as potentially being stars of the future. So massive props to Nexus for making it this far, for really testing Falls in some of their matchups. But from your perspective, Vince, you know, we saw Falls really struggling to close out against North on train earlier today. Do you feel like they were doing anything in particular different? Because it seemed a lot cleaner than what we saw versus North.
Yeah, it seemed a bit more cohesive. I think the issue that Dust and I had when we were watching them play on T side was just scratching our heads and like, why are they doing these strange plays, like going out one by one? I actually thought with it being as late as it is and with the mental fatigue setting in, we might have seen more of those. So I was very impressed that they were able to play a little bit more basic and simple. You don't have to reinvent the wheel each time you play CS. You just need to get the basics right. And I feel like that's what Force did today on this second train performance.
Yeah, and of course they will be living to fight another day here in the competition as we head into our third and final day tomorrow. And with that, we can have a little bit of a recap of some of the games that have gone down today. We're going to be starting off with Group A, which we haven't actually focused too much attention on today, gentlemen. Of course, we can see Saw taking that win over Team Secret to place them in that lower bracket final. Of course, the loser of Godsent versus Pro, which will be going on tomorrow, will be dropping down into that bracket to play up against Saw to see who will end up making it into that grand final, and then only one team will be claiming that spot at Flashpoint to this November. I think, gentlemen, we were saying it a bit earlier, Vince, I don't think there are any prizes from this bracket in particular. The teams that we kind of expected, maybe besides from Endpoint, making it into the later stages of the tournament.
Yeah, maybe the biggest surprise is that there haven't been any surprises actually in this group, considering that we've had likes of Nexus, you know, showing us today, especially in this best of three, what they're made of. But yeah, there's nothing really that glares at me out of these results.
Yeah, I think I would have maybe picked Endpoint over Secret in that lower bracket round two, but other than that, I think that it seems like the results weren't too shocking. And even that wasn't an upset by any means. I think those two teams are fairly close, but yeah, I think this is a pretty straightforward bracket.
Yeah, and then moving over into the Group B side of life, this is where we've been focusing most of our attention today, just because the caliber of matches that we've seen. Of course, the upper bracket final has already happened. Ooh. Gambit have managed to beat Havu again 2-1. These matches, they are being so close in some of these situations. So, of course, Gambit will be the first team to claim that spot in the grand final. That, of course, means that Force will be facing up against Havu tomorrow. We're actually going to shift our attention. Again, we're going to be focusing on over to that Group A side rather. But Dust, from your perspective, you know, Havu versus Force, that could be a spicy matchup.
Oh
indeed.
Yeah, that's exactly the word I was thinking whenever I saw this bracket. Like, I think, you know, all three of the teams left in Group B are of quality to be playing full time in Flashpoint. I think that they're all teams that are on the rise or already have proven themselves and definitely have talent. So even have already competed in some of the other professional leagues at different points in time. So I really do truly think that any of these these three teams are worthy of fighting. It definitely hurts that only one can make it, though, right? So that does make that lower bracket final all that more interesting. I think Havu versus Ford is going to be an absolute banger tomorrow. I think whoever comes through and faces Gambit's going to provide for another really awesome match to watch tomorrow as we finish off these qualifiers. So I'm really looking at that Group B. There's a lot of great matchups there.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be absolutely cutthroat indeed. Of course, we're going to be starting off the proceedings here at the slightly later time of 5 p.m. BST. We're actually going to be looking at Sword versus the loser of that Godsend versus Virtus Pro matchup. Of course, if you guys want to check out all the latest results and get your bets for tomorrow, head on over to pinnacle.com. But I think all there is left to say, gentlemen, thank you so much for an incredible day of Counter-Strike. It's been a long one, but it's been so enjoyable getting to see how some of these teams have been progressing. We'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. BST.